Outbreak says unlimited TTS messages for followers during desktop streams. Josh Peck says, "What is that thing?"
It's a microphone. It has two microphones. It's a stereo mic. And it looks like a set of ears. Rerun. This is probably rerun too. She probably never interacts with chat. It's probably a rerun. She never interacts with chat, so that's why she hasn't subs.
051 million says something Allah Allah Hafsa Allah Kamara Oscar Stella Huela Ola Allah Akbar Bishamadala Raskalala Amaris Malala Pukubra Allah Guadalashwara.
Real talk. It's like muted.
Wait, see? With the dollar doesn't? Wait, what does it say on there? Sorry, I don't.
Josh Peck says, "Don't you ever lick your own asshole?"
No, that's this girl. She does lesbian stuff with black girl.
See, maybe use my other tip to play the stream elements one. It'll be louder on the screen. Oh shit, I'll hear this crazy. Do exhibition
051 million says Mas Toltman Jura Hala Blakara Bujalaraka Likas Halishwara.
Okay, that'll work better.
What the hell? Warzone looking like Fortnite. What the fuck is this? War Day.
Let's go. Is it not gonna say it? Can't wait for the PPL stream. Oh, it's $2 to activate the TTS. It's $2 to activate the TTS. Sorry, I forgot about that. It's $2 for TTS. Spam.
Where's my gamers? Yeah, where's my gamer?
Probably someone. There's like no one that streams for Warzone category. Right now.
Yeah, it's much still $82. He said, "Can't wait."
Geezer fan.
The barrel stream, okay. What does that mean? Thank you for the donation. What does that mean? Oh, the Call of Duty Wars on 2.0? Is that it?
What's up, Geezer fan? Shout out to Geezer fan. What's up, brother?
$051 million says, "If you'd like to stay and chat a while about our very favorite little sound and learn Learn more about some of my favorite evidence-based non-prep materials, then pull up a chair and
follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to take calls with Samuel Chung this hour as we talk about the ET contact. All of this based on his interpretation of this book called Ghost to You, the Prophecy. We'll be back with you and your calls on Coast to Coast AM. Look out for scammers who are doing everything they can to get valuable information on who you are, or what you are, and what you do. You're cyber criminals. Be very, very cautious of where you put your information on. It is important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spell on your own, like loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you if you do become a victim of identity theft. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George by calling 1-800-LifeLock. Head on over to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 25% off.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something. Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside. Upside? What's that? It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank. Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached? Yeah, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up. Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code LISTEN. Use code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up.
Now, welcome back, Samuel Chung with us on your calls this hour as we talk about these ZTs. How far away are these ZTs? How many light years away, Sam, in our galaxy?
I just like 100 light years away because it took a shuttle like 16 hours to travel in space. And they also use transubstantiation, which is a kind of similar to teleportation, to travel but they're in deep space. They say that they can only do that in deep space because if they did that in our atmosphere, then their spacecraft would have been exploded. So this is why they travel at a few times faster than the speed of light into deep space first, and then did teleportation, and then travel again at a few times faster than the speed of light to their destination. Very far away.
Interesting take. Let's take some calls for you here. They're lining up. Let's start with Joe in Monterey, California. Welcome to the program. Hey, Joseph.
Thank you for taking my call, George.
Thank you, Joe. How have you been?
Okay, good. The stellar eclipse, I missed it. Oh well. Anyway, oh by the way, the closest galaxy to the Milky Way is Andromeda, and that's 2 million light years away. I have a few questions. I read the book quite well. My friend and I was at a party many years, over 20 years ago, and his book was on one of their shelves with all the books that they were reading. And he read a lot of that book, and he just couldn't stop laughing how insane it is. I'm sorry to say, but it's a New Age book, and it's really not healthy to read. And you said something, your guest said something, Samuel, you said that they're peaceful, they're wonderful, they're loving, yet they would promote rebellion to take over away from the dictators. You're acting actually to overthrow the governments of the world, which is violent, to say the least. And this would be the type of Holocaust that would go down in galactic history. The person who wrote this book was probably on drugs of some kind. It's insane. Thank you for taking my call, George. Oh, by the way, George, there's a lot of people that do channel negative extraterrestrials, and they truly believe they're giving the inside scoop on reality. And
Interesting take. All right. Well, what do you think about some of that, Samuel?
well, I actually have missed one point that they use non-violent resistance to work against the government on that planet. It's not on Earth, it's not on Cuba, it's on different planets in which the poor people organize themselves and use non-violent resistance. Actually, they're trying to tell us that we can do the same thing, but non-violent is the key. Just like what Kennedy did in India, what Dr. Martin Luther King was telling us. Violence never helps. Napoleon tried it, using violence, conquering a lot of territories, but he failed at the end. His empire broke down. Hitler tried it in World War II, using violence to try to take over other countries, and he failed miserably. So violence is never a thing that can work for the long run. The key is the how to reach out the mind, loving and compassion, love and compassion, and look for non-violence. Conservative action is non-violence. That's it.
Let's go next to Lisa in California. Welcome to the program. Hi, Lisa.
Hi. I have a question. I was watching a TikTok the other night, and this young man was speaking about some paperwork that he had done from the CIA that had been unclassified recently. And as he's speaking, he said something, and I have no idea what it meant. So I wanted to see if maybe you or the guest could answer. What he said was, radio waves turn into photons. And I have no idea what that means. And I want to see if maybe somebody could explain it to me. Yeah, that's my question.
Can you, Samuel?
Well, I don't know much about radio waves with protons, but in the book, The Yoga Processing, The Golden Planet, they talk about developing a time machine. The U.S. government was trying to develop a time machine a few decades ago, and it reminds me of the Philadelphia experiment when they tried to project certain wavelengths of energy onto the ship so to make the ship disappear from the radar. And then they didn't realize that because of the distortion of time and space, the ship appears at a different location. And they even say that in order to develop a time machine successfully, you should focus more on the vibrational frequency. Because on Earth and on every planet, this is why this book is so interesting, because it's so specific. On Earth and on every planet, there's what Jacob is called the psychosphere that rotates at a speed 7 times the speed of light, recording everything that happens on Earth. So they actually took the Shutter Radiator into the psychosphere, and some of what happened 14,500 years ago when the continent of Lemuria sunk into the ocean overnight. Lemuria was a continent that had a very successful civilization, and because of natural disasters, it sunk into the ocean, and because it didn't cannot spread their technology to other people so that they can keep their advantage. So that's why there's a kind of reset of civilizations and technology back then. And they say that the book says that if you're trying to develop a time machine, you should match the vibrational frequency of the psychosphere, meaning that if you tune the vibrational frequency into 7 times the speed of light, then you can go back in time. But remember, the past is fixed, but the future is changeable depending on collective action. So even though certain events are fixed, we can change the path of the future for the better if we work collectively, non-violently.
Interesting take. Gordon in Plant City, welcome to Florida. Hey, Gordy, go ahead.
Hey, Daniel, thanks for all the words. I don't think I spoke last month. Anyhow, I'm confused about the thinking to make the claim Jesus is person in Christ is here. And I pray to God that He becomes His human body. Because the Bible is hard. When later on, Jesus was the only person who worked by religion. And I'm not glad. Well, that makes me not kind of curious. Also, Jesus is the only single perfect person to be able to get perfect robots. The vehicle was not upgraded on. So you think, without the deal that we were found the vehicle was the problem on the drive. So the vehicle was not affected the driver, not around the field. But I'm confused about the distinction here between Jesus the person and the Christ spirit. I only want to take Luke to clarify or something.
All right, I'll let you talk about that. Go ahead.
Yes, Christ was a perfect being because he was the ET from the planet Yoga, and he had a physical body that was made out of Yoga. So he was a perfect being from the next category of planet. And he preached spirituality and love and compassion. But the problem with the Bible is that it was distorted by the 4 Catholic council meetings in the history, including the Council of Nicaea. So this book, the Yoga Prophecy of the Golden Planet, is so specific. They named the 4 different church council meetings that intentionally distorted original ancient scriptures in the Bible. That was later compiled in the Bible. Jesus, on the other hand, was a human being who had a soul like an astral body of a person from the next planet. And because he had to go through what the ancient Nagas called the river of obedience, he had to forget everything he learned in the past. The knowledge to perform miracles, he lost it. That's why the young Jesus was born from the Virgin Mary. He couldn't perform miracles. And that's why you don't see any writing or any indication in the Bible that the young Jesus, before the age of 30, performed any miracles. This is why when Jesus, when Christ, after he began preaching, when he saw his mother, he didn't call his mother, he called his mother woman. I'm a linguist, and I know that because of the special relationship of a mother and a son, not a single language in the world would call
Interesting take. All right, thanks, Corey. Appreciate it. Let's go to Linda in New York. Go for it. Hi, Linda.
Hi, we're just taking a call for. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. My question is, how do I know what are the signs of certainty that who I'm supposed to marry? And you.
Well, we can't answer that for you. He's not a secretary.
Actually, I can give it a time.
You want to?
Yeah, I'll do that. This book, you deal about prophecy, the golden planet, teaches you how to specific religious people or your friends, just to look inside, connecting with your higher self. So when you look at a person, you will use your heart, your intuition to feel if that's the right person to marry. If you want to marry a very good person, you would pray or meditate and to imagine the person that you want to marry. You would cross your legs and then put your hands together. That way you can form a loop. Because the actual body of a human being is composed of electrons. When you cross your legs, when you put your hands together, you are forming a closed circuit. Your electrons will be kind of like a circulation, and then when you think, when you meditate, when you pray, you're projecting your wishes that is going to go to your higher self. If it's going to be good for your future, your spiritual development, then your wish will be granted. And doing that, you're going to have a more likelihood of finding the right person.
See Joe, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I have two questions. First is about the herbs. Listening to this audio book, it's called Green Energy by Christopher Palmer. And he's saying, for example, he's against who want to maintain good sports performance. And, it's something that hurts the mitochondria or the brain function. My first question is more just the history of herbs in China. Is there any specific herb or two that you would recommend for basically maintaining good sports performance? I see LeBron James is still scoring 25 a game at age 39. My second question would be, you were saying better decision making. What would you recommend to improve decision making, and how do you know when your decision making is kind of in a failure mode? How would you know that your decision making is just not that great?
Well, your first question, and let me mention something about the alcohol. And alcohol is cannot be injected into the bloodstream directly because it's kind of poisonous to the bloodstream. So it has to go to the liver, and the liver has to detox the alcohol to make it non-toxic. So this is why, when you drink alcohol, you feel dizzy. That's because of certain actions, but also it hurts the liver. The liver becomes more stressful. Even though it might help you in the short run, but in the long run, it's probably not recommended. And to get the sports performance, I would say that carbohydrates and would increase your strength, muscle strength, and also no effects of colors. The color red can make you more kind of energetic, and the color pink will reduce your muscle strength. This is in the book, The Golden Planet. And this is why I also encourage you to check out the book, because there's a tremendous amount of knowledge that has practical value to show everyone else with. And so, by the same token, like a football coach in the University of Alabama knew this, so he painted locker rooms of the visiting teams into pink color, and he never lost a home game. So no effects of color and eat carbohydrates and I think also I would recommend you to read a book written by Anthony Williams, The Macromedian, and he talks about to help you probably need to take natural food as something that would be helpful. And I think when you do that, and also when you try to find the which is intuition. I would say we should try to combine the two, logic and intuition, to make a better decision.
Let's go to Hopper in the island of Hawaii. Go for it.
Wow. Thank you so much for all your guests and terrific disability questions. And this one tonight, as well as the one prior to this on the deck and guy. Yeah, I worked for Elizabeth Super Ross and my graduate work in San
I love this song. Like the president.
And languages, 8,000 years ago is the Banking Library of India, and 6,000 years ago is the Egyptians who were influenced by an exterior that came in to help them build pyramids. He talked about that man. And Lemuria was from the Pleiades of the Seven Sisters. And there was a great war between these two cultures from Orion-based souls that were building their pyramids. And they came through and blew up the planet that became the asteroid belt, and then they blew up the atmosphere of Mars, and they built pyramids on Mars, and it stinks. And I saw the picture, one of the first 100 pictures to get to see pictures from the Viking spacecraft in graduate school in psychology in California. And to do that, and now it's being talked about again. And so they came to Earth, and the Atlanteans took over Egypt and built pyramids, stone pyramids. And the Lemurians, they were more of the spiritual race and meditators. And there was a great conflict between the Mediterranean side of Atlantis and the Pacific side of Lemuria. And the Atlanteans, who were warring male-based aircraft over to Lemuria, and Lemurians just meditated through the earth and created the earthquake that destroyed Atlantis. But they both went down. And Spirit told them, we've been telling you with this war throughout the Milky Way galaxy. And they both kept going at it, and then that's what created the Garden of Eden and Atlantis and Lemuria have to come together and mate with each other and create the lives that we're talking about now. And, Jesus was part of that conflict and then resolution through his spiritual work. And he, like Muhammad, did not write anything. He just spoke this channeled word, and the people around him wrote it all down.
That's an interesting observation. We're going to hit a break here, and we'll wrap things up with Samuel Chong in just a moment on Coast to Coast. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today. Introducing The Godfather at ChumbaCasino.com. Test your luck at the Shadow Good of The Godfather slot and soda game. Service. Play The Godfather now at ChumbaCasino.com. Welcome to the family. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Everyone gets live conversations. organizations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
When you wake up well rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear. My life coach has a terrible life. Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves. I use memes as a coping mechanism. At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. While supplies last, save up to 50% on select Temper Gap floor models. All with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. You'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
You'll sleep like a baby. No, you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Somewhere deep below the earth, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie on Premier Networks.
On our next Coast to Coast program, Dr. Edith Orloff joins us to talk about empathy, and then later on, Win 3 joins us to talk about the creator gods of the physical universe. Beyond Belief, that's our television show.
It sure is. Please go to beyondbelief.com right now. We've got some free episodes for you. Scroll down just a little bit. There's a 7-day free trial that you can take advantage of. It's a great website. Check it out, beyondbelief.com.
And our YouTube channel is free to sign up for. Go for it.
It sure is. Just go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top, hit the YouTube icon. It's free. Interviews of recent past shows. You'll have some fun.
We'll wrap things up with Samuel Chong in just a moment on Coast to Coast, but first, build up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, you can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of InnuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and InnuStem?
The InnuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Lay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and Evostem and your free gift Relaxome is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
I was just chatting with my granddaughter, and she was raving about dynamite. Her dog Rocky had been struggling with allergies and shedding, and she started adding dynamite to his food. He now has the softest coat and isn't itchy. I trust Dynamite because they've been around for more than 20 years, helped over 1 million dogs. They're so confident in their product that they would let you try it for free. Just go to dynamite.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco-read. Fewer words, less paper. It was so you could say it faster.
No, it's more iconic. Must be it, I think. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish. Sounds easy. It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today. Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the Carnivora.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with Samuel Chong. Samuel, where do people get your book, The Yuba Prophecy?
They can get a book on Amazon by searching the title, Yuba Prophecy, The Golden Planet, or just The Golden Planet. They're able to find the book, or they can just search on Google. And the other book about the Illuminati, written by the highest degree chair of the Illuminati, is titled 334 Lies, LAES. And they can also get it on Amazon as well.
Okay, very good. Good luck keeping pictures us and stay safe. Watch out for those ETs. You never know. For some people, demons and enemies are a big problem. If you need a clone, there's no one better than a spiritual warrior. Bill, let's talk about that other case of possession that is in the book, The Connection.
Absolutely. And George, I'd like to, if we have a moment after that, I'd like to mention briefly a couple of recent ones that I feel would probably be very interesting about.
Absolutely.
Let me speak about this really quickly. This was took place on usually I can deal with it. I don't need anything to talk about. And it was a very nice family, and the lady of the house was being affected. And she too had been suffering in her childhood, and she was exposed to Santeria. And Santeria curses, which is kind of cookie and voodoo. And so she had exposure to that. addiction that eventually did turn into a possession. And I didn't even think that until it was time to perform the deliverance. So I'm sitting there with her husband, very nice lady, very nice man. Met the kids, everything seemed well between all of them. We're talking, and the more we talk, the closer it's getting to the time at hand of the deliverance. So I asked her husband to go up and fill the tub, but I was going to ask her to stand in the water. I was going to bless the water first. I was going to ask her to stand in that water, and I was going to perform the deliverance over her while she was standing in that wet, holy water. So everything was going according to plan until we got into the bathroom. It was time for her, after I said prayer, I noticed when we were going up the steps, her body language, she was changing. She was becoming and again, you think, okay, well, this person's going to be a little nervous. I mean, something like this is about to happen, they're going to be disturbed by it. So, blessing the water, and now it's time for her to get in. And all of a sudden, George takes her over, and it becomes a physical struggle. And her husband, he was right there. He did assist me. He stayed right there with me, and we had to physically subdue her and get her into the tub. And my goodness, was it ever a struggle? Same thing, hitting on me, trying to fight me. So I changed to black. There were voices coming out, and her tongue looked like it was like a serpent. It was coming out and went all over the place. It was just unfathomable. And then she started, it wasn't her, it was the demonic entities in her. They were screeching and screaming. I can't believe that the neighbors didn't call the police. That's how loud this was. And so, again, I had to be unwavering in, what God was having me to do. And I continued, even with that screeching, and I continued to take power and authority over it. Every time I did that, it would stop and it would start back up again. So this was a battle back and forth for quite a while. And to make a long story short, God did work through me to deliver her from it. And when she was delivered, she vomited everywhere. That happens with us. So she comes up through the mouth like that. And after that happened, she was delivered. And then, God bless her husband. He cleaned all of that up. And we had to put fresh water in there. And I re-blessed the water and then baptized her in that. And she's been great ever since. Thank God. But let me tell you, I will never, ever forget that day.
And it seems like she was calm, and then something really kicked her into high gear. What would have done that?
I think what it was is the entity knew it was time for eviction. When it's time for eviction, they're going to hold on and fight with everything that they have because they don't want to go.
They were fighting you.
Yeah, they have a own body, and that's what they want. And when they can get into a person like that and have that level of control, they don't want to go anywhere. So I am definitely, a mortal enemy to the demonic forces. And again, it's by the power of God that I'm still alive, George, because I believe that if the devil would have had his way, he'd have killed me all.
See, that's
still alive.
That's what I asked you if you've ever been attacked or hurt. You've been very fortunate.
Yes, absolutely.
Can we say you were lucky?
Well, I would say blessed. I'm definitely under God's full blessing, and I am not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. I try to do the best that I can do, and be the best that I can be each and every day of my life, because I have to be somebody to and for somebody every day of my life. So I can't let go. And so thank God and praise God for that. And I will say this as well, that my life is 50 times more blessed than it's ever been before. And I can never thank God, praise God enough for that.
Let's talk about a couple other cases you mentioned, then we'll get into the Mandela effect, and then we'll take calls. What other cases did you happen to have?
I want to talk with you about something that took place on November 18th, this 2018. And your webmaster had it posted on the Coast to Coast site, a couple of those photographs. And it took place in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And it took place at the home of a family that I already helped, that previously been there. I love them dearly. They're like family to me now. And I feel that way about all my clients. After this is over with, I try to be there for them, do anything that I can for them, and always be there and somebody that could comfort them and help them to move forward. So this is Anita Tesla, from Chris Lovis. Great people. Anyway, they started having problems again, and they asked if I could come back, which I did. And again, I said the presence of evil when I entered into the home, really walking up the walkway as well. But I entered in. Now, usually, George, I would never ask someone to do this because most people, they don't want to document. They don't want to take photographs. They don't want video. They're very embarrassed and ashamed by it. They don't want people to know it. But on this occasion, I felt that God was urging me to say to Chris, I want you to stand behind me as I'm going through this house. And they had severe life problems in the past. They got what to me to deliver them and to get rid of the garbage out of the home. And somehow they come back in. And so I asked Chris, I said, I want you to walk behind me as I'm going through the house and just take random photographs. I really believe that you're going to capture some things in these photographs. And so, sure enough, he captured many images, two that I believe to be divine, angels, and then the rest I believe to be demonic, and one in particular, which is on your Coast to Coast website. What's this face say? I mean, it's very clear. It's very clearly defined. It looks like a demonic entity, and if you look closer at it, it looks like fangs.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, out of the right side of the mouth. And so this was in the basement of the home.
It looks like Frankenstein face, doesn't it?
Hey, George, exactly. I mean, that's one of the most defined pictures that I've ever seen of what I believe to be a demon. And so I was drawn over to the chimney area, and part of that house was built in 1800s. And there was like a little pot-bellied stove connected to this chimney area that was down in the basement. And it was a block wall. And I felt that there was a portal there. So this is something that I didn't discuss with you earlier that I should have. Is that not only, do I have to, by the power of God, find a you can cast out demonic forces, but I also have to close the portals as well. Because there are portals everywhere.
That's not easy.
No, it's not. And so I'm standing there in front of this block wall where God had led me to, where I believe a large portal was. And I'm binding and rebuking it, closing the portal. And as I'm doing this, George, just as you're hearing my voice now, this groan, growl type of thing came out. So within the block wall, Anita and Chris were standing right there with me. We all heard it clearly. And so after hearing that, I had to jump right back into action and take power and authority and binding and rebuking, cast out, and then it departed. But it was, again, something that you and the listeners, you have to be there to see it and hear it for yourself to truly understand and appreciate what I'm saying.
Let's take a few calls here for you, Bill. We'll come back and talk more about these events and then effect as well. Let's go to Colleen in Red Bluff, California to get things started. Hi, Colleen.
Hi, Lord. Thank you. I didn't take you my phone. I kind of really nervous. I was married for a long time to an abusive man, and there were many times to cut it short. Abuse verbally, physically, mentally, whatever, and sexually. And I can distinctly remember at least 3 or 4 times where I thought things to say what we would be raising the interest. I mean, I would have talked to most of the great part of it, the no strong back then, and I mean, I would be flooding out of it to be trying to fight them off. And I just feel like it's attack. I don't know if it's individual effects from that or whatever, but
Do you feel possessed?
I don't know if I feel possessed, but I've done, I mean, I've single mom, 4 kids, raised them all, worked hard.
And where is he? He's done. He's gone, right?
He died, yeah.
He died.
Yeah, about 3.5 years ago. I mean, I really worked a long time ago. But, you know, I mean, God is amazing and letting me raise my kids and everything that is what you supposed to say. But personally, I just feel like I just not worthy. I don't know.
Well, let's bring the expert in the topic. Bill, go ahead.
And I'm very sorry that you suffered in the way that you have. And I want you to know that God does love you, and God is with you, and God is for you. And I think it's time for you to start a new chapter, a new season in your life, making God first in your life and have a real connection with Him, and allow Him to show you that you are somebody and you are worthy. So I would suggest to you that, and whether it's me or somebody else, find someone to help you with this type of spiritual, and this would be more of a spiritual cleansing for you. And I would also recommend that you be rebaptized as well. And start a new chapter in a new season in peace, freedom, and victory. I want you to look forward and never look back.
You can get a hold of Bill through his website, BillBean.net. Link that at Coast to Coast.
That's it. And God bless you. And if I can be of any assistance in any way, please, like George said, he just gave you the website. Don't hesitate.
Let's go to Ed in Hemp Hill, Texas. Ed, welcome to the program.
George, it's such an honor to talk to you. Thank you. And Bill, when I was 9 years old, my mother went to Kmart and bought a Ouija board.
Oh, boy.
And
you thought it was a game, right?
thought it was a game. And my brother, me and my brother played it. He was 3 years old when he was 12. And he died at 25 years old.
Oh, Lord.
Everybody, family, except my father, he was 82, was died.
So I'm very sorry to hear that.
Do you think a lot of it was tied to that Ouija board, Ed?
I thought everything was tied to it.
Anything happen that you could recollect for us when you were playing it? And how many times did you and your brother use the board?
Well, we master it every day.
Every day. Oh.
Every day.
It's a portal, Bill, isn't it?
Bill B, one of a kind. For Dan Galante, Tom Van Heizer, Lisa Lyon, Lex Longer, Sean Rodisor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Vidal, George Knapp, and Richard Said. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, we'll see you.
When you wake up well rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear. My life coach has a terrible life. Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I use memes as a coping mechanism.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. While supplies last, save up to 50% on select Tempur-Adapt floor models.
free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. You'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
For something that I've desired for so long, and actually when I had my first kiss, I was a believer for that moment. I believed in it. And then you go back and say, I can't do this. And I was like, what? Why? And he goes, I feel like I'm kissing my sister. We've all been there. Maybe you've turned to a friend, a family member, a stranger in a bar. But Angie, she talked to you too. I am Jeff. They were eventually into a couple who claim to know the secret true love.
If twin flame is your ultimate lover, your best friend, your other half, for eternity.
And even when Angie thinks things are hopeless, they have other ideas.
Everybody has something that they can give anything for. And fortunately, there's people out there who understand that. There's nothing.
Twin flames.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
We're waiting on a tax return. Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save up to 25% the first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling Apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Under control, the coverage you can count on. Help the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, feature no sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Home to more than 10,000 lakes and rivers and streams, Minnesota offers some of the best freshwater fishing in the country. Discover what else makes Minnesota Starving and explore Minnesota.com.
Discover Prolong, the groundbreaking 5-day program that helps you lose weight while supporting healthy aging and cellular rejuvenation. With decades of research and backed by leading U.S. medical centers, Prolong helps promote healthy blood sugar, support cardiovascular health, and reduce abdominal fat. In fact, the average Prolong user loses 5 pounds in just 5 days. And right now, streaming listeners will receive 10% off when they go to prolonglife.com/music, but only until April 30th. Again, that's prolonglife.com/music.
Look the savings at JCPenney's Power Penny Days. Starting Wednesday, roll up huge deals like Home Expressions Quick Dry Bath Towels, only $5. Stock up on fresh lineups of tees and tanks. Women's style start at $9, and kids' thereabouts tees start at $7. Plus, $13 while
CZ. BA. Dollar. 3. Equals. Degree. 9. FST. 2. 3. Introduction to the Alien Races book. R. Introduction to the Alien Races book. The Alien Races book. Asterisk the Alien Races. Asterisk the Council of Five. Asterisk Alien Files. Asterisk Alien Ships. Asterisk Alien Dixit. Asterisk the Notes and Updates. Asterisk Chief. Asterisk Final Thoughts. Equals. R. DS. In 2004, I became friends with an Ukrainian guy called Pedro that I met completely randomly at a bar by the beach. I was on holidays and he was there with some friends having some drinks. Anyway, we started talking with each other. Our friendship started like that. He became regular at my house where our families would get together. In 2008, he called me and asked me if I wanted to go on a road trip. I said sure. I had in mind to go to the south of Spain and visit his brother. His brother was there in jail at the time, near Huelva, and also to visit his father in Portugal. His father was a former diplomat of the Ukraine years before, and when he retired, he decided to move to Portugal and live there. And so we went to visit his brother and then went to Portugal to visit his father. When we were at his house, he asked us a favor. He is old. If we could empty boxes from one of the rooms, as he wanted to, make it into a bedroom for guests. We said okay and went to the room, expecting to see some old newspapers. Instead, we found about 58 boxes full of old documents and books from the time when he was a diplomat. Some papers, documents, were in Russian, some were even from the USSR times. DS. Pedro started reading / translating some of them, and we realized that there was a lot of interesting, intriguing, and even top secret, at least at one time, documents. So we asked his father if we could keep the boxes for ourselves. He agreed, and we had to rent the bed to take everything back to home with us. Week after week, in our houses, but mainly on the weekends, we went through all of the documents, translating them, cataloging them by subject matter, or dates and places, etc. As, due to work, we were apart quite often. We also did a lot of work online. That's when we found the book that leaked to the videos I published. This one book that we had is undated and looks modern, but we did find the cover, only the cover for the same book, but dating back to 1951. We called his father later that year and asked him about the book, and he filled in the missing information. He said that amongst high-ranking political officials there had always been the rumor of alien contact, but nothing concrete. He said that he had received the book years before from one of his lifelong diplomat friends and had been updating the book until recently with information that friends of his sent him, or when they would get together to talk about old times. That information, regular updates, was sent to him by mail, but or online. He still gets regular updates that transmits to me. R. DS. The book has hundreds of side notes on the pages, updates, small papers with related miscellaneous info attached to pages, photos stapled to them, etc. That is how we found out about relatively recent visits from aliens, their numbers, where it happened, etc. They have been updating the information they could get regularly. But he also said that there were only a handful of people that were in the know back then. USSR days, the leader of the Communist Party and a couple of advisors, 5 or 6 search agents, maybe more, up to 12, the commander of the armed forces and the commanders of the 3 armed forces branches, Army, Air Force, and Navy, and maybe a couple of scientists. He said that most likely there were more people in the know, especially in the military, but he could not confirm that. Him and his friends did not recognize some of the names mentioned on the book. People have asked me about some of the illustrations of certain alien races on the book, just because some of them were literally copy-pop movies and / video games, not all. Me and Pedro asked ourselves the same thing, as we recognized some of them, and we did contact his father in order to get an answer. He told us that over the years the people that were adding / updating / renting the book had been using alien images from the media when they did not have a real photo or the drawing from the witnesses. So sometimes they used images from movies and video games that better describe the alien race in question. This according R. DS. To the witnesses' testimonies, description of their encounters. However, he did say something else, something extremely interesting. He told us that amongst high-ranking diplomats there has been much solid discussion and debate about the plan involving certain media, from online to paper to Hollywood to the video game industry, and certain security departments, especially from Japan, China, Canada, USA, and Europe, in order to use the right to the images to describe the appearance of aliens. All the media involved was, in the end, either directly or because they owned them, other companies owned for no more than 5 people, and that this was a concerted effort in order to get people, humankind, used to the appearance and presence of aliens common amongst us. He, Pedro's father, also told us that some of the alien races, images used in video games and other media, were used in the book prior to the release of the games and / or movies. Him and some of his friends had knowledge that some of those security departments had actually created some of the images, and then released them to the proper channels, in order for those images to be known to the general public. This, obviously, we could not confirm, except for one of the images on the book, the aliens used in the movie Independence. They were known before the making, not even close, of the movie, by at least 8 years. Also, some of the photos on the arm have been tampered with. Arm. DS. And so, there you have it, the story behind the alien race's Russian secret book. At least some of it. Hope you enjoy the book and all the revelations contained in it. This book is dedicated to the memory of Pedro _J. The art has been re-edited, information always being updated, in all aspects, from new alien races to new reports and photos, or illustrations, at least 12 times. That we know the first edition was printed in 1946 or early 1947. Then new editions were printed, 1951. I have the cover, just the cover, of that one, 1959, 1968, 1971, 1980, all the way to, we believe, 2011. Arm. TLE. My Vidaku. The lost copy. In the 1980s, a copy of edition of this book was found on a field in Asia, East Siberia. The copy ended up in the hands of a KGB agent with friends in the media. After the collapse of the USSR, some of the information and images in the book were leaked, sold. Years later, the information and some of the images started appearing in TV series and video games. Mass Effect being the most well-known. This information was handwritten on the book. Arm. DS. In 1924, near Yekaterinskoye, Ukraine, now Dnipropetrovsk, the 3 daughters of a certain Captain Andrejczyk simply vanished. Captain Andrejczyk was of Russian descent, and very little is known about him, except that he traveled a lot. A farmer that lived near Captain Andrejczyk's house said that he saw the captain's daughters walking towards the woods maybe 2 hours before sunrise. Intrigued, he followed them at a distance. After walking for 30 minutes, he described seeing purple and red lights and a mist through the trees. He got closer and saw the 3 girls entering what he called a floating bright windmill-like plane. He also reported seeing 5 creatures as small as the children, but with a much older face. According to him, the windmill then flew very slowly into the stars until he could not tell them apart. According to the farmer, he ran to Captain Andrew's house to warn him about the event. This photo supposedly shows the farmer's house. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, but nobody answered. He then entered the house and found the captain and his wife dead on their bed. Their faces were peaceful, as if they had died during their sleep. All their animals, 3 dogs, 1 horse, and 2 goats, were dead as well. On the kitchen table there was a letter or note, not signed, with the handwriting that matched Sophia, one of the daughters. TT said, "We are going to the school in the moon with our friends." Supposed photo of Sophia, not confirmed. Part 2. Search Agents Department 41/12. It is your duty to thoroughly investigate all events regarding any reports of visitations or incidents concerning creatures from other planets as well as with non-terrestrial creatures that dwell on our planet at the present or future time. TT is your duty to immediately present to your superior in charge, KL44, any material evidence gathered during your investigations. This is your duty to keep absolute secrecy and concealment regarding your findings and conclusions during your investigations, except from your superior in charge, KL44. TT is your duty to immediately destroy this book in case your physical being or personal safety is threatened. The loss of this book while in your possession will result in serious consequences for your 2 source companion agents as well as for your immediate relatives. Make use of your extensive training and love for our great union. Chief Marshal Constantine A. Beersheim, 1947. R. Asterisk N equals. This book of alien races is both an instructions manual and a source of information to be used now and in the future until the day it will be needed no more. Learn from it and add to it. When with humans. 1. Investigate events. 2. Interrogate witnesses. 3. Gather physical evidence. When with aliens. 1. Engage with them. 2. Follow them. 3. Learn from them. You are forbidden of showing this book to anyone, talking about the book to anyone, talking about or revealing your investigative activities to anyone, drinking alcohol on and off duty, consuming drugs on and off duty, helping alien races no matter the situation or request, choosing sides when physically amongst different alien races or during investigations, and of engaging in sexual activities with any members of any alien race. The alien races are Aldergol, aka the Builders. They come from Constellation Sculptor. They derive from an ancient race of reptilians that has gone extinct. They are specialists at building ships and other devices needed for deep space traveling. They are also space travelers themselves, searching for new raw materials. They can live up to 230 years. Last seen near Tokyo, Japan, in 2005. R. DS. Gila Tucker. They come from Constellation Gila, near the star Sumil Gulif. They grow up to 2 meters high, 6, and live up to 200 years. They can shapeshift and are very hard to detect. When they shapeshift, the only thing they cannot change is the size and color of their eyes. They are one of the oldest known races. They do affect humans. Last seen on Earth in July of 2008. R. Pleiadians. They come from solar systems surrounding the Pleiades. Stars, more precisely from the planet Erin near the star Tejan. They are associated with spiritual growth. They can grow up to 2.5 meters. 8. They practice sex cultivation, the distinct difference between their sexual expressions and their sensual emotions. Their ships are known as beam ships. Although regularly visiting Earth, they have remained mostly silent since 10,000 BC. They are one of the oldest known races. They continue to develop the necessary mental skills to eventually reach their goal, and even higher spiritual state. R. DS. Kalamura. They come from Constellation Bolans. The sightings of this race on Earth are rare and they are considered as a mystery race. It is said that they were forbidden to visit Earth around the year 1.000 BC, but they did not stop visiting Earth completely. This because of their allies, the race nature. Last seen on Earth, December of 1989. R. KURS, aka Gods of Lands, believed to be related to the race of Nike. They come from the planet Dilibans. They are the race behind the story of Inla and Ninla. They were directly involved in the development of the human race during our early stages. After centuries away from Earth, they have recently returned. Their own leaders amongst the most recent visitors. They will now stay on Earth permanently. They will have an important role in the years to come. They spend time immersed in precious gold light liquid that presumably extends their lifespan. R. AJB Homicondras. They come from galaxy Sextans dwarf SDH. First visited Earth in 934 AD in the area that we now know as Romania. They often abduct and kill humans. They also drain and drink the blood of humans as well as the blood of animals. They are responsible for the myth of vampires. Several human governments know and accept their actions. The human bodies that they use are never returned. Last sighting, Scotland, in 1996. Mazur. They come from Constellation Camelopardalis. From the 1300s to the early 1900s, our calendar, they were not allowed to leave their planet by other alien races. They are a very violent and predatory race. They are known to be allies of the race nature. They grow up to 1.6 meters. 5. Last seen on Earth, August of 2001. R. DS. Albriulus. They come from Constellation Cetus, near the Neptitos. Gmon. Although they are often confused with reptilian races, they do not share anything with them except their appearance. Their height is around 2 meters, 6, and they can live up to 350 years. This is one of 21 races that are known to have more than 2 genders, sexes. This race has 8 different genders and all of them can reproduce with each other. The purpose for their visits to Earth is unknown. Last sighting was near Lima, Peru, in December of 2004. No image provided. Probably the most enigmatic of all alien races. Not much is known about them. They visit Earth around every 300 years. Their next visit is supposed to happen any time now. They do not reveal themselves. They do not make direct contact with humans. They leave carvings, drawings, and writings on rocks as well as symbols in historical monuments. Their ships have the shape of a teardrop and are silver in color. R. Raymond. They come from Capella, Constellation Orion. Known to be a very peaceful race. They try to coexist with humans. They created the Mayan civilization, culture, by placing humans from different places on Earth in South America. They are a race of scientists. They taught the Mayans about astronomy and time. They left Earth when the Mayans were at their highest splendor. After that, the Mayans started the well-known blood sacrifices in their honor. This race has been on Earth many times after that. Last sighting, or in 2001. R. X. Mudian David, aka Shining Ones. They come from Constellation Vulpecula. They have met with at least 2 USA presidents as well as with USSR and now Russian leaders and some high-ranking officials. They supply limited amounts of their technology to humans in exchange for the freedom to conduct abductions. They do not involve other alien races in this process. They had a big role in Siberian and Tibetan culture. They still have bases in those areas hidden in the north face of mountains. They have colonized over 40 planets outside our solar system. So far, R. Rat. Of the 58 races described here, this is the race that least visited Earth that we know of so far, only 5 times. They visited the area we know as the Middle East and that created the belief in the jinn, or genies, in Islamic mythology. According to some Muslim scholars, they inhabit an unseen world, in a dimension beyond the existing dimensions of our universe. According to reports from other alien races, they stopped visiting Earth because their immune system could not cope with Earth's fauna and flora. Last reported visit, 712 AD. R. DS. The Invisibles. No image. This race is known to have been seen near high security areas. They are almost completely invisible to the naked eye. Both the USA and Russian military have developed technology that allows them to track them down on radar, just the ships. 3 things are known about this race. 1, they leave a sour smell when they are near. 2, when they are near windows you can see the reflection as a smudge-like figure have been caught on CCTV footage. 3, when many dogs, or only one, start barking with no apparent reason, it is possible that they are nearby, or report noise/reptiles. They come from constellation Mensa. Purpose of presence, unknown. R. DS. All model of Strat 163. They were forced to leave Earth after losing a battle against reportoids in ancient India, date unknown, which they had been visiting for around 200 years. They have resumed their visits to Earth in 1948. Technologically, this is a very advanced race. Their ships are often invisible to radar and the human eye, and they wear some sort of clothing that makes them invisible as well. Supposedly, they come from Jupiter or from one of its moons. Last sighting, Portugal, May 2005. R. DS. No image. The members of this race are the cause why humans coined the term Martians. They come from constellation Gemini. They have had permanent bases on Mars for thousands of years, where they mine some sort of gold-like material. First recorded visit to Earth, 1235 BC in Japan. Last sighting, Madagascar, 2003. R. DS. Into God. aka Tall One. This race has several bases on and in the moon, where they mine unknown material. They use slaves to do most of their work. These slaves are extremely well taken care of, and the Intibat see them as indispensable. Their operations on and in the moon are very secretive. They are in almost permanent contact with high-ranking officials from the USA, China, and Russia Fed governments. They have the ability to shapeshift into an almost perfect human form. They are also known as Men in Black, as they use special dark suits to protect their skin when in human shape while conducting special operations on Earth. R. DS. Philomet ARR. aka ARR. They come from constellation Crux, near Gabrix. It is a very hard race to track down or spot. Both the USA and Russian military have developed a special camera and radar system that allows to spot them when they are on Earth. But even then, they have only been sighted 8 times. The purpose of their presence is unknown. When they are sighted, it is usually in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle. R. DS. 2017. No image. They have only contacted humans 1 time, in the USSR in 1935. According to reports, they spoke some kind of Slavic dialect. They left a writing message with about 10 sentences. They come from Galaxy of Fish 395462884. Estimated distance from Earth, our standard, is 13.2 billion light years. They travel by using what other alien races call wormhole, which allows them to bend space. Note from myself and Petra. On the original arm, our copy/edition, 9 of the sentences left by this race are blacked out. The only one that is not is this one. 2017 to 2022. According to reports, they were tall, had blonde long hair, and smelled like flowers. R. DS. Element Hook. They come from constellation Grus, near the star Altair. They are one of the most peaceful races. They co-created the Alliance of the 5 Races, Council of the 5, but are not part of it. The Council of the 5 are a group of 5 alien races that protect humans against less peaceful races. They coined the sentence, 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The Council is supposed to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013, the reason being the fact that Earth has been receiving too many visits from new races in the past 500 years. Last sighting on Earth, near the Sea of Cortez, September 2002. R. DS. China. Maintains sporadic contacts with 3 Earth governments, but not the most powerful ones, not USA, Russia, or China. Considered to have a violent nature by other races. They have been visiting Earth for 3.000 years. They come from constellation Horology and are known to have as allies the race nature. Last sighting, near Houston, USA, February 1st of 2003. R. DS. They come from constellation Indus. They are known by other races as peacemakers. They are very advanced technologically. Their first sighting on Earth dates back to 1500 BC. They met with JFK 3 weeks before he was killed. They have also, around the same time, met with other human world leaders. They have not been seen on Earth since JFK's death. In 1965, they gave a message to the human leaders that ran countries with nuclear capability, content unknown. R. DS. Dorset. They grow to a maximum height of 0.5 meters, 1.6. They have visited Earth at least 250 times. They come from Cassiopeia, where they have 2 home planets. They eat other alien races as well as humans. Their race is at least 4 billion years old and they have been in a constant state of war with another alien species for 2 billion years. Last sighting on Earth, November 2001, Italian Alps. R. DS. Measure. Known to be a very peaceful race. They have 2 permanent bases somewhere in South America. They are 100% nocturnal, do not interact with humans and are described by other alien races as shy. They harvest insects and rodents by the many thousands on a monthly basis, reason, unknown. At least 3 of them have been under Brazilian military custody for the past 12 years. Last sighting, near Oaxaca, Mexico, in 2003. They are visited by their own kind, race, every 20 years. The next visit should be around 2016. A card. They come from constellation Sextans. One of their ships crashed outside of Argentina, Brazil, in 1996. 2 of its occupants are under USA custody, after having paid billions of dollars to the Brazilian government. They have the fastest ships of any known alien race. Last sighting, February 2002, near Argentina, Brazil, again. R. DS. R. DS. Major. They have 2 home planets in constellation Megapia. They have the same average height as humans and are considered by many alien races as parasites. Visited Earth for the first time during the prehistoric period. Date unknown. Abduction of humans is carried out openly. They have the goal of colonizing Earth. That has not happened. Because of protection from other alien races, such as the ones in the Council of the 5. They are hermaphrodites and their lifespan is 120 years. They have colonized at least 26 planets. They have abducted at least 5.000 humans, males. They have visited Earth at least 200 times. Last sighting, September 2006 near Nome, Alaska, USA. R. DS. Draws. Their height is around 2.5 meters. 8. They have a very complex structure of their skull. Visited Earth at least 20 times. They carry out human abductions which they use for human reproduction. They have abducted at least 520 humans, males and females. They come from the 3rd star in constellation Cetus. They have 2 home planets and have colonized at least 40 planets with the help of slaves. 10 of those planets were taken with the use of force. They work together with 3 other races. They mostly eat animal protein-derived products. According to alien reports, they are not mentally/spiritually prepared to interact with most other races. Their two home planets' chemical composition is similar to Earth. They are supposed to reveal themselves to humans in open matter in 2022. R.D.S. Lang. Small species growing only up to 70 centimeters. 2. They come from the sixth-starring constellation called Berenices. They have 3 home planets, maybe 4, and have colonized at least 10. They were one of the first races to visit Earth. They were the race that started the stories about fairies. 2 alien races claim that they have affected over 10 million humans throughout history. That number is highly disputed by 2 other races. They state that the number is much lower, and 1 race even made a statement to a Russian president saying that the race line has never affected any human. Last sighting, New Zealand, in 2006, a group of 20 members. R.D.S. SES. SMAD. No image. They come from planet Spock, constellation Bacteria. Their ships have a conical shape. They resemble humans in appearance. According to one alien race, they only have 6 ships left. They colonized 20 planets, 18 of them were inhabited. They first visited Earth 2.500 years ago and are very interested in our religious beliefs. They are a race in decline, weakening, according to other alien races. R.D.S. Tengri. They come from planet Tengri, galactic sector 56, star system, at 1342. They live underground and have a population of 10 million. First visit to Earth, 10.000 years ago. They do not need an atmosphere or water to survive. They have one ship that can accommodate 5 million of their kind. They have had contact with human governments throughout history. Last known sighting, near Buenos Aires, Argentina, in 2003. R.D.S. Grizzly. Their height average is the same as that of humans and they are covered in a soft silky hair. They have 2 home planets in the Virgo star system. They have visited Earth at least 12 times. Their first visit happened during the era, dynasties, of Egypt. Pharaohs, around 3.000 years ago. They spent 10 uninterrupted years there during that time. The Djoser pyramid was built in their honor. They have been keeping a close look at humans' development for the past 200 years, knowing that some powerful humans can, and are, being asleep by some alien races, disguised as humans. Only 6 of them travel each time in their ships. Last sightings, July 2002 and February 2004. D.S. They come from planet Nibiru, aka Nibiru. Their planet is part of the same solar system as Earth, but with a much longer orbit. It comes closer to the sun every 4.000 years, and not every 3.50 years as commonly accepted. They resemble humans but are higher, 2.5 meters/8, and more muscular. When they first visited Earth, there were already other races established here, some malevolent and with supernatural powers. The Anunnaki defeated them and became the most powerful race on Earth. They genetically engineered the most intelligent non-alien beings on Earth, us, at the time not much more than smart primates, in order to have a race of slaves at their disposal. At the time, some LAMD Lilith were the Anunnaki king and queen. They were not aware of the presence of reptilians on Earth. They only cooperate with one other race, the Zeta Reticuli, not to be confused with the Solitari, aka Greys. Eventually they left Earth, unknown reasons, but before they left, they created a subspecies of the Zeta. This species eventually became rulers of Egypt, pharaohs, until the reptilians infiltrated them as temple priests and ended their reign. They gave birth to the legends about giants. R.D.S. aka Nike. They will return one day as promised by themselves, however. The date of their return is still a mystery. They do know all that is happening on Earth as well as in other planets where they had influence, and / still have. The proximity of planet Nibiru, aka Nibiru, does cause cosmic instability and weather-related repercussions in all planets of our solar system, but does not cause the amount of destruction that it is usually accepted and believed. How far there it is still a mystery. R.D.S. AFIM. They come from constellation Lyra. They call themselves a Spianzi because of a war that they fought against a race called Spianzi. The Spianzi race had 12 times more members and 35 times more ships and resources than the Fim, but the Fim won in the end. So they added the Spianzi name to their own race name, as a warning to other races. They are smaller than humans in stature and their skin is covered with blue spots, darker for males and lighter in females. Their planet is called Primea Petri. Technologically, they are extremely developed. They can travel from their planet to Earth in 20 Earth minutes. They do not need oxygen. They do have an atmosphere, but it is composed mainly of a hydrogen mixed environment. They have colonized 10 planets in an unviolent way. When they are close to humans, they can become invisible, but humans when around them will feel a certain amount of unexplained anxiety. Their ships are small and spherical in shape. One of the reasons they visit us is to study what they call human deviation in order to determine the development of a human race. R.D.S. Solotsuran. Peaceful and harmonious race. They one main leader and his name is Imar. Their civilization is 2 billion years old. Once they were at the same level of development as ourselves. They have no colonies. They are completely focused on the development of other planets and races. They come from constellation Cygnus. They do have one powerful weapon that keeps some neighborhood violent races away, and others that may try to invade them. At one time, race nature lost 5 ships because of it. They said that the human race, in the next few thousands of years, still has 645 options left to save ourselves, our planet, and to guarantee a future for our race, but it will all depend on our ability to travel through space. They are Solotsuran, but we call them Greys. Toxic. No image. This race was very influential in some South and Central American cultures. At one time, they had over 2.000 members living amongst humans in those regions, until one day when most of them left, leaving behind only 25 of their own. Humans then killed them. They have not returned to Earth since that incident. They were known to be very tall. Some reports from one alien race say that some of them were as tall as 4 meters high. 13. The reasons why the local humans killed the 25 Puxides is unknown. R.D.S. XS Dika. This race was created by the race nature in order to be used as slaves common, and that is still what they serve for. They are often sent by the nature to security-sensitive regions, working as messengers and also to conduct abductions. They can live forever as they are not organic. However, the raw materials that the nature need to build one are very rare. So, there are not many of them. Estimation, less than 300. They are able to use rational thinking as well as flying ships and many other tasks. Last seen on Earth in July 1997, near Brisbane, Australia. R.D.S. Tanzania. They come from constellation Perseus, near the star Gorgonia. Second, they have caused thousands, maybe millions, of deaths on Earth. And other planets is one of their interests, or area of study, is how other races react to tragedies and cataclysms. Technologically, they are extremely advanced. One alien race reported that they, the Tanzania, caused both the crashing of the Hindenburg as well as the sinking of the Titanic. They can live up to 500 years and are around 1.7 meters tall. 5. They are avoided by other alien races. Last sighting, January 1999 in New York State. R.D.S. AIRK. They come from constellation Ophiuchus, near the Empire. Considered by other races as peaceful. The purpose of their visits is unknown. They never stay long on Earth and do not interact with humans or other aliens here. They mostly use Earth as a stop to quickly gather something they may need before they leave to their real destination. They are mostly nocturnal. Their ships emit bright orange light and are, most of them, not all, octagonal in shape. Last spotted near London, England, in May 2003. Are DS. Benny Perry. They come from constellation Pavo. They have very respected and peaceful race, presumably with mystical powers. They have been coming to Earth at least since 1.000 AD. They do not carry out abductions and do not interact with humans. They can live up to 2,000 years. Their height is similar to that of a normal human. They are vegetarians. Last sighting, near Odessa, Ukraine in July of 1995. Are DS. Strong. They come from constellation Ursa Minor. Stroms are invertebrates and coelenterids. Their average height is 2 meters, 6.5. Vegetation is of great importance to their culture, and the main reason for their visits to Earth. They have been on Earth at least 200 times. They act with extreme caution and are rarely seen by humans. First visited Earth at the end of the last big ice age. They have 20 colonies in the Violet Black Galaxy. Their ships have the shape of an octagon. Last sighting, October 1976 in Oregon, USA. Are DS. Calinia. They come from constellation Aquila, Star Terrace. They have colonized 3 planets and have a lifespan of 150 years. They are often sighted in northern Africa and the Sahara region. First visited Earth around 300 BC. They do not conduct abductions. Main interest about Earth, minerals. Last sighted in 2003 near a volcano in Iceland. Are DS. E. Mythology. Once related to the reptoid species, they are not, however, reptilians. They come from constellation Serpens, Star Alia. First visit to Earth was only in June 13, 1965. They do not represent any threat to humans. Often seen around Antarctica. The reason for their visit is unknown. Last sighting, Antarctica, May 1st, 1997. A 9-arm. Yuli. Reptilians. The most known and feared of the reptoid species, there are at least 3. They have been permanently on Earth for over 15.000 years. Confirmed, but the belief is that they may have been here permanently or on and off for millions of years. They come from constellation Draco. They have a presence in thousands of planets and have at least colonized 500 by means of infiltration within the leadership of each planet. Some, not all, of their members have the power to shapeshift, as well as telepathic abilities. On Earth they did not need to infiltrate human leadership all the time, as they often lived side by side with humans, most of them unaware, and lived our evolution, all aspects of it. Equals 9-arm. DS. UE. Reptilians. They are considered one of the most technologically advanced species, but they prefer to work in the shadows, using that as an advantage for their progress or plan/agenda. They can travel interdimensionally, most races can't, and some of their high-ranking members also have the power to become invisible. To have that power, a reptilian must first be accepted in what they call the Draco, an elite group of reptilians. The reptilians from the Draco are infiltrated, or even were co-founders of the Illuminati. They have 3 main bases on Earth, near the Bermuda Triangle, somewhere off the coast of Denmark and off the coast of New Zealand. Some say that they will never leave, at least on their own. Are DS. Alcobat. Presumably they have over 5.000 ships and have colonized over 100 planets on their own. Considered by other aliens as one of the parasite races. Abduction of humans are frequent and ongoing. Purpose of human abductions, unknown. They do not like to interact with other alien races. They come from constellation Perseus and are extremely aggressive. Suspected to have been involved in several airplane crashes, such as Flight 007 over the USSR in 1983. The USSR leadership took the blame for that crash. Last seen, September 2001 in Canada. Are DS. Nicomat. aka Omaha. First known visit to Earth happened only in 1989. They abduct humans and exercise control over the minds of their captives, which they use for their own benefit after the captives' release. Reason, unknown. This race was the inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Petro enemy, the art states the same thing about another race. They are one of the oldest races. They are one of the races that most human governments fear. When considering the future of humans, are DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Champale. Often confused, because of their appearance, with the races Matra and Solitzerai, the Greys. They come from constellation Nets. They are allies of the Anunnaki and cooperate with them in different planets. They are the representatives of the Anunnaki on Earth and send them information about humans and this planet at least 25 times per year. The Anunnaki created a subspecies of the Zeta with the purpose of making them look more human-like, but leaving enough physical differences for humans to distinguish them. They became some of the pharaohs of Egypt. Are DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Champale. The most well-known was Akhenaten, who was removed from power by reptilians. They infiltrated themselves in the court as temple priests. First reports of Zetas on Earth go back to 4.000 AD, but that number is most likely much higher. They were the first hybrids to be engineered by the Anunnaki. The Zeta subspecies still exists on Earth and still, at least 30%, present the same physical differences created in them. The sexual organs of the subspecies are in every aspect the same as that of humans. Are DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Champale. The Zeta still exist on Earth in both forms, the original and the hybrid subspecies. Their location on Earth is unknown. Zeta hybrid subspecies. Zeta Reticuli. Are DS. Terrace. No image. Their origin is unknown. They are often seen near or flying by volcanoes. Identified due to the exquisite nature of their ships. They have never contacted humans and there are no reports of violence or abductions, even though their discreet presence on Earth is frequent, and they do not try to hide from view. There are several contradictory reports about their appearance. Last sighted, off the coast of Norway, in 2000. Are DS. Piratophilamu, aka Nazik 7. Their origin is unknown. They are often sighted in the northwest of the USA, especially in the Oregon area. They have a special interest about Earth's oceans and are known to have underwater ships, aka USOs. In the 1980s and the 1990s they almost crashed a few times against US Navy ships while the Americans were testing new sonar and radar systems. They are peaceful and mostly nocturnal. Last sighted in the year 2000 near San Francisco, USA. Are DS. X1Z, aka X. No image. Only sighted 2 times on Earth. According to reports from other races they are able to shapeshift as many as 4 times in 10 seconds. Their origin is unknown. They conduct human abductions and perform medical experiments on the subjects. They have been visiting Earth since the mid-1500s. The only 2 confirmed sightings happened near Lazig, Turkey. Are Carabelli, known to be, at times, extremely dangerous to humans as well as to other alien races. They come from constellation Candelian. They have been permanently involved in conflicts with a few other races for over 500 Earth years. They are rarely seen on Earth. They live up to 150 years old. Reportedly they are 3 meters tall, 9, and have 4 arms. Last sighting was near New Orleans, USA, in 1976. Alpha. They come from constellation Bodes, near Celis Primus. They also resemble the Greys but are not related. This race has 4 different genders and they are known to be benevolent. The purpose of their visit is unknown, but they seem to have a special interest on raw materials/minerals, as they have been often sighted near old mines. Last sighting, San Isidro del General, Costa Rica, in 2005. DS. DS. Despite their appearance, installs fear in humans when sighted. This race is not known to be aggressive. They can live up to 400 years. They come from constellation Delphinus, near Sulucin. They have been visiting Earth for at least 4.000 years, but were sighted quite often during the 19th century. They served as inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Petro and Me. This is the other second mention about a race being used as inspiration for that same movie. Last sighting happened near Marseille, France, in 1996. DS. Disagree. Their origin is unknown, but there are reports stating that it takes them near 2 Earth years to get to this planet. They are the survivors of an extinct reptoid race and do not possess the same level of technology or knowledge as other races visiting Earth. They do have some human characteristics, such as skin. In 1977 or 1978, near Siena, Italy, 2 of their species were captured. After landing behind a church in ruins, 3 days later they were transferred to a USA airbase still in Italy and finally taken to an undisclosed location where, supposedly, they still remain contacts. I've mentioned somewhere in the South Pacific or in another USA base near Japan. The USS Arica/3 was able to get a hold of one video recording of this species. Last sighting, January 3rd, 2001, near Victoria, Canada. DS. Element. AKA Ox. Supposedly this is the race that started the myth of elves. They are sighted often in the Germanic countries, deep in the forest. They are not known to be lethal to humans, however they are known as being pranksters. It seems that they enjoy scaring humans when these get too close. It has been reported that they have lured humans away from their cars in order to steal their possessions, once the humans are far away from their vehicles, and they already have stolen what they wanted. They frighten them, which makes the humans leave the location. Last sighting, near Munich, Germany in December 2004. The Council of 5. DS. Very little is known about the 5 alien races that are part of the Council of 5. The races that are part of this council, previously known as the Council of 9, have been protecting Earth and the humans for as long as there are alien records of it. Some say that they have been protecting the planet even before humans existed, 4 million soft years. An alien race reported that the Council of 5 last met on Earth in 1944. Note of Petro and myself, we found a handwritten note on the farm dated July 2005 stating that the Council of 5 is going to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013. The same note also mentioned the fact that the presence and arrival of those 5 races could cause cosmic events that can affect Earth's atmosphere, and it also said that humans would be seeing an increase of alien ships activity during that period. DS. Continuation of note. The note also states that the meeting of the Council is to discuss possible threats to Earth and humans as well as the fact that so many new alien races have been visiting Earth lately. By lately, the note states that that means to the 5 for the past 500 years. According to several alien races, the Council of 5, at the time, Council of 9, has monitored human evolution since primordial times, since humans were only a one-cell marine organism, and throughout all natural evolution, when humans became primate-like creatures and beyond, after the Anunnaki, aka Anunnaki interference. According to those same alien races, all evolutionary sequences in all planets have a beginning and an end, with the exception of minor details due mostly to radical weather changes. After the Anunnaki tampered with the DNA of primates and created humans, the Council of 5 decided to not only monitor but also to protect us, as they realized that one day humans would be able to join other alien races in development and enlightenment. DS. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. DS. A. Lanois. B. DBGNAS. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. Figaro. DS. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. Jinbo. DS. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. DS. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. DS. It is generally agreed that the Amether is the most important race not only of the Council but also amongst all known races. They are related to the Solotsurai, but much older and advanced in all levels. They were one of the founder races of the Council. They met with USA President D. Eisenhower on 3 different occasions. They also met with 2 high-ranking USSR leaders in 3 different occasions, and they tried. They do not force anything upon humans to meet with USA President Nixon, but he refused, claiming that it would be too dangerous as they could maybe read his mind and find out about delicate national security secrets concerning relations with the USSR. Alien Files. DS. DS. In 2003, the China National Space Administration, CNSA, received a reply from the Pioneer plate sent in 1972 and 1973 were the Pioneer 10 and 11. Despite many requests and offers from the USA, the EU, Australia, and Russia for China to share the information on the reply, the Chinese have not done that yet. In 1985, 3 alien races delivered documents and video to the UN Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar showed evidence of several planets within Earth's solar system that had a daily average temperature of 32 degrees Celsius, 89.6 Fahrenheit, and oceans. DS. K737. Libya, Nigeria. In August 21-1957, a Caucasoid woman was found near Libya. She was not dressed matching the area nor the time period. She was taken to a local Dutch landowner and interrogated. Reports say that she claimed to be Captain Benjamin Briggs's wife, Sarah. Captain Benjamin Briggs was the captain of the Mary Celeste, a British-American merchant ship that was discovered on December 4-1872 in the Atlantic Ocean, unmanned and apparently abandoned. She committed suicide that same night. Reptilian shape-shifting in progress. DS. Reportedly and shape-shifting in progress. 2. Pocahontas. The matron have been involved in several tragedies throughout human history. Some of the worst plagues were inflicted by them with the knowledge and agreement of the reptilians who want the human population to never go over 1 billion. The reptilians have abducted female humans for thousands of years. Most of their hybrid offspring are sent away to other planets that they have colonized. Some stay on Earth where they become powerful members, infiltrated in society. DS. Mars and the Moon have been overmined and explored for the past 33.000 years. The races that do, they are going deeper and deeper inside the planet to reach the raw materials they want. Abandoned surface structures can be seen everywhere. All human religions have been created by alien races that want to keep humans divided and the truth about creation in secret. They roam the corridors of religious Power as members of pseudo-religious spiritual human organizations such as the Masons. Most members of the Masons are clueless about the true intentions of a few. R. DS. TTSE and A. Jess SE Constant. 3024.2S. Noted FS. TEO to LN. Since the formation of the USSR, its leaders were extremely interested about all the information they could get on aliens. They knew of their existence and visits and wanted to gain their knowledge, little knowing that the death of Russia's Tsar Nicholas II had been planned by aliens and that their own circles of power had already been infiltrated. Several secret missions were deployed by Stalin to South and Central America after two generals found a book that belonged to Tsar Nicholas I.S. Y. Tsarina, Alexandra, and Grigory Rasputin that had a map showing the location of alien bases. That map was later used in the school system, minus the bases locations. 26. R. DS. The Philadelphia experiment of 1943 did happen and it was successful after the third attempt. Further attempts failed. Contrary to belief, the experiment resulted from Albert Einstein's discovery of a manuscript, along with one metallic object found in a cave system and brought to Spain by Columbus. On his last voyage, the manuscript found by Columbus contained extremely technologically advanced schematic drawings and information that was used to develop the unified field theory by Einstein, where he described mathematically and physically the interrelated nature of the forces that comprise electromagnetic radiation and gravity. Einstein had Illuminati connections. In 1933, near Bergia, Italy, an alien ship belonging to the race Calamia crashed, killing all its occupants. Inside many ancient Italian artifacts were found, and alien ones. Benito Mussolini created a secret group to look at that incident and any other future ones related to alien races. That group still exists, and it's called Joe 1. All the artifacts found on the wreck were put in a museum and passed as a found at an archaeological excavation. In 1950, another ship crashed at the same location. R. DS. R. DS. During the early 1950s, USA President D. Eisenhower and British PM Winston Churchill met several times to discuss the best ways to keep the alien presence on Earth away from the general public and from prying eyes. Together they created a top-secret task force called SEAL. This task force was so secret that its leader was an Air Force general from English descent that belonged to the military of Uruguay. Side by side with this general worked 2 USA and 2 English secret services agents. They were not allowed to write anything they investigated. All events and investigative progress were only reported face-to-face to both Churchill and Eisenhower. R. DS. From 700 AD to the 19th century AD, over 50 battles between alien races were fought on Earth's skies and witnessed by thousands of people. Many artists painted and carved these events, but the Catholic Church searched, found, and destroyed most of them. In the 20th century, only less than 10 are available. As long as there are stars, there will be war. Race nature. R. DS. August 1608, from Marseille and Nice, France, all the way to Genova, Italy. Alien ships stopped by the sea. Shore and crew members worked on the vehicles openly for everyone to see. This painting shows 3 alien ships in Nice. Note, this is the original illustration. In the 1970s, a magazine purposely improved its quality in order to make it look contemporary and be able to debunk the event. Real witness of the event wrote the next day. The inhabitants saw 3 strange luminous vessels, which evolved at high speed above the city. The 3 machines stopped near the fortress and went down above the waters where they caused the water to boil and emit red-orange vapor. To the great stupor of the numerous witnesses, 2 humanoid beings with large heads and large luminous eyes, dressed in a red suit with silver scales, connected to the flying machine by tubes, engaged themselves in several hours of strange work. DS. OF. Discovers. AB rated terror. Plus ET Agio Principles. Fitness Aparcus Supplementary. John. Commencement du Bois Dia. Demir Cosila Predigis Dufang. Hey Propi the Seal. And Place. Coffin Nice. And Put Fighters Head. Roy Stella Cross. And Federal Around the Slav Samuelser. A. Qual C. Sense Largans PAR Put Fight.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of
You hurting with God, brother. What you gonna do when you in your bag without a couple ain't no money coming in from works? I gotta hustle up. Hey, pushing up big now. I had a G, I make you struggling niggas curse well. The ride I took a shit with dirt like a play fair. It's easy to make it on top of how to stay up for real. You know what I said when I woke up to a girl who come up for real? I said, little bitch, here at you. You know what I'm gonna do if you go? Kill myself. Give me pussy, I'm gonna kill myself. Matter of fact, I'm gonna kill myself if you don't do it, motherfucker.
first edition of Secret and CC's Skywave SSB2 with a single-side band is the ultimate companion and emergency radio. Fits in the palm of your hand, weighs only 8 ounces, the reception is excellent, the audio is sharp and clear for small sounds. The CC Skywave SSB2 radio gives you access to important communication.
In the hospital. I ain't got no Wi-Fi, I can't afford that shit, but I'm finna be. I'm a real fly guy. See, I fucked up. But a bad bitch who was in love with her name was Ryan. So when she gets some comments, she can get like, oh, Ryan. So the shitty thing is, that's just facts. Shorty's name is Ryan, but she's got that stat. Hey, we in it for the money, we blessing the gang, and you know we fucking bitches in it, that's a fucking name. What? You got big black, white t-shirt, and you know I'm with the big fat. Yeah, take a few minutes, motherfuckers.
Real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started going, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie back with Dr. Christopher Kerr. His website is linked up at coasttocoastradio.com. Chris, of the people who are at the dying stage, what generally is taking them down? What affliction do they have? Is it cancer?
Yeah, it's pretty representative across the board. Cancer is certainly a number, but a lot of heart and lung disease as well. And more we're seeing people live longer with multiple comorbidities. But yeah, cancer is highly representative.
Have you ever seen a patient pull out of it completely where everybody thought that, including them, that they were going to die and they still kept going?
I've seen a few in my life. I think that oftentimes there was a misdiagnosis, but there are certainly kind of unexplainable changes in the trajectory of certain people's health. Yeah.
Explain how death situation comes to the patients. How does that come?
I think a couple of things are important. One is they describe these experiences as virtual illusions. They're not really memories. So it has this lived feeling to it. And with that, because of the themes, they're reconnecting with people they love, parents, a child, that they feel a sense of being restored, of feeling lost love that kind of returns to them, of being put back together. And that's really the meaning of it.
Is there anything religious about this at all with them?
This is something we wrestled with, but others have reported the same thing. We don't see a lot of reference to the symbols of religion, but certainly with the tenets of faith. So the tenets of faith are love, forgiveness. Those are the overarching themes.
The family members, the people who, of course, are related to the person who's dying, how do they react with all of this?
So we've done 2 studies involving about 753 family members. And the best way to say it is that what's good for the patient is also good for the loved one. How people leave us matters, whether we see death as something just as a physical lesson or so I think that, if you have two partners and someone dying in the bed and they lost a child decades earlier and the person in the bed's referencing that child, that very much changes how death is viewed. Rather than something that's empty, it's full of something with meaning. And that's what our surveys show. In fact, we looked at an instrument that measures how people breathe in healthy versus unhealthy ways. And people who witness these experiences absolutely remember differently, moved on differently, were able to recall differently. So it's a very healthy thing.
Of course, have you videotaped many of the patients?
Yeah, we have. As mentioned, it was meant for doctors, and we knew everyone would have this preconceived bias about what a dying patient looked like, right? That they would be feeble-minded, confused. So we were very deliberate in filming patients. And it's kind of funny because it was meant for physicians and lecturers, and it ended up as part of a Netflix docuseries and a PBS documentary.
Do most of the people who are at the dying stage think that there's life after death?
It's a great question. And we were really careful not to delve into the interpretation of this. So we were just wanted to take their words and experiences and transcribe it. Because you could go through a number of things, right? Go towards religion, like paranormal, etc. I think what's most important is they didn't get a sense of finality. They don't talk. They don't talk in terms of fear. I guess the best way to say it is there's something within the dying that's actually life affirming. So it doesn't deny that dying is occurring, but rather instead it affirms a life that was led.
Knowing what you know, what generally would be more acceptable? To be knowing you're dying and you have a few weeks to prepare, through these insights, or to somebody who just dies suddenly and they're gone?
Oh, I would prefer the former for a few reasons. I think it's a completely different injury to leave people abruptly. I think that there's important living to do in the dying process. I think we see some of the best, or human nature. I think we see people who may not have hope for cure, but their hope transitions to other people. There's gestures of love. There's selflessness. So I think it's meant to be that way. And that's so profound living. And we see this in caregiving. When people are going along with their lives and all of a sudden they stop. And the adult child is now caring for their parent who needs them. So we see incredible acts of kindness, of compassion, and our caregivers will say it was kind of the best, hardest thing they ever did. So I think depriving people of saying what needs to be said, of sharing very special moments together, of remembering. I think that's really important. So yeah, I think it's much harder to die suddenly. It leaves a different mood.
What have you learned by this process that you didn't know prior to?
I think I trained in a very traditional medical model, and I saw dying as almost medical failure, as a problem to solve. And I looked at it in terms of organ function, rather than what it really is, a very human event, the closing of a life. I certainly didn't start with a bias towards trying to understand or appreciate the spiritual aspect of living and death. But I think when we just come out, very moved by that. I think there's a better
a little bit like 6 millimeters. Anything like I like very close. Very close. Like a shade. Yeah, like almost shade. ちょっと無理しまってよ。先のしまってよ。じゃあ、無理だよ。 I want to look like young man. Young man. Young man. Do you want to visit me? You're going to get me in trouble. Young man.
They focus on different levels and when we actually measure process in terms of what we're doing,
Brad Pitt now. Brad Pitt. Nice. They call me mix between Keanu Reeves or Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt, you're right. Keanu Pitt. Keanu Pitt. Or Keanu Pitt. Keanu Pitt. I have like kind of similar face like Brad Pitt and Keanu Reeves. My hair grows back fast. It doesn't matter. Military style? Yeah, she's going up. Oh my gosh. Do you want to be monkas? Like monk? Monk style? In 1 week, my hair grew back. I can fade my thing. Actually, if she cut my hair, maybe I don't even need dye. Alright, if she cut my hair, I don't need to dye. Yeah, right. So, how long has your mom been styling hair? Before you're born? She's a professional. My uncle. I can help you. I can. Don't make mistakes. Don't challenge. How can I be eating that or something? I don't look good. Okay. You look like a chicken. Chicken. Follow my vein. You can see my vein stress vein. For the peak. I don't like Brad Pitt. In what movie?
Worsening physical conditions, she's dying. Instead, she's feeling reclaimed love. And of course, the effect this had on the dog was immense. Because what this tends to do is connect us to one another, daughter and mother, these fathers, so that lives, whether they're living or dead, are named and are woken. Because they kind of return to them.
What did you learn about this that you did not know before?
I thought, physician, I thought of dying in terms of in physical dimensions, without really any appreciation that the patient, the view from the bed is different. I was looking at a body, and yet everybody is holding the nausea. But I really kind of appreciation that the person is dying.
It's like the Mario driving Mario scooty. Choco on the driving scooty. Just going through the traffic. You take me to hotel? No, no picnic. No picnic. Yeah, I speak Vietnamese. Oh, man, you speak Vietnamese? Come on, buddy. What you say? Where are you going? Coffee, milk, and ice. Stop here. Where are you going? Go down. Huh? Go down, huh? You do it. What? Okay, bye-bye. How much? How much? Yeah, okay, how much? Huh? But I give you food. How are you? Yeah, bro, I'm fine. No fine, no fine. You know my hotel? No. Bye-bye. Now, this is the day to talk. I'm back. Yeah. It's not because of the different music, because of our skin tone, the color is not gonna black. Yo, look at that. It's because of the skin tone of our skin. I have an infection after that. Yeah, I show you photo. Yeah, very big infection. I have yeah, I follow. Yeah, I follow. Bro, do you have any photo? Yeah. No fight. Police coming. Yeah, police. Police coming now? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Platinum, you're amazing.
They're throwing up everything. Why? Bro, that's fish. No fighting. Love it there. Look. When I do first time, it looks like that. It's nice. Yeah, very good. But now, see? Very different. Yeah, because this is just new. And then
Motherfucker got a rating from that bitch. I'm slut. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What a bitch. What is this shit? Yo, bitch, you know who I am? Yo, bitch. Damn. Damn, this girl got a nice figure.
And Pebble around the Islamic Answer 8 will see cents Martins PAR plus Centers Nepo. Plus a contact boom grande admiration. During English hours, for Bob Mirkus. EFB Bob for Lomer, Single Sunday. Vexalu. Mercy. In green Kashawa, PAR order. LS Lida. Iwape. SRPBTGS over these hashtag B9. This is the original report from the alien event of August 1608. In Marseille, Nice and Genova. During your investigations in our territories or abroad, you will often find misleading and / or falsified information concerning sightings and / or alien contact. This misleading and / or falsified information will concern daily dates, places, witnesses, time, and weather conditions at the time of the event. This pattern of deception is common and has been practiced for centuries either by religious organizations, secret sects, privately owned media, and infiltrated human governments. Images 1, 2, and 3 show commemorative coins, no transaction value, from 3 different families. They depict 3 ships from 2 alien races. A Western European magazine tried to debunk these by stating that they simply represented each family's shields. Further research proved that 1. The images did not match any of the family's shields. 2. 2 different families would never use the same pattern. 3. These images do not match any shield of the era. 4. The images match well-known and reported alien ships. Prehistoric cave paintings in the south of France. The same ships can be found on wall cave paintings in Spain. R. DS. E. Yo. Tila Aisha. Arabia Peninsula 1479. Ukraine 4.000 BC. DS. Recovered alien ships in the base of Kapushtin Yar. Astrakhan, Volgograd. 3 seen abandoned. 2 the result of crashes. Alien ships monitoring the activity in the Blazix Missile Center. Jan 5-1992. R. DS. The following are prints that were stolen in Sweden from APIS USSR, Alien Presence Intelligence Services, by APIS USA, in conjunction with another foreign special service. 6 months later, these prints were, unknown reason, attributed to an American civilian as an invention, and later, as a fake. These prints were, 1 year later, copyrighted by unknown person. All the most technologically important prints were never found nor released / revealed. The scientific data on these prints was changed. Also, many fake illustrations were added to the original documents. The original, stolen, had only 3 pages, and the fake copyrighted one had over 20 pages. These are the original prints. DS. 1. Anuide. Brooklyn 2. / 4. R. DS. R. DS. Equals. Photo. Top of the card. Ship that crashed in Glycera, Bulgaria in 1971. Left and bottom hip. USSR's failed attempt. For now, at replicating an alien ship. R. DS. We know that there are at least 2,500 alien races. That number is likely to be much higher. One race, a crew member of the Nazareth ship that crashed near Yekaterinburg, Nusvertlovsky, said that there are few races that do not come to Earth because they know that the reptilians and the Matra are here. Some of those races that avoid Earth are as violent, if not more, as the Matra. Others are peaceful. So, having the reptilians and the Matra on Earth, it is not always a bad thing. It keeps even worse races away. The balance is found by having the Council of 5 protecting us. The Nazareth crew member said the following: there are many more races that would like to protect humans, but they are not willing to start a war against reptilians or Matra over you. R. DS. In the area known as the Bermuda Triangle, there have been 2 permanent underwater bases for thousands of years. The first one was established by the Metrax around 3,000 years ago, while the second one has been there for over 6.000 years. Race unknown. Several other races have had bases there, or near, but have abandoned them. APIS USA used their influence in the media to propagate the rumor that it was a sank submarine. Later, APIS USA created a CGI video about it. Remember, we cooperate with other APIS, but we do not trust them or share information that is deemed confidential or top secret. R. We still have a very limited knowledge of the activities occurring in the Bermuda Triangle area. From alien reports, we do know this: 1. Abductions to occur in the area. 2. Experimentations with humans to occur in those bases. 3. There is a multi-dimensional space portal that goes to and from the triangle, not exactly inside the area known as the triangle. 4. There is a race that is planning on building / creating a new base in the triangle in the year 2021. Rumors say it's a giant. 5. It is not the most important underwater region on Earth. 2. Those alien races. R. DS. These are some of the ships that were taken with the sole purpose, confirmed by third-party alien race, of abducting humans. Pickering 1,890 people, Wasp 1,814, 140, Rabbi 1,843, 48, Atlanta 1,880, 290, Rivugamaro 1924, 2, Stabico 1931, 43, R. DS. The crash of a Solitzer ship in Roswell, USA, in July 7, 1947, has been one of the most secretive APIS USA case. Despite our best efforts, we were never able to recover any evidence except for the top-secret photos on Annex 3352B. PI and CTI and CTR. Hernan D. Roswell. Bind that neck factor BRULLAALIRMF PRCAMCR. Denise IP. 10.AGP. 7219.02 PTIP. 150. PRTAFS. 93R. 70 Bench Told DVO 3 KCD Low Reprobate Sphere. Any of the PIT and David 9OLYSAE. YY String Take 2 Patio EO Anchors. CA. V1947 Roar. INDCC ERPYAIC. Chode. Sexy Test WTPAEMTT. FAA. R. DS. Our agents estimate that near 65% of all aliens and UFO related websites on the internet, worldwide, are government or government-linked, owned and ran. In the case of USA-only websites, that number jumps to 83%, and in Europe to 70%. In the USA, 35% of those websites are ran by the NSA, 30% by the CIA, 15% by the military, 10% by APIS USA, 5% by the FBI, and the rest by unknown government agencies. In Russia, that number is around 33%. In China, that number is around 95%. In Japan, that number is around 70%. In Australia, that number is around 25%. In India, that number is around 55%. In Brazil, that number is around 80%. Asterisk n equals. Note from myself and Pedro, the information of what was added and written to the book in 2007. DS. In the so-called Area 51, there are members, number unknown, of 4 different races forcibly cooperating with humans and reptilians. As far as we know, none of those members are either high ranking or have a significant importance in their fields of expertise. The Major and humans conduct security services and support to the base 24/7. R. DS. There's more than one race conducting operations on the moon. The main race on the moon are the Intukat, aka Tall White. The Bifili also have at least one base, surface, on what we call the dark side of Earth's satellite. Many of the Intukat human abductees are there. They end up either as slaves for money, underground, or as what they call content varies, but their official name is Students M. The Students M are abductees that reveal a higher level of intelligence and are willing participants, or become that, in their agenda and plans. It is estimated that 4 in these 10 abductees become Students M. The rest, 60%, become slaves. Some of those slaves go on to work on other planets. The Students M, after training, and whatever else, return to Earth to assume leadership roles in human society. How most alien bases on the moon are built. R. DS. R. 1B confirmed abductions confirmed sightings 2001 to 2003. South Spain, Netherlands, Canada, Sweden, Australia, United France, Germany, Italy, Japan. Korea, Lands, Kingdom States. In Russia, same period. Sightings, 425. Abductions, 156. LA. Alien implants in Aegis, Russia, Asia. R. DS. The day humans killed reptilians. In 856 BC, in the region of Russia, there was a confrontation between humans and reptilians. Reports state that a colony of reptilians were building an underground base in the area. The humans that lived in the area wrote thunder by day, lightning at
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again. Somebody has to do something. Someone did. That's why I use Upside. Upside, what's that? It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank. Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it. No strings attached. Yeah, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up. Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out your Upside cash, just transfer to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users are all it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code AUDIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill. That's code AUDIO. Use code AUDIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon back on your first
And welcome back, Christopher Burr with us, Dr. Burr is with us. So what are your next projects?
We're doing a series of studies looking at, again, what these experiences actually mean, how people translate them, how it influences their beliefs on religion, life after life, those sort of things.
Since you've been doing this now, how many years?
Oh my gosh. It's a funny story. I wrote the protocol in 2000. I never thought anyone would be interested, but it sat on for a decade. So about 50 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I got that wrong.
We're in the process of talking about your past memory, but we're just about wrapping that up. Want to finish that story?
Yeah, it was just interesting. Somebody with advanced dementia, and you would expect with her, as she's approaching death, be more distressed with the fact what she's doing is actually reliving the best days of her life. What do you think?
That's interesting take. How old was she?
Old lady.
Truly.
Yeah.
How will this change, or will it change things for people who are living and they have friends or family who are dying?
Oh, I think a lot. I think because what we see is fascinating about this group. There's a story within the story, which is the response to this is always overwhelming. You know, not in the Times, the Telegraph, whatever. Because what's happening is they've been validated. They've seen it, they've experienced it, they've got stories. And so this ultimately, we've got to discover that shiny light on something that's always been there, just lost. And so what this does, I think, is empower people to give it credibility, to give it validity. So I think that matters because they're not going to hear this from their position.
founder theologian.
Yeah, awesome. That's really interesting you asked that. I get an awful lot of responses. If I lecture to nurses or theologians, I'm telling them nothing new. Normally they can tell me a lot more about it. They've all seen it, experienced it, and they put it in its place. So yeah, we do, absolutely. And that's a really important point because, caring for the dying does not just belong to the province of the physician. People die in totality. There's a spiritual aspect, the social worker aspect to it, practical needs, nursing. So it takes a team.
Fantastic. You, by the way, I tip my hat about Wolf. Let's go to Falls, west of the Rockies, Pam in City Valley, California, to get us started. Hi, Pam.
Hi, George. Hi, Doctor. So good to see you. I can't believe I finally got in. Anyway, I wanted to ask the doctor, when my dad was dying in the Pasadena hospital in California, he had 5 different things wrong. He had heart attack, he had sepsis, and all kinds of things. The doctor suggested that he just take over.
You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me. If that ear pants stuck to make you, you're gonna hate me so much.
Anyway, my brother and I were taking care of him, and my brother was to have a cigarette, and I was there by myself, and I looked up at the ceiling, he was sleeping, and his head was over, too far over on the pillow, so I could see a lot of pillow. And all of a sudden, I saw all of these little tiny orbs beside the pillow, or maybe even smaller, kind of pinkish and blue, and they were just slow and really slow. They were sleeping in the aware, and they were going down to the bottom of the pillow, and then they would come up again and go back down. And I looked out in the hallway, and nobody was out there, it was dark, so there was no reflection or anything from the sun. And so I was my brother would come back so he could see this. And finally, it stopped. And when my brother came in, I told him what I saw. And I said, Joe, I saw something that wasn't a big girl. And he said, oh, I explained what I saw. He said, oh, you're just tired, man. And I go, no, man, honest to God. And then I told my sister and some other relatives, and they all just changed the subject, I wanted to know if you had experienced anything like that, and was it spirit coming to give him strength to lead his body?
No, I haven't, but I certainly hear people get upset with something being the body has changed. And they often refer to that as that phenomenon, the temperature changes, the people see something visually. So we certainly hear about that anecdotally afterwards. It's not something I've studied, but it certainly is, more about who care for the dying.
First of all, would you be surprised that there was some kind of supernatural event surrounding the dying person?
Well, I don't know that I think I got something pretty much open to anything. I just don't know what that is. But I certainly think there's a dimension to that. And I'm okay not knowing. I think what's most important is just we have records for it.
Let's go to Blair in Phoenix, Arizona. Take it away, Blair.
Thanks, George. Hey, Dr. Kerr, my dad had told me my mom was returning from the hospital, and I lost my mother in 1965, death-free stomach cancer, at the age of 21. My sister, father, and I woke up mornings for 3 months before wondering if this was a day. And when we would visit her at Alta Bay Hospital in Berkeley, California, and there's some that looked like pregnancy. She was looked like she was pregnant. The doctors had to drain it every few days. This is interesting because it was great preparation for understanding about life and death. She also had breast cancer, gallbladder removal, stillborn twins, you name it. And she was emotionally damaged to an authoritarian father. My first husband before my dad. My dad was the one designated to help my sister spent the years I heard talking and sharing, and I still think at the same time I learned something about that.
The humans that lived in the area road. Thunder by day, lightning at night, the earth shakes like it. The days of old began, the snakes are everywhere, flying low, and causing all creatures to die. The fish are gone and the rivers dry. We must fight or we will die. Remember when asked by a human leader in the 20th century if we humans would ever have a fighting chance at defeating reptilians, said, your ancestors from ancient Slovakia using not much more than stones and sticks defeated them once already, since then you have learned much and done much, but you have lost your courage. Yes, the Tinri did say that there's a rumor that the humans did not act alone against the reptilians, that they had an alien race helping them behind the curtains. However, they also said that in the moment of battle, supposedly they were only humans fighting, not aliens. Either way, it shows what humans can do and that nothing is lost. For posterity, those humans made these works of art, a reminder of a great day for their culture. One thing though, the story goes that 200 years later that culture simply vanished. DS. Day of shame. The Tunguska explosion. The Tunguska incident was a powerful explosion that occurred in a desolate area near the Tunguska River in Russia on June 30th, 1908. It is commonly believed to have been caused by the explosion of a large meteoroid in Earth's atmosphere about 5 to 10 kilometers, 3 to 6 miles high. The blast flattened an estimated 60 million trees over 2,150 square kilometers. But the Tunguska explosion did not have a cosmic birth and death. Here's a version of events that lead to the explosion, as told by a member of the Tinri. DS. For 5 days and 4 nights, near what you call Tunguska, the Matra had been fighting the Dorset. Other races were starting to choose sides and were going to get involved. Even the Council of Five was worried with the escalation and seriousness of the event. On the day of that great explosion, an Alnico ship came to Earth in order to try ending the conflict. The Alnico are respected wherever we may go. They are wise and impartial. With them came the Advent ship, one of their biggest. The Matra were warned by the reptilians of the coming presence of the Alnico and the Pleiadians earlier that day. The Matra had just shot down the last of the Dorsey ships. When the Pleiadians entered Earth's atmosphere, they were attacked by 3 Matra ships and destroyed. One Alnico ship was also destroyed in space that day. And that is what happened in Tunguska. DS. Also, according to the Tinri, the Pleiadian ship that was destroyed that day near Tunguska was not supposed to come to Earth that day. We're going to a different destination, carrying the things that do their holy rocks and other materials. The Alnico asked them to help them in solving the conflict, and they paid the price with the ending of this life of theirs. In 2003, crystals with strange symbols, inscriptions, and holes were found in the Tunguska region. Further lab analysis showed that their composition is made of certain earth minerals as well as some elements that are not found on Earth. Noted myself and Pedro, in late 2008, the crystals were presented to the media by Russian scientists. After much discussion about the origin of the crystals, the matter lost interest, and it is supposed that the crystals now rest in a private collection. The Sheltai, as aliens call them, are not an alien race as commonly accepted for many years by different Davis. Aliens do not know how they evolved or where they came from. The only things we know about them are they exist in all continents, they lie underground and are mostly nocturnal. They have a structure, society, leaders, and social classes. They have a cultural identity, and supposedly they can live up to 250 years. None was ever captured alive. Law. DS. DS. Case 34-8NB. Illegitsk, Odessa, Ukraine. In October 2-1947, confirmed major landing happened. 2 days later, 12 sailors on a fishing boat disappeared. In 1982, one of the missing sailors, a Mr. Kyrlo, in 1947, only 16 years old, showed up in Mardu, Estonia. He reported that he had been in the moon. He died in 1983 from a self-inflicted wound. On his chest, he carved, with a knife, the following: SS Word, they are still waiting. DS. HMS Eagle was a submarine of the Royal Navy. In June 12th of 1944, it went missing while on patrol in the Northern Aegean. One member of the crew was found in 1971 near Bend, Oregon. In 1984, he became an advisor to USA President Ronald Reagan, and he was often seen in the company of Minnesota Governor Harold Stassen. As far as we have been informed, he is still alive. List of American politicians with connections to the reptilians. Confirmed. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rothschild. Former Vice President Dick Cheney. Former President George H.W. Bush. Former President George W. Bush. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Former President Bill Clinton. DS. Alien ships. DS. 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 Helicopter. DS. 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 SIR. DS. 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 PCM. Palladium. DS. 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 Giant. DS. GD. DS. DS. Helicopter. DS. 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 Alien exit. The following are quotes, personal messages, face-to-face, and /or transmissions from several alien races obtained voluntarily and /or under custody and distress. They were obtained by several different Davis. Alien presence intelligence services. From around the world, but mainly from the USSR, Russia, USA, China, and Japan. These statements do not express the opinion of all alien races on any of the mentioned issues. In fact, they differ substantially on some issues, especially when dealing with the future of the human race. 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The violence and hatred that humans have inside themselves, when compared to the violence and hatred that the race nature has inside themselves, is like comparing a flower to a volcano. In 2017, you will see the beginning. In 2022, you will see the beginning of the end. Unless you all change. Illuminati Pestis. We have given you so much and you have given yourself so little. Space and time are nothing. We are nothing. She is everything. There are 834 known species at the same level that you humans were 3,000 years ago, and they are not very far away from you. We have shown you to some of them, like we have shown some of the others to you, now and then. And they are afraid of you, of what you may become. The signs are all around you, and above you, and inside of you in the fields, the sky, and the stars, and in the eyes of your children and your old ones. Of all species we have found in 3 universes, you are the one with most suicidal thoughts. DS. Your planet only has less than 1% of what many races that visit you want or need, but your planet is in the right place to all of them. The importance that 1,000 races give to you is the same that you give to one grain of sand in the desert. Your planet just happens to be in the right place. Sometimes the wrong place. You humans have been asleep and you grew up too fast. Just like you learn to love a stranger after you meet him, some of you have learned to love you. We will always protect you until the day you say no more. We cannot protect you every day. There are 5 known universes in 5 different dimensions to protect. Your world is full of lines. Follow them. The Council of 5 will become the Council of None. And then your planet will face the Council of Death. No other race ridicules other races and each other like yours do. Soon 1 year will feel like 1 million to you. And in Greece you will find years and our past. Yes. We, the Matra, will be the new sheep. You believe in many things that you do not see. Except for the only thing you do not see but should believe in, and it has always been all around. You just chose to forget it. There is much worse than race Matra. We know it, we have seen them and we have seen what they have done, and they know about you humans. There are so many of ours in you. There are many of us that you adore in places that you adore, and in places that you hate. We could stop your sun from rising tomorrow. 500 years and you are still lying to each other. Soon this dream of yours will end. You have lost 1,000 years in the past 50 years. If you go to Mars, Mars will come to you. That is what they do. Your children that now live inside the moon do not miss you anymore. Thousands of your children go missing every year, never to be found again, and yet you still expect your television to save them when inside of you. Already know the answer. DS. Reptilians and nature killed him, with your help. Innocent secret sex and malevolent secret sex. And you adore them both. GIS not inside of you anymore. We have died for you and still you fear US. While threatening US as we came to you offering you long life. You kill each other every day in the name of saving each other, and you have been doing that since before. We talked to you. The night he created you once. They will not create you again. We will destroy you in the night. And the time is near. 8 years in 1 day. 8 years in 1 day. 8 years in 1 day. Almost all races went to war, but not with themselves. Your modern gods are confused. Your ancient gods are forgotten. Look at the stars and you will see US every day looking at you. If you look too far, you will see something you do not want to. The notes, updates, DS, DS. The Kurds showed up again. Washington, D.C. The Kurds are not supposed to be here. What is going on? Palladians in Barbara, Apis Russia and USA ignored them again. Why did the Matrix have to build for 2000? More planes are being ready for 2017. Bush will do what Bush is told, like the ones before him. 3 more economies destroyed. Why don't people see it? In August 2013, USA, trial Falcon Market Road in Oregon. Want to see? Watch, 54.7371 degrees north, 55,9667 degree, August 27. JFK had DNA from the first race. Call Yavin 3 hot. Why did they choose Putin to start the avalanche? The black will be white and the yellow will be red. DS. Note from myself and Petro. These are some of the handwritten notes and updates found on Alien Races book pages. There are literally hundreds of them, about 3 or 4 in each page. We chose the ones that we deem more relevant. Otherwise, this publication would have thousands of pages. We may one day publish all notes. DS. As Napoleon, Alexander, and Hitler did, so will the rest. How blind are people that they cannot see what's in the Grand Canyon? Connect London, Berlin, and Cairo. 2 km south from the Vatican. Small pink house, always. For rent, never rented. They keep it there. Corolla dos Templarios. Why do Australian humans do not see September 23rd? Caravaggio has it. The Pope and Castro met again last week with Major. The states are losing ground now. Funny. Putin using epithet in front of everybody. AJ Ha. All. DS. Ever since humans and aliens started cohabiting Earth, the main question humans wanted answered was, who created the universe and all of us? That question has been answered the same exact way by all the alien races that have spoken about it. The answer to that question has been sent several times by 2 different races to all human religious leaders throughout the centuries. The answer to that question has been sent several times by 2 different races to some human political leaders throughout the centuries. As far as we know, the last of those leaders to get the message was USA President JFK in October 3rd, 1963. The message was sent by these 2 races. Rendezvous. The message is both simple and complex, informative but raising questions, a hope but also a warning. DS. DS. Rendezvous. And this is the message. This is a message of disambiguation to all of you men of good. Humankind. This is a message of redirection to all of you men of good. Humankind. This is a message to enliven the minds of you men of good. Humankind. This is a message that has been delivered from race to race. Since the beginning, just like it was delivered to us, it is now passed to you. Where there were no men of a humankind, there were others of other kinds. DS. Equals asterisk underscore equals. This is a message to you as well, women of a humankind. Only the first race has her purity. All other races must live the grievous, patient, and laborious process of spiritual inner discovery and progression. Our collective history and memory has suffered much in the past. It has been erased, manipulated, suffocated, shifted, changed, and molded according to the interests of a few. On your planet as well as on ours and the ones of other kinds in the past. To the leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, look at your religious leaders. To the religious leaders, look at yourselves and the ones like you. Leaders of other religions, all over your planet. Why do you wear your long robes and skirts, and all manners of symbols that you do not understand? Why do you, religious leaders, men of a humankind, wear your long robes and skirts not knowing what? Who, men of a humankind, are you trying to be? Who, men of a humankind, are you trying to represent? Equals and equals equals. DS. This page and images is not original to the book. It was added by myself and Petro to serve as an illustration. DS. SSS. You, religious men of a humankind, and you, leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, men of humankind, have slowed your spiritual progress in half because you have divided your kind in half. No man of a humankind should destroy what the women of the humankind have created. You have for many of your years relegated the women of the humankind to the role of slaves. And before your kind, many other kinds have done that. And before your kind, men of the humankind, many other kinds, we have born. For you to achieve what is yours, for you, men and women of the humankind, to be closer to her, you must first become one kind. DS. Like many kinds before you, men and women of the humankind, you have a journey of restraint and constriction ahead of you. A journey of difficulty and resistance. But, unlike many kinds before yours, you are on a path of spiritual self-destruction never experienced or self-provoked by the other kinds before. And yet, you are so young. The Infinity created you, but many kinds can destroy you. You have 2.000 more of your years to change. After that, men of humankind, it will be too late. Not too late for your survival, but too late for your salvation. Your spiritual salvation. The Council of Five can only keep you safe from other kinds, not from yourselves. DS. And we know that you have been betrayed, misled, and mistreated. And we know that after thousands of your years, by means of infiltration, disguisement, and deceit, you, men of the human kind, have been fooled to believe the unacceptable by races that do not wish you well. But, before you, many others kind suffered the same ending. To overcome what seemed impossible to overcome. Your strength is inside of you and all around you, even now. Your strength is in her, and she is inside you, men and women, of the humankind, even now. And the answer is in the place that you, humankind, call Greece. And the answer is she, Artemis, Diana. And the answer have always been her. And the answer, men and women of the humankind, has been the same to all kinds, in all places. DS. Some accept it, others don't, but the answer is only one, she. It has been this way from the beginning and it will be this way. Men and women from the humankind, until the end. It has been this way here and in all four universes and dimensions. She has many names, and many faces, and lives in many places. She is the creator, not the destroyer. In your planet she was and is called Diana, or goddess Diana. In our planet she was called Elixir. She was also called, on other planets, Lexi, Lizzie, Dizzy, and Tizzy. To you, of the humankind, she will always be goddess Diana. Search for her, learn of and from her, she is the truth, the light, the beginning, and but never the end, the creator and never the destroyer, the one all of us came from. And learn from your legendary Greek gods of old, as they all did exist, as you exist and we exist. And we are one, and she is the one. She is the one that you, religious men from the humankind, lost in your robes and memory, want to be and try to replicate. Men of the humankind, learn from her, the creator. / equals. List of folks to whom the message has been transmitted to. Asterisk n == Cornelius, 3rd century. Calixtus II, 12th century. Pius VII, John VII, 8th century, 19th century. John Paul I, 20th century. DS. List of Islamic leaders to whom the message has been transmitted to. Al-Imam Majlis-i-Sani, 1690. Ibrahim al-Fayyumi, in 1725. Mustafa al-Razi, 1864. Mustafa al-Rahi, 1935. Gad al-Haq, 1982. DS. The future of the human race is not in our hands at this point. In time, one day it might be. All that we, real humans, can do right now is to gather all the information we can about these alien races and their habits. To find out about their weaknesses and strengths, so that, when our future becomes our responsibility, we can be prepared to fight for it if needed. Today we are just mere spectators watching a theater play. Some of us are watching a play completely unaware that what we are watching is real. The actors, aliens, are real. The play, storyline, is real. The stage and the props, alien worlds, alien ships, and cosmic events, are real. Others know that what they are watching is real, but there's nothing that they can do about it. They cannot change the play, and certainly they cannot go to another theater where the play is more of their liking. The only thing they can do is watch. Others, like you, me, your companion agents, and a few more, worldwide, are spectators taking notes about what is in front of them, about the play, about the actors, and about the setting and props. We are learning about and writing about everything we see, so that one day when we have an opportunity to change the storyline, we are prepared to do so. But beware, amongst the spectators there are many that are not paying attention to the play. They are only watching the other spectators around them, especially the ones taking notes, and those spectators look just like you and me. They can be seated right beside you. Sometimes they even are the ones that gave you the ticket for the play, and sometimes they are your own parents. DS. Latest update to the book. Added by myself. One of stages used by Pope Francis during his visit to Brazil, July 2013.
Severe and life-threatening side effects, including low white blood cell count, which can lead to infections, diarrhea, and allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and food reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience any signs of infection or treatment. If you are on the plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have interviews, tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take and about any medical. There are other side effects of Trodelvy. Ask your doctor about Trodelvy and visit Trodelvy.com.
Japanese professional massage therapists are all about taking care of you. And this physician's skill, customized skincare, your eyes. You're the best. Essential, affordable self-care. Book today and discover all kind of things. Each location with a kind of zone with operating functions. And free and US franchising policy.
want to hone in on those mini moves? Check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. Get our new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses. So go away. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com. They say that you're a lover. You say it isn't so. But if you put me down for another, now it won't be no.
To talk to George Roy, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call
See other formats. Full text of the reptilians. Fortunately, Scott Roberts boldly goes where few men have. Surface strong, providing a well-balanced, innovative, and insightful approach to the topic. Bob Coppins, author of The Ancient Alien Question. Scott Allen Roberts, author of The Rise, and et al. Forward by Philip. PH/LFM. The Secret History of the Reptilians. The Secret History of the Reptilians. The pervasive presence of the serpent in human history, religion, and alien mythos. Scott Allen Roberts. New Page Books. A division of the Career Press, Inc. Hampton Plains, New Jersey. Copyright 2013 by Scott Allen Roberts. All rights reserved under the Pan American and International Copyright Conventions. This book may not be reproduced, in whole or in part, in any form or by any means electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system download or hereafter invented, without written permission from the publisher, the Career Press. The Secret History of the Reptilians. Edited by Jody Brandon. Typeset by Eileen Munson. Cover design by Scott Allen Roberts. Printed in the USA. To order this title, please call toll-free 1-800 Career 1, New Jersey and Canada, 201-848-0310 to order, using Visa or MasterCard, or for further information on books from Career Press. Book Career. P-Press. The Career Press Incorporated. 220 West Parkway, Unit 12. Hampton Plains, New Jersey, 07444. www.careerpress.com. www.newpattybooks.com. The Library of Congress has cataloged the printed edition as follows. Roberts, Scott Allen. The Secret History of the Reptilians, the pervasive presence of the serpent in human history, religion, and alien mythos / by Scott Allen Roberts. CM. Includes bibliographical references and index. ISBN 978-1-60163-251-7 ISBN 978-1-60163-542-6 ebook. 1 Serpent's Folklore. 2 Serpents Mythology. 3 Serpents Religious Aspects. 4 Civilization. Ancient Extraterrestrial Influences. I title. GR 740.R65 2013. Through 98.2452796 DC 23. 201-203-9161. Dedication. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer. In faith, in cognitive dissonance. When writing, when facing writer's block. Although these were not the vows of our nuptial bliss, my wife, Rainey, has been the experienced Harrigan. And throughout, having all of these things has been learned and built from me, although not all, occurred during the particular writing of this particular book. For all the months of time I spent researching, reading, writing, rewriting, lying in bed with my laptop casting blue-gray luminescence about our room in the middle of the night, for all the times, excitedly distracted her from her tasks or even worse, her slumber to read new translations of ancient Sumerian cuneiforms or newly stumbled upon historical information that prodded me from my intellectual biascience, for all the times she was overburdened with being a single parent or widow of our 2 wonderful little children, Flynn and Rowan Claire, and my 11-year-old son, Samuel, while I was off campaigning through ancient texts and pop cultural fantasies all the while remaining grounded and supported despite her frustrations with my brooding creativity, and uplifting during her motherly vehemence. For providing an atmosphere where I could work and think and create, while taking on the heavier burden of wrangling the preteen, the toddler, and the babe, doing her best to keep the extraneous daily affairs of the household off my plate so I could write, for bringing me coffee and sitting on. Left to hear me read things that I am sure either bored her to tears, or during which she could have been engaging in something much more aligned to her own schedule, life and agenda for those times. I love and dedicate this book to my wonderful, caring, supportive wife, Rainey Roberts. This book is as much a product of her stalwart love and affection for me as it is the work of my own hand. This book is also dedicated to the memory of Philip Coppins, whose life and research has been an inspiring, integral part of who I am go rest high on that mountain, my dear friend. A knowledge man's. When there are so many books available on the shelves, it must seem a small thing to the common reader that an author of just one small book could spend any amount of significant time or space acknowledging the people who helped along the way, but it truly is not any small task, nor is it anything even close to insignificant. Without these people I am about to mention, this book would not be a reality. First, I want to thank everyone at New Page Books who has had a hand in publishing this work. Michael Pott, Lori Pott, and Kirsten Daly have been overtly supportive and unflinching proponents of my writing, and for that I cannot say enough how thankful I am. To Kirsten, especially, want to say thank you for putting up with my inane schedule, and for tolerating my making you out. Leave for permissions and other details toward the end of this process. Thank you all for letting me pop of what you are at New Page Books. To my wife, Rainey Roberts, I want to say thank you for putting up with my distractedness and downright surliness while I, sometimes literally, paced the floors and remained in an agitated, on road state while contemplating what I hope translates into the struggle of dealing with some of the issue. This book, this isn't all just folly to me, but highly representative of fundamental, foundational changes in my beliefs and intellectual approaches to things I once thought so substantial. Thank you, Rainey. To my dearest of friends, my brother, my cohort in Intrepid Magazine and Paradigm Symposium, my ally and fellow explorer, Micah Hanks, I cannot express how thankful I am to have you in my life. Your help in constructing elements of this book are astronomically off the scale, and were it not ever Your consistent uplifting nature, and your research and work on my behalf, this book would most certainly not exist in the form it is in today. I love you with all my heart, my dear friend, and mom. God's place your essence in the heavens for your pure and selfless nature. Thank you for making it. So, science officer. Once again, I must thank my old friend and Professor Dr. Charles Allen, for it was he who originally sparked in me a love of history and archaeology. Although he and I may reside on different sides of the theohistorical fence in some regards, he remains an inspiration whose influence has the roots in who and what I have become. Perhaps we can sit over coffee and you can take me to task for some of my ideas and interpretations, and push me to continually do better, as you have always done. Father Jack Ashcraft, thank you for listening. Thank you for inspiring and prodding me to think. You have been a good friend, indeed, and without your valuable influence in my life, I would be a poorer, sadder man. You have heard my caterwauls, misgivings, frustrations, dismissive pens, and struggles of faith. Thank you for being not just a near, but dear friend through the process of WR. This book. Anthony F. Sanchez, you are someone who has established yourself as a dear friend, and your writing and conversations and ever-present encouragements are things of beauty to me. Thank you. Dr. John Ward, thank you for your historical and archaeological input. Your invaluable information on the Thule and the 19th century influences, though not all used in this book, establish an incredible foundation from which to structure what did appear in these pages. As with Nephilim, we don't always see eye to eye on all these issues of interpretable history, but we do share a common love of the knowledge that comes from the research. I thank you for always being there for my questions and conversations. Your help in structuring parts of this book have immeasurable value. Thanks for the smokes and coffee by the Nile during our many video chats. Thank you, Philip Coppins, for your wonderful forward and for your support in so many of my endeavors. And for all those of you who let me rant and bounce ideas off your brains and hearts, I thank you. Unabashedly, Dave Potter, James Cole, Jim Fitzsimmons, Barry Fitzgerald, Cassidy Connor, Nicholas, April Slaughter, Jane Scott, Mom, and many others far too numerous to list here. And, of course, only last on the list due to her utter importance and influence, my dear friend Mom, whom I cannot keep enough accolades and heartfelt praise and thanks to the inimitable, incomparable, amazing Marie D. Jones. You have been a dear friend, supporter, sounding board, and inspiration. Without your influence and prodding, this book and the one before it would not even exist. Thank you, my friend. Contents. Forward by Philip Coppins. Preface. Introduction. Part E. The Empire of the Serpent. Chapter 1. The Anunnaki and their Sumerians. Chapter 2. That's not what I learned in Sunday school. Chapter 3. Going around many cultures. Part 2. The serpent in alien subculture. Chapter 4. The reportoids. God reptilians no. Wait. God reptilian humanoids. Part I. The serpent's bloodline. Chapter 5. The remnant of the Nephilim. Chapter 6. The Merovingian connection. Chapter 7. The New Age and the Serpent. Conclusion. The continued presence of the serpent. Afterward. Notes. Index. About the author. Forward. I remember ordering and reading Renee Andrew Goulet's Flying Serpents and Dragons from it. Alternative Science Mail Order Catalog in 1991. Goulet continued the work of American author Zechariah Sitchin, who had proposed that in our distant past, we were visited by beings from as well. Planet allegedly named Nimrod, the crossing in our solar system, who were the founders of most civilizations, but specifically that of ancient Sumer. Whereas Sitchin had left the nature of these beings blank, Goulet claimed that these beings were reptilian. Goulet argued that there were numerous references in ancient accounts, including the Bible, that showed that some of our ancestors, including Noah, still showed physical marks of their reptilian origins, as we were genetic manipulation of earthly humanoids and Nibiran reptilians. The early 1990s was also the time when thousands of mostly Americans were reporting UFO abductions. Some of these abductors were described as reptilian entities. These two ingredients were mixed by British conspiracy author David Icke, who proclaimed that the British Queen Elizabeth II was actually a reptilian in disguise, a gimmick that guaranteed his claims would make headline news, including the British tabloids who loved that a former BBC sports presenter had made such outrageous claims. In fact, his claim was very much on par with what could be seen in the 1980s popular science fiction television series V, which portrayed a reptilian alien species that colonized Earth. The theme that there are reptilian overlords overseeing the fate of humanity is a strong presence in modern conspiracy literature. As I appear on the popular television show Ancient Aliens and People, as a consequence assume I have editorial input, one of the most frequently asked questions is whether there is going to be a special on the Anunnaki, the name the conspiracy-minded Sitchin itself give to our assumed reptilian overlords. Of course, our current mindset didn't begin with David Icke. He merely played with an archetype that is far older and perpetually remained popular. The source of all evil in the Bible has become commonly identified as a reptilian being a serpent. Though the crime a serpent seems to commit in the Bible is quite minor, providing information to Adam and Eve as Christianity grew in popularity and power. It sought to personalize evil in the form of Lucifer and the devil, who became identified with that speaking serpent of the Garden of Eden. If the devil is one of your most prominent identifiers, it is not surprising that serpents face a new struggle in popularity contests, though this is a cultural phenomenon. In the New World, the feather serpent Quetzalcoatl was seen as a culture bringer, while the vision serpent helped the Mayan king in receiving information from the underworld. Though it shows that serpents were not always seen as evil, it does show, even in the biblical account, that intelligent serpents have provided our ancestors with knowledge, including otherworldly knowledge. With the topic that has been identified by the church for almost 2 millennia as the root of all evil, wading through the material is not a simple task. Sitchin and Icke, two of a long list of researchers who have stranded in the murky waters of the reptilian archetype. Scott Roberts fortunately boldly goes where few men have surfaced from, providing a well-balanced, innovative, and insightful approach to the topic. It is time to become reacquainted with our reptilian neighbor, who seems to have a consistent cross-cultural reputation of bringing us knowledge. It is high time we learn. Philip Coppins, August 8, 2012. Preface. Mankind is poised midway between the gods and the beasts. Plotting news. Writing a book about the ever-enigmatic race of extraterrestrial reptilians is as simplistic a task as writing a book about the divinity of the historical Jesus. Fluxing in and out between myth and science, history, and religion, all tempered with a healthy dose of showy fact skepticism. The very notion could drive one to the hard conclusion that establishing fact beyond a shadow of a doubt is nearly impossible in its efforts. The implications of the comparative historical and religious touchpoints are so far-reaching that the meanderings of myth one must follow to see efficacious tendrils of fact could most certainly drive one mad in its contemplation. What is it that religion and science aren't telling me about where I come from and why I am here? And why is the serpent, of being both feared and revered, so inextricably linked to the mystic imaginations and fortified spiritualities of man? When I was a kid, I was deadly afraid of the dark. Back then, I had a newspaper delivery route that encompassed several city blocks around my neighborhood in the farthest reaches of northern Minneapolis, slipping over into the closest residential areas along the busy middle-class suburb on the west bank of the Mississippi River. As a paperboy, it was my after-school responsibility to ensure that the people on my route received their copy of the Minneapolis Star every afternoon before the dinner hour. That was the easy part of my job, which earned me about $8 per week. In 1970, that was big money for a school kid. The hard part of my job was the Sunday morning route. The Sunday paper was 3 times as thick as the daily paper and required me to rise at about 3 a.m., head to the paper shack, the pickup location in our district, located about 6 blocks from my house, and call it the several sections. The paper for my route. I would then load those papers into my large, metal, bright yellow, two-wheel cart, as they were far too thick and cumbersome to carry in my canvas sack. Our house sat on a corner lot, and, despite the yellow street lamp at the apex of the two bordering streets, our yard was always completely engulfed in the black shadows of night when I rise to walk to the paper shack. I remember standing there on the back cement steps of the house, jumping down into the dark yard and grabbing for the yellow handle of my paper cart. I yanked it out, a good spot and run, headlong through the yard to the dimly lit street. While standing beneath the incandescent glow, which created a 12-foot circle of safety around me, I would stare down the vacant, dead of night street to the next lamp, contemplating my sprint through the darkness between. Sucking up all my courage, gripping my yellow, two-wheeled anchor behind me, I began close my eyes tightly and run with all my might toward the next street lamp, squinting only momentarily to Mac. Sure I hadn't deviated off my course and into the shadows that lined the street. I would repeat this blind feat at every corner until I finally reached the safety of the corrugated shack, which was usually already bustling with other kids loading their paper carts. I don't know what it was that created such a fear of the dark for me. Perhaps it was many hours, watching dark shadows, a show filled with vampires, werewolves, and ghosts that scared the BGBs out of me. Or maybe it was the thought of aliens and monsters that would spring from the bushes and devour my guts while I was still alive, kicking and screaming. Then again, it may have been all of those things simply combined with my innate fear of the unknown that sense we all have. That makes you tingle when you enter a dark room or pass a shadowy alcove that you absolutely know. Beyond the shadow of doubt is inhabited by some otherworldly, carnivorous entity. The unknown has always been the primordial slime of the imagination, the place where we birth and foster our most terrifying nightmares. My boyhood friend and fellow paper boy even and I would, on many Sunday mornings, lay atop the newspaper stacked in our respective carts, and philosophize as only fifth graders can do. Beneath the corner street lamp, waiting for the earliest sliver of silvery blue on the eastern horizon. There was one pre-dawn morning when we watched a cat slowly cross the road about 50 feet away from us, and we mused whether or not God had taken the form of that cat to come and watch over us. We took that reasoning and mused even further, reflecting on all the different things that had happened to us in our sphere of existence that might have conjured such a theophany, although we didn't use those particular words, as they were far outside our 10-year-old lexicon. As we sat there talking, looked at each other and were astonished to see we were both shedding tears not of sadness or any sort of uncontrollable weeping, but from something that hit very close to home in our psyches, on a very deep, subconscious level. And it was from that point we determined that God or his angels truly existed and could manifest before us in any shape or form they desired. And the cat, from that day forward, became the object of our vegan, private, little religion. I imagine, now, some 40 years later, that this could be very much like the experiences of the ancients, when they sat philosophizing beneath flickering nocturnal torchlight, gazing up at the sky, only to be interrupted by some astronomical phenomenon or the unexplained, unrecognized rustling of something out there in the dark, prompting the same sort of musings my friend and I experienced several thousand years in their future. What was their religious cat, I wondered? Who or what became the object that, for them, could so capture their worship in the midst of their contemplative brooding? What was it that caused them to conceive deities and imagine giants from the dark to such a degree that they would soon end up etched for all time on the local cliff face, painted with dye concocted from the roots of the plants that around their village? Or perhaps their ancient encounters were far more tangible, men from faraway tribes appearing in their village for the very first time, beings from the desert, hills, skies, and possibly even the ice. And from these encounters were birthed their oral stories that were generations growing into legends and myths. On the heels of the rise and fall of the Nephilim, which examined and explored evidences and theological, anthropological, and comparative cultural accounts that the human race was visited in ancient times by non-human intelligences that interrupted and influenced the development of humanity. These pages will take the case another step further. There is a lot of mythos out there to suggest we have been visited by extraterrestrial intelligences, so much so that it has permeated our popular culture, our intellectual dialogues, and even our religions and spiritualities. In fact, there exists evidence to support the existence of UFOs than there is to support the existence of God, and seeing as God never really seems too overtly interested in proving himself beyond the heartfelt acceptance of the faithful, that is a fairly concise statement. Notions of beings from outside this world impregnating humans are as old as humanity itself, up to this current day. And those histories and accounts have comprised the bulk of human mythology, legend, religion, and superstition. But what if those ancient visitations and encounters with non-human intelligences were far less than the stuff of first contact? What if those races manipulated the feet of Homo sapiens, creating a slave race to do the bidding and work of reptilian hominid overlords? The theory of ancient alien interruption and the possibility of extraterrestrial reptilian races is a new one, and its purveyors have been writing and theorizing on the topic for decades. Ever since early humans first gazed up in wonder at the star-blanketed night sky, we were intrigued by the seemingly unanswered questions of a mysterious, unattainable universe, intrigued by its unexplained mysteries. Early mythologies and legends give us circumstantial evidences of mysterious objects roaring across the heavens. Shards of ancient tablets and shreds of ancient documents describe phenomenal, unexplained manifestations in the skies, and virtually every culture and religion relate visitations from angels, demons, devils, and gods who visited mankind in ancient times. And humanity, in its infancy, described these visitations from the sky in the only terms they could understand. Of course, they were deities. Despite this decades-old, if not centuries-old debate, there is still a lot of disinformation and misinformation out there that begins with an atheistic point of view bent on disproving religion and spiritual elements of creation and otherworldly interaction, as well as the opposite, which will seek to disprove or naysay anything that smacks of anything outside the box of established tradition. Theology, despite being a secular society, focused on the tangibles of day-to-day material safety nets and a laissez-faire adherence to entrenched generational religious denominations, people have an underlying broad old spiritualities and covered superstitions, though outwardly displaying a dismissive attitude toward anything that smacks of a deeper connection with traditional beliefs and spiritual roots, usually accompanied by an almost apologetic acquiescence to having grown up in a faith or religion. The overt facade belies a deeper, inextricably unrequited project of philosophical questions, mixed with a fascination of God, UFOs, ghosts, angels, demons, and everything in between. As for scientific dogma, most people dismiss the sciences as mathematical things that are either too heady or too emotionally dissociated to matter, and far less things to incorporate into any sort of daily life, and they tend to ignore them altogether. Unless more than Freeman narrates a show about the universe or genetics, science has become a thing that has been relegated to the realm of geeks, nerds, and academia. What? You'd never find a scientist drinking beer, eating hot dogs, changing diapers, and belching out his new theory on the Higgs boson. Not right. When you strip away all the externals and live near the hearts of most people, at the core is there. Need to know who they are, where they came from, why they exist, and what the hell else is out there. Regardless of how much they try to make the rest of the world believe they view these things as unimportant. Myth, legend, theology, and metascience comprise the underlying faiths and beliefs of most Americans, who would otherwise give no outward indication that they hold to such values, even on a level of simple curiosity. This book represents the never-ending book, contained in 220 or so pages. You will find yourself, at times, deeply entrenched in facts and details, sorting through historical and linguistic material, have presented in such a way that is, hopefully, exciting and enlightening while riddled with busy Pieces of humor and my own anecdotal rants. In other places, you will endure my pedagogy. Philosophizing mixed with my middle-of-the-road positioning while attempting to bring clear connection between myth and anthropology. In these pages we will discuss and hopefully provoke thought, addressing the innate need we all have to know the answers to these age-old questions by a very focused examination of a race of beings who visited Earth, millennium past, for the sole purpose, not simply cohabiting, but creating and manipulating a race of underlings. Utilizing a scholarly approach, blended with a bit of lighthearted tongue-in-cheek intellectualism, I will engage, on a deeper level, the examination of familiar accounts in the Old Testament book of Genesis, combined with similar, corresponding accounts in various other cultures, religions, and spiritualities, cracking wide open the theories of extraterrestrial interruption and intercourse with early humanity, thus challenging and bringing new light to what we have discarded as mere mythology and ufological urban myth. What if not human intelligences be the race of mixed-like humans? This book explores the cross-cultural theological accounts as well as the current New Age movements that capitalize on fear-mongering, the Illuminati, and the behind-the-scenes of the behind the scenes of what is taking place in humanity. We will explore the Merovingian bloodlines, the bloodlines of the Nephilim, and the presence of reptilian and other alien races working to destroy, hate, and slash or bolster humankind, all as they precariously balance against ancient religious mythology. The presence of the serpent in and throughout ancient history and religions. The rise and fall of the Nephilim established that something huge happened to the human race in our ancient past, supported by the comparative religions, cultures, and archaeology of the world. Utilizing archaeological record, anthropological studies, and comparative religious examinations, we dig even deeper to establish what is already so evident yet hidden and encoded in the world today. It's a grossly huge topic that deserves an equally huge scholarly look and treatment. That does not mean we will, in these pages, be able to exhaustively cover all the angles and bring conclusive answers to every issue. But these pages will establish a great place to start looking at the question from a new vantage. I am told that people want to know precisely where you stand on an issue when you present it in a book such as this. What you will find from me is someone who straddles the fence between science and faith, mythology and archaeology, legend and history. They all work together to bring us a clear understanding of what exists out there. You simply cannot have one without the other, and this is the fallacy of discarding one for the other, because, as I have contended time and time again, there are veils that simply cannot be pierced, and assume the unquantifiable, although scientifically acceptable, is philosophically irresponsible. There is nothing truer than myth. History, in its attempt to realize myth, distorts it, stops halfway when history claims to have succeeded. This is nothing but humbug and mystification. Everything we dream is realizable. Reality does not have to be. It is simply what it is. Eugene Ionesco. Introduction. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Indiana Jones. Every night a snake-like man would visit me in my house. I don't know how he got in or where he came from. He was just there, standing more than 6 feet tall, with smooth, delicately scaled, greenish-brown skin, almost silky to the touch, giving me the sense of a cobra or some other sort of sleek reptile. His eyes were large and glossy black with vertical iris slits that blended in iridescent yellow. When he spoke, his voice was as deep and hollow as a bottomless canyon, rapacious and seductive all at once. His breath held a faint scent of cinnamon. He said he was from another part of the galaxy, somewhere in Orion S-Belt, and that I had been someone they had been watching for a long, long time. That is the beginning of a story told to me several years ago by a woman whose name I have long since forgotten. She went on to describe a fearsome yet benevolent creature who described himself to her as being part of a hostile race set on the destruction of humanity, a course that was determined long, long ago in humanity's primordial past. This woman even sent me drawings she had done of this being, as well as much more descriptive, and at times quite sexual, narrative. They, too, have said, vanished along the way, more a result of my own ramshackle filing system than any sort of weird conspiracy theory. Her story, along with many other similar accounts of such beings I have heard throughout the years, was relegated to the back of my brain, filed under interesting but not there it sat in a metaphoric mental stew pot, slowly simmering reptilian smoke soup growing in richness and flavor as I subconsciously added the bits of ingredients delivered by all sorts of characters and sources along the way. Every so often a lid of the pot would rattle, releasing a steamy, fragrant aroma of hearty broth, bringing me back to the awareness that I had something cooking over there in the kitchen of my mind. And what was cooking was a splendid, blended concoction of theology, archaeology, ufology, psychology, cosmology, anthropology, and every other little ology in between. Having recently completed my work on the rise and fall of the Nephilim, I found myself in a highly agitated state of spiritual and emotional unrest. I had either just opened up, at least for an exponentially expanded view of who God is, or I had, in essence, eliminated his existence altogether. Either the God of the Hebrew and Christian scriptures existed as I had been taught in cloistered, fundamentalist academia, or I had effectively stripped away his divinity by lowering him a few rungs, on the ladder to the level of non-human entity with some power over the human race to create, procreate, and destroy. To me, this represented a crisis of faith, and I entered the grieving process. The loss of innocence, as embodied in the theology I once adhered to so strictly and believed in as intimately. When my theology was forced to stand against the onslaught of history, comparative, religion, accumulated cultural mythologies, and archaeological record, everything about my religious practice seemed to be ripped open and laid bare, as if by a great whirlwind. And all that was left a naked faith, shivering in the harsh cold of a veritable nuclear winter of pragmatic thinking and common sense, void the protective cloak of religious insulation. The serpent in the Garden of Eden took on a completely different role of historical influence. Once I was able to view the story without the filter of religion or denominational interpretation, I was able to see that this creature, as described in the Hebrew Bible's book of Genesis, was similar to, if not synonymous with, many other cultural tales of trickster beings who brought knowledge and illumination to early humans. I saw a much bigger picture encoded within those pages of biblical scripture. When people step outside the box of religion and denominational spirituality, they find themselves in the unique vantage point of being able to see myriad fairy tales that have intrinsic common threads woven throughout. It's rather like walking into one of those glorious old theaters that dominated the cultural avenue of upper-crust society at the turn of the last century. As you entered the theater and walked down the main aisle, the gilded proscenium and glittering chandeliers sparkled the magnificence of the Destiny Palace, built as a showcase for the art of the show. And there, lining the aisles were row after row, plush velvet seats, all identical and all capable of holding the weight of a patron every night. Yet, despite their identical construct and appearance, each chair held a different perspective of the show being performed on the stage. Depending on which seat you settled into, your viewpoint of what was being performed up front varied. Some seats were side by side, so their vantage was nearly identical. Other seats delivered views from the far sides, back, or distant last row of the balcony. Some seats even had partially obstructed views, but in a literal, mathematical sense, not a single seat held th. Same exact vantage point or view of the show being played out on stage. But one thing was also sure: no matter where you sat in that theater, and no matter which vantage point from which you viewed the show, the performance was unaltered. Perception does not alter reality; it merely alters practice. The show on stage doesn't change, dependent on where I am sitting or from what vantage point I am viewing. Only my perception of it alters. So the trick is to not be part of the audience, but rather a part of the play, a member of th. Cast, a participant, as opposed to an observer. The Hebrew story of a race interrupted is an encoded one. Adam and Eve, the serpent, there. offspring, the fallen state of humanity, and the proclamation of an angry deity. These are all element of an encoded cover story, as I spoke about extensively in both The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, and Lost Civilizations and Secrets of the Past. There is a much bigger message than the meticulously varied messages of the biblical tales that is similar in tone and thread to hundreds of other cultural religious mythologies of spectacular non-human beings interacting with the human race of ancient times. Common to nearly all of these cultural stories is the common thread of residual bloodlines that run through the course of all of human history. Call it religious mumbo-jumbo, or theological manipulation. Look at it as the establishment of the messianic bloodlines and the mixed race meant to forward the coming of the kinsman redeemer. But, no matter how you view it, the story of the ongoing bloodlines remain a concurrent theme, from the very first utterance of an enmity that will exist between the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman, all the way down to historical biblical genealogies that are there within Old Testament passages to exhort the ever-present, vigilant eye to be ever watchful of the pure human line versus oppositional mixed blood lineage. Humanity was visited by non-human entities that from the very beginning introduced an alternate bloodline that has carried all the way down to historical records to current day the bloodline of the serpent. But we only see fragmentary bits and pieces, rather like a checkerboard where half the spaces are occupied, but the other half remain completely void and empty. I am not one who quickly sidles up alongside great awakenings, new spiritual movements, or hyper-fastidious conspiracy theories. They all generally tend, to me, to be the stuff of manufacture. Emotional reactions to hypotheses that are either not well researched historically, spiritually, anthropologically, and many times are not well articulated, despite their complexity and imaginative constructs. Most of these types of theoretical movements rely far too heavily on fanciful whimsy, bolstered by a desire to find something new and exciting, filled with elements unwittingly designed, suspend reality, or move the mind away from the mundane, not to mention the targeting of political opponents. Far too many times throughout human history we have seen the devastatingly horrific result of revolutionary new movements that explode onto the scene, spewing theoretical spiritualities, politics, conspiracies, or vox populi, vox dei, but in the long run end up being little more than mere flashes. The pen, lacking substance and longevity, resulting in the martyrdom, whether literal or metaphor, self-proclaimed websites and the murder, suicide, or disbanding of disciples. Yet those movements that do gain a foothold and garner mass followings trend to the darker elements of racial bigotry, genocide, political genocide, and Holocaust, building gravitas and momentum by catering to the fears of potential devotees and zealous followers alike. People are always looking for something that is different than what they already have, or more exciting than what they're told they should be satisfied with, spiritually, politically, and conspirator-based movements generally thrive within, around, and despite the well-established religions, spiritualities, sciences, and governments that are deeply entrenched in our societies and cultural histories. On the flip side of the coin, deep within well-established philosophies, religions, and political mindsets, there are embedded messages and encoded languages that tend to shift the paradigm away from the established way of thinking. Once this new information is articulated and disseminated, established systems of spiritual belief and practice are enhanced, are expanded, and in many cases, rewrite the history of a well-established, firmly entrenched philosophy. The end result is that the twist can sometimes appear to be a new awakening or new conspiracy theory, when it is in reality an illumination of something that already exists and expansion based on a fresher understanding of what was already there. The serpent in the Garden of Eden, though allegorical in nature and very possibly the stuff of Hebrew religious mythology, is a figure that represents a very real source of what has become emerging understanding of a very real bloodline running through the veins of human descendants. Throughout all of human history, there is, indeed, a reptilian factor to humanity, and it shines through our religious and cultural icons. The serpent is one of the oldest and most widespread mythological symbols. Snakes have been associated with some of the oldest religious rituals known to humankind and have carried the dual expression of both good and evil. From the Hebrew serpent in the garden to the Mayans, Quetzalcoatl, the Buddhist Naga to the rattlesnake on the early colonial American flags, the African, the Homeanago Huido to Hormigandro of the Nordic mythologies, and Ouroboros, the ancient Near Eastern serpent devouring its own tail representing the great cycle of life. Then there exists everything from sea serpents to St. George and the dragon, and even the medical caduceus. If symbolism, however, was all there was to the traceable bloodlines of the serpent, the flesh and blood of the story would be a short, sweet, picturesque history lesson. Demystifying the cover story of the serpent in the garden is only the beginning. Identifying the source point of its encounters, other mythological and cultural counterparts is what will allow us to see the tangible evidence of ancient human encounters with non-human entities, revealing what that lies beneath the surface of OL mythologies as they melt into current day accounts. The human race has not yet experienced a full-fledged first contact with any alien race, at least none that has been disclosed. Those who have made experiential disclosures are generally moved by the skeptical, scientific, religious, and even hopeful, believing camps. We do have, however, countless numbers of ancient documents and texts that record interactions with what can only be described as non-human intelligences. Most of these ancient documents categorize these intelligences as their version of gods, angels, demons, and spirit beings of biblical stories of Th. Sons of God, the Watchers, and their offspring, the Nephilim being prime examples. One of the criticisms thrown at most religious documents is that they cannot be trusted as quantifiable historical sources, because they are books of faith. The Bible falls under this sweep dismissal all the time. However, most ancient historical documents were synonymous with religious texts, as ancient peoples did not separate those two driving forces of civilization the way we do in modern affairs. Even as recently as the reigns of Henry Lee and Elizabeth I of England, many royal proclamations were linked to the religious views of the monarchs, and in that period of history in England, the conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism was the driving force. Keeping this not separation of powers squarely in mind, note that reptilian creatures have filled the texts of ancient documents. To cite just a small handful, Diamond Suit the serpent Nakash interacted with and impregnated even the Garden of Eden story. Diamond Suit Owens, the half-fish/half-man, and his people rose up out of the Persian Gulf to teach civilization to the ancient Mesopotamians. Diamond Suit the Canaanite goddess Cage interacted with serpent beings. Diamond Suit in Sumerian literature, Gilgamesh loses his powers of immortality to a serpent. Diamond Suit the Sumerian fertility god, Ningat is depicted as a serpent. Diamond Suit the ancient Jewish, Hebrew, tribe of Levi is said to have conquered Europe under a surge, driven by reptilian Illuminati-like overlords. Diamond Suit Oti, of the House of Sui, also known as the Serpent Emperor of China, 618 at Foundé, wounded serpent and nursed it to health, after which it returned to him with a reward of recompense. And there is much more, as we will discover throughout these pages. The serpent has been a pervasive presence indeed throughout human history, filling our religious scriptures, historical tomes, and mythological tales, and appearing on the faces of thousands of archaeological relics. And, yes, our theories of UFO visitations and extraterrestrial encounters HAV, decisive reptilian influence in and throughout the ancient alien subculture. Simply enter the word reptilian in an internet search engine and you will find millions of entries, ranging from the proof inane and undocumented to highly politicized pseudo-religious movements, to loosely documented claims by highly credible people. The opening lines of this book begin by recounting an experiencer's tale of interaction with a single member of an alien reptilian race. We will now move forward to explore the veracity of these experiential claims, as well as the serpent as a religious symbol, a political force, a mythological influence, and a race of both intraterrestrial and extraterrestrial races bent on the mutual destruction and salvation of our species. Part D. The Empire of the Serpent. Chapter 1. The Anunnaki and their Sumerians. The realm of myth and and magic is a dangerous field. Fairies abound, good fairies, and bad fairies, dragons and dragon slayers, gods and goddesses, truth and untruth, history and legend, science and fiction, inextricably mixed and fused. But what has archaeology to do with it, you will say? Archaeology is concerned with bones and flints, with pots and pans and post holes, with stone and metal, in short, with the material remains and space to dig them up with. F.J. with magic and archaeology. Going back to the very beginning is generally the best place to travel when looking for the roots of any mythology. It's in the fertile soil of creation that we find the seeds that sprouted and grew in massive, towering beanstalk that has led us to the realm of the giants and the golden goose in the clouds. And whether allegorical, mythological, legendary, or the stuff of fable, there is generally always an incontrovertible fact at the core of the thing that started the whole story. And let's make no mistake about it, once you start delving into the depths of comparative ancient stories, there in similarities and subsequent decipherment, you enter a muddled world of interpretation that will rise. Both dust and iron. Clearing the air is the monumental task with which you are left. There are mindsets that are at complete odds here, like two trains running at high speed toward each other on the same set of tracks. There is bound to be an eventual collision of catastrophic proportion in this case, a repeating scenario of science colliding with belief and archaeology, running headlong into myth, and vice versa. But there has to be an accounting on both parts. Faith. Belief open themselves to upholding the sometimes nonsensical, mystical, unprovable, capricious, and many times ambiguous, spiritual soul of religion and mythology, whereas science and archaeology will eschew many times with great disdain the unquantifiable as folly, rooting out what they define as fact from fiction, no matter how grounded in their own sense of objectivity and importance, rather like when the science of the day upheld that the earth was the center of the universe and the sun rotated around it. Those were simply the facts based on the available knowledge and interpretation, and they were religiously adhered to by the academia of the day until, that is, science developed the capability to move beyond its limits and recalculate its positions, determined that the earth, indeed, rotated around the sun. Now, bear with me as I work through laying a little background that will serve as a platform from which we will engage in an examination of the secret history of the reptilians. The naked truth. When I completed my work on the rise and fall of the Nephilim, I recall sitting back in my office chair and staring at the ceiling for a long, silent time. In those minutes I was contemplated. It was that I had just written. In all the research I did into the book of Genesis, from both Christ and rabbinic standpoints, I found myself drawing further and further away from the God of my youth. It was not deliberate distancing, but after stepping outside the box and looking back in, I found the God I had discovered in my youth was not the same God that seemed to materialize after taking a closer look at more than dogmatic systematic theology. The God I grew up knowing was one of holiness, of benevolence, and ultimately of eternal, sacrificial, propitiating, atoning love. His W.A. Love that transcended everything and embraced me where I was, saving me from myself, and the horrors of an eternal existence void of his loving presence. Perhaps this was simply a byproduct of my need to step outside the box in order to see things from as objective a point of view as possible. This seems to be the problem with a purely academic or secular examination of these things. When you distance yourself from the possibility of the weird, odd, spiritual, and mythological, you deliberately set yourself up to look beyond the wonder and the possibilities, to funneling all research through a sterile filter. What is even more profound is to observe the distillation of research by secular scholarship and that the scientific and skeptical approach to biblically themed topics, such as the Nephilim, seems operate under a preconceived notion that the Bible cannot be taken literally in any form, including historicity. One critic of the rise and fall of the Nephilim stated that I erred simply by placing a veracity of all in the biblical record. However, it has been quantified time and time again that the Bible is quite irrefutably strong in its historical presentations, albeit at times vague, limited, and deliberately not forthcoming in detailed information, as the contextual themes inclusive of some historical data were meant to present a faith principle, rather than historical documentation. There, the historical information was sometimes sketchy, at best. Skeptical researchers, honest to their scholarship, are finding it increasingly more difficult to dispute the overwhelming archaeological evidence for the historical accuracy of the biblical accounts. Any corroboration of biblical historic facts, however, does not by any means emphatically state that the fake story wrapped around these events is true, but it does lend to the veracity of the Bible as a historically accurate document. Aside from the religious and spiritual aspects of Judaism and Christianity, biblical accounts that include such things as listings of nations, historic personages, customary rituals, and colloquial practices have been verified by archaeological evidence and anthropological research. Secular academicians who have cornerstone careers on criticism of biblical history have many times found themselves humiliated by new discoveries that validate the biblical accounts they had previously deemed to be myth. Academic comparison. Among these are such discoveries as the existence of the obscure Hittites, King David of Israel, Goliath of Gath, and Pontius Pilate, the prefect of Judah, during the lifetime of Jesus of Nazareth. Nelson Buick, noted 20th century Jewish archaeologist, whose work in biblical archaeology led to the discovery of more than 1,500 ancient sites, put it way, it may be stated categorically that no archaeological discovery has ever contract over the single biblical reference. Scores of archaeological findings have been made which confirm in clear outline of, in exact detail, historical statements in the Bible. 1. Not surprisingly, as some think of the biblical record as being inaccurate and ripe with faith. Stories alone, when stacked up against non-biblical accounts of historical events, the scriptural narratives reveal unflinching veracity. In his 1919 collection of essays and other journal work, A Scientific Investigation of the Old Testament, R.T. Wilson, who was fluent in 45 ancient languages and dialects, inclusive of all the biblical languages of common etymological origin, such as Hebrew, Aramaic, Assyrian, Phoenician, Sumerian, Babylonian dialects, Ethiopic, as well as several Egyptian and Persian dialects, engaged in a meticulous analysis of 29 different monarchs from 10 different nations mentioned in Masoretic texts, the Old Testament. By way of comparative analysis, every one of these monarchs had corresponding archaeological artifacts documented by secular historians, containing their names, syllable by syllable, consonant by consonant. Wilson demonstrated that the monarchical names as recorded in the biblical record matched the findings of secular historians and archaeological artifacts, accurate in minute detail to the chronological order of the kings. Numbers. Wilson also demonstrated that many secular historical accounts were often filled with gross inaccuracies and were eventually deemed quite unreliable. Ptolemy, the famed librarian of Alexandria, and even Herodotus were horrendously inaccurate in their documentation of royal names, and in many instances even misspelled the names in the library of Alexandria, to the point of nearly being unable to be recognized when compared to their respective archaeological artifacts or ancient monuments. Their research simply required more evidentiary research to establish any sort of accurate corroboration. Even the well-known 19th century archaeologist and historian Sir William Ramsay, a noted scholarly skeptic of biblical history, converted to Christianity after his travels to Asia Minor to conduct meticulous research and archaeological excavations into the New Testament's gospel. According to Luke and Luke's follow historical record, the Acts of the Apostles, the evidence, Ramsay uncovered continually and incontrovertibly supported the historical record of the biblical writings of Luke, at a time when many secular historians and scholars dismissed the existence of most of Luke's record of governmental officials and geographical named places. Ramsay's archaeological digs actually flipped the naysayers' claims on their heads. Without error, Ramsay established through his excavations that Luke was accurate in naming countries, cities, islands, Roman officials, and many other salient details of historical record contained in the New Testament. writings. As a result of his discoveries, Ramsey wrote, I began with a mind unfavorable to it, but more recently I found myself brought into contact with the Book of Acts as an authority for the topography, antiquities, and society of Asia Minor. It was gradually borne upon me that in various details of biblical narrative showed marvelous truth. 2. Ramsey also wrote, Luke is a historian of the first rank, not merely are his statements of fact trustworthy. Not this author should be placed along with the very greatest historians. 3. Although the previous paragraphs may have seemed a bit of a rabbit trail for which I have become very well known, as there is so much information that could be incorporated to illuminate any tidbit of information out there, I included them for the purpose of establishing the fact that no religious literature is merely faith-based alone, despite many secular, skeptical opponents in their own particular biases, wishing it were so. When you step outside the box of a particular faith and look to find corroboration between historical data and scriptural teaching using a faith writing guide, not a filter, you will find that biblical history, in particular, stands the test of historic scrutiny. However, because the historical data may be reliable, this does not always necessitate good. Spiritual information is housed within its universal truth. Though I can insist that the Constitution, the United States is a historical document and uphold it as closely as possible to its original INT, there will be others who interpret its words through different filters, thereby causing decades of debate on its veracity versus its interpretability. The same is true with religious writings. On a spiritual level, my personal universe was very small back in the days of my youth, and God was a God, I was told, who waited for me with open arms to take my troubled life and make it something beautiful through his saving, undeserved grace. Yet the older I got, and the more I dug in the topic of the biblical Nephilim, the more I found a God emerging from the murkiness that was in nature and human-like emotional volatility, ultimately detached from humanity. God who didn't give, and pardon my plain vernacular here, two shits about humanity. This is mythological interpretation as opposed to historical veracity, but it is the result of my spiritual studies and understanding of the spiritual content of these ancient documents. Despite all the teaching about God and all the systematic theology in my Bible school and seminary days, the Elohim of the Old Testament seemed more concerned and focused on the stuff going on in the realm of the heavens than he did with human beings. There are many instances in the Bible stories of God's dealings with mankind where human life was as dispensable as yesterday's news, and several occasions where God insisted on their extermination and even followed through with it by divine judgment or mandates passed on to his followers. And once I discovered that the Elohim were a plurality of pantheon, if you will dominated by a superior member of their caste of gods, the one, singular, omniscient, omnipresent God of my upbringing took a decidedly rear seat in the family bed. Although there were plenty of scriptures that were interpreted as God's presence, love, and interaction with people, there were even more that spoke to his ability to be as human and unjust as any earthly monarch, establishing his jealous reign over his subjects, enacting a wiping out of non-believers and a genocide of whole peoples in his just divine wrath. There was even an account in the Old Testament book of Exodus where God was going to destroy his promised people, and it took the intervention of Moses to hold back God's wrath, reminding him of his promise to Abraham and cause God to repent of the evil he was going to do. Exodus 32:14. The Jewish Midrash teaches, Ecclesiastes 5:4, that three things in all evil degrees: 1. Prayer. 2. Charity, righteousness. 3. Repentance, Yudah. In striking contrast, however, in David or Rabbi 23:8, cf. Exodus 32:14, we read that Moses came forward and made God repent. Authors. Emphasis. In this case, it was the intervention of a righteous human being that preceded prayer. Righteousness, or Teshuvah 0, and the part of evildoers. There are several instances in Hebrew scripture where men intervened and changed the mind of God. Moses, Abraham, and Jonah, in particular, seemingly all had the influence to reverse what can be understood as God's evil inclination. In fact, Exodus 32:9-14 passage says, 9:10 God said to Moses, I look at this people up. What a stubborn, hard-headed people. Let me alone now. Give my anger free rein to burst into flames and incinerate them. But I'll make a great nation out of you instead. Author's emphasis. 11-13 Moses tried to calm his God down. He said, what, God, when you lose your temper with your people? What, you brought them out of Egypt in a tremendous demonstration of power and strength. Why, let the Egyptians say, he had it in for them. He brought them out so he could kill them in the mountains, walk them right off the face of the earth. Stop your anger. Think twice about bringing evil against your people. Think of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants to whom you gave your word, telling them, I will give you many children, as many as the stars in the sky, and I'll give this land to your children as their land forever. 14 And God did think twice. He decided not to do the evil. Author's emphasis. He had threatened against his people. In short, there are several biblical instances in which God looked more and more like Zeus, Neptune, Belial, and the other superior reigning gods of mythology than he did a real, substantive, heavenly Father that was so presented throughout my life. God began to look no different than all other false gods we learned about in comparative religion sources. He started to take on the trait and attributes of God created by man for the purpose of rallying the troops or controlling the erstwhile yet simple courses of comic folk who needed to be reined in and controlled. Further, as I began research into ancient religions for the purpose of this book, I found much of what I had believed by faith to be the only one true religion, to be simply the stuffs of revitalized, rewritten, reworked, possibly even plagiarized religions of thousands of years prior to the writing of the compiled books we refer to today as the Bible. When Moses penned the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Old Testament, in and around 1400 BC, I believe, there is absolutely no reason to doubt that these books were, at least originally, authored by Moses, and that he indeed was a real, historical person, as established in the dating system set forth in him. Previous work for, it is very clear that Moses borrowed information from the earlier Sumerian and Akkadian religions, recorded in cuneiform 1500 to 2000 years earlier, sometime between 2500 and 2800 BC. Authors note, in the rise and fall of the Nephilim, when stating that the date of the Sumerian civilization flourished around 4500 BC, I meant to say 2500 to 2800 BC, but inadvertently stated the number of years from today, backward, rather the correct date. The then. That can get misgiven in your most meticulous editing. The evolution and migration of humans. From the Fertile Crescent region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers south and west into the Canaanite region brought with it, also, the evolution and transformation of ancient religion. The Hebrews picked up on the name El and incorporated it into their religion, their own, homespun version of a superior god in the pantheon of the Sumerians. Elul became Elohim, El, Shaddai of the Hebrew religion, while Enki/Ea, the base word for YHWH, became Yahweh, or Jehovah. However, when discussing this very issue of etymology of ancient god names, my friend and Byzantine Catholic priest Father Jack Ashcraft said to me in a personal conversation, the word Allah can be found in use in Assyrian churches. The etymology isn't the issue. Muhammad merely used the common word in his tribe for deity. The issue is the character, will, and salvific history of deity concerned. If they do not match, they cannot be the same deity. When considering this anthropological migration of religion and its adaptation of cultural words and names, it is interesting to note that the name Allah was one of the pagan deities of the Quran. As a youth, Muhammad, who later founded the Islamic religion, participated in the worship of the 360 pagan gods of the Kaaba in Mecca, overseen by the Quraysh tribe to which Muhammad belonged. As Muhammad grew up. He was influenced by Jewish and Christian monotheists who condemned polytheism of the Kaaba. At some point in Muhammad's life, he became convinced that polytheism was completely incompatible for a nationalistic-based religion and sought to reject the 360 pagan gods with which he had been raised. Muhammad was converted to the concept of monotheism through the influence and teachings of Judaism and Christianity. 6. However, being a proud, nationalistic Arab, he sought not to change his people's beliefs completely, but turned reformer and sought to reboot his native pagan religion rather than adopt a completely different belief system altogether, such as Christianity. As a result, Muhammad took the cheap pagan god of the Kaaba in Mecca, Rabbi/Allah 7, and chose him to be his new monotheistic god. This god was already considered the chief god among the other gods at the Kaaba. Muhammad's strategy was simple. Rather than converting all the Arab people to the monotheism of Christianity, he merely banished the other 359 pagan gods and chose Rabbi/Allah to be the one and only god, thus giving Islam Allah. In a very real sense, Muhammad created Islam out of whole cloth for the purpose of solidifying Arab nationalism under one god and one religion, much the same as Constantine with Christianity in the early 300s. And the last thing I wish to do is dissuade anyone from their personal faith or traditional beliefs. However, in saying that, it also must be recognized that even the most sacredly held names in our most holy beliefs have come from earlier sources. Civilization developed and migrated across the globe, and with that came the migration and evolution of religious thought. Just as the early Christ church dislocated pagan tribes and usurped their places of high worship, burning down their sacred groves only to erect chapels and cathedrals in their place, so did ancient humanity as they borrowed and transformed religion into newer modes of practice and objects of worship. This train of thought, of course, represents what religious scholars would call a secular view. It eliminates the need for faith and filters the history of humanity and the development of religion and religious stories through the strainer of archaeology and anthropology. Accordingly, evangelicals and staunch adherents to Judeo-Christian faith, as well as Islam and other dogmatic faiths, would view this migration of religion and evolution of language as nothing more than a secularized explanation, something they accept by faith. At best, they would accept by faith that the secular view can be merged with religious mythology, insisting that the so-called secular left despises them, evangelical. Christians maintain that postmodernism has moved the secularists to abandon absolutism for the more comfortable, objective, relative definition of truth. Evangelical Christians believe their absolute truth which applies to all people, in all cultures, for all times. Evangelicals recognize this objective and absolute truth is found ultimately in the one true God, God and in his revelation G, to us personally in Jesus Christ and in the Bible. In a conversation in July 2012, during the writing of these paragraphs, Micah Hanks, prominent futurist and author, said to me, I think when one begins to look at the andro side of things, our inherent humanity is put in new perspective for us. It becomes easy to dismiss any kind of divinity at that point. But divinity is faith in what? Faith cannot exist without the hope for something greater. It is merely that glue which binds us to the divine. Whether or not God exists. Many have faith. God and many who choose not to believe lack that faith, even if he is still there nonetheless. Or is our faith merely another human construct, much like thought, sight, and other things? And then, rather tongue-in-cheek, he added, I would like to know if the Tarzania Plugius E. 17 with their cold stony moon have an equivalent word to our English faith. We'll cover this in more detail later, but suffice it to say that at this point in our study the Bible starts to look more and more as if it is, simply, the Hebrew version of greater and much older worldly events. Could the Old Testament be nothing more than mere religious myth as opposed to the absolute non-spiritual truth of the universe, as Judeo-Christianity teaches? The more we investigate our religious origins through the many myths, legends, and dogmatic theologies out there, the more we find that the similarities are staggering. Is there a one true religion, where God is the Bad, ruler of all that exists, or are all these collective mythologies simply different versions of events, with common threads running throughout them all? Was there some proto-religion from which all ancient religions drew their basic information, or did there exist some magnificent story from which all religions built their versions of origins? And what of this pervasive presence of the serpent that emerges not only in the Sumerian and Hebrew religions, but in many prevalent religious mythologies the world over? What of this supposed mysterious race of reptilian beings that seems to run through the undercurrent of humanity's mythos? Are these creatures the mere stuffs of man's creation? The devils in the dark of the conspiratorial minded? Or are they the diaphanous stuff of either? Archaeology and myth. ARGY, no. The recovery and study of material objects, such as graves, buildings, tools, artworks, and human remains for the purpose of investigating the structure and behavior of past cultures. Archaeologists rely on physical remains as clues to the emergence and development of human societies and civilizations. Anthropologists, by contrast, interact with living people to study their cultures. The American Heritage New Dictionary of Cultural Literacy. Myth, no. A traditional or legendary story, usually concerning some being or hero or event, with war, without a determinable basis of fact or a natural explanation, ESV. One that is concerned with deities and demigods and explains some practice, right, or phenomenon of nature. Stories or matter of this kind, realm of myth. Any invented story, idea, or concept is account of the event is pure myth. An imaginary or fictitious thing or person. An unproved or false collective belief that is used to justify a social institution. Collins. English Dictionary, complete unabridged, 10th edition. I was recently part of a live debate where an archaeological PhD made the emphatic statement that myth was merely mankind's fantasies and nothing more. Though it's true that a myth can at times be a mere story, removing itself far from the status of reliable historical resource that the increasing scientifically minded discipline of archaeoanthropological disciplines would utilize. Myths are not always as rooted in realms of fantasy as the esteemed halls of academia might consider them to be. A necessity to a richer understanding of our past, and interdisciplinary dialogue efficacious to future development of both mythological and archaeological disciplines should exist. Perhaps, somewhere along the way, you will come to find that the union of archaeology and mythology is far from being grounded in the realm of fairy tale. In context to the subject matter of this book, I am hailing back to the creation story as written in Old Testament of the Bible. Although the story of creation is told in the book of Genesis is not the first of humanity's creation stories, it is one that tends to be most familiar in the broader sense and contains the roots of this discussion. So it is there that I will begin the search for fact, buried within religious machinations and mythologies of faith. Also note that, though we may be able to identify facts within the linguistics and stories of the ancient texts, there is still no real way to those facts as being hard evidence as to how things actually happen. But the multiplicity of accounts spread across a multiplicity of cultures and religions does give us a visible common thread that, when viewed from outside the box of any particular religion or culture, presents a picture comprised of commonalities that are pan-cultural. Does this merely underscore the notion that humanity's civilizations, cultures, and religions have all evolved in equal fashion as one another? Or does it establish that there is a common thread wove throughout all cultures, beginning with a singular, common event lost in primordial antiquity? Each subsequent culture then ascribes its own version of events, character names, and twists on the origin story, remanufacturing it to adapt to their own values and politics, not to mention the unpierced globe. Thus the individual accounts of encounters and experiences that cannot be substantiated, but that wholly important to any consideration of these spiritualistic, therefore hyper-speculative things. Adam, Eve, and the prince. The book of Genesis tells us that Adam and Eve were the first couple. Whether you believe it or real people evolved from lower species, metaphoric figures, mythological characters, or actual, living human beings spiritually sent against a deeply encoded message. The Hebrew religion tells us that they were created by God and given dominion over a garden paradise, and commanded to not eat of certain fruit growing on certain trees, lest they die. Period. Enter, stage left, the trickster character Nakash, 1C1, the serpent. Although never identified. The text as Lucifer, Satan, or the devil, those names being attributed to him much later in the Bible. Scriptures, this character has become religiously synonymous with the devilish figure who led humanity away from God, thereby showing original sin and the resulting fall of mankind from a state of grace before a holy God, placing humanity in need of a spiritual savior redeemer. This serpent character is also established from that point forward as the evil force, ever present and working to thwart the work of a gracious and loving God in the affairs of humanity. Nakash is a Hebrew word that, when translated into English, means serpent, trickster, crafty magician, bringer, knowledge, illuminator, bright shining one. According to Psalm 82, God, appearing in the singular version of the word Elohim, refers to the other gods of heaven, the divine council as the Elohim DRFTX, using the very same Hebrew word in its plural version, also calling them the bright shining princes of heaven. In this instance, you have the God of the Hebrew Bible declaring the existence of a caste of gods or minor gods over which he has authority, but whom he calls by the same name. Note that he never refers to them as angels. The Hebrew word for angels, Malach, which means messenger, never appears in the passage. Noted Hebrew and ancient Semitic language scholar Michael S. Heiser put it this way: I in light of the serpentine appearance of divine beings in Yahweh's presence, what we have in Genesis chapter 3's wordplay. That is, he was not talking to a snake. She was speaking to a bright, shining upright being who was serpentine in appearance, and who was trying to lose her with lies. Heiser's emphasis, none. In other words, he was in the presence of one of the sons of God. These beings were not angelic in nature, but were beings that possessed free will, and were more powerful than the angels, the messengers of God. When Psalm 8:4-5 speaks of the creation of human beings, utilizing the phrase a little lower than the angels, the Hebrew text actually renders this as a little lower than the ELO. He was actually interacting with a member of the divine council who did not share God/Yahweh's enthusiasm for his new creation, human beings. I am convinced, by ancient linguistic use of the same word, that the serpent in the Garden of Eden story is one of these bright shining princes of heaven who is none other than the bright shining one, who appears in the Genesis account of Adam and Eve as Nakash, the serpent character, who seduces and impregnates Eve after she sits at his feet to learn the knowledge he bestows. Believe what you will, as your faith might dictate regarding the connection to Lucifer, the star of the morning, the bright shining presence of the glory of God, but the big question to ask is whether or not this teaching in the Hebrew scripture is a factual accounting or an elaborate cover story for much deeper events involving much more detail. We will, most probably, never know if Adam and Eve or Nakash ever existed, outside the realm of a fake story. But historical evidence does exist. Links all these characters to other personages in different creation mythologies throughout many of ancient religious cultures, establishing a common thread or undercurrent, as we will see later in the chapter. Let me say again, at this still early point in the study, that it is not my intent to offend anyone, religious or spiritual beliefs or sensibilities, nor is it my desire to drown scientific research. Input. My personal background is one that has its foundations in the Christian faith and academia. Is where I received all of my formal yet incomplete biblical training and seminary education, and I must state again, for emphasis, that I do not by any means wish to dissuade anyone from believing what they trust by faith in their own heart to be true. I would like to present some questions, throughout the entirety of this book that may challenge those beliefs. When making comparative or into religious teachings that span many different cultures, one is left to decipher the messages and determine in his own heart that which he believes to be true and that which he must discard as false. Not to mention what one can or cannot accept as fact on the basis of archaeological and anthropological research, two schools of study that must completely separate themselves from faith issues in order to retain integrity in fact finding. As with my previous work on the Nephilim, I am sure that there will be some who will fear for the eternal salvation of my soul, if not the backsliding state of my position with the Christian God. Suffice it to say that our personal faiths and religions have appeared to play harsh taskmasters in our lives and with what we understand to be our eternal souls. Add to that faith mix the necessity stepping back to examine other theologies outside its reach, then blend them all together with mythology, and you will find that there may exist something else completely different lying beneath the surface. There just may be things in the anthro-archaeo-mythological report that challenges you. Look beyond the limits of your religious affiliations and think outside the box. Slaves and freedom fighters, while the Anunnaki are sitting before you. God Belatili, the womb goddess, is present. Let the womb goddess create offspring, and let man bear the load of the gods. God create primeval man that he may bear the yoke. Let him bear the yoke, the work of the will. Let man bear the yoke of the gods. Atrahasis, tablet 110. Cuneiform tablet containing the Atrahasis epic, housed in the British Museum. Image made. Available through Wikimedia Commons. Let's go back a little further than the writing of Genesis to the ancient Mesopotamian civilization of Sumer. According to their ancient cuneiforms, they were ruled by the Anunnaki, their god, caste of beings who came to the earth from the heavens. As the story goes, these gods, weary of performing their own manual labor, bred into or genetically engineered and manipulated the DNA of the humans of the Mesopotamian region who roamed as wild beasts. They did this to create a slave caste to do their work for them. As the story continues to unfold, the humans began to feel weight of their enslavement. Theirs was an unwilling servitude. Accordingly, as time went on, the cruel hand of the slave masters became unbearable to the humans, and some of the Anunnaki overlords went rogue, launching a conspiracy to free the humans and teach them the knowledge of science and spirituality, and the art of civilization, thus elevating them to the same godlike stat. The Anunnaki, the leader of the rebel freedom fighters, was none other than Enlil's brother god, Anunnaki named Enki, also known as Ea in the neighboring Akkadian culture. When seeking to understand any ancient text, it is important to recognize a few things up the font. One, the language in which it was written, as most ancient languages have a logic all their own that does not translate as well into modern English. 2. The people for whom the stories were being written, their understanding of the stories and the way in which they were presented could have been vastly different than what we understand in a modern reading. 3. The context of the text in relation to the people for whom it was being written. Again, our current day understanding being completely different as to what ancient peoples would be. The poetic, picturesque language of these ancient Sumerian texts, though beautiful in their presentation as ancient religious accounts, offer no source to quantify their veracity, thereby leave themselves to stand only as religious history and myth. The importance of sources and verifiable information mattered only when deciphering ancient texts of 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. There was little need for this, if there existed even the slightest concept that far in the future, historians, and anthropologists would be far greater served had the ancients included indexes and bibliographies along with their cuneiform tablets. These accounts were written as religious history, their context, and presented to the people at that time and place. The writers were establishing spiritual stories and a history of the origins of their people, but they were not presenting that information for the ages. Zechariah Sitchin, image made available through Wikimedia Commons. In modern day, their stories have certainly been over-romanticized in the works of the late Zechariah Sitchin, who, while perhaps being onto something, pushed his theories too far in order to make things fit. But despite his mistranslations and abused usages of ancient texts, he did create Intriguing fictional account of the descent of extraterrestrial beings to the Earth, housing the sun. Mythology and updated, vernacular narrative. A prime example is when Sitchin forced the word Nephilim to mean people of the fiery rockets. 11 Sitchin, at best, simply mistranslated the word, ignoring or misunderstanding the Aramaic usage blended with Biblical Hebrew. The Nephilim were not the ones who came down from anywhere. They were the descendants, the offspring of those who actually did come down, namely, the Watchers, the sons of God, the Beni Elohim. Tia, KN_0F Genesis chapter 6. At worst, Sitchin deliberately ignored linguistics and fabricated meanings in order to substantiate his personal theories. But it is easy to understand how. They have extrapolated word definition from the combination of language and pictographs, as many of the carvings and reliefs from ancient Sumer depict their gods as descending in winged or bull-like. Crab. T. First millennium seal showing descending Anunnaki. Pictured is a worshipper and a fish barb. Sage before stylized tree with a crescent moon and a descending winged disc set in the sky. The bucket. Behind this group is another platform with a radiant star and a star cluster. Pleiades cluster, above. In the background is the dragon of Marduk with Marduk's spear and Nabu's standard upon its back. Image made available through Wikimedia Commons. The bigger issue is that Sitchin, in desiring to update the mythology and bring it into a more relevant understanding of ancient astronaut theory, simply did not do his homework. He, rather, like many of the theoretical metaphysicists of our age, stated that things were so, based solely on his misinterpretation of language and his continual forcing of the square peg into the round hole. It, like grasping to the farthest possible meaning of a word the broadest associated definition and utilizing that obscure definition as the rock-solid basis for your hypothesis, that can only end in disastrous interpretation and ultimately faulty conclusions. When Sitchin refers to the Nephilim as the people of the fiery rockets, he has gone far out of his way and deep into a misunderstanding of the Sumerian language in order to establish his hypothesis. His argument for ancient rockets and fiery spaceflight is constructed completely on two ancient Sumerian words, mu and mi, which are the same words as the Akkadian Shemu and the Hebrew Shem. Continuing in his argument to establish the ancient spacecraft theory, Sitchin goes on to contend that the Tower of Babel account in Genesis, in which the people wanted to make for themselves a Shem, is in reality describing the construction of a flying craft or rocket of some SOR. His book, The 12th Planet, Sitchin defines the Sumerian word mu as meaning an oval shape, conical object, as well as that which rises straight. 13. The problem is that Mr. Sitchin merely defines the word, but offers up no linguistic etymology to define it within the framework of Sumerian language. He simply states the meaning and continues on building his hypothesis. However, it is interesting to note that the ancient Sumerians created their dictionary, 14, and it contains the word mu. The entry in the ancient Sumerian dictionary has the word mu being synonymous with the Akkadian word Shemu, meaning heaven, part of the sky, sometimes rain. This is what the word means according to ancient scribes, who make no mention of flying craft or fiery rocket ships. It is a simple descriptive noun for the sky. The Sumerian word is used for the same meaning as part of the heavens, and that's just the linguistics. Zechariah Sitchin represents, to me, a man who had a deep set interest in discovering who we are and where we came from. His research into ancient Mesopotamian culture to look for ancient answers is admirable, while all at once woefully incomplete and academically insincere. Peter James, co-author of the controversial book Centuries of Darkness, has leveled his own criticisms against Sitchin's scholarship, pointing out that he not only deliberately had to disregard the rest of the known world outside Sumer and Mesopotamian civilization, but also for his seemingly innate misunderstanding of Babylonian literature. Sitchin uses the epic of creation meanwhile as the foundation for his cosmogony, identifying the young god Marduk, who overthrows the older regime of gods and creates the Earth as the unknown 12th planet. In order to do so, he interprets the Babylonian theogony as a factual account of the birth of the other 11 planets. The Babylonian names for the planets are established beyond the shadow of Endad Ishtar, was the deity of Venus, Miracle of Mars, and Marduk of Jupiter, and confirmed by hundreds of astronomical/astrological tables and treatises on clay tablets and papyri from the Hellenistic period. Sitchin barely ignores all this and assigns unwarranted planetary identities to the gods mentioned in the theogony. For example, Apsu, attested as god of the primeval waters, becomes, of all things, the sun. Yea, as it suits Sitchin, is sometimes planet Neptune and sometimes a spaceman. And the identity of Ishtar as the planet Venus, a central feature of Mesopotamian religion, is nowhere mentioned in the book instead. Sitchin arbitrarily assigns to Venus another deity from Enum Elish, and reserves Ishtar for a role as a female astronaut. 15. William Irving Thompson, well-known social philosopher and cultural critic, ergo, a man who made his living criticizing and poking tongue-in-cheek gems, writer and publisher of poetry. Throughout his career, and recipient of the Oslo International Poetry Festival Award in 1986, describes his personal writing and speaking style as jazz on ancient texts. Thompson had this to say about what he calls Sitchin's literalism. What Sitchin sees is what he needs for his hypothesis. So figure 15 on page 40 is radiation therapy, and figure 71 on page 136 is a god inside a rocket-shaped chamber. If these are gods, why are they stuck with our cheap movie technology of rockets, microphones, spacesuits, and radiation therapy? If they're gods, then why can't they have some really divine technology such as interdimensional wormhole travel, anti-gravity, starlight propulsion, or black hole boundary materializations? Sitchin has constructed what appears to be a convincing argument, but when he gets close to single images on ancient tablets, he falls back into the literalism of here is an image of the gods and rockets. Suddenly, ancient Sumer is made to look like the movie set for Destination Moon. Eric /V and Daniken's popular chariots of the gods has the same problem. The plain of Nazca and Peru is turned into a World War II landing strip. The gods can cross galactic distances, but by the time they get to Peru, their spaceships are. Imagine as World War II prop jobs that need an enormous landing strip. This literalization of the imagination doesn't make any sense, but every time it doesn't, you hear Sitchin say there can be no doubt, but 16. This is what disturbs me most about Zechariah Sitchin. As someone who is invested in wanting to know more about our origins, and who is thoroughly intrigued with the ancient astronaut theory, I have to admit that such small words as mu and me can redefine the entire theory as put forward by Sitchin, who I still contend has some good ideas brewed, but has relied too heavily and foolhardily on his own translations and, perhaps even deliberate, squeezing of the definition to fit his overall theory. Folks, language is important. It is so important that even the Bible refers to itself as a book that, so God breathed, that it is infallible and cannot be changed by one jot or tittle, Matthew 5:1. The tiniest of Hebrew punctuation marks. Simply put, the writers of Hebrew scripture were using language as a gauge of authenticity. That is an ultimately strong point on which theories can rise or fall, and we have archaeologists to thank for the deciphering of ancient mythological texts. Okay, a 5,000-year-old dictionary would come in so handy. I wish Sitchin had referred to it as th. Would, for me, not cast such broad dispersions on his interpretations and subsequent theories. Does this worship delegitimize Sitchin's theories and his dozen plus books on the topic? Most definitive guess on my part. If you were going to present theory based on scholarship, would it not be important to first ensure that the scholarship is sound? Indeed, from a 9th century BC Babylonian alabaster wall panel relief copyright trustees of the British Museum. Image used by permission of the British Museum. In turn, should this, then, delegitimize ancient alien theory that appears to similar yet different Hypothesis decisions. Not necessarily. Better scholarship on the topic needs to be established. In the end, we may not come up drawing the same conclusions that were the object of our original hypothesis. In Sumerian mythology, indeed, Ea in the neighboring Akkadian religion is the god of craft, mischief, intelligence, and knowledge. He is also known as the god over the waters and creation, and, although the exact meaning of his name is uncertain, the common translation is Lord of the Earth. When you compare him to Nakash in the book of Genesis, you find similar definitions as the trickster and bringer of mischief. When you keep in mind the etymology of making mischief, you will find that its origins have little to do with what we consider to be mischief by modern standards. Mischief was in its earliest forms equated with chaos, havoc, and the committing of rebellious acts. There is such overt similarity between the acts of Enki/Ea and the serpent in the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis that it cannot be overlooked. The traditional story tells us that the serpent is, other than Satan, the devil, Lucifer. However, the serpent is never called by any of those names in text. Those are names attributed to the serpent thousands of years later in other scriptural writing. The Hebrew Bible. What is clear is that Nakash, the serpent character in the Eden story, is a member of the divine council, the Elohim. As I covered extensively in the rise and fall of the Nephilim, Psalm 82 presents a cast of minor gods referred to as the Elohim, the bright, shining princes of heaven. 17. This plural form of the word Elohim was uttered in the text by the singular Elohim, who equates them to himself. For most evangelicals, there is a problem in that the Old Testament, here, affirms the existence of multiplicity of Elohim. Though simple, the solution requires us to think like an ancient Semitic Israelite, and not as a product of the Reformation or the modern evangelicalism that exists today. Biblical theology did not begin with modern evangelicalism, the Calvins, the Luthers, the Aquinas, or even the Augustines. It began with the ancient text as it stands, understood within a historical, cultural, and religious context that produced it. The first occurrence of Elohim ETPNIS correctly translated God and is obviously to be taken as the singular form of the word for reasons of grammatical subject verb agreement. The second use of the word Elohim in this passage is to be equally understood as being in the plural form because is the object of the sentence's preposition. The grammar and syntax are crystal clear in this psalm. That a singularity cannot reside from within a singularity. It is clear by the language of the text. Elohim, the singular, is presiding over the Elohim, the plural, and it is repeated a second time law. In the short psalm, both God and the gods are represented by the identical word Elohim. 18. It must be Satan. By definition, Nakash, the bright shining one, later, he becomes known as Lucifer, who in his Greek fallen state is the bright shining presence and defender of the glory of God, the bright and morning star, which is also a reference to the Messiah/Jesus, much later, more on this in the next chapter. He is also known as the bringer of knowledge and intelligence, the illuminator. When Nakash seduced Eve by the offering of forbidden fruit, that forbidden information that would make humans just as Elohim, gods, Genesis 3:22, he became the bringer of knowledge and the emancipator of the intellect. For after the forbidden fruit was accepted and eaten, the humans knew that they were naked. They knew that there was more to their existence than simply caring for the garden for the superior being bread. And the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. 23. So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. Genesis 3:22-23. The Sumerian tablets tell us that the rebel god named Enki/Ea was the extraterrestrial, not this, earth, not human, being appointed by the chief god of the Anunnaki, Hillel, to create Homo sapiens. After his involvement with the original genetic experiment that bequeathed the slave race of humans, bred to do the work for the Anunnaki, as paralleled in the keepers of the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis, his compassion for the plight of the slave race shifted his role as a genetic engineer of a veritable rebel leader. His actions flew in the face of the rest of his time. Now there was one Atrahasis, whose ear was open to his god Enki. He would speak with his god, and his god would speak with him. Atrahasis made his voice heard, and spoke to his Lord. How long will the gods make us suffer? Will they make us suffer illness forever? Enki made his voice heard, and spoke to his servant. All the elders, the senior men, start an uprising in your own house. Let heralds proclaim. Let them make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your gods. Do not pray to your goddesses. From Atrahasis 1:719. It is also related in the Sumerian text that Ea's headquarters of operation were in the swampy backwater region called the Snake Marsh, also referred to as a den to many reptiles and serpents. In other words, the first fight for freedom of the human race took place in an area known as Ea. Enki/Ea was originally the god of the ancient Sumerian city, Eridu, known for being the first and oldest city mentioned throughout Sumerian literature. It is closely associated with Uri, first CIT, as built in biblical tradition by Cain, the Nephilim son of Eve and Nakash. 20. Closely associated with the city of Eridu is the mythical region below the earth's surface, known as the Abtu, 21, which is often interpreted as an underground sweetwater ocean in Mesopotamian mythology. 22. The ancient city of Eridu is envisioned by archaeological artist Baelish Baelach. Used by permission from the artist, www.archaeologyillustrated.com. The geographical characteristics and features of the ancient site of the city of Eridu must have had great impact both physically and spiritually with the original concept of the Abtu. It is difficult. Imagine what exactly made the place sacred to the ancient Sumerians, mostly due to the fact that there are no direct references or depictions of the original landscape and terrain. However, where there was water in these desert regions, there was life, and it was in these geographical places civilizations were established and flourished. Eridu was situated in a marshy and continuously flooded area in the backwaters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where it can be easily deduced by geographical patterns that some natural phenomenon of flooding and receding marsh waters took place, and was perceived by the ancient inhabitants of Eridu to be sacred nature and work. The concept of the Abtu was derived from the waterways and clear lagoons that encompassed the city of Eridu. The surrounding river backwaters were also referred to as a marshy den that physically created a sanctuary setting, enclosing the sacred city, where eventually a cult arose, dedicated to the god and/or goddess of sweet water. 23. The earliest form of the god Enki could have been Abtu, who was later seen as being conquered or vanquished by Enki. 24. Who then stepped into the place of Abtu, which in turn became known as his domain. 25. This sort of alteration of concepts, where an ancient deity becomes a mere attribute of a more contemporary, evolved, divine figure, was a common attributable alteration when the god to on the function or act of a certainty or natural phenomena, such as took place in the rising and falling of the waters surrounding Eridu. And make no mistake, the changing of the names of deities was common practice among the ancients, this being clearly illustrated in the many names for God in the Old Testament: Jehovah, Elohim, El Shaddai, Adoni, the angel of Lord, and many others, as well as the biblical record of the divine changing of names of some of the early patriarchs: Abram of Ur becoming Abraham, Jacob becoming Israel, Joseph being renamed by the Egyptians as Sabnath, Anya, Saul of Tarsus renamed Paul the Apostle, and even the Messiah had evolutionary progressive name changes and additions as the function of the Messiah grew and virgin, kinsman, Redeemer, the Lion of Judah, the Lamb of God, the Rod of Jesse, of the royal house of King David, which did not exist until thousands of years after the earliest form of Messiah was used, and so on. The meanings of names was all important in ancient religion, and the owner of the name change generally followed the rule of change equates function, designation, or purpose. In antiquity, one deity might have had several names used for him simultaneously as mentioned previously, with the several names forgotten and decided in the Hebrew Bible. During the course of time, his older names disappeared or developed into newer forms with greater contemporary meaning. The older name incorporated as an attribute of his newer function. However, it should be taken into consideration that an original meaning of the name of a deity might mean nothing at all to a community of people using that name many centuries after the name was first uttered. Look to the Tetragrammaton, the Paleo Hebrew name of the god Yahweh, Jehovah. It must have had a translatable meaning very early on, prior to the writing of the Hebrew scriptures, when the Hebrew religion was in an early state of development and still in its infancy. Yet, much later, WAG, Moses composed the Hebrew scriptures around 1400 BC, which also contained a lot of the Hebrew people, establishing the foundations of the Jewish religion, demonstrate signs that the name Yahweh was still rather ambiguous and had no direct translation. And it is highly possible that the original meaning of Yahweh had no importance whatsoever for the Hebrews who lived much later, where in the 5th century BC they used several divine names for God, all more than likely referring to older deities and older layers of Israelite religion. The form and pronunciation of Yahweh, although considered as sacred, as was the deity behind the name itself, was never altered. It was simply retained as part of the growing list of attributable names for the Hebrew God. All of this is highly important to understanding the name of Enki/Ea, the evolution of his name, being much similar. Even if Enki/Ea once had a clearly translatable meaning that was understandable to ancient Sumerian people, that original meaning was not necessarily understood by the Mesopotamian people living in the 3rd millennium city-states of Sumer and neighboring Akkad. But the name Enki, specifically the Akkadian version, Ea, did migrate into the Canaanite region from the Mesopotamian region throughout the course of the following millennia and a half. The name Ea became the base of the Canaanite word Yahweh, pronounced Yahweh, the Hebrew name, Jehovah. This is all important in understanding how the idea of the serpent became the basis for the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden serpent character, Nakash. The direct translation of the Sumerian name, Enki, recorded as a divine Sumerian name in written sources since the composition of the text literally translated as Lord Earth, or Lord of the Year, extending to the meaning of he who ruled beneath the earth, the Abzu, and had dominion over it. 26. Sounds like Satan, doesn't it? The problem is that, although Enki/Ea is incredible mythological linkage to the serpent in the Bible, the name Ea is the early form of the name Yahweh Jehovah. There is some sort of twist in meaning that has taken place along the millennia, and there is some theoretical, yet highly heretical, surmising that the two characters are, perhaps, one and the same. Lucifer and Jehovah, at least etymologically, if not theologically, were the both of the pantheon of the Elohim. The connectivity between Enki/Ea, who brought forbidden knowledges of the gods to early humans from a place known as the snake den, Ea's den, is undeniably connected to the character of Nakash, who was the illuminator and bringer of forbidden knowledge to Adam and Eve. In the Genesis story of the Garden of Eden, yet he is etymologically linked to Jehovah, the savior of humanity. Chapter 2. That's not what I learned in Sunday school. If you grew up anything like me, you attended Sunday school as a kid. Maybe you even attended as an adult, and perhaps you still attend today. I only talk about religious education in the framework of Sunday school, as it gives a quick reference in our minds to all the things we were taught in our religious training as kids. It's there that we learned in rudimentary form all the basic stories of Bible and the embryonic systematic theology that formed our particular denomination's dogmas and doctrines. If you were Catholic, you went to catechism. If Lutheran, you attended confirmation classes. If Jewish, you attended synagogue and both pre and post bar and bat mitzvah education, and maybe even went on into martyrdom in your teens. Perhaps you are of a different faith altogether or experienced no form of biblical training at all. Most of us have some notion as to what the early stories of the Bible had to say regarding the creation of mankind, the Garden of Eden, Noah, and the Ark, and other great stories that are religious in their origins, but that have transcended into dialogue through the countless retellings and spread into pop culture, children's books, toys, games, and all sorts of other ancillary forms throughout the years. For the purposes of this examination, as I have stated, I hail back to the roots of my Christian education, as they are the foremost familiar tales stemming from much older, not so familiar, historical religious accounts and mythologies. If I were to approach an absolute stranger on the STR, and ask him more about the Garden of Eden or the serpent in the garden or Noah's Ark, the great flood, or even Moses and the 10 Commandments, he or she would, as with most people, have some idea of what it is I was asking. These are common stories woven into the fabric of our religious heritage. That is not to say your particular heritage, but the heritage and religious mythology of humanity. In many cases, the old adage rings true that familiarity breeds contempt, and many of us, though perhaps adhering to what we were taught as children, have drifted far from those original teachings, relegating them to the realm of fantasy and religious fairy tale. As I grew older, I began to question many of the things I had been taught. I knew that I accepted those old stories as the absolute truth of God's word as I was taught to do as a youngster, and they became ingrained in my mind as some sort of probable universal truth. But because I extended my biblical education into my teens and young adult years, I found that my logical mind contended with the fake stories that made so much sense so many years earlier. I questioned who God really was, what his names meant, and why there were so many things in the pages of scripture that seemed to play like a Lord of the Rings movie, only with angels on crack. So I started asking questions. Why does the name Elohim have a plural connotation? What beings came down from heaven and impregnated humans? Who were they? Why did Moses never name the pharaohs with whom he had his encounters? Isn't that important to the narrative? Was the life actually a real giant? What the hell are sea monsters and Leviathan? What is that will within a will contraption in Ezekiel? Why is it Leviticus placed a legal mandate against eating Alaskan king crab? What? I can't have sex with a menstruating woman. And so on, and so on, and so on. Those were only the tip of the iceberg when it came to my questions. Many more dealt with textual criticisms, historical references, the mention of constellations that played important roles in pagan religions but figured prominently in biblical passages, homosexuality, Old Testament patriarchal polygamy, the genocide of infidels, the drinking of alcoholic beverages, and the mandate for women to stay silent in the church while allowing them to teach classes and sing. The questions listed here are not just examples I pulled out of the air, but all actual questions, asked, among many others, while attending Bible school and seminary, and working in youth ministry. In my teens and 20s, ultimately, I was labeled a troublemaker. This moniker was delivered in one of two forms: you are a troublemaker, Mr. Roberts. That kind of thinking will get you nowhere, fast. Around here, and you are a troublemaker, Mr. Roberts, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, accompanied by the nonverbal, and you are onto something by asking, but we can't talk about that here, in this setting, which ended up in private, out of the way chats over cups of coffee in dark corners of bar away cafes. As in most theological, dogma-driven circles, questioning the norm generally lands you in hot water. But the biggest question of them all, for me, was this: what? How do we know that what we believe and teach is the absolute corner on the truth? Did God descend and tell us these things firsthand, or are we simply believing in something for which we have no proof and for which all the science and reason and logic out there seems to contradict? Is that the true nature of faith? I am bewildered, believing something that makes no sense for a greater purpose of which we have absolutely no proof. It's better than believing in nothing at all. I was admonished with some conclusive air. That is what has brought me to the place where I write about these things. I do not disbelieve in God, nor have I thrown out the baby with the bathwater, but I do have questions for which answers are hard to come by within the context of my religion. So I started looking outside the box, to the places that might lend me some better perspective or some answers that might give more solidity to the foundation that I was told was as solid as the rock of Christ. Amen and glory. The serpent in the garden. Now the snake was the most clever of all the wild animals the Lord God had made. 1. Day the snake said to the woman, Did God really say that you must not eat fruit from any tree in the garden? 2. The woman answered the snake, We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden. 3. But God told us, You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden. You must not even touch it, or you will die. 4. But the snake said to the woman, You will not die. 5. God knows that if you eat the fruit from that tree, you will learn about good and evil and you will be like God. 6. The woman saw that the tree was beautiful, that its fruit was good to eat, and that it would make her wise. So she took some of its fruit and ate it. She also gave some of the fruit to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. 7. Then it was as if their eyes were open. They realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made something to cover themselves. 8. Then they heard the Lord God walking in the garden during the cool part of the day, and the man and his wife hid from the Lord God among the trees in the garden. 9. But the Lord God called to the man and said, Where are you? 10. The man answered, I heard you walking in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid. And God asked, Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat fruit from the tree from which I commanded you not to eat? 12. The man said, You gave this woman to me, and she gave me fruit from the tree, so I ate it. 13. Then the Lord God said to the woman, How could you have done such a thing? She answered, The snake tricked me, so I ate the fruit. 14. The Lord God said to the snake, Because you did this, a curse will be put on you. You will be cursed as no other animal, tame or wild, will ever be. You will crawl on your stomach, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. 15. I will make you and the woman enemies to each other. Your descendants and her descendants will be enemies. One of her descendants will crush your head, and you will bite his heel. 16. Then God said to the woman, I will cause you to have much trouble when you are pregnant, and when you give birth to children, you will have great pain. You will greatly desire your husband, but he will rule over you. 17. Then God said to the man, You listened to what your wife said, and you ate fruit from the tree from which I commanded you not to eat. So I will put a curse on the ground, and you will have to work very hard for your food. In pain you will eat its food all the days of your life. 18. The ground will produce thorns and weeds for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. 19. You will sweat and work hard for your food. Later you will return to the ground, because you were taken from it. You are dust, and when you die, you will return to the dust. 20. The man named his wife Eve, because she was the mother of all the living. 21. The Lord God made clothes from animal skins for the man and his wife in dress. 22. Then the Lord God said, Humans have become like one of us, they know good and evil. We must keep them from eating some of the fruit from the tree of life, or they will live forever. 23. So the Lord God forced Adam out of the garden of Eden to work the ground from which he was taken. 24. After God forced humans out of the garden, he placed angels and a sword of fire that flashed around in every direction on its eastern border. This kept people from getting to the tree of life. Genesis 3:1-24. Taking a biblical story and dissecting it to bear all the internal organs and skeletal structure is a meticulously important process necessary in an understanding of ancient culture. Simply said, the Bible, for all of its gloriously revered tales of Jehovah God and his interactions with his human creation, spawning three of the world's major religions, is a source point for understanding the ancient anthropology of humanity. Depending on your view of the veracity of biblical scripture, there is no shadow of doubt that its pages reveal stories, accounts, myths, legends, and fables that mirror or are mirrored by plethora of cultures in the ancient world. The importance of the Bible, if not for faith and practice, is to see it as a book that demonstrates another facet of events as experienced and recounted by ancient mankind, a version, if you will, of common events experienced by ancient humanity. Accordingly, if you are of Judeo-Christian or Muslim religious heritage, the pages of these religious texts and biblical scripture are true, according to certain Christian denominations, and phrase I heard over and over throughout my Bible education. The Bible is the only foundation and authority for faith and practice. Although this may or may not be true, it is clear that when one step back from the text of the Bible, removing the sometimes rose-colored glasses of dogma and systematic theology, you can start to read between the lines and see, as it were, the vastness of the age. World flickering between the slats as you walk along the perimeter fence of one of the world's most holiest of books. And there exist many other world cultures that have varying accounts of creation and the first family, some of which border on that fairy tale sort of scenario, such as gods were a great human warrior, casting beasts and animals into the skies to create the swath of heavenly constellations. African, Native American accounts of creation share such commonalities such as subterranean humans coming to the surface of the earth and gods from the heavens impregnating their beautiful daughters with quadruplets. For example, in Lakota, accounts of the first human family, Waziyah, the old man, and his wife, Wakinka, emerged for the first time out into the world from underground. Wakinka gave birth to a daughter so beautiful that she captivated the attentions of Tate, the god of the wind, who married Age, and fathered quadruplets. In this account, we are told of a character, Ictamai the trickster, who tempted that first family with promises of great wealth, power, and beauty. Ictamai bears great resemblance to the Old Testament's account of the serpent, Nakash, who tempted Eve in the garden of Eden, promising eternal life and knowledge like that of the gods if she ate of the forbidden tree. The garden center. As with the Lakota tale of Waziyah, Wakinka, and disobedience and treachery against God/the gods resulted in banishment from paradise for them all. Nakash and his Lakota counterpart, Ictamai, were cursed and exiled to the earth for all time, while the first families went to bear children and spread throughout the world. It is very interesting to note that although Waziyah and Wakinka came out from underground, according to Lakota oral tradition, in the Genesis account, 2:7, Adam was formed out of the clay, the ground. The similarities in cultural versions of creation can be clearly seen. All the varied cultural tales of creation have such a vast number of similarities and overlaps that the touchpoint create a tangled web of scientific methodology, established more by the crossovers in the midst of various cultures, rather than the veracity of the individual cultural tale. In the Hebrew account of creation's first family, in the Genesis text, Adam and Eve were the first human couple, created by God and placed in a beautiful paradise garden called Eden. Their mandate was to till the ground and keep it, the garden, for God, the only prohibition being the eating of far from the two forbidden trees, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life, located at the center of the garden. Along comes the serpent, out of nowhere, with no contextual link to the passage, and tempts Eve to eat of the fruit of one of the forbidden trees. Eve looks at the act, and finds it beautiful and tasty in appearance, as well as something that would make her wise. She knows that the fruit will bring her wisdom is absent from the narrative. She plucks the fruit, eats it, and offers it to her husband, Adam, who, according to the text, just happened to be standing there with her, saying nothing or offering any protest to her actions or the temptations of the serpent. Result is an instantaneous opening of the floodgates of their minds, and they are suddenly fully up, that they are naked. They run and hide, covering themselves with fig leaves they sewn together, while the serpent seems to fall silent. The consequences are devastating to the human race, in that God finds the couple, curses them for disobeying his decrees, and condemns forever all of humanity. He also curses the serpent, condemning him to crawl forever on his belly and be reviled above all other animals on the earth, and that his offspring and the offspring of the mother of humanity would forever be in enmity and conflict. That's about as mythological a tale as they come, right with all the earmarks of every other culture. Mythological tales. But in Judeo-Christianity, we are taught that this is the truth. Read from G. himself. So, either one of two things is true. One is a myth, not unlike the creation myths of many other cultures, or two. Mythological tales are sometimes the absolute truth, despite resembling the mythological tales of all other cultures. Perhaps you could add a third option. Three is the truth, and all other mythological tales sourced in other cultures are simply those other cultures twist on the truth, and are the work of Satan performing acts of diabolical mimicry. There is more to the Eden tale than what you read on the surface. And whether you believe it, account to be fact, fiction, allegory, or myth, there is an encoded message deep within the subtext. The passage. The story of the Garden of Eden's occupants and their fall from grace is more than a simple tale of disobedience and the eating of forbidden fruit. It is a tale of grace interrupted and mirrors many of the events we find in the ancient Sumerian account of the Anunnaki breeding and enslavement of primeval mankind. In Eden, Eve's downfall came as a result of her encounter with the serpent. The encoded message in the Genesis passage implies that she had intercourse with the serpent character, thus rendering age. Recorded by out of a piece of fruit, small potatoes. The serpent not only seduced Eve away from the arms of her husband Adam, but impregnated her, and she conceived her son Cain. Eve, in turn, brought this sexual knowledge to her husband Adam, and they also had sex, conceiving Abel, Cain's twin brother. But Nakash did much more. Buried in the encoded mythical tale, he also passed to the first couple of forbidden knowledge of the Elohim, the pantheon of gods ruled by Jehovah. Comparatively, similar events took place when Enki/Ea went to the humans and incited rebellion against the gods by passing on their forbidden knowledge to the humans from his place in the saying, Marsh, Ea's dead. The ancient Sumerian cuneiforms also tell that this was done against the wishes of his superior and brother god, Hillel, and his punishment for this treasonous act. The progressive Enki/ and his followers were condemned in order to remain underground in the earth, as was their domain, within its vast cavernous systems weaving and intersecting throughout the substrate of the earth. Along with this punishment, it was ruled that Enki/Ea was to never interfere with humans and God, and that their generations would not only not ever know each other, but would learn to hate each other, and be in continual conflict, just as God pronounced the continual enmity that would exist between the offspring of the serpent and the offspring of the humans, in Genesis 3:14-15. In a rather tragic way for Western religious thought, then, the story seems to suggest that God stands against our own moral maturity, against sexuality, and against the divinization of human nature through the acquisition of knowledge and sexual pleasure. It also insinuates, when it does not actually shout, that we all die because our first parents knew each other within the intimate gnosis of sexual intercourse, because they talk, we're screwed. Jeffrey J. Paul, The Serpent's Gift, Gnostic Reflections on the Study of Religion. Have you ever encountered a serpent that walked upright? Spoke in an audible, understandable voice. According to Genesis, the snake that Eve encountered did both of these things. Though it is probably safe to say that Eve was not very experienced in the ways of the world, seeing as she was the very first woman, it is also probably very safe to say that she knew the difference between an SN and a man. According to the scripture, Genesis 3:1, the snake was neither. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, did God really say, you must not eat from any tree in the garden? As mentioned, the Hebrew word used in the book of Genesis for the word serpent is nakash, pronounced nakash, meaning magician or enchanter, a spellbinder, to illuminate, shine. Jewish rabbinic interpretation never saw this word as meaning a literal snake. It was to be understood as a shining being with power to enchant. This is a far cry from a snake in the grass. In many later interpretations, is identified as none other than Lucifer himself, although the passage never actually calls him by that name. It is attributed thousands of years later. It is this being influences and beguiled Eve or seduced, in a more accurate sense, into eating the fruit of the forbidden tree in the midst of the Garden of Eden, which, as we have seen, had absolutely nothing to do with eating fruit from the tree. To the woman said to the serpent, we may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, fruit but God did say, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die. Genesis 3:2-3. The following linguistic details of what transacted in the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden were presented in the rise and fall of the Nephilim, but well worth reconsidering here. The Hebrew word for that tree is etspj, a word that is in very close association with the Hebrew word toldal, both meaning generations. It is from these words that we draw the modern equivalent of family tree. Other variations of the word ets is the wood of a tree as an opening and closing of a door. In an applicational stretch, the same word can apply to the term portal, opening of one's mind, enlightenment. 1. It is highly suggested that the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, from which Eve is said to have eaten the forbidden fruit, was not a literal tree at all, but rather symbolic of the Briadami, races that lived in the region surrounding the Garden of Eden. These races are said to encompass the Atlantean civilization. The first few fruit of the trees of the Hebrew word very carrot root, produce of the ground, offspring, children, progeny of the womb, or figuratively, fruit of actions. The phrase Edaba, the Hebrew word akalal. This word has many uses, among which one use means to lay with a woman, sexual intercourse, and the word touch is the Hebrew word naga, to touch, that is, to lay the hand upon for any purpose, euphemism for to touch, in a sexual manner. For you will not certainly die, the serpent said to the woman. 5. For God knows that when you eat of it your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. 6. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate it. 7. Then the eyes of both of them were open, and they realized they were naked, so they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Genesis 3:4-7. This was obviously no ordinary tree. In fact, it wasn't a literal tree at all. Many biblical scholars interpret this as Lucifer. The definitions of some of the Hebrew words used here are controversial to their application in this context. That is to say that there may be opinions that have already been drawn prior to extrapolating meanings and applying them to the context. Here are the words from this Hebrew passage. The phrase pleasant to the eyes is the Hebrew word shemet/love, to desire, to covet, to take pleasure in, to delight in, to be desirable, to delight greatly, to desire greatly. Desirableness, preciousness. The word desired is the Hebrew word ta'alg-1 to yearn for. To lust after, use of bodily appetites, a longing, by implication, a delight, subjectively, satisfy. Objectively, a charm of desire, a wish, longings of one's heart, lust, and appetite, covetousness, bad sense, to covet, to wait longingly. Took is the Hebrew word legate.rp7 primitive root. Take, in the widest variety of applications, to take, to lay hold of, to receive, to marry, to take. To take to or for a person, to procure, to get, to take possession of, to select, to choose, to take. Marriage, to receive, to accept. Under these definitions, a very different picture of Eve's temptation in the Garden of Eden emerges. The first passage shows far more than a simple, disobedient appreciation of fruit. All the references we hear of Eve eating an apple, or depictions in religious art of the Eden couple eating a big piece of fruit, are merely coded information and hiding of what the passage truly speaks of. What really happened in the scene in the Garden of Eden is that Eve, the mother of humanity, lost age. virginity to the serpent, as you can see that she encountered him sexually before ever having sex with her husband, Adam, and further down the passage, the text is implicit that he was impregnated by this encounter. She then drew her husband into the scenario, and he willingly pursued. And Eve also became impregnated by Adam. Eve was now bearing fraternal twins, Cain and Abel, one from the seed of Adam, and the other from the seed of the character who is known as the serpent in the garden. The grand sin that was committed in Eden was not mere disobedience in the eating of a forbidden piece of fruit from a forbidden tree in the midst of the garden. It was a sexual sin that created a bloodline in the twins conceived in Eve's womb. According to the subsequent passages in Genesis, we learned that Abel was the blood seed of Adam, but that Cain was the blood seed of the serpent, and that the lineage would be in constant conflict with one another, starting with Cain murdering his TW brother. This begins the trail of the Nephilim, the bloodlines of the serpent. Blood is thicker than water. The Genesis record of the serpent's sexual encounter with Eve, the mother of all living, establishes that the biblical account recognizes a dual bloodline had been conceived in Eve. This fall is borne out not only in the condemnations in Eden, post-fall, and the pronunciation of what is understood in rabbinic and evangelical schools to be the first messianic prophecy, and you will crush your head, but you will by steal Genesis 3:15, but also by the long list of genealogy that appear in the subsequent Old Testament books. And these genealogies were written down and placed there for one purpose alone, to establish a traceable, pure human bloodline from which the Messiah would come. Traceable to who? You might ask. Traceable back to the loins of Adam, the first human male. Here's how the genealogies began in the first 28 verses of 1 Chronicles chapter. Historical records from Adam to Abraham to Noah's sons. Dam, author's note, take note of the exclusion of the firstborn twin sons, Cain and Abel, Seth, Enosh, 2 Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, 3 Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. 4 the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The Japhethites. 5 the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Jabin, Tubal, Meshach, and Tiras. 6 the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Rephath, and Togarmah. 7 the sons of Jabin, Elishah, Tarshish, the Kittites and the Reubenites, the Hamites. 8 the sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. 9 the sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Seth, Rema, and Sabteka. The sons of Rem, Sheba, and Dedan. 10 Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on earth. And Egypt was the father of the Lunatic, Anamites, Levites, Naphtalites, 12 Pathrusites, Kislevites, from whom the Philistines came, and Captorites. 13 Canaan was the father of Sidon his firstborn, and of the Hittites, 14 Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, 15 Hivites, Archites, Sidites, 16 Arvadites, Zemarites, and Hamathites, the Semites. 17 the sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Ul, Gedor, and Meshach. 18 Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Jalah father of Heber. 19 two sons were born to Heber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. 20 Joktan was the father of Almodad, Shaleth, Hazar, Nabath, Jerah, 21 Ephraim, Uzal, Thela, 22 Obal, Abimael, Sheba, 23 over Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Joktan. 24 Shem, Arphaxad, Shelah. 25 Eber, Peleg, Ru. 26 Eri, Nahor, Terah. 27 and Abram, that is, Abraham. The family of Abraham. 28 the sons of Abraham, Isaac and Ishmael. And this listing of genealogies goes on for 8, and they have more chapters. Why was there a need to trace the human bloodline back to Adam? Why such a meticulous biblical record of the flow of humanity from the first human man? It was to establish a traceable lineage of the coming Messiah, the kinsman redeemer prophesied during the pronouncement of cursing and judgment back in Genesis 3:15. These genealogical records exist for one purpose and one purpose only, to establish that there existed a dual bloodline in humanity, bequeathed in the Garden of Eden. The seed of Adam, being of pure human bloodline, and the seed of Nachash, the bloodline of mixed human and Elohim blood, as bred into Eve. And, as I noted above in the 1 Chronicles passage, the firstborn son, Cain, as well as the younger twin whom he murdered, are both omitted from the genealogy. 1. Cain is the firstborn and by Hebrew tradition should have appeared on the list immediately following Adam, but he is omitted from the genealogical record as listed in the Old Testament for the simple reason that he was not of pure human blood. Cain was of the mixed blood of Nachash and Eve. He was the first of the Nephilim. Abel wasn't listed in the record for the simple fact that he was murdered by Cain before he had bequeathed any children. That is why we see the third-born son, Seth, listed in the genealogical record as a direct descendant of Adam. Again, if you recall, and this is extremely important to understand the entirety of the Old Testament, Cain, as the firstborn son of Eve, was fathered by Nachash, the serpent character in Eve, who was of the Elohim, the bright, shining prince of heaven. He represents the mixed bloodline, and if the Messiah was to be the kinsman redeemer, the savior of mankind, born of mankind, his lineage had to be established as being of the pure human bloodline, therefore, a descendant of Seth, not Ca. The kinsman redeemer. The ancient Hebrew sense of redemption was firmly fixed in the word go/be, the act of redeeming as a kinsman. The Hebrew sensibility understood the Messiah to be the kinsman redeemer, the one who would come to save, redeem, and rectify, but who was also a near kinsman to the family. The concept of the kinsman redeemer was structured like this. The law of Moses made provision for instances when a person who was forced to sell part of his property or himself into slavery, THA, his nearest of kin could step in and come to his aid by buying back what his relative was forced to sell, whether goods or person. The kinsman redeemer became a benefactor, the person who treats the enslaved by paying the ransom price and eliminating his debt. If a fellow countryman of yours becomes so poor he has to sell part of his property, then his nearest kinsman is to come and buy back what his relative has sold. Leviticus 25:25. It was generally the nearest of kin who had the responsibility of redeeming his kinsman. If a person sold himself into slavery or was forced into such, his kinsman redeemer purchased his freedom. When debt threatened to overwhelm a person, the kinsman redeemer stepped in to buy his homestead and let the family live. If a family member died without an heir, the kinsman redeemer gave his name by marrying a widow and rearing the existing son or a new son to carry on his dead relative's name. When death by murder came at the hands of another man, the kinsman redeemer acted as the avenger of blood and pursued the murderer to enact familial vengeance or bring to justice. Numbers 35:12. 34. Deuteronomy 19:1-3. So when you think of the Jewish Messiah, remember that the Hebrew concept of Messiah was the kinsman redeemer, the one who was from among us coming to save or redeem us. And although this is a high, mighty biblical concept of redemption and salvation, it is also the theology in which was very encoded message of race interrupted and dual human bloodline. Piggybacked on the prophecies of the coming Messiah, whose heritage was said over and over and over again throughout the Old Testament to be that of a kinsman who would be of pure human blood, was the story of a pure blood race versus a mixed blood race. When the very first prophecy of the kinsman redeemer was uttered directly after the impregnation of Eve by both Adam and Nachash, dovetailing with the proclamation that there would forever be a state of conflict between the seed of Nachash and the seed of the woman, there was a necessity to provide a traceable heritage from which the future prophecy Messiah would be able to hail. In short, the Old Testament story of the Messiah and the corresponding genealogical records, substantiating a traceable, pure human bloodline, obviate the complete opposite, that there was an impure bloodline, that which was not completely human. That was the bloodline of Nakash, the serpent of the Garden of Eden, member of the Divine Council, one of the gods of the pantheon of gods, known as the sons of God, the Beni Elohim, the Watchers. I have to state emphatically that the story and prophecies of the Messiah woven throughout the entirety of the Old Testament were there for one reason, to provide an encoded, deeply subtextual message speaking to common events that every other ancient religion wrote about. The story of the coming Messiah seems more and more to simply be the Hebrew religion's collective mythology that needed to establish a pure human bloodline. And even the subtext of race interrupted has dubious origins, as there is simply no way to establish any sort of solid fact. The story of the Messiah age to come, and the genealogical record by which his human heritage was to be established, was the vehicle that was incorporated to establish a pure human bloodline, in opposition to the bloodline he was somehow tainted. Is this a story of extraterrestrial interference? Or is it a story of the anthropological development of comparative religions? Or is it a story of the one, true God's creation and control of that which he created? Comparatively speaking, the symbolic tree of the knowledge of good and evil is depicted in the Genesis account of Eden. The object of the forbidden fruit consumed by the first couple inciting God's wrath and judgment is the Hebrew correspondent to the very same palm tree in Eden, depicted as having a shrub around, which a half-man half-snake is inclined. It is from this tree that the Enki/Ea passed on knowledge and intelligence to humans, or, in the parallel Genesis scenario, Nakash taught the first human couple to partake of the forbidden knowledge. As the information was absorbed by Eve and passed onto Adam, their perceptions and awareness of reality quickly shifted, leaving the two in a severe state of shock and fear. Authors note, a person who is totally unaware of the reality in which she lives is said to reside in an Edenic state. The account goes on to explain that, soon thereafter, the couple ran and hid themselves from the voice of God, not because they had their first sexual experiences, nor that they were shy of their nakedness, even though Adam said they were hiding. Because they were naked, it was because they were suddenly, appallingly aware that there was a profound physical difference between the gods and themselves. They also were experiencing enlightenment for good or ill that they had not known prior to these events. It is clear that until time, the humans had no concept that they were in any way physically different from their reptilian/god counterparts. They had finally leapt from their childlike innocence and ignorance into the realization that they were intended, by design, to be tillers of the field and slaves to their overlords. There was also the fear, as is accounted in Genesis, that they had, as slaves who transgressed the law, brought down upon themselves the enormity of consequence. The symbolism of the forbidden tree in Eden is not limited to Judeo-Christianity. The Eastern Indian god Krishna sat atop a coiled serpent beneath the branches of the banyan tree, and from there bestowed spiritual knowledge to humanity. Further representation of the tree can be found in the man crucifixion accounts of great teachers and gods, such as that of Quetzalcoatl, the winged serpent god, of the great Toltec and Aztec civilization whose crucifixion on a tree is etched forever in stone. See, wooden crucifixes upon which those that bestowed knowledge upon humankind the symbols of the supreme god called the Egyptian Tao and Enki represent the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was the result of the teaching of the forbidden knowledges to humans that they were killed. The remarkable fact is that throughout all ancient and modern civilizations, the serpent, snake, or dragon bestowing knowledge upon the human race figures prominently in all religions and histories. The Judeo-Christian serpent is embodied in the fallen angel known as Lucifer, the mind serpent. God Quetzalcoatl, the enormous winged serpent god of the Hopi Indians, the Holican god, the mystical human-like reptilians known as Nabis of India, the Egyptian serpent god, Neb, the Phoenicians, Agathidemon, and even the Hebrews Nakishtim, the brazen serpent that Moses raised on a pole for the people to behold. These are but a few of the myriad accounts that exist in worldwide religion. Cultures describing early gods as having reptilian human physical features as well as having descended from the stars in the heavens. Where's the beef? After reading to this point, you may be asking yourself, so, what's the reptilian connection to ancient man? It is clear that, though our most familiar biblical stories have connectivity with ANC religions, it is also clear that there is symbolism that carries from one to the other. Not only is secularized contention that, anthropologically speaking, the Hebrew religion, aka Christianity, its roots in language and characters modified from more ancient religions, it also carries over symbolism and adapted meanings. The importance of drawing the comparisons between the ancient Sumerian culture and the ancient Hebrew scriptural accounts is superficial in this book, at best, echo. There are literal tome-filled libraries speaking to these matters, but it speaks to the foundational concepts that flow throughout the religious mythologies that have given us the foundations of what W believe. The bigger question to ask is whether we are putting our faith in something that we hold to truth, when in fact it is nothing more than accumulated myth upon myth upon myth. Now, before you cluck your tongue in disgust at this, I must again state emphatically that faith is completely other matter. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So said the Apostle Paul, Hebrews 11:1. Faith is the adhesive that binds together the things that always make sense. If you are willing to step outside the box, if only for a bit, in order to look and ask some serious questions, you may just find that there are other things beyond the scope of religious dogma and systematic theology. You may even step back into the box with a stronger sense of what you believe, for it's the repeated tearing down of muscle that builds its strength. The late physicist Richard Feynman put it this way: if you expected science to give all the answers to the wonderful questions about what we are, where we are going, what the meaning of the universe is, I think you can easily become disillusioned and then look for some mystic answer to these problems. We're exploring, we're trying to find out as much as we can about the world. There's a simple ultimate law that explains everything, so be it. That'd be a very nice discovery. If it turns out it's like an onion with millions of layers, then that's the way it is. When we go to investigate, we shouldn't pre-decide what it is we are trying to do except to find out more about it. We should look to see what's true and what may not be true. Once you start doubting, which, to me, is a very fundamental part of my soul to doubt and to ask, God, it gets a little harder to believe. One can live with doubt, uncertainty, and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers, possible beliefs, and different degrees of certainty about different things, but I'm not absolutely sure of anything. But I don't have to know an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing things, by being lost in the mysterious universe without having any purpose, which is the way it really is as far as I can tell. So, with my decidedly middle-of-the-road approach to personal faith, let's look at some of the comparatives in religion that seem to paint a bigger picture, not only of humanity but of the influence of the secret history of reptilians, which you will soon find isn't really a secret at all. Forgotten and buried in the test of time. Chapter 3. Coiled around many cultures. If the account given in Genesis is really true, ought we not, after all, to thank this serpent? He was the first schoolmaster, the first advocate of learning, the first enemy of ignorance, the first to whisper in human ears the sacred word, liberty. Robert Greene Ingersoll, American statesman, 1833 to 1899. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under William Shakespeare. There is a huge difference between approaching the issue of the multicultural serpent with a broad view that religion is most often a thing that cannot be quantified to the liking of the skeptical or scientific mind, versus the brand of angry atheism tantamount to hatred of any form of religion. 2. Most skeptical thinkers and the crusading scientific atheists of today, faith is a list of piety practices that consist of superstitions built on a misty nothingness of ignorance and a danger of falsehoods of faith-based thinking. I had one scientist refer to me, in an open debate, as an ass. Plotting, genialist Neva Lambert. With With this sort of eliminatory thinking, there is no room for the wonder of the spiritual, at least not openly admitted, and very little grasp of the way the theology incorporates critical thinking, let alone the complex phenomenology of the religious experience. Hardcore atheists urge religious believers when in office bound, short-sleeved, horn-rimmed, spectacle-wearing, white shirt, and tied countenance to the freestyling, caution to the wind, dreadlock, barefooted, multicolored paint-smeared, lock-dwelling artist. Pardoned by stereotypes. Religion is the construct of human beings. It is the attempt to place structure on the unstructured. Spiritual experience, and more often than not, the foundational religious constructs evolve into it. Systematic set of dogmas and theologies that produce, in nearly every case, a meticulous mode of control, which bears little resemblance to the origin of a systemized structure. Spiritual experience is rarely ever something that is corporate. It is individual. That individual, in turn, internalizes, personally pursues his particular religion more, as is evident throughout the history of humanity. He moves that personal experience to a place of revelation that of necessity should be shared with us, around him. But many times, the seeking of like-minded followers turns heinously into sycophancy, and the establishment of a controlled system is imposed that resembles nothing of the original experience or spirituality. Religion contains within its symbols and myths some of the most utterly profound truths of the human psyche, and even the body. But these are things that need to be properly interpreted and free from the illusion of faith and theology in order to function. Though faith is the thing that is necessary in most religious practices, it is also the thing that, in its simplicity, completely obliterate the open mind. Now, I've turned the entire argument on its head. Science and skepticism have closed off the possibilities under the lock and key of quantifiability within a theological approach to methodology and evidentiary research. On the other hand, the VRS, in opening themselves to internalizing external spiritual experience and structuring it into theology of any sort, have adopted rigid comes with legalizing their acceptance of that which is unquantifiable. It's a nasty catch-22 of thinking, so that neither approach seems to be complete, but always lacking what the other brings to the table. Science needs faith and faith needs science, and both need skepticism. Both are incomplete without the other, and that is the great schism of the mind. The symbolism and presence of the serpent in the ancient world was highly significant, and somewhere back there, a person, a priest, or a collective of both determined that the serpent was a symbol that should be held in high esteem. Whether it was like the cat my friend and I experienced of our Sunday morning philosophical excursions, or simply a recognition that the serpent bore physical qualities that superstitiously became spiritual ones, the deifying of this reptilian creature became widespread throughout human civilization, and carried to all parts of the world. Ancient societies and religious scriptures from the cradle of civilization to the Far East and European cultures are rife with serpent figures, which were simultaneously attributed to highly symbolic roles. One role connected serpents to the heavens in their representation as deities, creative powers, and healing entities. The second role linked them with the underworld, associating them with darkness, evil, harm, and destructive influences. Nowadays, if one just stops and considers, there should be little pivot. Recognizing this dual symbolism, as it persists, perhaps not to the same theological depths at once, but it is there nonetheless. Look simply to the symbol of the healing serpent as it appears on the physician's caduceus, the two coiled serpents wrapped around the tree, while at the same time, we see the serpent as a thing to be feared and reviled, a representative of evil intent and even as a descriptor for wily, despicable character attributes, that dudes a snake in the grass. No matter what your religious take may be on the serpent, it is clear that nearly every civilization either deified the serpent in one form or another, or looked upon the serpent as somehow sacred form, symbolic of the more esoteric values in life and nature. The serpent's dualism in the Hebrew religion is clearly seen when Moses, the giver of the law and traditional author of the Pentateuch, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, writes of the serpent in the Garden of Eden as the seducer of Eve and the catalyst for the spiritual fall of humanity, yet upholds the serpent as the S of divine healing when the people are smitten by venomous snakes. 5 of the people spake against God, and against Moses, wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul liveth is like bread. 6 And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses, and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord, and against thee. Pray unto the Lord, that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. 8 And the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass, that every one that is bitten, when he looked upon it, shall lie. 9 And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass, that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. Numbers 21:5-9. Moses cast the bronze, shining serpent, the negotiate 1W1, and raises it on a pole, and the people who were bitten were then instructed to look at it or touch the base of the pole to be healed. The terminal bites. Christianity, in turn, hailed to this miraculous healing event by equating the of the brazen serpent elevated on the pole to the lifting up, or crucifixion of Jesus Christ. 13 No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. 14 Just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the desert, so the Son of Man must be lifted up. 15 That everyone who believes in him may have eternal life. John 3:13-15. Although we have no idea how this was supposed to have worked, other than the claim of divine power, we also have no idea how much time passed and how many people died between conception of the divine brassy serpent, its sculpting, design, and casting, to final elevation on the story expounds on sacred symbolism over the sacred value of human life, the emphasis of the story demonstrating that the serpent was to be viewed as both the agent of harm and of healing, the bringer of death and the giver of life, perhaps paying homage to the fall of humanity, while at the time regarding the serpent as the deliverer of esoteric knowledge of the gods. The Hebrews sinned before their God, and fiery serpents were sent to bite them as a divine punishment. In response, Moses crafted a bronze image of the venomous serpent, and the people were healed and ultimately spared by simply looking at it or touching the pole on which it had been erected. The intent of the biblical passage is to illustrate that it is none other than God Jehovah who is the power working behind the image of the serpent. It is the paradoxical Jehovah who is at once the instigator of both death and life. And as God was so often wont to do in Hebrew scriptures, he allows for, and in this case is the originator of the deadly calamity, in order to establish both his magnificent terror and beneficent grace in being the God who imposes harsh judgment, as well as the God who offers a way out, salvation, and healing. To some, this may smack of a sort of divine Munchausen by proxy syndrome, but for the Hebrews, it was their God at work. What is clear is that the Israelites were already quite familiar with images of deified serpents from their exposure to Egyptian mysticism and mythology during the 4 centuries they dwelled in Egypt, either as slaves or workers. And keep in mind that after 400 years, they were clearly Egyptianized. In a similar way as if you were a descendant of an Englishman who traveled to America on the Mayflower in 1620 and whose descendants remained here all those generations up until the current day, you would be considered English by ancestry alone, but you would in actuality be completely American. Same deal with the Hebrews in Egypt. The Hebrews were barely even Hebrews anymore. They had a vestige of their heritage kept alive in oral tradition and religious practice, but had completely forgotten who they were, as evidenced the machinations Moses had to go through to keep convincing them that Jehovah was their God. They were Egyptians, but Moses came to lead them back to their ancestral promised land, and in the harshness of judgment, the serpent symbol is now seen by the Hebrews in its true light, a valid and important representation of their ancient God's ultimate power over life and death. Their life and death What is established within the symbol of the bronze serpent is that God was the divine force behind the serpent figure. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it. The snake march of Eridu. When we consider the Sumerian creator god, in key parallel by the neighboring Akkadian god, Ea is being connected through both ancient and modern mythology to a place called the snake march, coupled with the fact that we have already established that Enki/Ea is a linguistic precursor. 1WHW, Jehovah, the Middle East becomes the hotbed of early serpent mythology. The parallel being, of course, that Enki, the brother god to Elul, the chief god of the Anunnaki, was not only responsible for the creation of intelligent mankind as a slave race at the behest of Elul, but Ea saw the humans plot and led them into insurrection against the Anunnaki. As we saw earlier, Enki/Ea is the prototype for the Hebrew Jehovah, and they play very similar functions as both creators and saviors. And the serpent symbolism is connected to them both. In his fairly complex book, /Ivory from Evil, Mesopotamian Incantations, 2500 to 1500 BC. Oxford University researcher Graham Cunningham examined Sumerian tablets predating the time known as the Sargonic period in ancient Mesopotamia, which extended from approximately the 22nd to the 23rd centuries BC. During this earlier period in Sumer, there are many cuneiform tablets containing magical incantations for both helpful and harmful divine ritual intervention. In the tablets we find there are two specific incantations associating Enki/Ea with various agents of Onan. In other words, the summoning of infliction, harm, or illness on someone else. In these incantations, there is a reference to the snake of Enki, while the other mentions the place of the black snake, the middle of the Abzu. Remember the term Abzu? This is the great underworld sea on which the city of Eridu sits, and surrounding the city lies the swampy region known as the Snake Marsh, a place, according to the mythology, well known and loved by Enki/Ea. The incantations also mention a black dog, a horned snake, a serpent, and Enki himself. This association between Enki/Ea and harmful snakes continues well into the old Babylonian period, and there is even one incantation directed against various snakes referred to as the two-tongued snake of Abzu. Other incantations show that Enki/Ea could cure as well as cause illness. Remember Moses and the brazen serpent on the pole, and there is a particular repeating phrase in the incantation saying Ea did it, Ea undid it. In essence, God brought catastrophe, God brought healing. And Merkur and the Lord of Rothschild is a mythical Sumerian epic in which a speech is delivered by and Merkur, the son of Meshi and Gesher, the founder of the first dynasty of Uruk and builder of the city of Uruk. In that speech he delivers a magical incantation for the purpose of confusing the varied languages of the people. Note the striking similarities to the Genesis account of the Tower of Babel. Once upon a time there was no snake, there was no scorpion, there was no hyena, there was no lion, there was no wild dog, no wolf, there was no fear, no terror. Man had no rival. In those days, the lands of Sumer and Hadazah, Harmony found Sumer, the great land of the degrees of princeship. Uri, the land having all that is appropriate. The land Martu, resting in security. The whole universe, the people in unison. To whom one tongue spoke. Then, Enki, the Lord of abundance, whose commands are trustworthy. The Lord of wisdom, who understands the land. The leader of the gods. Endowed with wisdom, the Lord of Eridu, changed the speech in their mouths, brought contention into it, into the speech of man that, until then, had been one. Sumerian cylinder seal depicting Enki ended up in a march code. Image made available through Wikimedia Commons. In the book of Genesis, God comes down to earth and confuses the languages of humanity, causing them to disperse. For some reason he did not want the humans working in a unified fashion as they were building their giant ziggurat to reach to the heavens. Genesis 11:14. Enki/Ea plays this verb. Same language dispersing role in the Sumerian version of the tale. So, again, we see the correlation between Enki/Ea and Jehovah of the Old Testament, and the serpent slithers in and out through the narratives. On one of the many Akkadian green jasper cylinder seals, dating between 2000 and 2300 BC, there is an impression of the god Enki/Ea in a rebuilt marshland setting, standing in a shallow trap boat constructed out of the long roots growing in the marsh, traditional to the inhabitants of Eridu. It is obvious that the central figure in the boat is none other than Enki, as evidenced by the present dual streams of water emerging from his shoulders and a fish leaping from those streams. The boat pictured on the cylinder is being guided through the heavily reed marsh by two serpents, both holding hunting poles in their hands, while out of the water at the boat's fore and aft orifice, leaping into the air, presumably greeting their creator and joyous worship. The entire setting on the cylinder is meant to evoke beauty and worshipful honor of Enki. One of the men standing in the boat with Enki is more than likely the man who never left his side. The first human created by Enki. The became the god's personal servant, baking daily fresh bread and fishing for his god's meals. Sumerian hymns it is said of Enki that his greatest pastime was to navigate the waters of the snake, marching his boat, known as the Ibex of the Abzu. It was here in the snake marsh that Enki is city, have lived in his mythical sea house, which metaphorically cast its shadow over the waters of the snake marsh. If you visit the site of Eridu today, snakes can still be seen gliding across the surface. The water, forever reminding us why, after thousands of passing years, the place was given its name. The harbor of ancient Eridu, with a boat carrying the statue of their patron god, Enki, as envisioned by archaeological artist Baelish Baylock. Image used by permission from Baelish. Baylock, www.archaeologyillustrated.com. Accordingly, in the ancient tablets, amplified to otherworldly proportions in the modern mythologies of the Anunnaki found in the works of Zechariah Sitchin and others, it is said that Enki led a rebellion against his brother gods of the Anunnaki, becoming the first freedom fighter for the human race, his base of operations being the snake marsh or den of serpents, known as Ea's den. We'll expand on this in greater detail in the next chapter. Around the world in 80 serpents. Well, not quite 80, but when you consider all the civilizations, ancient, archaic, and modern, that revere or worship the serpent in some form, the list is staggering. World religion, cultural mythology, and archaic literature represent the serpent as having become synonymous with the act of fertility, force, and creative power. The fertility and sexual linkage is partly due to snakes being seen as figuratively phallic in form and symbolically synonymous with the male sex organ, not to mention the linkage to the Garden of Eden story of impregnation and the seduction of the serpent character. Serpents also became associated with water and earth due to the many species of snakes that live in the water or in holes in the ground, and agriculture, as their dwellings were in the ground and among the roots and plants. The ancient Chinese linked the serpent with the gods of rain, a life-giving symbol of fertility and abundance in their agrarian culture. Australia, India, North America, and Africa have all linked snakes with rain and rainbows, bringing to mind the aptly titled 1985 book by Wade Davis and subsequent motion picture, The Serpent and the Rainbow, exploring the voodoo, zombie, and reincarnating resurrection practices in the Caribbean, which, again, are connected with rain and ultimately agricultural fertility. Cultural symbolism of rebirth, resurrection, transformative power, immortality, and healing, as with the brazen serpent of Moses, became strong spiritual aspects of TH. Serpent. This is linked to the serpent's seasonal shedding of its outer skin, the orborus, a nature of physical occurrence called slough. This became a demonstrable, natural symbolism for resurrection, eternity, and the perpetual renewal of life. In the two major world religions Hindu, sprouted from the loins of Abraham, Judaism, and Islam, the serpent was representative of sexual desire, through re-establishing the sexual nature of the Garden of Eden story. Again reaffirming this idea. Rabbinic tradition holds that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is illustrative of sexual passion, lustful desire. For I find it interesting that these symbols existed in Abrahamic religions despite TH. That most adherents to traditional Hebrew, Muslim, and Christian faiths are far removed from the notion that the interaction between the serpent and even the Garden of Eden was anything having to do with sexual encounter and transmission of forbidden knowledge. In Hinduism, the Kundalini is a coiled serpent that sits, metaphorically, at the base of the spine, symbol of that residual power of pure desire and sexual passion. The Hebrews and Sumerians have been touched on quite extensively thus far, but let's do a brief recap and move on to some other examples. Israelite. The Hebrews held the serpent high as an evil presence embodied in the serpent that tempted Eve. The Garden of Eden. There are several other passages in the Old Testament and New Testament that speak to this character in other forms, both inanimate and possessing of character. In Exodus 4, Moses is gifted with a magical staff that can turn to a serpent on request. This was meant to be a sign of God's miraculous power when Moses went to confront the Pharaoh of Egypt. 2 And the Lord said unto him, What is that in thine hand? And he said, A rod. 3 And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it. 4 And the Lord said unto Moses, Put forth thine hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. 5 That they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared unto thee. Exodus 4:2-5. This very same rod-turned serpent was a magical trick duplicated by the court magicians in Egypt. But as the story goes, Moses' rod snake devoured the snakes produced by the Pharaoh's magicians. Again, according to Hebrew religion, the demonstration of God's power and Moses' demonstration that his snake was bigger than the Pharaoh's. 8 And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, 9 When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Shew a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. 10 And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. And then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments. 12 For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. 13 And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. Exodus 7:8-13. It is biblical stories like these that cause me to ponder why an infinite God did things the way he did them. It seems that God could have simply manifested himself to the Egyptians, demonstrating that he was, indeed, a benevolent deity, resulting in the Egyptians falling on their faces and worshipping him instead. According to the story in Exodus, God marioned his followers through a series of devastatingly awesome events that equated to nothing more than the wreaking of destruction, mayhem, and suffering, when he could simply have gained the respect, worship, and reverence by manifesting himself to the Pharaoh and the people of Egypt. Is this a God of infinite wisdom, holiness, and omniscience, or is it the manufactured God of humans in a historically culturally derived tale? That is the big question whose theme resonates throughout the subtext of this book. But as the systematic Judeo-Christian theology dictates, who am I to question God's ways? It's an issue of faith in the supernatural that became law, theology, and dogma, as we will see repeated throughout many ancient religions. If some of what I write seems as if I have some sort of axe to grind with biblical theology, please do not misinterpret me. What you see here are the shards of traditional stories not being filtered through religious predisposition, but the tales as seen from outside the box of dogma. When you look at these stories in that light, they become less God-inspired accounts and more of the same sort of religious mythological transference of divinity-driven theology for the purpose of establishing a picture that the teller of tale wanted told. The symbolism used to denote divine power is demonstrated in mythical proportions in the following passages. 4 The Hebrews traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Red Sea to go around Edom. But the people grew impatient on the way. 5 They spoke against God and against Moses, and said, Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the desert? There is no bread, there is no water, and we detest this miserable food. 6 Then the Lord said, Venomous snakes among them, they bit the people, and many Israelites died. 7 The people came to Moses and said, We sinned when we spoke against the Lord and against you. Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us. So Moses prayed for the people. 8 The Lord said to Moses, Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live. 9 So Moses made a bronze snake and put it up on a pole. Then when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, he lived. Number 21:4-9. 1 Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments, and his judgments, and his statutes, which I command thee this day. 15 Who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents, author's emphasis, and scorpions, and drought, where there was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint. Deuteronomy 8:11-15. As we have already examined, the serpent that Moses cast in bronze, many years later, became an object of worship itself. The Nehushtan, as it was called, the derivative of Egypt's Nakash, had taken on the status of God, and cult formed around its worship, so much so that King Hezekiah extirpated the cult and tore down the bronze serpent. Apparently, serpent worship in Jerusalem was not new in Israel, as there are no less than 7 such bronze serpents from pre-Israelite Palestinian cities. 2 of these serpents were uncovered during an archaeological dig at Megiddo, 5:1 at the ancient site of Gezer, 6:2 from the Holy of Holies at the ruins of Gezer, and another 2 at the remains Shechem. There are several other archaeological discoveries of the snake and serpent in the Canaanite region, but they mostly predate Israel's occupation of the territory. However, with what W understand of the spread of religion and the adaptations from culture to culture, it is clear that the Israelites simply appropriated the older Palestinian serpent worship, blending it with their own version of serpent worship as embodied in the bronze serpent of Moses. It is interesting to note that despite all the miraculous wonders experienced by the Hebrews under the leadership of Moses, and during the great exodus from Egypt, the people still clung to the physical objects such as the golden calf and the serpent, and elevated them to the status worthy of their worship. Could this be some indicator as to what really happened in these biblical tales? Ask yourself, would you, if confronted with the sea splitting open to allow you to pass on dry ground, if you stood before the fiery mountain where Moses ascended to receive the tablets, or if you experienced all the other miraculous wonders of the Hebrews' 40 years sojourn in the desert, forget about what God performed in worship at night, or perhaps the Hebrews never really experienced any of these things on the same level as they have been passed down to us in biblical religious myth. Perhaps the experiencer, Moses, constructed an elaborate religion from the bare bones of personal divine revelation, but the hard part for him was convincing the people to live by the dictates of hot individual encounter with God. And then, in a posthumous slap in the face to Moses, throughout the next few hundred years, the people took his brazen serpent on pole, incorporated it into Canaanite religion of Palestine, and began worshipping the snake as if it were the god of their deliverance. Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of the king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. 20 and 5 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 20 and 9 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name also was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. 3 And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father did. 4 He removed the high places, and break the images, and cut down the groves, and break in pieces the brazen serpent. Author's emphasis that Moses had made, for unto those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan. 2 Kings 18:14. In magnificent poetic form, Job 26:6-14 presents a picture of God's handiwork. The serpent is mentioned near the end of the passage. 6 Death is naked before God. Destruction lies uncovered. 7 He spreads out the northern skies over empty space. He suspends the earth over nothing. 8 He wraps up the waters in his clouds. Yet the clouds do not burst under their weight. 9 He covers the face of the low moon, spreading his clouds over it. 10 He marks out the horizon on the face of the waters for a boundary between light and darkness, and the pillars of the heavens quake. The gas head is rebuked. 12 By his power he churned up the sea. By his wisdom he cut it half to pieces. 13 By his breath the skies became fair. His hand pierced the crooked serpent. 14 And these are but the outer fringe of his works. How faint the whisper we hear of him. Who then can understand the thunder of his power? Pratt is this crooked serpent spoken of in the passage. It appears again in Old Testament Scripture. 1 Meditate the Lord with his heart. Great and strong sword shall visit Leviathan, the serpent, and Leviathan, the crooked serpent, author's emphasis, and shall slay the whale. That is in the sea. 2 Meditate there shall be singing to the vineyard of pure wine. 3 I am the Lord that keep it. I will suddenly give it drink, lest any come to it. I keep it night and day. Isaiah 27:1-3. There are many interpretations of the crooked serpent, the Leviathan and dragon, ranging from a presence of the Holy Ghost to the constellation of Draco to a prophecy of the swastika of the Nazi regime. In all, the serpent is mentioned more than 40 times in biblical references. An exhaustive listing. Here would be simply that, a list. Rather than reference every passage, suffice it to say that all one need do is refer to a concordance of the Bible words and look under the heading for serpent or snake. You could also conduct an internet search for the word serpent plus Bible, then sit back and find the voluminous web pages and limitless amount of information and interpretation from the scholarly to completely map range. Suffice it to say that the Bible establishes the serpent myth was at play in ancient Israel, most probably carried over in their origins from the Egyptian, Palestinian, and Sumerian cultures that influenced the early development of Hebrew religion. The Great Dragon, China. For millennia, Chinese culture has existed and thrived in an unbroken line, dating back to the Xia Dynasty as early as 2000 BC. China's mythological roots, however, extend even farther back in time. 5,000 years ago in China, around the time the ancient Britons were building the first circular ditch and mound of Stonehenge, the dragon began its long-standing tradition as a mythological figure of the Chinese people. Unlike the serpent or snake in other cultures, the Chinese held the serpent/dragon as a symbol of happiness, immortality, sexual intercourse, and fertility, imbued with the ability to ward off evil spirits. The pervasive dragon decorates nearly every ancient monument and structure in China, as well as adorning the garments of ancient Chinese generals and high governmental officials. The emperor wore 9 dragons on his rocky robe. In ancient times, again illustrating the dual nature of the serpent, the dragon was regarded as not only the highest of sacred animals, but it also became the imperial emblem of all Chinese emperors. Unlike the depictions of evil dragons of Western cultures and the need for St. Patrick to drive the serpents from the fan of Ireland, the Chinese dragon is beneficent and gracious among all other creatures, and was worshipped as the divine ruler of lakes, rivers, and seas. It is a powerful yet gentle serpent tongue that brings the fertile, healing rain to the earth, giving life to the crops and quenching the thirst of the toiling husbandman. The dragon ultimately became synonymous with the Chinese, who proudly proclaimed themselves Fong and Chuan Ren, descendants of the dragon. The long line of emperors believed themselves to be, as did the Egyptians and other monarchical families in ancient times, the sons of heaven, the sons of God, the Elohim, brothers to the gods, and incarnate embodiments of the sacred dragons. All the empirical accoutrements became known as things that were of the dragon. The bed of the emperor was the dragon bed, the throne, the dragon seat, and the emperor's ceremonial robes, the dragon robes. The dragon was in and throughout every aspect of ceremonial worship and daily life. For half a millennium, the Xia people and their dynasty dominated the northern regions of China. From about 2000 to 1500 BC, they were a people who collectively worshipped the sacred serpent, a creature found coiled around the most ancient of Chinese mythologies. Through the course of evolution, the serpent took on the form of the traditional Chinese dragon and became the most everlasting symbol of the people and the most recognized emblem of Chinese culture, spirituality, and mythology. In 551 BC, a child named Confucius was born into a poor family of aristocratic lineage. His family's lineage allowed him the ability to become an educator and governmental official. Better known to the world as Confucius, his philosophy as an educator was that learning, in and of itself, was the path to greater self-knowledge and self-improvement. Working for and attaining these things would lead you to good conduct and clean living. His teachings took on legendary proportion through the centuries and millennia, but his underlying goal was to make wisdom the divine force that would result in the smooth operation of a stable and well-ordered state of being. Sounds very New Age, doesn't it? As most of us know, his teachings became a legendary guide to living wisely. Many followers flocked to the teachings of Confucius, and they continued to perpetuate his ideas, even after his death in 479 BC. As is with most legendary figures, who attained legendary status during their own lifetimes, legends were fostered and spread about Confucius, including one in which sacred dragons guarded his mother during her pregnancy and attended to her at his birth. Mesoamerican feathered serpent. According to Aztec, Mayan, and Toltec scriptures, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, was the primordial creator and giver of life to all that is. Along with his mirror opposite god, Tezcatlipoca, he created the world, and he was sometimes referred to as the white Tezcatlipoca, contrasted to his darker opposite, the god of the night. He was called the great sky god, the lord of these, being associated with the morning star, which also gave him the name Huitzilopochtli, lord of the star of the dawn. Quetzalcoatl was also a virgin birth, his mother being the goddess Huitzilopochtli, and his twin brother god, Colodi, known as the evening star, associated with Venus. It was Quetzalcoatl who, after the death of the fourth son, fourth age, descended to Mindland, the land of dead, and by sprinkling blood drawn from his penis over the bones of the dead he had gathered from the previous era, created the fifth son and the dawning of the new age of mankind. The temple of the feathered serpent has fine stylized depictions of that deity in a style that includes the apparent influences of Teotihuacan and Maya imagery available through Wikimedia Commons. Comparatively speaking, the resemblance to titles used for Jesus, the bright morning star, and Lucifer of the morning star, are striking. This begs the question as to whether the Jesus of early Christianity garnered his title from the same sort of evolution of pagan, earth-based religious spelling, as did Quetzalcoatl, only a few hundred years later. Although Christianity teaches that God, the creator, and Lucifer/Satan/devil, the created, are not precise opposites, despite the fact that they represent opposing forces of good and evil, and that which is holy versus that which is profane. The dual nature of the opposing forces is present in nearly all religious belief and mythology in every culture. In this sense, Quetzalcoatl becomes the very same archetype. And because we all know that the morning and evening stars are merely a planet in the solar system, attributing them to being the presence of divinity, even on a comparative level, is certainly nothing short of an archaic understanding on the part of both religious mythologies. As humans, we have always looked to the equinoxes and the traversing of the heavenly bodies to ascribe some sort of mystical substance to OU. Gods, the dual, or twin, aspects of Quetzalcoatl and Colodi is not lost on the comparison between Jesus and Lucifer, who are not only the diametrically opposing elements in the Christian faith, but also hypothesized by some wags to be twin brothers, both of the Elohim. As with other gods riddled throughout human history, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who who is attributed to Lucifer, Inky/Ea, Krishna, and others brought the knowledge of the gods to humanity. This act bestowing on him the additional title of wise legislator. And, as with the serpent, in the Garden of Eden, he was condemned by the other gods and crucified on a tree, like Jesus Christ, the Messiah of the Christian faith. Veneration of Quetzalcoatl as a god appears to have begun in the early classic Mesoamerican periods between 400 BC and 600 AD, and spread throughout Mesoamerica by the late classic period, 600 to 900 AD. There is some credence to the academic notion that Quetzalcoatl was merely a god leaking from an earlier Mesoamerican period, which would also fit the picture of most mythological gods who once had firm footing in the flesh and blood, but with the evolution of legend, became much, much more. In the Aztec culture, whose religious beliefs are among the best documented in historical sources, Quetzalcoatl was the god of the wind, the star of the dawn, emergence, arts, crafts, and knowledge. He was also, as the bringer of learning and knowledge, the patron god of the Aztec priesthood. Another cross-cultural similarity to the illuminator and bringer of knowledge. In one version of the myth, Quetzalcoatl allowed himself to be seduced by his smoking mirror opposite Tezcatlipoca, and in his resulting remorse, threw himself on a funeral pyre, killing him by the upper side. After his death, his heart became the morning star, creating his identification with the god Tezcatlipoca. Toltec religious dualism has it that Tezcatlipoca, the opposing deity, Quetzalcoatl, had reportedly driven the god into exile. According to yet another tradition, Quetzalcoatl traveled over the sea on a raft of snakes. Quetzalcoatl has been physically described as being light-skinned and bearded, and prophesies of his future return were connected to his mythology. When the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés appeared in Mesoamerica in 1519, the Aztec king at the time, Montezuma II, lured by the higher technology, weaponry, and appearance of the conquistadors, was easily convinced that Cortés was in fact the reincarnate Quetzalcoatl, returning to rule his people. Quetzalcoatl became the dualistic serpentine symbol of death and resurrection. The god has a great affinity with the priest king Tocantins in Seattle Quetzalcoatl, who ruled the Toltecs in Tula during 10th century. The cult of Quetzalcoatl became widespread in Teotihuacan, an area about 30 miles north of what is now Mexico City, as well as Cojuco, Cholula, and Chichen Itza. In his book Fingerprints of the Gods, The Evidence of Earth Has Lost Civilization, British author Graham Hancock published a controversial theory that states Egyptian culture, as well as all the Mesoamerican culture inclusive of the Aztec, Mayan, and Olmec, all shared similar Quetzalcoatl mythologies. 10 of stories of a bearded, light-skinned man bringing knowledge are alleged to be common, and sprouting from a central source or a master/proto-culture. As racist as that may sound, by today's standards of politically correct speak, keep in mind that the mythologies are much older than current 21st century politics. The caterwaul by the scientific community is that all these are based on some sort of tacit racism, when in fact, it is the cultures themselves that have given the stories, not later cultures attributing those stories to only the, as some in the scientific call them, brown peoples. Native American rattlesnake. The serpent is revered among Native American tribes in the form of the rattlesnake, who is known as grandfather and king of snakes. It is he who gives both fair winds and is the bringer of tempestuous weather, aligning with the myths of Quetzalcoatl and his connection to the wind and weather. In Native American Chippewa and Cherokee flood mythology, the horned serpent, Wazajinbe, an evil, underwater serpent/dragon, kills one of the god's cousins. In an act of divine revenge, the gods kill the horned serpent, who in dying unleashes a great flood. The people first flee to the mountains, and when they, too, become submerged, they float on a raft of serpents until the flood subsides. The evil spirits, once controlled by the serpent god, then go into hiding out of fear of her punishment and repercussion. Again, the similarities to the Nephilim and the flood of Noah are undeniable, as the Hebrew scripture tells us that the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, Genesis 6:4. This is not to establish the flood of Noah as the prototype or true story, but rather to compare the flood of Noah to the other cultural accounts, demonstrating the common theme amongst varying cultural tales. Anecdotally, in Ohio, the top plateau overlooking the Brush Creek Valley, Serpent Mound is the largest and finest serpent effigy in the United States. The mound builders associated some great mystical value to the serpent, as demonstrated by archaeological sites such as the Serpent Mound, though, to date, no one has been able to decipher particular associations. The Canaanite Basilic, the early pre-Canaanite Phoenicians, the basis of the name Phoenix, the rising firebird/dragon, had a serpent god called the Basilisk, made popular in one of the Harry Potter books and movies. This serpent wasn't quite a serpent, but wore some of the physical characteristics of an early Draco figure, again demonstrating the migrated physicalized presence of the earlier serpentine representations. The Basilisk was considered to be an early representation of a phallic god, common in ancient religions, obviously founded in male domination. According to the mythology, to look directly at a basilisk meant certain death in many of his forms, so it is impossible to picture accurately, as no one was able to look at them and create an accurate representation. This ability to kill with a glance is shared by the organs of Greek mythology, mythical correspondence of the basilisk. In turn, the only way to kill a basilisk was blindfolded and by use of indirect visual, so by a mirror or by use of a mirror-like object in which the serpent could view its own reflection, as was the case with the Grecian myth of Perseus and his fight with Medusa. First century Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote of the basilisk serpent has the same power to kill with its gaze. It is a native of Cyrenaica, not more than 12 inches long. It snakes with its hiss, and moves its body forward in manifold coils like other snakes. 11. During the Middle Ages, the basilisk became identified with the cockatrice, a two-legged dragon, with the head of a rooster, very similar to the phoenix, a serpent mentioned occasionally in the Testament book of Isaiah and other Hebrew scriptures. And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the ASP, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice's head. Isaiah 11:8. Rejoice not thou, old Palestina, because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. For out of the serpent's root shall come forth the cockatrice, and his fruit shall be a fiery flame. Serpent. Isaiah 14:29. They hatch cockatrice eggs, and weave the spider's web, he that eat of their eggs. Dieth, and that which is crushed break out into a viper. Isaiah 59:5. For, behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices, among you, which will not be charmed. And they shall bite you, saith the Lord. Jeremiah 8:17. When we enter the modern period, and Medusa becomes an innocuous decorative motif found on door knockers and brooches, the basilisk immigrates to the United States and becomes identified with different American snakes, most notably the rattlesnake. One of the first rattlesnakes encountered the European explorers, a tropical variety known as the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake, was given the scientific name Crotalus basiliscus, or basilisk snake. On an interesting etymological note, the word basilisk is where we got the later word for temple of the phallic god, and eventually a type of church, the basilica. There is a remembrance to this ancient mythology found atop St. Peter's Basilica in Rome in the form of a phallic ball. Hindu mythology. The worship of snakes and serpents in Hindu culture and religion demonstrates high status of snakes or nagas in their mythology. Is a Sanskrit and Pali word for deity or class of entity or being, taking the form of a very large snake, found in Hinduism and Buddhism. The use of the term naga is often ambiguous, as the word may also refer, in similar contexts, to one of several human tribes known as or nicknamed the nagas. The term is still used to apply to ordinary snakes, particularly the king cobra and the Indian cobra, the latter of which is still called naga in Hindi. Other languages of India The serpent primarily represents symbolic rebirth, death, and mortality, again as we've seen in other cultures, due to the casting of its skin and symbolic rebirth. Art representations of Ka, or nuggets can be found all across India, to which offerings of food and flowers are left, with lights, burned before the many and various shrines. Among some South Indians, the cobra is so revered that, if accidentally killed, it is burned like a human being on a funerary pyre. No one would kill one. Intentional. The serpent nuggets form an important part of Hindu mythology and play prominent roles in various legends. The following is a list of serpents from Hindu mythology 12. Adisesha, Shishnaga, or the 1,000-headed snake, upholds the world on his many heads and Shesha is said to be used by Lord Vishnu to rest. Shesha also sheltered Lord Krishna from a thunderstorm during his birth. Vasuki allowed himself to be boiled around Mount Mandara by the Devas and Assuras returned to Milky Ocean, creating the ambrosia of immortality. Kali poisoned the Yamuna/Yamuna river where he lived. Krishna subdued Kali by dancing on him and compelled him to leave the river. Manasa is the queen of the snakes. She is also referred to as Manesha or Mamanesha, with Ma being the universal mother. Aneta is the endless snake who circles the world. Apanaka, or Padmika, is the guardian snake of the south. Astika is half Brahmin and half Naga. Gulika. Lord Shiva also wears a snake around his neck. An important Hindu festival bearing ancient association with snake worship is Nag Panchami. It is held on the 5th day of Shravan, and snake idols are offered gifts of milk and incense. It is said, the gaining of wisdom, wealth, and fame are sought after by the offering of milk and incense to the serpent idol. Once again, the serpent is associated with illumination and the getting of knowledge. Egyptian. Apophis, also known as Ikat, 13 dating back into the 1500s BC, was the great water serpent god, who slept in the mountains of Baku, rising with the morning star, daily attacks Arya on his journeys through the daytime sky and the underworld, and is subsequently destroyed each evening by Soba, the god of the crocodiles. As we have seen in most other religions and cultures thus far, the serpent seems to always hold symbolic symbolism and underworld characterization as a giver of life, possessing the creator aspect that seems ever present wherever the serpent is worshipped. Nowhere is this so evident and pervasive than in the mysticism of ancient Egyptian religion and worship. In the mythology and symbolism of Egypt exists some of the most glaring dualistic contrasts between reverence, worship of the serpent, and fear-based repudiation. The Egyptians' reverence for the serpent's life-giving powers probably arose, in part, from once again observing them shedding their skins, continually exposing a new resurrected body in the process. The god of the ancient Egyptian primeval creator deity is represented in the form of Th, serpent who seasonally shed his outer skin, a symbol of the continual life, death, and new life. CYCL. At one point, Adam prophesied to Osiris, the Egyptian god of the netherworld and final judgment, Th. He is going to destroy the entire world he had created and revert back to his serpentine form. 14. Early 20th century Dutch-born archaeologist Henry Frankfurt, who spent his life reconstructing ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian culture and mythology, said of the Egyptian serpent gods, the primeval snake survives when everything else is destroyed at the end of time. Thus the serpent was strongly and continually associated with creation and eternal existence in the ancient Egyptian myth. The Egyptians portrayed life itself by the image of the rearing serpent, and a serpent biting its top, a common Egyptian emblem for eternity. 15. During the Egyptian Middle Kingdom, 2030 to 1640 BC, post-11th dynasty, the god Amun came unto the scene as the patron god of the capital city of Thebes. Amun in one of his manifestations WN. Then of the serpent god named Kametab, he who has completed his time. 16 at Karnak, during the beginning of the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1090 BC, Amun was merged with the sun god Ra, when Pharaoh made uprooted the entire Egyptian system of religion and worship and decreed a new monotheistic society. Amun became the monotheistic, supreme state and force/endorsed god of Egypt during this period. Amun divine consort, the serpent goddess Mut, the resplendent serpent, gave birth to a son named Khonsu. One together, this holy triad, in the Egyptian worldview, symbolized the perfect union both in the house of the gods as well as being representative of the supreme social structure of the royal family. And it was this family portrait that inextricably linked the house and family of the pharaoh to the mythological serpent of Egyptian mythology. But Akhenaten's monotheistic society lasted but one generation before it was overthrown, and the implementation of reversion back to the polytheism took place. All periods of Egyptian history, from the earliest historical times all the way to the end of the end, kingdom, creation, fertility, birth, the goodness of the gods, rebirth, and resurrection were all embodied in the image of the serpent. Thermodis was the serpent-headed goddess to whom were brought offerings at the time of harvest, thanking her for successful crops of both food and grape. 18. The father of serpents, Geb, was the god of earth and the father of the gods. 19. The snake was linked to life after death and recurring cycle of life due to Egyptian obsession with the quest, eternal life, and he became a symbol of survival after death and even resurrection among the ancient Egyptians. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, sometimes referred to by its more precise title, the Book of Going Forth by Day, in chapter 87, we are told that transformation into a serpent upon death gives new life to the deceased. A serpent goddess in pre-dynastic Egypt set the stage for her veneration as an enduring symbol throughout the rest of dynastic Egyptian history. The most important serpent of Lower Egypt was Wajet, the green one, who eventually became the symbol of a unified Egypt and its royal house. It was this serpent goddess whose name became synonymous with the general Egyptian term for cobra, and the foundation for the creation of the symbol of the Uris, the standing figure of the cobra head. Most often as a headpiece on royal Egyptian crowns. The cobra/Uris became such an important piece of Egyptian iconography that the life of the pharaoh became known as the living year of the Uris. 21. Wajet not only became physically represented on the pharaoh's crown as his guardian and protector, but eventually was bestowed the title of the Ayabara. Her green color, significantly, became the color that represented resurrection in ancient Egypt, and Wajet, also referred to as the green one, embodied the forces of health and fertility. As with most gods out of antiquity, you can quickly see how numerous titles continue to be added on as the powers and influence of the god evolved in worship. Wajet, the green Uris of the pharaoh, the Ayabara, the protector and guardian of the life of the pharaoh, the power of fertility and good health. The crown of 18th dynasty Egypt, clearly showing the serpent figure. Copyright Sirius Project. Dr. John Ward and Dr. Maria Nilsson, Luxor, Egypt. Used by Permisio of the Sirius Project. Representing the oppositional character of the Egyptian serpent was the serpent god of darkness. The winged, fire-spewing Apophis, what Wajet was to all that was good in ancient Egypt. Apophis was her counterpart, representing the demonic forces, evil gods, and powers of the bleak underworld. Apophis was the serpent of darkness, in complete opposition to the sun god Ra, who was the light of the world. But Apophis, albeit the antithesis to Ra, was never more powerful. He simply counterbalanced the serpent Mahan, the coiled one, who was the protector of the sun god Ra, assisting him on his journey through the realm of night to be reborn every morning. 22. And as you thought, in many cultures and religions, the powers of darkness are thwarted by the power of good. As Satan is to God, so Apophis is to Ra, with minor alterations to the functionality. It has been said time and again that the ancient Egyptians were utterly preoccupied with death at least the royal families, as far as can be seen. Their entire lives, especially when a seated pharaoh, were consumed with the afterlife and the resurrection. There is an interesting entry in the pyramid texts, the funerary papyri of ancient Egypt. In these documents is listed something for which there very little explanation. The snake game, 23 presumably a test of swords, played out in the afterlife. A pharaoh died a game he has to win. How interesting a modern Christian idea would that be? The notion of an Egyptian judgment, test, or fistake up in order to enter the beautiful wonders of afterlife seemed a colloquial version of a much greater religious crime. The Gadsden flag, don't tread on me. Image copyright of the author. Don't tread on me. Being an American and a citizen of the United States, I cannot overlook the serpent symbolism in some of my country's own iconography, continuing a long tradition of the snake making its appearance in the cultures of humanity. The Gadsden flag, commonly recognized as the yellow don't tread on me banner, emblazoned with the coiled rattlesnake, was named after Christopher Gadsden, a colonial general and statesman. Benjamin Franklin wrote of the rattlesnake as a symbol for American vigilance. I recollected that her eye excelled in brightness, that of any other animal, and that she, as no other, she may therefore be esteemed an emblem of vigilance. She never begins an attack, nor, when once engaged, ever surrenders. She is therefore an emblem of magnanimity and true courage, as if anxious to prevent all pretensions of quarreling with her. The weapons with which nature has furnished her, she conceals in the roof of her mouth, so that, to those who are unacquainted with her, she appears to be a most defenseless animal, and even when those weapons are shown and extended for her defense, they appear weak and contemptible, but their wounds, however small, are decisive and fatal. Conscious of this, she never wounds till she has generously given notice, even to her enemy, and cautioned him against the danger of stepping on her. Was I wrong, sir, in thinking this a strong picture of the temper and conduct of America? 24. The serpent has always been associated with strength and influence, despite its dualism as both a creature to be feared and revered. It can be asserted, however, that given such overwhelming evidence from texts and inscriptions, the ultimate duality in nature and perception of the serpent W, illustrated by the need to have the serpent demonstrably enact both supreme goodness as well as ultimate evil among the ancient Egyptians, and that serpent imagery was incontrovertibly associated with the afterlife, resurrection, and eternity, as with so many other serpents in so many other religions and cultures. Part E. The serpent in alien subculture. Chapter 4. The report God reptilians know. God reptilian humanoids. As you have seen, the key to understanding the connectivity of the serpent to reptilian/alien mythos, completely predicated on having an understanding of how the serpent's role became so important in human history, more specifically, to people themselves. Believe what you will about spirituality, religion, science, or anthropology, the serpent figure has played prominently in the lore of ancient theory, and has become the rockstar of current alien conspiratorial thought. The theory itself, echo, the mothership for all the very extraneously divergent sub-theories making rounds in the circles of the ecological faithful. Make no mistake, the secret history of the reptilians is as much manufactured religion as are the snake and dragon cults from the depths of our anthropological thought. That does not mean they do not exist in some form. If that was the final conclusion, this book would end right here. The Basilica of Reptilica. Gnosticism will tell you that the truest sense of theology is psychology. I would add anthropology. To that extent that claims made about God or gods are in their truest sense, actually only projections of humanity, the reflections of who we deem ourselves to be. After all, religion is humankind's attempt to fill the God-shaped vacuum that exists in the human mind and heart, creating and recreating God in the form that we need him to be. Religion, of course, being something completely different than spirituality, certainly on the same chart, just a different emphasis. We project and extrapolate our needs onto what we think God should be, and finally, we have religion. What is all this talk about religion doing in a section of the book that is supposed to be about reptilian/alien subculture? One might ask. Intrinsically, it is because they are the very same thing. Humans have some deep primordial, psychological, physiological wiring that makes us want to know more about who we are and where we come from and where we are supposed to go from there. Human beings have an innate need to know our roots and discover the reasons we are what we are and why we do what we do, but then we incorporate our innate creativity to construct the landscape around us. We can take the minuteness of causality and convert it to consequence, and in so doing, W, may find ourselves constructing a psychological fortress that will house and protect the way we conceive our universe and interact with our surroundings. So let's take a brief jaunt into the psychology of the need for God and aliens and everything else in between. Those base needs from the human psyche. To get some grasp of why the mind works the way it does in regard to these matters of mythology, let's take a simple look to the fathers of modern psychology, Sigmund Freud and Alfred Adler. Freud, although pioneer in his field, some of whose ideas have been left behind as we learn more and more about how the mind operates, focused his research on the unconscious/subconscious mind and how it juggles innate biological motives that are hardwired into human physiology, alongside the brain's ability to produce irrational thinking. Regress, early memories were at the root of what Freud was looking for, and he referred to his methods as depth psychology, going back to our roots to see what we're made of and why we operate the way we do in the current. We hear so much about modes of operation and family systems when we are trying to root out the origins of behaviors, which ultimately was fleshed out for the first time with Freud's research. This brand of looking to the past psychology can be applied corporately to a group, but Freud was much more interested in how the individual formed these modes prior to cognitive awareness. On the other hand, common sense and conscious behavior were the focus of endless research, leading him to emphasize what he called surface or context psychology. He believed that cognitive, social motives and intimate social interactions were what drove behaviors in people, and he was aptly dubbed the father of ego and humanistic psychology. His work in cognitive and family therapy led him to the conclusion that it was the interactive social structure between people and especially family members that was the primary motivation for human behavior. The goal for endless form of therapy was to focus on a form of daily living experience that made social interaction the primary focus. Freud, generally speaking, filtered his view of human nature through a pessimistic view of the things that govern behavioral outcomes. He adhered to a Darwinian/Hobbesian philosophy, which basically states that man in the state of nature, according to Hobbes, has no idea of moral goodness, and therefore must be naturally wicked. He is vicious because he does not know virtue. Throw a little survival of the fittest into the mix, and you have the rudimentary basics of Darwinian Hobbesian theory. Hold on, psychologists, I'm going somewhere with all of this. Adler had a much more optimistic approach to the foundations of cognitive behavior, following a more or less Rousseauian/humanistic philosophy, which espoused that human nature is innately good, and that society, our surrounding, and environment are the corrupting force that transforms man into self-interested/self-actualizing people. The first man who, having fenced in a piece of land, said this is mine, and found people not even enough to believe him, that man was the true founder of civil society. From how many crimes, wars, and murders, from how many horrors and misfortunes might not anyone have saved mankind, by pulling up the stakes, or filling up the ditch, and crying to these fellows, beware of listening to this impostor, you are undone if you once forget that. The fruits of the earth belong to us all, and the earth itself to nobody. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Discourse on Inequality, 1754. Sense of self, Freud contended, was determined by what was passed on to you from your parents, immediate family, and social externals, such as the environmental factors of familial relations, parenting, and social interactivity that took place when we were infants and small children as well as decisive, life-altering experiences as we grow older. We are not only influenced, but governed, manipulated by our past experiences, so in getting to the roots of who you really are and why you AC. In certain methods and modes of operation, you have to return to your foundations and the starting points that launch certain lifelong behaviors. Freud promoted the retracing of your steps to see where you came from, the influences of that past, and how you've gotten to where you are in the current. Your personality and present modes of operation are, therefore, determined by your earlier Environmental influences. Adler believed that people are absolute free agents with the will to determine their own personality by their own cognitive choices and reliance on their own innate creative selves. If you want to know who you truly are and why you are doing what you're doing in the now, look ahead and consciously move yourself forward toward what you have determined you want to be. When you focus on your future goals and ambitions, you align your personality with what it is you want to become and achieve. Freud, conversely, endorsed something called efficient causality dose. Experiences that push us forward from behind, making us what we are in the present. We do not have knowledge of a thing, reported Aristotle, until we have grasped its why. That is to say, its cause. 2. In stark contrast, Adler, much like Freud's early associate Carl Jung, advocated final causality. That which pulls us forward from that which we determine lies ahead. The difference in causalities. The source, either influence from the past, of which we have no control, or influence from the future, or that which we create and ultimately control by our cognitive actions. Adlerian philosophy observed that, on an innate level, human beings feel inferior and that these feelings of inferiority or, better, a sense of feeling lost in an infinite world and universe are motivating force, the fire in the belly, the drive behind all personal striving for accomplishment and attainment of personal goals. In a sense, we start with absolutely nothing, perhaps even deep insignificance in our own estimation, and we work our way up to what we choose to become, persistently building upon each successive failure and accomplishment. We strive for excellence, superiority, if you will, in order to compensate for the deeply innate feelings of inferiority. These are the things that push us to be better and to strive for being the very best we can be. This isn't seeking superiority over others, it is about expressing and actualizing the drive toward perfecting ourselves. Eventually, Adler expanded this idea of striving for the ideal self to striving to create superior or perfect society to go along with it, and that our creative self is free to make up any world it envisions and puts into implementation. This, however, was in contrast to German psychoanalyst Karen Borney, a contemporary of both Freud and Adler, who pushed her idea that humans don't strive for superiority, they strive for a self-image built out of idealism. People don't believe their real self is acceptable, so, out of necessity and psychological survival, we create a whole cloth idealized self, the thing we think we should be. 3. Do you see where this is going? The entire notion of a race of reptilians may be simply explained as a thing we've devised from our own imaginations. Just as we have devised religions built on spiritual experience and theory, we have done the very same thing with the notion of extraterrestrial races that live and operate behind scenes of humanity. Just as with religion, there are things we call evidences, yet no solid facts to back the claims, with the exception of historical studies and research that reveals the past. History rife with nothing more than myth building within myth building within myth building. Simply go to your computer and type in the word reptilians, as I just did, and you will find more than 1,630,000 entries, and in the top 10 sites that appear in the list, half of them take you to something written by or based on the work of Zechariah Sitchin and David Icke, a self-proclaimed messiah, and the rest start off with phrases such as the following. Reptilians, also called reportoids, reptiloids, or draconians, are purported reptilian humanoids that play a prominent role in science fiction. 4. Description. Typically, reptilians are described as 6 to 8 feet tall, bipedal, having scaly green skin, have a bad odor, have large eyes usually yellow or gold with. 5. The reptilian aliens, which are called reportoids, are proportional in size to modern humans. They have a snake-like or lizard appearance. 6. I'm not claiming these people were 100% human at one time. What I am saying is that they embodied the control and bodily takeover of reptilians through blood. 7. The teachings of the reptilian EA, thereafter referred to as the esoteric mysticism of the snake brotherhood, caused a major shift in the perceptions of reality. 4. 8. The reptilians are the creation of the Carians, their parent race. They evolved on the planet. 9. David Icke, the reptilians, the schism, Obama and the New World Order, reptilian. Experiencer and author Susan Reed found dead in the Bahamas. 10. Alex Collier, on reptilians, ETS and the global connection. Alex Collier, on cosmic explorers, different reptilian factions on Earth. Freedom of Leon. 10. Reptilian influence comes by Satanism, which they created, and that controls Freemasonry. Phil. Schneider found that the UN was run by tall gray aliens. 12. At this point, it may seem as if I am completely trashing and thrashing reptilian theory. In fact, I am doing nothing of the sort. In order to find what can withstand scrutiny and the boiling off of th. Dross, it is necessary to apply the small skepticism of questioning everything but not to point offhandedly dismissing all. That's the job of big skeptics such as Michael Shermer, who sustains his income in much the same way as the paranormalists, ufologists, and weirdo-logians he decries. You can't trust the researcher of the paranormal because they make money off of books, events, and TV. You certainly can't trust those who do the same thing on the other side of the philosophical fence. The same reasons. I have found that there are small skeptics and big skeptics. I and many other like-minded philosophers are in the small camp. We approach things with an open, yet questioning mind. We want to know the answers, but we do not do what the big skeptics do, and that is to dismiss questioning and make empirical statements such as no it isn't, no it doesn't, you're completely wrong without application of research, even if it's a fringe element. Big skepticism has, as EJ, science, in many degrees, in proclaiming themselves better, more knowledgeable, or possessing of keener reason and more that insight, become the surrogate for religion, faith, and any train of thought outside what they deem as acceptable science or mainstream thinking. In a very real sense, skepticism and science have established themselves as the new religion, especially when they spend so much time decrying and so little time researching the questions that fall outside established academia. The new absolutism is that there are no absolutes. Bringing this back to the psychological, it is clear that the human psyche is comprised of both the Freudian and Adlerian modes of primary expressions of the psyche. We humans have both the need to look to our past to determine where we came from, and the need to allow our future aspirations to pull us forward. Out of both, we create our present realities and live within the frameworks we compose for ourselves. Does this, then, bring to utter discredit the theory of alien interaction with human beings? Does it dismiss completely the notion that there are races of extraterrestrial, e.g., intraterrestrial, and ultraterrestrial, buds, dwelling among us and influencing activity on the planet? Not necessarily. Just as I cannot dismiss the existence of God or the veracity of ancient religions on the simple notion that they are not quantifiable by the scientific method, I cannot dismiss the possibility that we have been visited by beings outside the realm of our sciences or understanding. This is where intelligent discussions on these matters collide as approaching trains on th. Same track. What? You say, psychology, religion, God, mythology. When are you going to give us the aliens? Hang on, folks, they're calm. The proofs and evidences that exist to substantiate a factual claim that reptilian race exists and operates on this planet are as evasive as the proofs and evidences required to prove the existence and work of God in humanity or the existence of ghosts of dead people materializing at midnight on the third full moon of every year. In short, there is no solid proof beyond personal experience and anecdotal evidence. Has that lack of measurable quantifiability prevented humanity from its historical, perpetual worship of God, gods, and other forms of divinities? Not in the least. As with religion, reptilian/alien theory has its experiencers, such as the one mentioned in the opening of the introduction of this book, but they become the promulgators of personal, individual contact and Intercourse, not limited to a sexual understanding, that have seen the unseen, spoken with the invisible, and learned the secret knowledge is not known to others. These are the founders of religion. Thought in the alien field. I don't say this to cast any sort of negative light on their claims. Make the comparison to the spread of ancient religion and the evolution of religious thought within alien culture. Just as Elul became Elohim, and Enki/Ea became Jehovah, so the progression of reptilian esoteric has developed into its current state. The evangelists of the theory are as can be. In their perceptions and evidences are the professors and theologians in different trains of thought, who many times are found to overlap the two fields. And why do they do that? Because the two fields are all one and same. They are outward expressions of inner desires, projections of what we want the world to be. That can be placed squarely on the shoulders of both religion and alienists. Trains of thinking in that they both hail to the spiritual makeup of the human psyche, those parts. Spiritual composition of individuals that need something to answer the greater questions of what life beyond the explorable sciences. Insert caveat here, just because science and psychology seem to indicate that these things might not be so, does not qualify as the final answer on the topic. Remember, there exists some veils that we simply cannot pierce. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. Romans 1:22. Where is the wise man? Where is the scholar? Where is the philosopher of this age? As not God made foolish the wisdom of the world. 1 Corinthians 1:20. Everyone is senseless and without knowledge. Every goldsmith is shamed by his idols. His images are a fraud. They have no breath in them. Jeremiah 10:14. How can you say, we are wise, for we have the law of the Lord, when actually the lying pen of the scribes has handled it falsely? Jeremiah 8:8. My reptile can kick your lizard's ass. As we have seen, the archetypical serpent of ancient religion is certainly not the end of the story. The veneration of the snake in the ancient religious cultures of Sumer and Israel, China, Africa, and the ancient Americas is not where the influence of the serpent figure comes to a screeching halt. Presence of the serpent is not limited to the ancient religions of the world, though those religious/cultural mythologies are the philosophical foundations for ongoing reptilian mythologies. The psychology of needing or wanting something greater, built on human need for something to eliminate the foundational struggles of the past, has created some sure coattails on which ride the current reptilian and alien mythologies. Author's rendition of the classic reptilian. Image copyright of the author. And perhaps this is the direct result of a humanity that wants something more than the traditional tales and entrenched religions. People are seeking for something more, so they create what they need, and what they want to be. This, however, does not diminish the possibility that these notions have great efficacy, archaeologically, historically, cosmologically, and philosophically. Our historical folklore is filled with imagery of the serpent reptile, ranging from science fiction and fantasy to religious legends and modern conspiracy theories, mythology, and alien mythos to mysterious cryptozoological beings. The reptilians, as we have come to understand them in current day mythology, can be found firmly ensconced in alien, otherworldly, and hollow earth lore as well as the theories of a race of intelligent, supernatural, interdimensional, highly developed reptile humanoids. They have become the stuffs of cult fiction, pseudoscientific theories, and the topics of writings of New Age conspiracists. David Icke, Riley Martin, and John Rhodes stand out among the most recognizable claimants, promoting reptilian existence and conspiracies, and though there are similarities to their version of these beings, they also represent vastly different theories as to their origins and interactions. The planet Earth and the human race. None of them is anything less than malevolent. Martin's book, The Coming of 10, is a memoir of his experiences as a sharecropper's kid who was taken on board an alien spacecraft. In his book, he claims to have a personal knowledge of a race of reptilians known as the Transitions, an evil race of reptilians who managed to coexist with 6 other types of aliens. A mothership near Saturn. On his Tumblr.com profile, Rhodes says of himself and his work, "My name is John Rhodes, and I am a researcher, explorer, and lecturer in the realms of ufology, occult and archaeology, and metaphysics. In this report, I will be providing you with compelling evidence, gathered over many years of research, as to our genealogical connections with the overlord reptilian alien race and the occulted historical archaeology that clearly demonstrates that these reptilian beings have coexisted this planet Earth with us for thousands of years prior to our current era." 13. David speaks of good and bad reptilians fighting it out for domination of the Earth while cloaked in cloned human skin, mostly infiltrating royal families of Europe. We will focus a bit. Begin chapter 7. Reportoids is a descriptive manufactured word defining reptilian humanoid beings. It is the most culturally popular name used to describe these extraterrestrial beings, although they are also referenced as dinosauroids, 14 or lizard book or lizardmen, both Dungeons and Dragons terms, for you gamers out there. Other names include Draconians, 15 which draw their name from the many proponents of the Draconian constellation as the point of origin for these otherworldly visitors, as well as Surians and the hypothetical dinosauroids. 16 Although you may seek out other source points, they are generally found referenced by name in the plethora of internet sites that neither state to material nor point of origin, yet are found repeated over and over again into the countless hundreds, thousands. In these accountings, the reptilians are often described as having soft, scaly skin that green or golden brown in color. Yet, despite their similarity to reptilian archetypes throughout mythology, no one has produced even a modicum of proof of the existence of reptilian humanoids, and allegations of their existence can at best be referred to as cryptozoological or pseudoscientific, as opposed to a reported genus or species. Dale Russell, a Canadian-born geologist and paleontologist, was the first to report an extraterrestrial theory as to the extinction of the dinosaurs in the form of an asteroid collision of supernova. 17 He has also invented what became the highly controversial dinosauroid thought experiment, a process that incorporates the employing of imaginary situations to help us understand the way things really are, or in other words, a hypothetical imagining of what could be if certain criteria had happened. This thought experiment resulted in this highly controversial, previously mentioned dinosauroid. Reptilians and the claims to their existence are nothing new. They are not simply the product of the mid-20th century ecological explosion, nor are they a science fiction invention of Hollywood. However well capitalized they might be in that market, with movies such as The Alligator People, 1959, Enemy Mine, 1985, Conan the Barbarian, 1982, Krull, 1983, League of Miniseries, 1984. The Star Trek franchise, and the list goes on. Experiencers, contactees, and abductees have, for centuries, made claims that they have been in contact with reptilian peoples, yet there still exists substantive proof beyond the stuff of anecdotal evidences and personal experience as to just who reptilians are and where they actually come from, if indeed they exist as a race at all. Arguments have been made that reptilians are Earth-evolved beings that expanded out into the cosmos long ago, and others will conversely argue that they came here from the aptly named constellation of Draco, hence the Draconian moniker. According to proponents of the reptilian theory, there has been enough information derived from the many contactee and experiencer reports and stories as to build a formidable trove of information about these beings. As a result, the reptilian conspiracy believers emphatically insist they are in position to deliver the truth behind the origins of the reptilian aliens, revealing precisely who beings are and exactly what is behind their hidden agenda. Those unwilling to listen and heed the warnings will be doomed to fall under the influence and enslavement of the reptilians. After researching copious amounts of information on the origins of these Draconian reptilians, I was able to boil down the varying stories, hypotheses, and myriad personal accounts into an acceptable amalgam that bears all the elements of the following. The reptilians evolved on 2 separate planets, one being Earth and the other a planet near Draconis, the brightest star in the aptly named serpentine shape constellation of Draco, Latin for dragon. Draco is circumpolar, that is, never setting for many observers in the northern hemisphere as night sky. It was one of the 48 constellations listed by 2nd century astronomer Ptolemy and remains one of the 88 modern constellations today. From these two vastly distant planets of origin, two distinctly different races of reptilian would evolve and help shape our planet and civilization as we know it today. As the two reptilian races evolved, it was known to the Draconian reptilians, evil-spirited, warrior species, manipulative and deceitful in nature, that the Earthlings, reportoids were a peaceful, good-hearted race. The Draconians were so evolved that, like the Arcturians, they surpassed the physical limitations of their material bodies. Eschewing despite their evil nature, the carnivores need to eat and digest solid foods, developing the ability to ingest their nutrients through pure energy alone. The only problem was that their required energy food source was bad, evil energy. Accordingly, in order to survive, the Draconians must ingest pure evil energy, and it is this fact alone that turns simple self-preservation for the Draconians into an evil agenda. In order to survive, the Draconian reptilians are also rumored to have created the race that we have come to know as the alien race as their slave race cloned as a source for nutrition. As the Draconian civilization continued to grow and expand, however, there was wrench in the gears, for as the reptilians grew in numbers, so did their slave race of Greys. Soon the Greys, weary of being drained of their negative energy by the evil race of overlords, revolted, resulting in their freedom from the consumptive bondage of their creators, the Draconian reptilians. They left their captors and, apparently, continued on with their own agenda. But now, bereft of their evil energy clone slave race, the Draconians desperately needed new sources of nutrition. So they set out in their mighty but evil fleet of starships, seeking other planets that had populations on which they could feed. But, of course, the energy of those populations had to be comprised of bad and evil energy, so the search for the right planet was painstaking and long. One can only assume that cannibalism must have taken place during those long generations of space travel, furtively seeking a source of food. One day, the fleet was all abuzz, for a new source of energy consumption had been located. The Draconians had stumbled across the planet Earth. Their discovery of Earth is difficult to reconcile with the fact that they seem, by various accounts, to already know that the reportoids of Earth were benevolent and good-spirited, and that represents one of the many gaping cracks in the narrative. As the story goes, it was here they observed the highly advanced, yet peaceful race of reptilian-like aliens, known as reportoids, but far more important to the Draconians were the human beings, indigenous to Earth. They set a plan in motion to utilize the human population on Earth as a source for their evil energy nutrition. They first needed to eliminate and remove the Earth evolved reportoids in order to launch their reptilian agenda and manipulate the race of evil-minded humans for their energy consumption. At this point, there were gaps in the storyline, but after successfully forcing most of the reportoids to leave the Earth, Draconian reptilians began to work their way into and influence the civilizations of Earth's ancient past. Rumored reports state that some Earth evolved reportoids still exist beneath the streets and farms of our planet, and within the subterranean caverns of the Earth, secretly operating as freedom fighters for the human population of Earth, countering the Draconian reptilian alien agenda. Today, power struggles among the alien forces have thwarted an outright invasion of our planet. Reptilian aliens from the Draco constellation still have a fixed eye on our planet and have emissaries here on Earth performing the vital tasks to ensure that humans remain on the track of corruption, hatred, and egocentric goals. The more evil, the more food. Now, hold this light-headed place jingle bells. I honestly did not know, after reading several sources on the Draconian story, whether to laugh uncontrollably or simply shake my head slowly from side to side. And you thought the story of the Garden of Eden seemed implausible. After dissecting the various stories and myriad accounts of the so-called reptilian agenda, the preceding story was what emerged. Granted, some of the versions I encountered were meticulously well-written, providing research notes, mostly citing Sitchin, Dick, and others, and eloquent narrative. Others read like a fifth-grade essay project, but for the most part, they all said, Fred. The same thing reading like the script too poorly conceived, made for television, B-grade science, fiction thriller with even worse CGI. If you want a weekend's worth of good entertainment, simply conduct an internet search on the reptilians, then start reading the various versions of where they came from, how they got here, and what they're up to. Then note, as you read, the absolute lack of source material and references, and you become as frustrated as I was attempting to locate any accounts that bore even a modicum of presented fact beyond the individual author's feelings and ungrounded, unsubstantiated storytelling, and in most cases, not even good storytelling. In short, if these accounts were all we had to go on, I would think it would be pretty easy to chalk this all up to overactive imaginations and versatile yet sloppy interpretations of personal experience, set against an even looser grasp of history and the anthropology of myth. Hitting below Orion's belt, there are good reasons to assume the man does not experience his fellow man as a member of the same species, born in different language, customs, dress, and other criteria perceived by the mind rather than by instincts determined who is a specific and who is not, and any group which is slightly different is not supposed to share in the same humanity, precisely because he lacks instinctive equipment, also lacks the experience of the identity of his species and experiences a stranger as if he belonged to another species. In other words, it's man's humanity that makes him so inhuman. Eric Fromm. The fact that there are so many stories and theories attempting to establish the existence of extraterrestrial and intraterrestrial reptilians on this planet speaks to one of two things. 1. Extraterrestrial reptilians actually exist and interact with humanity based on the overabundance of stories and experiencer accounts. 2. The overabundance of stories provides a distinct picture of how believers in certain phenomena attempt to establish their case, while presenting absolutely no quantifiable evidence, thus contributing to an ever-increasing cache of unsubstantiated stories and information. In other words, there's a lot of information out there that is the product of overwork. Imaginations based on the supposed scholarly presentations of a very small handful of researchers. It's like the existence of God and the hundreds of religions that have sprouted from that one particular idea. Everyone starts with the root concept and either mimics what has been taught, or builds their own offshoot denomination or religion. In recent years I have read more accounts of the reptilians on the internet that are precise, repetitive, word-for-word copies of theories presented. Several Sitchin, David Icke, and others of like mind, whom I would refer to as founders of the contemporary thinking on reptilian theory, that I believe there are very few original thoughts of unique research out there. Most of these accounts are presented without any reference to their source material, nor any evidences or proofs establishing their cases, but contain the very same language, parroting the information presented by one or two major proponents. Despite believing that there is something that has interfered with and interrupted the bloodlines of humanity, I tend toward the latter, above, in that there seems to be an awful lot of scrambling to man. A story fit the preconceived notion, as opposed to empirical data to substantiate the claim, and it exists a completely different take on the entire notion of extraterrestrial life making contact with human race. The astrobiologists and exobiologists who study life as it may or may not exist on other planets have a daunting task at their fingertips. Though we have not even mastered the intricacies of human life and other forms of life on this planet, the study of places billions of light years from we exist is theoretical at best, impossible at worst, yet we still engage in the study and research, because we want to have some idea of what is out there and speculate on whether or not what is out there may know anything about us. On top of that, to even suggest that there might be life out there is similar if not more advanced than life on Earth is still met with general ridicule and eye rolling scoffs. To some who criticize, the notion flies in the face of reason and /or religion. To others, it simply an irrelevancy that when stacked against the tumultuous intricacies of life on this planet, now, alone within local governments, politics, poverty, war, communities, and even families, is complete without meaning. If we can't figure things out here, then how are we supposed to try to connect with something that exists in a place beyond the stars, so out of context and out of reach to us humans? They exist. Why don't they just fly their little starship space saucers over and say hi? Is the arrogant response. And if they had the technology, why would they want to come here? Is the answer for those who believe that our understanding of science is the unit by which we measure the dimensions of the greater galaxy and universe. Perhaps, for extraterrestrial life, contact with our species is risky to them as Rome suggests in the quote here, defined by humanity's intolerance. His fellow man. I am as dichotomous on the subject of extraterrestrial contact as I am on the idea of God. To evangelicals, I am a heretic and reprobate backslidden blasphemer who has abandoned the truth. Okay. To the atheist, I am Bible-thumping, word of God preaching, Christian apologist. And then because I am decisively middle of the road and that I accept the unprovable possibility that there is God, but I have deeply rooted questions and doubts, and seek better answers than regurgitated offered up in most churches. I have the very same dichotomous approach when it comes to my stance on ancient alien theory and the existence of reptilians and greys. I want to see the evidence that doesn't force my hand to squeeze the square peg into the round hole. Yet, based on my multicultural religious studies, I have very little doubt that this planet has been visited by non-human intelligences. Call them gods, Debbie, angels, demons, or extraterrestrials. It's not even a stretch for me to believe that in the vastness, outward-moving, ever-expanding universe there are not races intelligent and advanced enough to have come to this place and possibly even still live here, as colloquial and local as that may seem after all. Ancient myth combined with historical documentation, film footage, experiencer, and abduction cases, leaked government information, and numerous other data speak loudly to their existence. The bigger questions for me, as with many who have come before me, are, who are the main players? How do we fit into the scene? After we know these things, where will that take us? The entire history of the alien mythos repeatedly asserts the existence of many different types of alien beings present on this planet today. Anecdotally speaking, even I am only one step removed from dear, old friend who encountered and became intimately involved with a mysterious man who reported that he worked for a facility in New Mexico that sank dozens of stories underground, headquartering several dozens of alien species that live and interact on this planet. According to T. Chadley character, these alien races have been restricted from any interference with human beings or their affairs, at least in the greater sense. But if this is true, why are we seeing an ever-increased number of experiencers and FFTs repeatedly describing only two distinct types of intelligently forms with whom they've interacted, the greys and the reptilians? And why is it that they seem to have exclusive rights of interference with humans? If interaction between these beings and our own species has been occurring throughout history, as legend and myth could seem to indicate, then where is the substantive evidence as to their existence? Where are they from, and what is their business with or interest in us? I am firmly convinced that the contact we have experienced with non-human entities is inextricably linked to the mythologies of the ancients, and that the contact we may be experiencing today is not only a metaphysical connection to the past, but a physical one as well. The legacy of the ancient serpent has become the modern history of the reptilian connection. Is there any substantive reality to it, or is it all simply the extrapolation of ancient mythology into current age, all driven by the need to have something more? Part 3. The Serpent's Bloodline. Chapter 5. The Remnant of the Nephilim. 1. When mankind began to multiply on the earth and daughters were born to them. 2. The sons of God saw that the daughters of mankind were beautiful, and they took, and they chose as wives for themselves. 3. And the Lord said, My spirit will not remain with mankind forever, because they are corrupt. Their days will be 120 years. For the Nephilim were on the earth both in those days and afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of mankind, who bore children to them. They were the powerful man of old, the famous man. Genesis 6:1-4. It's a very familiar story to you by now. The Elohim came to the earth, according to the Old Testament's book of Genesis and the apocryphal book of Enoch, and intermingled with humans. They chose women, cohabited with them, married them, impregnated them, and produced offspring. The hybrid race of Nephilim, the children of those Elohim who had left their place and come down. Prior to those events, one of the Elohim, forever known as the serpent character, Nakash, had an intimate encounter with Eve in the Garden of Eden, revealing forbidden knowledge and impregnating her with his seed, producing the very first of the human Elohim crossbred Nephilim came. According to the religions wrapped around the events of the book of Genesis, the consequence of this activity was the fall of humanity from the grace of God, spiritually ushering in the need for a system of blood, redemption, and a savior who would be their Messiah, kinsman, redeemer. The God of the Hebrews cursed the Elohim, Nakash, prophesying perpetual conflict between his offspring and the offspring of the human woman, Eve, who was the mother of all humanity. What followed in the biblical record were lengthy catalogings of the descendants of Adam, which, we have noted, did not include Eve's firstborn twin son, Cain, as he was the child of Nakash of the Elohim. This genealogical record was set in place to establish the pure human bloodline from which the kinsman, redeemer, was to come. What is glaringly left out of the biblical accounting, though, is the line of Nakash. We read that Cain was banished from Eden after murdering his younger twin brother, Abel. Exiled from Eden, Cain left behind the only two other people mentioned in the Bible as being on the earth at that time, Adam and Eve. He went out into a world void of inhabitants and civilization, EAS, to the land of God. Once there, the passage tells us that he made love to his wife. Of course, what else would you do after being banished from the only place on earth whom he either brought with him from Eden, meaning she was one of his sisters not named in the account of the first family where woman he met in his wanderings. She, in turn, bore him a son, whom Cain named Enoch. And there in the land of Nod, Cain built a city, most likely a wooden enclosure around a few huts, in honor of his new son, and named the city after him, Enoch. Of the subsequent history of this city we know very little, but of the name of the city we know a very great deal. Without entering in too much detail regarding changes in pronunciation that occur in the course of the development of a language, it seems necessary to point out here that the sound represented by the letter N is often reproduced as in the CH sound that terminates the name Enoch may be replaced by a K or G, or a GH sound. These sorts of linguistic changes are very common in ancient tongues, and in relation to biblical city mounds, or tells, the people living around these sites kept the name places fairly in. Throughout the passage of millennia, this revealed a very important city in antiquity that appeared under the name Uruk, and a study of cuneiform soon revealed that this could equally well be pronounced Anuk, which was recognized as identical with the biblical word Enoch. 1. What is more interesting is that the name Uruk/Anuk became synonymous with the word city, and not simply a mere city, but a city of great historical importance. The word in its raw form actually means the first city. Not N is the Hebrew root of the verb to wander, MRT, and is obviously an etymological causation intended to explain the wandering, nomadic lifestyle of Cain and his future putative descendants, the Kenites. This sort of play on words is typical of rabbinic writings and suggests CH. This is a later scribal interpretation, which was more than likely inserted to suggest that Cain's descendants were without territory, in other words, nomadic. Additionally, the Hebrew language did not exist prior to the time of Abraham, who lived some 4,000 years after the time of Cain. The language Cain and his descendants would have spoken was probably a Nilotic/Cushitic language, closer to Old Arabic, D9. So, although Cain built the first city, his descendants were forever known as wanderers, those without home, territory, or place to exist. And these were the offspring of Nakash. It is interesting to note that, though the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis 6 are offspring of the sons of God, the Beni Elohim, they are not the children of the serpent. Nakash was not their father. The Nephilim of Genesis 6 are not the serpent seed, though it is quite possible that the descendant of Cain had grown large enough to be part of the hybrid race of Nephilim that had encompassed all of the known earth, corrupting the bloodlines of humanity up until the time of Noah. There is no direct information on this point of detail, though it can be extrapolated from the rest of the information. This is probably so. The serpent seed doctrine. So many times and in so many ways, current Christianity operates under presumptions that the text from which they pull their doctrine has been accurately translated, or presents a factual accounting. What they think they are understanding. Never is this truer than when fundamental Christianity takes dogmatic stances on the person and character of Lucifer/Satan/the devil, as well as the passages used to substantiate his presence in the Bible and in important doctrine establishing passages of Scripture. The lack of careful examination of the biblical text about the serpent seed doctrine reveals a complete misunderstanding of the figure of Satan. The biblical passages that are forced to support the theory that Satan is a fallen angel is a tragic theological conundrum in the churches of modern Christianity, because the result is a complete misunderstanding of several applied biblical passages, the result of which has created a corrupt doctrine that perpetuates a complete error about the creed known as Satan. When Yahweh/Jehovah, the Mighty One, revealed himself to Moses and had Moses write the Hebrew Torah, also known as the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, there was not one single mention of an evil angel named Satan, or a plurality of evil angels, or, for that matter, anything that could tempt you in your mind to transgress the law of God. In fact, the main point of Torah is to proclaim that there is only one Mighty One, and that one Mighty One is Yahweh/Jehovah. In Exodus 20:2-3 we find these words: 2 I am Yahweh, Yahweh, your Mighty One, which has brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 3 You shall have no other Mighty One before me. Deuteronomy 4:3-5-3-6 says, 35 Unto you it was shown, that you might know that Yahweh, Yahweh, 36 He is the Almighty, there is none else beside him. Know therefore this day, and consider it in your mind, that Yahweh/Jehovah, He is the Almighty in heaven above and on earth beneath, there is none else. Author's emphasis. The first point to understanding the serpent seed doctrine is to understand that it is generally looked down upon as an heretical doctrine by those who claim to have the truth of God's word on their side. Before we say a single word about the doctrine itself, it is important to note that we, looking at it from religion's spin-free zone from a point of view that sees such statements as, let's look at this from the perspective of one and only true word of God as being deeply entrenched in religion making and religion keeping, as opposed to fact finding. If you wonder what the serpent seed doctrine is, well, you actually already know if you have read this book up to this point. The serpent seed, dual seed, or 2-seed line is a controversial doctrine according to which the serpent in the Garden of Eden mated with Eve, and the offspring of their sexual union was gained, thereby beginning a bloodline that threads throughout humanity. Bingo. There it is. The reaction in fundamentalist Christian circles is what? He mated with Satan and were the devil's child, and there is a line of descendancy. Impossible. Not in my Bible. But you have to disavow yourself of contemporary notions and fictions such as the idea behind Rosary SVD or such other works when attempting to understand these concepts. Nakash was not Satan. He was not the devil. He may not have even been Lucifer, despite the later works in the Bible attributing Lucifer/Satan/the devil to the serpent in the garden. And keep in the forefront of your mind, the biblical passages making this claim do not spell it out in precise detail, nor can they, generally, withstand the scrutiny of criticism on a linguistic level. Never is Nakash, the serpent in Genesis, directly said to be Lucifer, Satan, or the devil. Here are the few references in the Bible that some theologians use to establish that the serpent in the garden has anything to do with Lucifer, Satan, or the devil. See what you think. Ezekiel 28:11-19. Ezekiel 28:11-19 is considered to be the first extrapolated reference to Lucifer/Satan/the devil as being present in the Garden of Eden. It was written approximately 1,000 years after the writing of the Book of Genesis. It is a lament written for the fallen king of Tyre, and the Christian church has rendered its meaning to stand as a metaphor for Lucifer/Satan/the devil. In actuality, it is not the Lucifer/Satan/the devil at all. Here's how the authorized version of the biblical passage reads: Lamentation for the king of Tyre. Author's emphasis throughout. And moreover the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 12 Son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre, and say to him, Thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, law of wisdom and perfect in beauty. 13 You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. The sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created. 14 7 Thou were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones. 15 You were perfect in your ways from the day you were created, till iniquity was found in you. 16 By the abundance of your trading, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. Therefore I cast you as a profane thing out of the mountain of God, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the fiery stones. 17 Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings, that they might gaze at you. 18 You defiled your sanctuaries, by the multitude of your iniquities, by the iniquity of your trading. Therefore I brought fire from your midst. It devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the earth, in the sight of all who saw you. 19 They who knew you among the peoples are astonished at you. You have become a horror, and shall be no more forever. However, there are many translation issues with the preceding verses, which render it to read as a figurative descriptive metaphor for Lucifer/Satan/the devil. On examination, it says nothing of the sort. Here's how the passage is rendered in the Hebrew language in which it was originally written, compared to the rendering of the passage above. Again, author's emphasis throughout. 11_12 And the word of Yahweh, Yahweh, came to me saying, Son of man, raise a dirge over the king of Tyre. Say to him, the master Yahweh, Yahweh, says this, you were once a seal print exemplar of perfection, law of wisdom, perfect in beauty. 13 You came into luxury, a paradise from Elohim, gems of every kind were your covering, sardine, topaz, diamond, chrysolite, onyx, jasper, sapphire, carbuncle, emerald. Your jingling beads were of gold, and the spangles you wore were made for you on the day of your birth. 14 I have provided you with a guardian cherub, you were in the Sephar, mountain of Elohim, and you walked proudly among the stones that flashed with fire. 15 You were blameless in all your ways from the day of your birth until iniquity came to light. 16 Your busy trading has filled you with lawlessness and sin, so I thrust you down from the mountain of Elohim, and the guardian cherub banished or destroyed you from among the stones that flashed like fire. 17 Your heart has made you arrogant because of your beauty. You have corrupted your wisdom because of your splendor. I have thrown you to the ground. I have made you a spectacle for other kings. 18 So great was your sin and your wicked trading, that you have desecrated your sanctuaries. So I kindled a fire within you, to consume you. I left you as ashes on the ground for all to see. 19 Of the nations, all who know you were a guest, you became waste, gone forever. The major textual problems with the previous passage require highly technical linguistic research, bringing in many intricate details from not only the Hebrew language, but also the LXX, TH, Septuagint, or Greek translation of the Old Testament. So rather than write 10 pages of textual criticism, linguistics, and translation issues, let me simply state that the comparatives made between the king of Tyre and Lucifer/Satan/the devil are insufficient translations, and one needs to go back. The Hebrew and Septuagint to understand the proper translation is rendered in the second version of the passage above. 2:3. Job 38:7. Job 38:7 is also used to speak of the serpent being Lucifer. When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Because Lucifer/Satan was a created being, and because Eden was guarded by cherubim after the fall, some scholars say that Lucifer/Satan must have been in Eden between his creation and the fall. Humanity. Many scholars believe, based on Job 38:7, that all the angels, including Lucifer, were created on or before day 4 of creation, which belong with the sun, moon, and stars, only 2 days before the creation of Adam and Eve. But remember, Lucifer was a member of the divine council, one of the Elohim, the sons of God. But Lucifer may have been a serpent, this verse says. Absolutely nothing about him being so. This verse also establishes for me that the days of Genesis were more than likely not 24-hour solar days, but probably epochs of time. If they were literal 24-hour solar days, then Lucifer decided he would take over God's throne, rebelled, and fell from grace in roughly 4 to 7 days from his moment of creation. That's another topic that we could trail off into for many pages. 2 Corinthians 11:3. 2 Corinthians 11:3 mentions the serpent in the garden, but made no connection to Lucifer/Satan. The following is a comparative statement, not an identifying one. But I fear, lest somehow, as the serpent deceived you by his craftiness, so your minds may be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ. Book of Revelation. The following 3 passages are taken from the writings of the Apostle John, who in his old age was imprisoned for the faith on the Isle of Patmos. While there, he had extraordinary prophetic visions that he recorded in what is known to be, chronologically, the last book written in the Bible. New Testament, the Book of Revelation. Here are the 3 references he makes to Satan, whom he calls the Great Dragon. They are not presented in their full context here, but they are fairly STA, alone in their reference. They were written nearly 1,500 years after the book of Genesis. Revelation 12:9. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Author's emphasis. Revelation 12:13-17. 13. Now when the dragon, author's emphasis, saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman and gave birth to the male child. 14. But the woman was given to wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is merged for a time and times and half a time, from the presence of the serpent. 15. So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. 16. But the earth held the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. 17. And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring, who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. Revelation 20:2. He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. 1 Peter 5:8. 1 Peter 5:8, in one final biblical passage, renders the metaphor of Satan in a completely different form than the serpent, as found in Eden. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy the devil prowls around like a roaring lion. Author's emphasis, looking for someone to devour. So what was the purpose of this little foray into the serpent seed doctrine? It was to establish teaching. The doctrine is not heretical to church teachings, for it simply does not refer to Satan as the enemy. The Genesis passages. More than anything, it establishes that the serpent in the Garden of Eden was completely unique from the biblical references to Lucifer, Satan, or the devil, and even those references are obscure in Hebrew, extrapolated and forced into meaning by the teachings of the Christian church. The serpent seed doctrine should rightfully have the word doctrine removed from the title, for it is nothing more than a statement of fact as substantiated within the textual passage where we find the interaction between the serpent, Nakash, and Eve, the wife of Adam. Moreover, the reptilian race that interacts with humanity is beginning to look more and more as if it is less a host of alien INB, but rather a linkage, both physically and metaphysically, to the bloodline of the serpent. The doctrinal belief of the serpent seed is still held by some adherents of Christian identity, a label applied to a wide variety of loosely affiliated believers in churches with a white supremacist theology. Most promote a racist interpretation of Christianity, claiming that the Jews, as descended of Cain, are also descended from the serpent. This is a belief that has surfaced throughout history and was adhered to by none other than one Adolf Hitler. Chapter 6. The Merovingian Connection. If you believe there is a lot of mythology and mystery surrounding the serpent and the Elohim, be prepared to pull up your iron shorts and pull on your thinking cap, because the Merovingian connection to the serpent and the Elohim will quite possibly blow your mind. If you have heard the term Merovingian as used, you may have heard the reference in connection to the Holy Grail and the search for that sacred cup in the Arthurian legends, and still have absolutely no idea who or WH they are and that they have been tied into the mythology of the serpent. You will not find an astonishing connection to all the mythologies presented thus far in both the rise and fall of the Nephilim and everything in this book thus far. But, as always, let's start at the beginning. In the Dark Ages. Ready for a little history lesson? For roughly 300 years between the 5th and 8th centuries, the Merovingians, sometimes referred to by their contemporaries as the long-haired kings, as they wore their hair long in ostentatious comparison to the closer cropped hairstyles of the rest of the Franks, or Assyrian Frankish dynasty that came into power, ruling the region known as Francia. Largely synonymous with ancient Gaul, inclusive of modern-day France, as the regional name implies. From the 3rd century on, the Salian Franks appear in the historical records as warlike Germanic barbarians and pirates, bitter ancestral enemies of the Gallic cells, and without allies of the Roman. Known as Lady, a word used by the Romans to denote the barbarian tribes, literally babblers of outland tongues, that is, foreigners, people from outside the empire, who gave them fealty, servant, as underlord serfs who swore allegiance and provided soldiers for the Roman armies, resulting in a ragtag alliance with Rome. This granted them the right to be the first Germanic tribe settling permanently on Roman land. In 358, they entered into political agreement with the Romans and moved into the region known as Toxandria, which comprises roughly the area of current-day Holland and Belgium 1. By the 7th century, the Salians fully adopted Frankish identity and gradually dropped their identification with Salian roots and heritage altogether. It's interesting to note that the Merovingian kings operated under a rather socialistic system of governance, as defined by current-day standards. The king redistributed conquered wealth and real estate among his followers, and this was not just given to the nobility, as it apparently extended to the indentured peasantry. Some scholars have attributed this to the Merovingians as lacking a manageable understanding of public affairs, but it is also the view that they knew precisely what they were doing, and this was an act meant to foster loyalty among their people. He was the son of Merovingian/Merovi, the ruler from whom the name Merovingian is derived, the leader of the Salian Franks, Childbearer c. 457-481, who founded the Merovingian dynasty. His son, Clovis I, 481 to 511, however, was the man who united the Gallic tribes and territories under Merovingian rule. After his death, the Merovingian family seemed to be in a constant state of fighting and back and forth skirmishes for power, but when threatened by outsiders, the Merovingians always presented a unified front, standing together with unified purpose and intent. They were the ultimate power in the region. During the final century of Merovingian rule, the dynasty was increasingly pushed into a more or less ceremonial role. In 752, Pope Zachary formally deposed the last ruler of the Merovingian dynasty, Childeric III, bringing to an end the Merovingian era. 2,3. Christianity eventually started to take a foothold with the Merovingians, at least in the sense of being Christianized. An Irish monk named Columbanus, who was eventually elevated to sainthood by the church, enjoyed great influence due to his sincere friendship with Queen Balkan, the wife of Clovis II. The Merovingians established numerous monasteries throughout their empire and awarded them to their loyal lords who funded the abbeys and monasteries, granting them bishoprics and titles as habits. Many of them, due to their financial support, were even granted sainthoods. Before we go further with the Merovingians, let's take an intermediate trip, wading through the theories behind the bloodline of Jesus Christ, which will intersect us with the Merovingians once more. Mr. and Mrs. Jesus Christ. There is an enduring, shadowy, hypothetical mythology surrounding the ancestry and lineage of Jesus Christ, with the trail originating in 1st century Palestine, leading to the thrones of the Merovingian kings of Franco-Europe. It has been claimed that Mary Magdalene was Jesus' concubine, and Mormonism claims that Jesus was a polygamist. There are also theories that Jesus turned, of all things, atheist, married Mary, and went to Europe. If any genuine historical data do any of these claims existed, they have been lost to antiquity. What we have today are countless books on the subject, some rich in history, and others just as rich in conspiratorial magma and speculative goofiness. So, it is left to the interpretations of the readers of the many literary works flooding shelves both fiction and non-fiction to determine their veracity, in lieu of any solid proof. In the highly intriguing, yet equally controversial book James of Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, 1982, the Merovingians are presented as kings who established their power by claiming they were descended from the bloodline of Jesus Christ, who, if the claim were true, would have to have been married and producing offspring in order to lead a traceable bloodline. For this book, as one might imagine, caused an immense stir around the world, and the ideas contained in the book were deemed blasphemous enough for it to be banned in some Roman Catholic-dominated countries. Response from the historical and academic fields was quite negative, and critics of the book tore it to shred, claiming that the bulk of the claims, ancient mysteries, and conspiracy theories presented as fact W. Nothing short of pseudo-historical. Famed book critic Anthony Burgess wrote of the book, it is typical of my unregenerable soul that I can only see this as a marvelous theme for a novel. 5 Dan. Brown did just that and utilized the theme for his international best-selling 2003 novel, The David Code. Despite the criticisms, and even the authors of the book making statements that some elements had to be fictionalized in order to fill the untraceable gaps in an invisible lineage of Jesus, the book presented enough historical fact as to prompt many historians off the beaten path of convention and peer review to dig a little deeper, giving us the Jesus bloodline that linked into the Merovingians. As might be imagined, the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail spawned innumerable other books and documentaries exploiting both the veracity of the claims and the criticisms made in the book. In his 1996 book, Bloodline of the Holy Grail, The Hidden Lineage of Jesus Revealed, Sir Lawrence Gardner picks up the gauntlet and presents what he said were actual pedigree charts of the lineage of Jesus of Nazareth and Mary Magdalene. Gardner maintained that these family trees proved beyond all doubt that the biblical couple were the ancestors of all royal European families, 6 claiming THA. This, indeed, linked them to the contemporary reptilian conspiracy theories that state all modern European royal families are alien reptilians, operating under the influence of a hidden race of extraterrestrials bent on the destruction of humanity. In his 2000 sequel, Genesis of the Grail King, the explosive story of genetic cloning and the ancient bloodline of Jesus, Gardner makes extraordinary claims that there is physical evidence outside the biblical genealogies that the bloodline of Jesus of Nazareth could be traced back to Adam and Eve. If you are a Christian, this is already something that can be established in biblical texts, as the followers of Jesus set out to establish the blood tie between Jesus, Mary, and Joseph to the royal house of King David, then Paul T. way back to Noah and then to Seth, the third son of Adam. Gardner goes on to relate that Adam and Eve were actually the first human couple, product of alien DNA experimental interbreeding with primates, conducted by the alien race we identify in ancient Sumerian texts as the Anunnaki. 7. The 2000 book here gives the true history of Ronell E. Shuto and the dynasty of Jesus, but Marilyn Hopkins, Graham Simmons, and Tim Wallace Murphy articulates another shadowy version of hidden blood ties and the theory that the bloodlines of Jesus and Mary were intricately linked to lineage of 24 high priests of the temple in Jerusalem. This bloodline was known as the Rex Deus, the bloodline of the kings of God, even ties to all the fantastical stories of King Solomon, possessing a ring with which he could control demonic elements to aid in the building of the temple, as well as connections to the Masons. These few mentioned works represent only a small number of the host of fictional, non-fiction, and documentary books and films released on this topic since the 1980s. But the illustrative fact, in evidentiary material exists to establish a case for such claims, which are not at all far-fetched enough. Gymnastics of the imagination. Simply consider the biblical Jesus of Nazareth and his first recorded public miracle, launching his public ministry, the wedding of Cana. In the biblical account, Jesus is in attendance at a local wedding of some person left unnamed and unmentioned in the passage. In the account, recorded in the Gospel of John 2:1-11, Jesus' mother, name Mary, omitted from the passage, rushes up to Jesus in a bit of panic, telling Jesus that the pig is out of wine, to which Jesus says, in what seems a rather brusque reply, "O woman, what have I to do with you? My hour has not yet come." His mother then says to the servants to do whatever Jesus tells them. Jesus then orders them to take all the empty pitchers and fill them with water, and to be out some and take it to the chief steward later. After tasting it, and not knowing where it came at far, the steward congratulated the bridegroom on departing from the custom of serving the best wine first, by serving it last. John 2:6-10. John adds, Jesus did this, the first of his signs, in Cana of Galilee, and it revealed his glory and his disciples believed in him. 133 days later there was a wedding in the village of Cana in Galilee. Jesus' mother was there. Jesus and his disciples were guests also. When they started running low on wine at the wedding banquet, Jesus' mother told him, they're just about out of wine. For Jesus said, is that any of our business, mother yours or mine? This isn't my time. Don't push me. 5. She went ahead anyway, telling the servants, whatever he tells you, do it. 600-76 stoneware water pots were there, used by the Jews for ritual washings. Each held 20 to 30 gallons. Jesus ordered the servants, fill the pots with water. And they filled them to the brim. 8. Now fill your pitchers and take them to the host. Jesus said, and they did. 9. 10. When the host tasted the water that had become wine, he didn't know what had just happened, but the servants, of course, knew. He called out to the bridegroom, everybody I know begins with their finest wines, and after the guests have had their fill brings in the cheap stuff. But you saved the best till now. And this act in Cana of Galilee was the first sign Jesus gave, the first glimpse of his glory, and his disciples believed in him. John 2:1-11. My speculative contention is that this wedding is the wedding of Jesus. There are a few things to note in this passage that would tend to establish this fact. First, in 1st century Judea, it was a tradition, tantamount to law, that a rabbi must be a married man in order to be worth his salt and effective in his ministry. This miracle represents the first miracle of Jesus' public ministry. Second, In first century Judea, as well as in modern times, it was Jewish custom and tradition for the groom family to provide the wine for the wedding. In this passage you see Jesus' mother approaching him, under some stress that the wedding has no wine. Why did she approach Jesus, and why did she seem to have some position of authority at the wedding? Was Jesus, perhaps, the groom? Finally we see Jesus, the groom, ordering the servants and presenting the wedding with wine. Perhaps the text of the passage, as with so many other passages in the Bible, is presenting certain facts and omitting others, or completely redirecting the actual events to point in a different direction. As we know, the early church fathers had specific views they needed to convey in order to establish church practice and governance, and repression of women in any position of authority seemed to govern the effort. For Jesus to have been married would have elevated a woman to a lofty role, so they deleted the wedding and reduced Mary Magdalene to the role of prostitute, which is never stated anywhere in the biblical text. Pope Gregory the Great's homily on Luke's Gospel dated September 14, 591, first suggested that Mary Magdalene was a prostitute, she whom Luke calls a sinful woman, whom John calls Mary, we believe to be the Mary from whom 7 devils were ejected according to Mark. And what did these 7 devils signify, if not all devices? It is clear, brothers, T. Woman previously used the unguent to perfume her flesh in Forbidden Acts, homily XXXII. 9. Speculative as my theory may be, it is clearly apparent that the church and many denominations overtly suppress the role of important women in the scriptures, with few exceptions, and just as overtly even vehemently resist the notion that Jesus could have been a married man who produced offspring. One old Bible school friend of mine reacted quite harshly at this notion when I presented, insisting that marriage and children would invalidate the divinity of Jesus Christ. When I asked him why, he fumbled for an intelligent answer but could provide none, reverting simply to stating that words were heretical. And, in truth, if Jesus Christ is indeed divinity, God very God, does not th. New Testament tell us that he experienced life and was tempted in all points, just as we are, yet without committing sin. Hebrews 4:15. The big question that remains unanswered is this: did Yeshua bar Joshua, Jesus of Nazareth, called the Christ, Mary and father a child? And if he did, was that child the beginning of blood that could be traced or discovered, and did it merge into the ruling class of the Merovingian kings? As the theory goes, Jesus married Mary of Magdala, a woman from whom he cast out 7 demons, thought to be 7 illnesses and infirmities, and who became one of his most ardent disciples, even to the point where after Jesus' death, resurrection, and ascension, she was referred by the other disciples and followers of Jesus as Miriam, the great teacher. According to the non-canonical Gospel of Philip, the Gnostic Gospel of the New Testament Apocrypha, dating to the 3rd century, Mary Magdalene was revered as the great teacher, establishing her as the heir apparent to the living philosophies of Jesus, her husband. There were 3 who always walked with the Lord: Mary, his mother, and her sister, and Magdalene, the one who was called his companion. His sister and his mother and his companion were each a Mary, the Gospel of Philip. There is another passage from the Gospel of Philip referring to Mary Magdalene, but as is common with millennial old documents, it is incomplete due to damage to the original manuscript, and several words are missing. The best scholarly guesses as to what they were are shown here in brackets. Most notably and frustratingly, there is a hole in the manuscript after the phrase "and used to kiss her often on her." The passage appears to be telling of Jesus kissing Mary Magdalene, and Jesus goes on to use a parable to explain to the disciples why he loved her more than he loved them. As for the wisdom who is called the parent, she is the mother of the angels, and the companion of the Savior was Marwa Magdalene. Christ loved Mary more than all the disciples, and used to kiss her softly on her hand. The rest of the disciples were offended by it and expressed disapproval. They said to him, "Why do you love her more than all of us?" The Savior answered and said to them, "Why do I not love you? Like her? When a blind man and one who sees are both together in darkness, they are no different from one another. When the light comes, then he who sees will see the light, and he who is blind will remain in darkness." However, the word hand is not necessarily the word after kiss her, on her. It may have been cheek, or lips, or feet to simply show respect. 10. The holy bloodline of Jesus is nothing more than a theory, filled with speculative evidences and magnificent stories, but, as with other theories of this sort, it is filled with conjecture, filler, and unsustainable facts. The theory goes on to state that Jesus Christ had a natural child with Mary Magdalene, named Sarah, Hebrew for princess, who was then taken to France to keep her safe, either during Magdalene's pregnancy or as a young child. It is Sarah's blood descendants who in late centuries founded the Merovingian dynasty of the early kings of France. The theory goes on to state that a secret order protects these royal claimants because they may be the literal descendants of Jesus and his wife, Mary Magdalene, or, at the very least, of King David and the high priest Aaron. This secret society known as the Priory of Zion has a long and illustrative history dating back to the First Crusade, starting with the creation of the Knights Templar as its military and financial front. The Priory is said to be led by Grand Master Orlando I, who spears through murky waters and is devoted to re-establishing the Merovingian dynasty on the hereditary thrones of Europe and Jerusalem. Historically speaking, the Roman Catholic Church is said to have attempted to exterminate all remnants of this dynasty as well as their guardians, the Cathars, and the Templars, during the Inquisition. Their goal, according to Jesus' conspiratorialists, was to maintain power through the apostolic succession of Peter instead of the hereditary succession of Mary Magdalene, so the mythos goes. A variation on the bloodline theory is that Jesus didn't die on the cross but survived the torturous event, after which he fled to Kashmir, returning to Srinagar, where he had originally been influenced by Buddhist teachings. It was there that he died of old age, and the biblical accounts of his resurrection were enhanced by his followers. This theory is given merit by close comparisons of the teachings of Jesus in the Gnostic Gospel of St. Thomas paralleling classical Buddhist sutras. The theory also has parallels with other stories of Jesus' disciples fleeing to foreign lands, such as the journey of Joseph of Arimathea to England after the death of Jesus, taking with him a piece of thorn from Jesus' crown of thorns, which he planted on Willow Hill in Glastonbury, England. The tree that grows there, across the valley from Glastonbury to is said to be a direct descendant of the tree, sprouted from the thorn planted by Joseph, and flowering sprig is sent to the monarch of England. Every Christmas, a tradition started during the reign of James I, royal sponsor of the 1611 King James Bible in the early 1600s. The Beast from the Sea. Buried in obscure antiquity, there is a legend surrounding Merovingian, the founder of the Merovingian dynasty, in which he made claims to having been sired by 2 different fathers. Despite the more recent claims that the Merovingians descended from the bloodlines of Jesus Christ, predicated, of course, on the notion that Jesus was indeed married to Mary Magdalene and fathered a child with her who carried on his lineage in ancient France. King Clodion, the human father of Merovingians, and a strange beast of the sea were the progenitors of the first Merovingian king. Merovingian's mother was already pregnant with her son by King Clodion when she went swimming in the surf and encountered the beast of the sea. Despite the carefully listed genealogies of his time, the heritage of Merovingians was strangely obscured in the monastic annals. Although the rightful son of Clodion, he was nonetheless said by the historian Priscus to have been sired by an arcane sea creature, the Vistine Entities, the Sicambrian Franks, from whose female line the Merovingians emerged were associated with Grecian Arcadia before migrating to the Rhineland. As we have seen, they called themselves the Numish people of the New Covenant, just as the Essenes of Qumran had once been known. It was the Arcadian legacy that was responsible for the mysterious sea beast of Vistine Entities as symbolically defined in the Merovingian ancestry. The relevant sea lord was King Pallas, the god of old Arcadia. Its predecessor was the great Oceanus. The immortal Sea Lord was said to be ever incarnate in a dynasty of ancient kings whose symbol was a fish, as was the traditional symbol of Jesus. Lawrence Gardner, Bloodline of the Holy Grail. Author's emphasis throughout. THQ Christine of Denise 11 was worshipped in classical antiquity as the Roman god Neptune and as Poseidon in Greek mythology. Neptune was the mythological god of the sea who is said to have founded Atlantis, which is the pagan version of the antediluvian civilization that existed prior to Great Flood of Noah, in which God wipes out all of humanity while purging the earth of the Nephilim, the offspring of the Elohim, in Genesis chapter 7. In the Apostle John's visions on the Isle of Patmos, he records an image of the Antichrist as the beast that rises out of the sea. This appearance of the Christine Neptune is in the book of Revelation. Interesting linkages to the Merovingian legend, especially in light of the fact that the Merovingian monarchs are said to have demonic connections. One, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. 2, and the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power, and his sea, and great authority. Revelation 13:1-2. The name Merovingian is a name created from two conjoined French words, mer, meaning sea, and beer, meaning werewolf or dragon, hence, beast from the sea. The book of Revelation refers to the dragon in specific terms as being none other than Satan, the devil. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Revelation 12:9. It is interesting to make note at this spot regarding two comparatives that stand out in this Merovingian mythology. The first is the relation to the great beast who rises up out of the sea. In Sumerian mythology of Enlil/Ea, it is said that he is the lord of the earth and the lord of the Yazoo, that great underworld sea, the top of which lay the snake marsh. It is the connectivity to the snake th. The second comparative comes into view, the dragon, which is simply an archaic derivative of the snake and the ancient serpent. Some of the books mention Bloodline of the Holy Grail, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Vinci Code were popular books marketed for mass consumption and sold millions of copies. As such, conspiratorialists hold them up as being nothing less than propaganda tools that conceal the origins of the Merovingian race. This propaganda is obviously something masterminded from behind the mystical scenes in the midst of demonic and otherworldly ether. For their esoteric allusion to the Merovingians' legendary progenitor, King Merovingius, having been sired by a mysterious beast of the sea, is an overt claim that the bloodlines of the Merovingians were of literal satanic descent. The demonic origins and history of the Merovingian dynasty, also known as the Dragon Dynasty in honor of the Great Red Dragon, the Pendragon, of Revelation 12 and 13, are revealed in less available insider sources such as Gardner's Realm of the Ring Lords and Kenneth Grant and the Merovingian mythos, published by Dragon Key Press. The Twatha. In Irish mythology, it is said that a race of kings descended from the heavens to the ancient Celts, Ireland. These tall, bright, shining creatures were elegant and beautiful, and brought with them the secret knowledge of the gods. Although the Twatha represent a caste of Irish elemental beings, there are also accounts of them being flesh and blood conquerors of the Firbolg, one of the more ancient races inhabiting Ireland, coming down and invading from the four northern cities of Belize, Glorious, Nereus, and Phineas, where they acquired their occult skills and magical attributes. 12. Twatha roughly, but imprecisely translates as people/children of the goddess Danu. In the Old Irish, Twat means people, tribe, nation. It is the genitive case of Dia, meaning God. Goddess, supernatural being, object of worship. 13. They are often referred to simply as the Twatha. Twat, or the Twatha, which also was used in early Irish Christian texts as a name for the Israelite diaspora. 14. That, in and of itself, is an interesting historical reference, as Danu has also been rendered Anu. The reference, if not already obvious, creates an interesting link between Israel and ancient Sumerian mythology. According to Loverigal Aaron, the Book of the Taking of Ireland, the Middle Irish title of a loose collection of poems and prose narratives recounting the mythical origins and history of the IR. From the creation of the world down to the Middle Ages, they descended to Ireland in dark clouds, and landed on the mountains of Condé in rain and Connaught, bringing darkness over the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. 15. In another version of the story, less steeped in the mistiness about the Twatha landed in a fleet of sea vessels on the shores of what is modern-day Connemara, Ireland. As if to seal their resolve, they burned all their ships, so as to provide themselves no mode of RET. The rising smoke from the fires is said to be the basis for the myth that says they arrived in smoke from the skies. R. The poem in the Loverigal Aaron says of their arrival, it is God who suffered them, though he restrained them. They landed with horror, with lofty teeth, in their cloud of mighty combat of specters, upon the mountain of Condé near Connaught, without distinction to discerning Ireland, without ships, or ruthless horse. The truth was not known beneath the sky of stars, whether they were of heaven or of earth. 16. After a series of wars, it is said that the Twatha receded into the Hollow Hills and eventually became known as the Elven folk of Glyndŵr. It is interesting to note that the Elven is a derivative of the ancient Sumerian Lil and the Hebrew Elohim. The connectivity between the mythological Twatha and the Nephilim is well worth recognition, as they are perhaps etymological descendants in the same vein, again, as Lil and Ea are to Elohim and YWHW. On a literary note, the Twatha are the basis for J.R.R. Tolkien's tall, elegant, bright, shining elven people of Lothlorien. Tolkien had his finger on the pulse of shadowy history, and was obviously onto something. Twatha Anunnaki. The ancient people of the Twatha were the supernatural tribe of the Greek and agricultural goddess Danae of Argos, or perhaps of the Aegean mother, goddess Danu. But their true name rendered in its older form was Twagi Anu. As such, they were the people, or tribe, of Anu, the great sky god of the Anunnaki. Sir Lawrence Gardner, Realm of the Ring Lords. The myths and magic of the Grail Quest. The Canaanite territory of northern Israel is said to have once been occupied by the Israelite tribe of Dan, who, during the days of the Bible's great Exodus, around 1446 BC, is said to have separated from Moses and the rest of the Israelites, traveling to the north. There the Danites encountered worship of Baal/Dan and became involved in the pagan fertility rites practiced by the indigenous Canaanite peoples at Mount Hermon, the very place where, according to the book of Enoch, the sons of God descended to the earth and made a pact to go in among human women and have children with them, including the Nephilim. The people of the Israelite tribe of Dan intermingled with the Canaanite Twatha, also known as the Dragon Lords of Anu, said to be the offspring of the ancient Sumerian Anunnaki. This is also one of the interpretations of the sons of God intermingling with the daughters of men, referenced in the Genesis chapter 6 story of the Nephilim. One of the human-based interpretations. The story is that the children of Israel, as represented by the tribe of Dan, broke the law of God and intermarried with the Canaanites in the region of Mount Hermon, where the Elohim were said to have descended. Cultural values of the day did not allow for the women of Israel to intermingle with the men of another culture, so only the men were said to have taken Canaanite brides from the Twatha. Hence, the basis of the story for the sons of God intermingling with the daughters of men. From there, the integrated tribe Dan and Danu/Anu migrated to the north and west, settling along the way in the European and Scandinavian regions as a conquering nomadic people, replacing those they conquered with their own traditions blended with the Canaanite and Anunnaki serpent culture. 17. I again find the similarities and connectivity staggering. Twatha, Danites, tribe of and their linkage to the Dragon Lords, the Anunnaki, and the Serpent. Are these simply tricks of word similarities, or are the coincidences far too great to overlook? Yet another version of the origins of the Tla'atin, the Dragon Lords of the Anu, before settling in Ireland around 800 BC, is that they were the descendants of the Black Sea princes of Scythia, 18 now known as the Ukraine. Like the original dynastic pharaohs, they trace their ancestry to the great Pendragons, no, Uther and Arthur Pendragon of the Arthurian legends of Mesopotamia, and from them sprang the kingly lines of the ancient Britons, the Irish Brutni, and the Petes, indigenous people of northern Scotland. In Wales, the Tuatha founded the royal house of Gwynedd, whereas in Cornwall in the southwest of England, they were the sacred gentry known as Picts, connected with the early Merlin, and Tintagel, the legendary Cornish birthplace of King Arthur. So, from a single cast of the original blood royal, whether known as the Sangreal, the Albigens, or the Ringlords, we discover many of the descriptive terms, which sit at the very heart of popular folklore. For here, in this one noble race, we have the elves, fairies, and pixies, not beguiling little folk, but distinguished kings and queens of the dragon succession. Sir Lawrence Gardner, realm of the Ringlords. The Psalter of Cashel, the Lost Book of Munster, states Tla'atin ruled in Ireland for about 2 centuries, and were highly skilled in architecture and other arts from their residence in Greece. 19 according to the Psalter of Cashel, the Tla'atin were regarded as the descendants of Dinos, the son of Belus, who went with his 50 daughters to Argos, the home of his ancestral isle. In Irish legends, the Tla'atin, considered to be demigods, were said to have possessed the grail-like vessel. 20 they were teachers of ancient wisdom and the founders of the Druidic priesthood. As you can see, mythology melts with history. In the vaguely historical, mostly pseudo-anthropological works of Sitchin, the Anunnaki are space travelers who descended in linguistically forced fiery rockets. In anthropological research, they are the deified kings of the ancient Sumer, whose descendants migrated north to Black Sea region and south to Palestine, encountering other ancient peoples and merging cultures and language. In a Merovingian sense and in accordance with modern reptilian mythology, these are the ancestral Euro-Semitic people who forged the bloodlines of the royal families of the Franks, not to mention the royal houses of Europe's history. The Holy Grail. The Holy Grail has for centuries been linked to the legends of King Arthur and his knights of the Round Table. It was a quest on which the mythical king sent his mighty men of valor. In more modern interpretations, this grail quest has been seen as less a quest for an object, the cup of Jesus used Last Supper, but one of finding and identifying the bloodline of Jesus Christ, the Holy Son of God W, was the divine Savior of humanity. Take into consideration the aforementioned migration of the Tla'atin and their purported establishment of the royal lines of Wales and Cornwall, both of which have connectivity to the Arthurian legends, and you will see the linkage between the legendary quest for the Grail and the quest for the blood heirs of Jesus. Yet the dynastic lines of who claim to have descended from this hidden bloodline were not any part of the Christianity we recognize today. They were known as sorcerer kings and dragon lords, some of whom claimed to be not only descendants of the bloodline of Jesus Christ, but also the Luciferian bloodline, which seems an outright contradiction to the former. The Merovingian kings were said to have descended from the Atlantean diaspora, the remnant of inhabitants of Atlantis who had escaped the destruction of that mythological region, fleeing to the Pyrenees mountain region, bringing with them their abilities as occult adepts and practitioners of arcane sciences and the esoteric arts. The Merovingians, in fact, were often called sorcerer kings, thaumaturge king sorcerers, workers of miracles, and practitioners of the black arts. 21 these are the descendants of the Grail, the heirs of the bloodline of the Christ. These are the things that into the darker side of Judeo-Christian history and more the mysteries of God, if you will, and they end up painting God in a very different light than we were taught in Sunday school or synagogue, which is why they are deemed as heretical and blasphemous to the church. But what if they are true? How would this affect your faith or your adherence to what you believe you knew from the Bible? Or would it simply send you back into those pages to dig deeper for answers, perhaps even into prayer to ask if that only God is truly there in the form you once understood him? Digging into more rabbinic lore, there is another version of the story of Cain, the son of Eve, in which he was not the son of Adam, which we've already established several times over, between this book and the rise and fall of the Nephilim, but of the fallen angel Samael, whose name was equates to Lucifer. We have already established, textually speaking, that the serpent in the garden was a character called Nakash, in accordance with the Hebrew of the Genesis text. But according to this obscure rabbinic version of this particular bit of Hebrew lore, it was Samael who appeared to Eve as the serpent, the Nakash, seducing her. Whoever it was who actually appeared as the serpent isn't as important as is the fruit of that union, Eve's firstborn twin son, Cain. If the Merovingian knew of this rabbinic version of the story, which they no doubt did, it could have been the basis of their alleged assertion that they possessed, flowing in their bodies, the blood of both Christ and Lucifer. And the idea that Cain was the offspring of a superior intelligence was already well established teaching of the Cainite Gnostics, of which the Merovingians were also sure to have intimate knowledge. An alternate version of the Cain saga, equally Luciferian in its connotations, says that he was the son of Adam's first wife, Lilith, who was also a candidate for the serpent, Nakash, in the Garden of Eden. 22 according to rabbinic lore, she had been the consort of Elohim before her fall from grace and descent to the earth. It is interesting that, of the two alternate traditions concerning Cain's pair, both involve the Luciferian Elohim bloodline connection. The Lilith Samael version of the story also bears great connectivity to the Grail saga insofar as, according to this account, the angelic/demonic parent produces a son of their own who seems to play a recurring role in the entire Grail mythos, Asmodeus. Not only is Asmodeus said to have played the central role in building the Temple of Solomon, the edifice from which the Knights Templar took their name, but he is also represented in the dominant statue at the entrance to Rome Chateau in France, which has enormous legendary connections to the Grail mythos. The recurrence of the character of Asmodeus in connection to Grail lore gives credence to the notion that both he and the descendants of Cain may in fact have shared kindred ancestry. In some traditions it has been said that it was Asmodeus, not God, whom Moses called upon to part the Red Sea, but portrayed as a demon or devil figure. The name Asmodeus reveals that he may not always have been viewed as such, for Asmodeus translates simply to Lord God, Ashma equals Lord, and Deus equals God. Asmodeus bears the same brand of duality found in the serpent deities of ancient Egypt, Sumer, and myriad other culture. We have mentioned in this book which happened to be only the tip of the iceberg. So, again, we have to ask ourselves what it is we think we really, truly know for sure. On an even more intriguing observance are the 4 French words positioned above the sculpture of Asmodeus at the entrance to Rome Chateau, Parsin Tule de Grasse. These 4 letters are an anagramic code in Latin, Cel Agni Super Enricus, Lam Secret, Over Enricus. Lam is a reference to Jesus Christ, and it is thought that this phrase over the sculpture of Asmodeus is the third of a series of encoded anagrams that speak to the location of the Holy Grail. To rabbit trail into the topic here would be lengthy and worthy of a book all its own. For now, consider it fodder for thought and exploration. Another possible origin of the Luciferian bloodline theory is inextricably linked to the Elohim, the pantheon of gods in mythology who said in the book of Genesis, "Come, let us make man in our image." Elohim is the plural form for the name of God, God among many gods, the Beni Ha. Elohim, the sons of God known as the Watchers in the book of Enoch. We have already established that the word Elohim is an etymological descendant of the name Lil, chief god of the Anunnaki of the Sumerian culture, but it also has roots in the ancient Babylonian W, Elu, which means shining ones. This phrase has a distinctively Luciferian connotation because th. Name Lucifer literally means light bearer. Additionally, if you see Lucifer as being the same person as Nakash in the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden, remember that Nakash, by definition, means crafty magician, illuminator, bright shining one. It is also to be noted that the descendant of Cain, who became the divine kings of Sumer, or the title of Ori, a term that also meant Shinar, once. And as I have already contended, Cain being the son of Nakash and Eve, is the first of the Nephilim mentioned in the book of Genesis. The phrase shining ones would be a very deity description for the descendants of Enoch's watchers, the sons of God of the Genesis account, who were said to have, according to the Enochian account, hair white as snow, pale eyes, and pale skin. That filled the room with light. Enoch 105:10. The Sumerian Ori are almost always depicted as wearing crowns bearing horns, and some of their descendants were said actually to have had horns. For instance, the most famous statue of Moses, carved by Michelangelo, depicts him with horns atop his forehead, not really inappropriate for someone who may be a blood relation of Esmagos. But we also must consider the anti-Semitism of medieval Europe, a time of great bigotry against Jews and Hebrew culture. Many Christian artists in Europe, especially under the power of the Vatican papacy, were required to depict their biblical Jewish subjects as having horns, in accordance with the opinions of the powers that be. So, the presence of horns on the statuary as of patriarchal Jews from the Bible had, some say, absolutely nothing to do with the mystical. They were a political contrivance. Theologians protest that they are not horns, merely rays of light. If they were rays of light, it could also suggest a luciferine something to the bright shining element of Nakash and the Elohim. Tetrahedroclysymachos. The head of Alexander is featured wearing royal and divine symbols. The diadem and the horns of Zeus have C 305 to 281b. Image made available through Wikimedia Commons. It's obvious, even to the casual observer, that they are indeed horns, which is not at all inconsistent with the normal medieval Western depiction of Moses and other biblical patriarchs. Based on the description of Moses' face as horn in the Latin Vulgate translation of Exodus. The New Reading Bible translates the Vulgate as, and when Moses came down from the Mount Sinai, he held the two tables of the testimony, and he knew not that his face was horn. From the conversation of the Lord author's emphasis. This was, however, a mistranslation of the original Hebrew text, which uses a term equivalent to radiant, suggesting an effect like a halo. T. Greek Septuagint translates the verse as, Moses knew not that the appearance of the skin of his face was glorified. Anecdotal historical fact, Alexander the Great declared himself the son of God, and he, too, was rumored to have horns. In fact, to this very day, if you talk to people on the streets of Iran who have a cultural remembrance of his invasion, as though it happened last week, they will tell you in all solemnity that it's a historical fact that Alexander had horns, which is why he wore his hair long to cover them up. There was an ancient Greek coin, the silver tetradrachman, issued posthumously in the name of Alexander the Great around 242/241 BCE, depicting Alexander with the horns of Amidara. Cain, the first of the twin-born sons of Eve, seems to have engendered his own traditional stories, as found in an obscure Gnostic sect bearing his name called the Cainites. Like the Carpathians, Th. Salvific doctrine of the Cainites espoused a theology that declared the believer must gain favor with God by making the journey through everything. 23 4th century Bishop of Saloni's St. Epiphanius describes the Gnostic Cainites as a group of believers who possessed an obscure chaos of evil practices. 24 consecrating God lustful or legal acts to various heavenly beings. God arrogant so adulterated with the dualism and licentious practices of Oriental heathenism. 25 as a sort of sacred prerequisite. Interestingly, many contemporary scholars compare them to Satanists, but that was a common thought already forming nearly 2,000 years ago. In alignment with our study of the Nephilim and the serpentine cultures, Cainites also taught that Eve's twin sons had different fathers, reporting that Cain was the offspring of Eve by superior power, and Abel was Eve's son by inferior power. The Cainites are also considered an heretical group as they possess the gospel of Judas, in which Judas is written as the disciple who studied the mysteries of God, and that his knowledge was so much more advanced than any of the other disciples of Jesus, that he, in adherence to the insistence of Jesus himself, betrayed Jesus to the Jewish Sanhedrin so that the prophecy will be fulfilled. 26 in disparity to the accepted gospels contained in the canonical Bible, Judas did Th. A complete altruistic discipleship to his master, resulting in such a tumultuous grief that he committed suicide. And as a result of his loyalty to Jesus, his name has been besmirched in Christianity for a time. Coat of arms of Schema. Image copyright of the author. The extent to which the Merovingians knew of these alternate traditions is uncertain. Whether or not they believed in them is more uncertain still, yet it remains likely that they both knew about the traditions and took them quite seriously. To this very day, the coat of arms of the capital of the Merovingian Empire, Schema, bears an image of the devil. And the original name of Schema was Satanicum. How the Merovingians influenced Hitler. In 1919, at the age of 30, Adolf Hitler joined the occultist Germanic Revivalist Newly Society. 27. Although there are no historical records indicating that he ever attended a single meeting. 28. Hitler reconceived and organized this organization into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, better known as the Nazi Party. The Newly Society was founded a year earlier by the followers of two men, Jörg Lanz von Liebenfels, who later claimed that it was his occultist ideals that helped form Hitler's thinking. 29. And Guido von List, a Viennese Renaissance man of many varied interests and talents who gained his popular notoriety as an occultist and bookish, ethnic book author. Through his writings and popular approach to reviving Germanic mysticism, List was one of the original new haters, establishing himself as an important contributor to what has been hailed as modern Germanic revivalism. He was a late 19th century pioneer in Runic revivalism and Rothschild, a specialized branch of archaic Germanic linguistics not only used as a means to establish Germanic foundations in ancient language transmission, but also steeped in a mysticism that purported the proper usage of runes to divine, charm, prognosticate, curse, and even bring people back from the dead. List was pagan occultist to the heart, and by later standards was the poster child for the colloquial term love. Here. Perhaps his runic warriors worked well for him, for he was highly regarded by the people, who saw his particular brand of code writing as a solid foundation to the reemergence of Germany as a substantial power in the West. So much can be said on these matters that a veritable tome could be written on these topics alone. Suffice it for the purposes of this study to say that the Thule Society, though outwardly deemed a populist organization that lent pride to the growing nationalist movement in Germany rather like a grown-up version of the American Boy Scouts, became the animus behind the organizing of what was known as THP Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, DAP, the German Workers' Party that met in local beer. Halls and was made up of members who wanted to see a rise in the worker class. /FD Party, D/DP, Critic Line, CNJLFRT, CLLMFS, Political Jitmart, FE7RCXUICJTQA.LFLMJJ, Anton, CN, DEB, FTR Ton, NRSTS asterisk, CR BTSL3LFAARNLFCTT underscore, Diplomonton, 3. Adolf Hitler SDF membership card, with the forged date and number, reduced from 555 to 55 to make him appear as if he were an original founder and member. Info by Myfield, www.myfield.net, made available through Wikimedia Commons. Hitler, who at that time was a corporal in the German army, was ordered to attend a meeting of the DAP in order to spy on them for the purposes of establishing their political agenda. While he was at This meeting, he did what a good spy ought not do by getting into a rather violent political argument with a member of the group. In short, he was recognized for his oratory skills and later invited to become a member of a fairly unorganized party. Hitler agreed to join and began to organize the party from what was tantamount to a bunch of guys meeting in the pub to argue politics into a solid organization. Hitler renamed the organization the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and staff, the Nazi Party. According to Hitler biographer Ian Kershaw, the Thule's membership list reads like a who's who of early Nazi sympathizers and leading figures in Munich, 30 Small membership list inclusive of such historical German figures as Rudolf Hess, Gottfried Vetter, Alfred Rosenberg, Hans Frank, Julius Lehmann, Karl Harder, and Dietrich Eckart. 31. By today's standards, the Thule Society's underlying philosophy would be considered heinous in concept and societally scorned in intent. At the core of the Thule was their occultist belief in the origins of a superior man, the Aryan race. In 1917, this underlying theme of superiority extended to membership qualifications. If you wanted to join the society, you were required to sign a special blood declaration of faith establishing lineage. The signer hereby swears to the best of his knowledge and belief that no Jewish or colored blood flows in either his or in his wife's veins. That among their ancestors are no members of the colored races. 32. The organizational intent of the Thule was originally an outwardly innocuous German study group, headed by Berliner Walter Malraux, a wounded World War I veteran turned art student. In 1918, Malraux came into contact with a cultist named Rudolf von Sebastian, the newly elected head of the Bulgarian German Morgenwaldbeer of the Holy Grail. 33. An offshoot organization formed after a schism with the Thule Society. Malraux and Sebastian became associates while recruiting for their particular branches, and eventually they merged their branches under the Thule name, using it as a cover name for Sebastian's Munich Lodge of the German Morgenwaldbeer. Not only are we starting to see all the occultist roots of the Thule and its varying offshoots and chapters, but ALS, growing to of political power. What started in cultist folk nationalistic revitalization quick turned populist and aggressively political in intent and heinously evil in philosophy. 1 to the power of 9419%. Good asterisk, 9MC, TF, that 1. The Thule Society seal. Image from rosewestpacket.org/L07_I//SLSC_emblem.jpg. The occultist origins of Nazi Aryanism, specifically as influenced by the Thule's philosophical foundation, is deeply probed in Kevin Abrams' and Scott Lotley's The Pink Swastika. April 10. Lively document how the Thule Society relied on ancient occultist supernaturalism to imbue their members with powers to be used for their Aryan claims and the foundational thinking behind their belief in the use of eugenics. 34. The fire of Adolf Hitler's dream of an Aryan super race was fueled the underlying occult theology of the Thule Society, adhering to the belief that they were somehow infused with esoteric powers passed on to them by the spirits of the lost civilization of Atlantis. Members of the society regarded themselves as metaphysically imbued with the godlike wisdom of these advanced ancients, fueling them to create a new race of Aryan supermen. They followed a more or less Darwinian philosophy that moved them by some esoteric eminent domain to claim superiority and eliminate the inferior races. 35. Jurg von Liebenfels, the spiritual inspiration behind the founding of the Thule Society, was a Cistercian monk who claimed to have been given revelation and enlightenment upon discovering the rune-filled tombstone of a Templar knight. After interpreting what he believed were encoded messages on the tombstone, he began constructing his own philosophies of blue-/ blonde hair, God-ordained Aryan race and its superiority over lower, inferior races. Lanz was hailed the father of National Socialism by Austrian psychologist Will von Dime, who in 1958 penned his study on Lanz and the man who gave Hitler his ideas. The book remains a chilling history of the Merovingians and their infiltration of the Catholic Church. Like most Merovingian monasteries, Glastonbury became a Benedictine monastery, and the purpose of Merovingian monasteries was infiltration based on the belief that the best way to crush the church was from within. There is no doubt in my mind that the Grail legend would have been the work of the Cistercians, founded by Benedictine monks as the rationale for the structural organization of the group design. Joseph O. Arimathea is alone associated with the Grail legend and the quest of the Grail legends, which for Collier's encyclopedia are dominated by the mystical symbolism of Cistercians. More than any heretical Merovingian organizations, the Cistercians personified the banality of evil at its finest. The name Cistercian and their first monastery, Sidias, derived from Cistus, of the Cistacean rock rose family resembling the wild rose hen, cultivated in the Mediterranean. The herb with which Mary Magdalene anointed the body of Jesus also comes from the Cistus family, and they had chosen the Magdalene, assigning her the symbol of the rose and cross in memory of the brotherhood of the Son. Founded by a maiden who had taken as its symbol the rose and cross, Louis. Cistercians were Rosicrucians, and this Rosicrucian order of monks who triumphed in its infiltration of the church. 36. The Secret Doctrine, authored by Madame Blavatsky in 1893, became the quintessential source for 20th century metaphysical esotericism, and it was heavily influential on the construction of the Thule Society's foundational philosophies. The inner sanctum of the Thule Society was comprised of heavy-hitting cultists, some of whom were overtly Satanists, such as Dietrich Eckart, to whom Hitler, very tellingly, dedicated his book, Mein Kampf. As a member of the Thule, despite his membership, perchance being in name only, Hitler diligently worked to align himself to the philosophies contained in Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, the thematic undercurrent of which was that the Aryan root race theory, a Gnostic belief that humanity, in its current state of evolution, destined to be refined by something called the seventh root, a belief delineating the philosophy T, a race of Godmen, or Homo Noeticus, the new man, would rise to preeminence over the rest of humanity, replacing them and cleaning the slate of lesser races of color and evolutionary inferiority. 37. It has been reported German scientists under the Third Reich, in the development of their war machine and genetic research, were aided by repeated contact with gray entities who came from inside what is known as the Hollow Earth. A book considered to be one of the first science fiction novels, The Power of the Coming Race, written by Lord Edward Bulwer Lytton and published in 1871 under the original title The Coming Race, despite being a fictional book with a Jules Verne-ish style of 19th century sci-fi, W.A. highly influential on the thinking of Hitler, the Thule Society, and the Third Reich. Though not more Lytton's intention whatsoever, some later theosophists the broader field of esotericism founded by Madame Blavatsky supported the notion that Lord Lytton's book was an actual fictionalized account of an existing superior subterranean master race who utilized the energy form called Brill. The Thule Society did not merely consider the book the stuff of mid-19th century science fiction, but, in fact, true story based on a real magical substance. Helena Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, endorsed this presupposition in her book in Unveiled, 1877, and again in The Secret Doctrine, 1888. So the question that lingers is this: although Adolf Hitler was clearly an occultist, easily influenced by the mystical and mentally governed by his innate drive to be one of the mythic royalty, the gods and demigods of ancient esoterica, was there anything beyond the simplistic interest, entailing the influence of any sort of non-human involvement, and if so, was there any linkage to mythical beings that governed his actions? As you have seen, this all funnels backward into the ancient past, linking races, religions, occult practices, and the etymological blending of language, blended with the mythologies of ancient religion. And it all goes back to the Anunnaki and continued reference to them having reptilian roots of some sort. Perhaps it is time to go take a soothing bath. The great Natu, with the fresh winds in the snake marsh to collect our loose ends and organize our perceptions. Here and now I have to admit to the fact that I love conspiracy theories, for they are generally Stops of overactive imagination spurred into overload upon the discovery of some obscure, ancient myth or legend that they find either substantiates a theory, at least in their own way of thinking, gives them animus to build a new theory, generally void of historical accuracy, twisting facts and figures, dates, and interpretations of names, events, locations, and archaic religious or occultist practices. Chapter 7. The New Age and the Serpent. Make no mistake about it, the mythologies of the serpent bloodline, though well established in the past, have never gone away. They merely morphed into new mythology. We have seen that the serpent is ever present in antiquity, slithering its way down through history, leaving meandering PR in the dust of nearly every ancient culture and religion, even touching the untouchable spirituality. Jesus Christ and religion founded by his immediate friends and disciples, proliferated through the known world of 2,000 years ago by the evangelist Saul of Tarsus, who after his conversion changed his name to Paul, an apostle who never laid eyes on his master, Jesus Christ, but by vision alone. The New Age movement, quite frankly, is nothing new at all, in that it is a revisionist philosophy that has adapted the old mythologies to newer thinking. The notion that we are all gods is merely looping replay of the teachings of the ancients, with the new twist that removes the brother god /sis. God is status from only the caste of royals to the common individual. Woven throughout the philosophies, when viewed as an amalgam of religious /spiritual /scientific /metaphysical thinking, is connectivity to the serpent that is the driving force. One has to consider only the prevalent new philosophy put forward by well-known teacher and translator Naga Aswaran of the Kundalini, she, who is ring shaped, that unconscious, instinctive, or libidinal force or Shakti, that is said to boil at the base of the spine, the sleeping serpent, to see where the connection to the serpent old has morphed into new meaning, but still maintains its presence. David Vick. On a more sinister plane, the serpent takes up abode in the highly conspiratorial worldviews of David Vick, former British football, that soccer for Yanks like me, star and news/sportscaster, turned New Age philosopher, who exposes the dream world we believe to be real, so says the header on his website. 3 according to the description on his Amazon.com author profile, for the elusive. It says of himself. David Bonnick, born April 29, 52, British writer and speaker, describes himself as the most controversial speaker in the world. He is the author of 19 books and has attracted a global following that cuts across the political spectrum. His 533-page biggest secret, 1999, has been called Rosetta Stone for conspiracy junkies. He was a well-known BBC television sports presenter and spokesman for the Green Party, when in 1990 a psychic told him he was a healer who had been placed on, and that the spirit world was going to pass messages to him so he could educate others. In 1991 he held a press conference to announce that he was the son of the Godhead, and phrase he said later the media had misunderstood. It told the BBC steering what on, showed that the world would soon be devastated by tidal waves and earthquakes. In Robot Rebellion, 1994, and The Truth Shall Set You Free, 1995, The Biggest Secret, 1999, and Children of the Matrix, 2001, etc. Moral/political worldview that combined New Age spiritualism with a passionate denunciation of totalitarian trends, in which many prominent figures are reptilian, including George W. Bush, Queen Elizabeth II, Chris Christopherson, and Boxcar Willie. Michael Markin has described exposition as New Age conspiracism. Richard Kahn and Tyson Lewis argue that the reptilian hypothesis may simply be swift and satire, a way of giving ordinary people a narrative with which to question what they see around them. Whenever I encounter self-proclaimed gods and messiahs, despite their well-meaning messages of peace toward all, unity among fellow man, and self-growth based on a philosophical foundation that we are all little gods within a universal collective, I tend to write them off rather quickly. Sim. For the self-labeling good or bad philosophical beliefs notwithstanding, be it my past education in theology, or my years of thinking, writing, and mulling over history, religion, and spirituality, or simply my exposure to and study of history's cavalcade of messianic figures who accomplish little other than leading their followers and themselves to their ends, it is at the moment of self-proclaimed messianic revelation that I lose interest and club my tongue. When I read that it compares himself to a god, substantiated by his many public appearances and rare-granted interview, I know what he is getting at from the standpoint of a New Age way of thinking. Sure, the concept that we are all gods that we collectively comprise the greater good and have within us the ability to rise to spiritual heights is not necessarily a thing to be reviled, no matter what your spirituality or religious or non-religious status may be. However, when those spiritual concepts, not uncommon to many religions and spiritual trains of thought and practice, are pitched to the wedding of fringe conspiracy theories that focus on ancient alien reptilians from another star system and are working behind the scenes to draw energy off the evil and corruption of humanity, while at the same time pulling the strings behind such mythical groups as the Illuminati, I tend to the Messiah step off the surface of the water and sunk into the sea of self-adulation and tank himself and his followers in the seaweed of self-deception. Exploded down philosophies are not uncommon to the New Age thinking community. He blends staples of the metaphysical discussion about the nature of the universe and consciousness with over-the-top conspiracy theories about public figures ranging from world politicians, religious leaders, and Hollywood celebrities to members of Europe's royal families. But where he has a decidedly sinister twist is when he openly accuses them of being satanic pedophiles, child killers, shapeshifters, mass murderers, serial killers, and worse. What seems like unconnected political and social events are in fact, according to it, attempts by a hidden reptilian race to subvert and con humanity. But in his book The Biggest Secret, he contends that human beings are the product of an extraterrestrial genetic engineering program launched by a race of reptilians called the Anunnaki, W. Came to Earth from a solar system in the constellation of Draco. How he makes his connection to reptilians is as obscure as a few pieces of statuary and a heavy reliance on the works of Zechariah. Sitchin. In part, he embraces the ancient Sumerian account of Enki's creation of primeval man as a slave race for the other gods. But he goes beyond merely yielding to ancient mythology as fact, expounding that reality is a holographic experience. The only true reality is the realm of the Absol, which he illustrates by making comparison to the Hollywood movie The Matrix. He teaches a philosophy of collective consciousness built on intentionality, reincarnation, and loose, adapted understanding of string theory, and other galactic worlds that exist alongside ours of other planes of frequency. He contends that our life experience is altered our DNA by downloading new information and overriding the software of our conscious state, and that we are trapped experiences to ourselves by means of good and bad thoughts, all in all, a mixture of current metaphysical thought with alien conspiracy theory, and, frankly, very appealing on many levels too. Those who have been disillusioned by science and religion and are seeking something different to assuage their loneliness or dissatisfaction with the status quo. It is very easy to understand how simply listening to it and reading his work can draw one in. His converts are, I am sure, people who have considered both aspects of his foundational thinking and simply not dug deeply enough to see the missteps and calculated misinterpretations. David is certainly not the first to have mentioned reptilian aliens, but he claims he has been the one to have pioneered the road to a better understanding of who the reptilians really are, and W. They continue to interact and influence earthly humans, from secretive governmental control to world domination, ancient religious roots to modern-day New Ageism. Reptilians, according to it, have been known for their secret agenda. And although we do not have a clear picture of what their true intentions may be, we are able to gather from history the signs and traces of their past actions and influence with ancient human civilizations. Accounts from the Aztecs, Greeks, and Chinese mythology. And history leads us clues as to an ancient race of aliens that perhaps helped and aided the building of our civilizations past and present. 7. He has thrown the ancient alien theory on its head, attributing this particular brand of conspiracy to them. It purports that reptilians, today, are believed to have shape-shifting abilities that enable them to secretly work their agenda behind the scenes, hidden within the bodies of the ruling classes of Europe and the majority of U.S. presidents and political figures, not to mention prominent entertainment and pop cultural personages the world over. He reports that he has found evidence our political structure and economic systems have already been influenced by these evil, cunning, crafty, a word used to define Nakash, the serpent character in the Garden of Eden, reptilians who have worked for thousands of years behind the scenes of human history. These alien intruders, for at least 6,000 to 8,000 years, have seduced, through their clone counterfeit political leaders and royal personages, the hearts and minds of all humanity, who are blinded to their existence. All the while, these reptilian overlords are plotting their secret agenda and have been slowly fostering chaos throughout human history, waiting for the right time for the ultimate conquest of our planet. During this aptly named turquoise period, in which it is not dressed only in the color turquoise due to his claim of some metaphysical effect that acts as a conduit for receiving positive energy, it writes that he had been channeling beings from another world and by automatic writing, and had received messages from extraterrestrials telling him that he was the son of the Godhead in other words, a Messiah. After the clamoring controversy and criticisms that ensued after the relief of that statement, he later attempted to back at this statement, amending it and reinterpreting of the Godhead as an infinite mind. 8. After this experience, in 1990, he met Deborah Shaw, a British psychic living in Calgary, Alberta. He began a relationship with Shaw, and the couple had daughter the next year. Shaw and her infant daughter moved in with him and his wife, and she changed her name to Mari Shaw soon. Ex-wife changed her name to Michaela, which, she said, was an expression of the Archangel Michael. The eclectic trio was dubbed by the British press as the turquoise triangle. 9. You have to think that anyone who predicts the end of the world must be a true believer in this war. Her ability to prognosticate world event, or have some real deep-set faith in this or her ability as channeler or psychic. He made himself part of the short list of doomsayers when he publicly prophesied that the world would end in 1997. That was, 15 years ago, in case you're counting. As of this writing, the end of the world as we knew it, according to it, would be preceded by a number of disasters, including a severe hurricane around the Gulf of Mexico and New Orleans now. There's a stretch, a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. Do I sound too skeptical here? Volcanic eruptions on the island of Cuba, disruption in China, a hurricane in theory, and an earthquake on T. Island. He also said in that interview that Los Angeles would become an island, New Zealand would disappear, and the cliffs of Kent would be underwater by Christmas of that year. He told reporters that the information contained in this world-ending prophecy had been passed on to him through channeling the voices in his head, which was physically transmitted through automatic writing. As of the writing of this book, he is still holding enormous stadium events today, filling sports arenas for his 10-hour conferences. To me, this merely reaffirms my contention, and aptly illustrates the fact that the world is hungry for something and people will look for the things that they are missing in any outlet available. When science and religion fail us, we will look to anything. Fill the void. Of course, the end of the world prophecy saw 1997 come and go without incident. He later wrote that he had felt out of control during that press conference where he uttered his prophecy, almost as if he wasn't the one saying the words. He said that he heard his own voice predict the end of the world, yet was completely appalled at what was spilling out of his own mouth. I was speaking the words, but all the time I could hear the voice of the briggs in the background saying, David, W. The hell are you saying? 10 to X-ray this May, his prophecies were splashed all over the front page news the next morning. In and of themselves, there would seem to be no real harm to his channeling driven, automatically written script and his alien reptilian overrun worldview. If a guy wants to read the works of Zechariah Sitchin and add his own twist, insisting that the Sumerian pantheon of Enumiki, gods were a race of reptile aliens with evil intent, still governing our human affairs from behind it. Curtain of subterfuge, placing reptilians in seats of high political world power throughout the ages. Imposters in an exterior skin of cloned human flesh, infiltrating their way into all the ruling body. The world, who am I to tell him no? If the man has built a following that by his books, pays to ATT, his conferences, and he is a phenomenal, eloquent, moving public speaker, and promulgate his views, why should any of us care? If that is the niche David has found to fill his conference and pay the electric bill, and if people have so little to believe in that they ascribe to his views, which, Pratt, had a hard time believing even himself fully believes, then more power to him after all. Blended throughout his alien messages a moral call for people to take action against the Yahoos, and oppress signs of government, the seeking of world unity in contrast to the new world order, and the gaining of inner godlike awareness and tranquility. What's so wrong with that? Whatever the people of delivery of the message, the ends justify the means, and if the world becomes a better place, even if we have to foist upon the common mind the notion that if we don't pursue these things, the reptilians will get a stronger foothold and destroy our world and have us all for lunch. Methods, he is ultimately pushing a good thing, right? But there is a much more insidious aspect to David's assertions. The reptilians that he claims exist and operate behind the scenes of humanity are ones he links to the bloodlines of Cain, the Merovingians, and the Luciferian lineage. He speaks a form of anti-Semitism, buried in a twisted view of world history, linking the Jews with the Illuminati and the New World Order. The Jews, it purports, are the reptilian populated, controlled, manipulated race-seeking world domination. Through their positions held in the wealthy, ruling, and royal families of Europe and the Western world, the chosen people of the Old Testament are a plague to humanity. And the heinous underpinning of his teachings is that his foundations are laced with historical fact, yet merged in reptilian/Illuminati views. This is not to say that the man does not adhere to good philosophies that stand for the betterment of humanity, but that is the hook that draws an inordinate amount of followers to his philosophies. True. And fact mixed with bizarre theorizing made for the propagation of a message that is all at once appealing and stimulating to the curious, who are dying for answers to convert our world from what they view as a place of evil and oppression to one of peace and harmony. Throughout his career, David has professed to having long stood against many political and social systems that may be compromised by the reptilian alien agenda, and although reptilians continue to make their push against humanity, many believe that we have protectors from yet another constellation watching their every move and waiting their chance to move against the reptilian alien race of aliens and their agenda. Although many of the subjects related to reptilian aliens or intelligent life elsewhere is usually left to the science fiction authors and fanatics, David continues to push his own alien agenda toward what he believes to be the truth that has been hidden from the public for ages. 11. Conclusion. The continued presence of the serpent. As we have seen throughout this entire book, the presence of the serpent is a thing of both good and evil began as early as the recorded history of humanity and has coursed its meandering trail down through the ages. If, indeed, the imagery and symbolism is a result of ancient humankind's face to have encounters with non-human entities in the form of reptilians, the case of history does not bear out. In fact, what we know for a certainty is that the symbolic form of the serpent was inextricably linked with the worship and veneration of the serpent since the dawn of civilization. Is the presence of the serpent linked to the Luciferian? Does the serpent crawl on its belly solely due to the spoken judgment of God in the book of Genesis? Or is that simply representative of one version of the serpent in human religion and religious mythology? The seemingly as yet unanswerable questions are codependent with our ability as humans to reach the unreachable and peace the unpierceable. In the vastness of the universe, we are awfully big for our own bridges when we think we have the answers to the most elusively quantifiable of questions. To not know all the answers is the beginning of exploration. That is precisely what I believe we Set out to do in all of our sciences, histories, archaeologies, and anthropologies, let alone of the pomposity of our philosophies. For me, the pervasive presence of the serpent through our human existence on this planet, our spiritualities, religions, legends, and mythologies represents an enduring symbol of something or someone that had such great impact on early humanity and their civilizations that it pressed and deeply encoded imprint in our collective psyche that has endured. Nearly all others, equal only by our innate need for the those equally dichotomous quantities, have been present with us, family to us, and governing aspects of who and what we are, and surely will continue to be so, prompting further seeking, questing, and digging for the reasons why. Afterward, it's a river. As you have seen in the preceding pages, the amount of information that stems from one simple thought to the next is filled to overburning with tributaries branching off the main artery. Other tributaries stemming into hundreds of branches, little creeks, streams, coulees, and swampy backwaters with inlets and outlets of their own. As I stated at the very start of this book, the implications of the comparative historical and religious touchpoints are so far-reaching that the meanderings of myth one must follow to seek efficacious tendrils off that could most certainly drive one mad in its contemplation. It has nearly brought me to that point, not due to the content of mythologies and varied philosophies, but based upon the overwhelming mountain range of information to sift through and weigh against fact, fiction, insanity, and spirituality, and those distinctions are, sometimes, very difficult to decipher. What is one person's religion is another's folly, leaving plenty of room for criticism, naysaying, and propagandizing. There were times in the writing of this little book that I saw myself as a literary version of Meriwether Lewis on his quest to discover the Northwest Passage to the Great Western Pacific Ocean. After weeks and months of forging through seemingly untraversable terrain, he came, finally, through the foothills and low mountains. It was at that point that Lewis scaled a nearby ridge, certain he would see the Pacific Ocean stretched across the horizon. When he reached the top of the ridge and gazed at what lay beyond, though, all he saw was mile upon mile, range upon range of the craggy, snow-crested Bitterroot Mountains. His spirit sank and he was overcome with the feeling that he'd never find his way. His thoughts of enduring the hardship of the quest for even a single mile more turned into the despair that accompanies the feeling of having come too far to go back, but not far enough to find completion. Despite his inner turmoil, he pressed on and eventually cleared the mountains and pine forests of the Northwest and stepped onto the sandy beach of accomplishment, the salty waves of the Pacific Ocean lapping at the soles of his boots. For me, seeking the reptilian factor and the connectivity of the serpent in human history and religious myth has been all-consuming, and just when I feel I have fulfilled the goal and stepped to th bridge of conclusion, there, stretching out before me as far as the eye can see, is another range of snow-capped peaks, each bearing a new rocky cloud. It's the looking for the way through that seems daunting while you are in it. Then, when you finally get there, you look back at the terrain you traversed and wonder about all the wondrous, undiscovered country and other regions extending off to the right or the left of the trail that brought to this place. Yet, despite all the unexplored territory, you are satisfied that you have at least a single path to the other side. Our ancient past is filled with amazing stories of beings who governed our existence. Whether they were gods descended from the heavens, extraterrestrial beings making their presence known while, perhaps, undergoing their own explorations, or whether they are simply comprised of deified human, royal bloodlines and the stuffs of overwrought imaginings and religious control, whichever it may in reality be, they represent the mysterious elements of our past that have comprised the modern mythologies of today. If we take but a moment to stop ourselves in the tracks of our busy work schedules, hang up the phone, shut off the television and the internet, close the calendar, stop shut, and mowing the grass, and simply unplug for a few moments and listen to the quiet, we will find that those voices are still speaking, beckoning us to come find them, conclusively answering whether or not extraterrestrial serpentine beings interacted with humanity, and continue to make their presence felt from the stealthy shadows is as simplistically easy as find God sitting on his patio having a cup of Darjeeling. What is certain is that humanity has been right about these things since they first developed the skill set to record their personal histories. The plethora of occultists, religious apologists, scientists, true believers, skeptics, and experiencers accomplish only one thing, and that is a presentation of the facts as they understand them. That is, all we are left with, beyond establishing points of history, anthropology, and archaeology, the bare tools of the trade are the facts, which sometimes interact over the theories. The things that seem to really matter to the questioning mind, most often never have solid answers. I am again brought to the words of Richard Feynman, astrophysicist contemporary of Oppenheimer and Einstein. If you expected science could give all the answers to the wonderful questions about what we are or where we're going or what the meaning of the universe is, and so on, then I think you could easily become disillusioned and then look for some mystic answer to these problems. I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answer which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of certainty about different things, but I'm not absolutely sure of anything, and there are many things I don't know anything about. But I don't have to know an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing things, about being lost in a mysterious universe without having any purpose. I can't believe the special stories that have been made up about our special relationship to the universe, because they seem to be too simple, too connected, too local, too provincial. The earth. He came to the earth. One of the aspects of God came to the earth, mind you, and look at what's out there. It isn't in proportion. Anyway, it's enough. You start doing it. We should look to see what's true and what may not be true. Once you start doubting, which for me is a fundamental part of my soul, to doubt and ask, and to doubt and ask, it gets a little hard to believe. 1. Did a race of reptilians come to this planet long ago? Did extraterrestrials seek a human race or genetically engineered primordial hominids, creating a slave race? Were humans free from bondage, led by a traitor from the ranks of the alien oppressors? Is there an extraterrestrial race that has, in and out of humanity's affairs for all of recorded history, governing our destiny from the shadows? Or are we a race that simply evolves and grows, learning from the past and moving beyond our old superstitions and mythologies? Are we bound by religious thought and man-made myth, only to suffer at its invisible grasp until we move beyond the need for false messiahs and imagined gods, spirits, devils, and monsters that subjugate us to our own fears? Or is it truly that we are the creation of true God, and all the rest is simply the concocted, fabricated veil of lies and deceit, obfuscation, illusion that enslaves us to the dictates of the demonic evil that would stand in the way of our known, that God in a more real, meaningful way? These are the questions that I sincerely hope you are left pondering when closing the cover of this book. It is obvious that God does not go out of his way to present his case in a fashion that is not old, cracked, and crumbling as the last surviving manuscripts telling his story. Accordingly, his opponents seem to work much harder gaining proselytes than he spends attempting to bring us to him. And so answering the call of religion even when told it is supposed to be a personal, loving God in charge is a much more daunting challenge than simply believing things are what they are. So, toss the coin in the air or better, roll your 32-sided die. Are we simply creatures of the behest of some greater power, or a race that lives, thrives, and grows off of it in spite of its misty history and scaly mythology? Has humanity experienced the visitations of non-human entities? Trust no one. Listen to no one. Adhere to no one. Grasp the gift of exploration and seek out the answers for yourself, for if you are comfortable simply living by the dictates of what someone else tells you is so, then you are doomed to live that life of constrained servitude. Think for yourself. Before you know it, the answers will make themselves as evident as the nose on your face. The realization that all that remains in the end is a kind of forbidden knowledge, or rage with and beyond. Reason against reason itself, as exiles from the comforts of bondage, we are composers of the cognitive Music that is not a spirituality or a religion, nor is it an eschewing of either, but it is a religion. Religion, a faith of no faith, belief in no belief. And, yet, there is that still, small voice. Extinguished theologians lie about the cradle of every science, as the strangle. Snakes beside that of Hercules. Aldous Huxley. Notes. Chapter 1. 1. Bluick, Nelson, Rivers in the Desert, The History of the Native, being an illustrated account of J. Discoveries in a Frontier Land of Civilization, New York, Macmillan, Farrar, Strauss Giroux. 1959, p31. 2 Ramsey, William M., St. Paul the Traveler and the Roman Citizen, 1982, p8. 3. Ramsey, William M., The Bearing of Recent Discovery on the Trustworthiness of the New Testament, 1915, p222. 4 Roberts, Scott Allen, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, Pompton Plains, NJ, New Page. Books, 2012. 5 Muhammad, Maxine Rodinson, translated by Ian Carter, 1971, pp. 38 M9. 6 Studies on Islam, edited by Merlin L. Swartz, in Pre-Islamic Bedouin Religion by Joseph Henninger, 1981, pp. 3 to 22 7 Muhammad, The Holy Prophet, Pakistan, Hafiz Ghulam Sarwar, pp. 18 to 19 8 Carlson, Jason, and Ron Carlson, Why the Secular Left Despised the Christian Right, Christian Ministries International website, www.christianministries.org/article/why secular left, despise Christian Right.php. 9. Heiser, Michael S., PhD, The Nakash and the Seed, Self-Explanatory Notes on Wadu. Serpent in Genesis 3 wasn't a serpent, Department of Hebrew and Semitic Studies, UW Madison, www.fedabondcouncil.com/nakisnotes.pdf. 10 Daily, Stephanie, Myths from Mesopotamia, Creation, The Flood, Gilgamesh, and Others. New York, Oxford University Press, 1989, 2008, pp. 13-15. 11. Sitchin, Zechariah, The 12th Planet, Harvard, 2007, Chapter 5, The Nephilim, People of the Fiery Rockets. 12. Heiser, The Nakash and the Seed. 13 Sitchin, The 12th Planet, Chapter 5, The Nephilim, People of the Fiery Rockets. 14. Heiser, The Nakash and the Seed. 15 James, Peter, I.J. Thorpe, Nikos Kokinos, Robert Morgoth, and John Prokfish, Centuries of Darkness, A Challenge to the Conventional Chronology of Old World Archaeology, London. Jonathan Cape, 1991. 16 Thompson, William Merwin, Coming into Being, Artifacts and Texts in the Evolution of Consciousness, Calvary Macmillan, 1998, pp. 75 to 76 17 Roberts, Scott Allen, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, Psalm 82 and Elohim. 18. Heiser, Michael S., The Plural Elohim of Psalm 82, God's Gourmet. Michael S. Heiser's website, michaelsheiser.com/indicate/ll/the-plural-elohim-the-psalm-82-gods-Gourmet, 2010. 19. Daily, Myths from Mesopotamia, pp. 18 to 1920 by Michael and Kirsten Daly, Lost Civilizations and Secrets of the Past, Pompton Plains. NJ, New Page Books, 2011, Canaan the First City. 21 Green, Margaret W. Erdő in Sumerian Literature, PhD dissertation, University of Chicago. 1975, p156, Abzu is often applied to a cosmological region whereas Erdő more precisely designates a geographical site. 22. Leonard, W.G., Processions to the Egyptian House, Review Assyriology, Rye 44, University of Michigan Library, 1997, pp. 75 to 7723. Lawton, Ian, Guide to Mesopotamian Gods and Pantheons, in Tammuz, Ian Lawton's website, www.ianlawton.com, 2000, 24 to 25. Peter, H.D., Turk.EA/Indy Intercatus in Berlin, Emus and Southampton. Orhandian Materials, PhD Dis, Carl Franzen University Hatraz, 1983. 26 Halloran, John, The Sumerian Lexicon, version 3.0, Los Angeles, California, Logogram Publishing. 2006, p54. Chapter 2. 1. Roberts, Scott Allen, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim. 2 Feynman, Richard, The Pleasure of Finding Things Out, Basic Books, 2000. Chapter 3. 1. Kramer, Samuel Note. Sumerian Mythology, A Study of Spiritual and Literary Achievement in the 3rd Millennium BC, Charleston, SC, Forgotten Books, 1997. 2 Makowski, Edward F., R.H. Waller de Lucas, The Spiritual Technology of Ancient Egypt. Sacred Science and the Mystery of Consciousness, Inner Tradition/Mirko, 2007, p223. 3 Her Holiness Sri Managing Nirmala Devi Sri Bastabai, Meta Modern Era, Vishwanirmala, Dharma, 1st edition, 1995, pp. 233 to 248 for Barton, Stephen C., and David Wilkinson, Reading Genesis After Darwin, Midrash, Rabbi, Genesis, New York, Oxford University Press, 2009, p93. 5 Lau, Gordon, Megiddo 2, Plague 240:1, For the Serpents Came from Stratum X, dated 1650. 1550 BC, and Stratum BIIB, dated 1150 to 1250 BC, and cannot definitely be associated with Pig. Gulf. 6 McAllister, RAS, Gizer 2, p399, Fig. 488 The Serpent Came from the High Place Area N. Apparently is to be dated in the Late Bronze Age. 7 Young ETAL, Hazer 34, Plates, 339, 5 to 6. The serpents are from Stratum I, Late Bronze. Age 2. Young informs of their provenance in a personal correspondence. 8 Ringle, William M., Tomasz Galrat-Nagrin, and George J. Day, The Return of Quetzalcoatl. In Ancient Mesoamerica, Cambridge University Press, 1998, pp. 183 to 232 9. Smith, Michael E., The Aztecs, 2nd edition, Malden, Massachusetts, Blackwell Publishing, 2001, p. 213 10 Hancock, Graham, Fingerprints of the Gods, The Evidence of Earth's Lost Civilization, 1st edition, Crown, 1995. 11 Pliny the Elder, EDS, John Bostock and H.G. Riley, Translators, The Natural History, 1855. 8. 33. 12 This list comes from www.com. 13 Pickle, Suzanne, Apophysine Iconography of Deities and Demons in the Ancient Near East. Electronic Republication Revision, November 20th, 2007, access at www.religionswissh.ch/idt/republication/e_idt_apophyse.pdf. 14 Rascati, 17 The Face of the Ancient Orient, Garden City, NY, Doubleday Anchor. Books, 1962, pp. 125 to 127. 15 Frankfurt, Henry, Kingship and the Gods, Chicago, Hill, The University of Chicago Press, 1962. pp 145 to 146 16. Lerner, Manfred. Gods and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, London, Thames and Hudson, 1984, pp. 26, 10, 17. Frankfurt, Kingship and the Gods, p 108. 18 Murder, Gods, and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, 108. 19. Biscotti, 17 of The Face of the Ancient Orient, pp. 125-26, and Murder, Gods, and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, p. 93. 20 Murder, Manfred, Snakes, in the Encyclopedia of Religion, New York, Macmillan, 1987. 13:373. 21 Joins, Karen R., Serpent Symbolism in the Old Testament, a Linguistic, Archaeological, and Literary Study, Hadfield, N.J., Hadfield House, 1974, p. 22. Murder, Gods, and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, p. 23 Frankfurt, Henry, Kingship, and the Gods, p. 24. Franklin, Benjamin, Pennsylvania Journal, December 27, 1775. Chapter 4. 1 Milren, Alan P. Edler Interior. Available at www.carterandevons.com/portal/index.php/edlerian-theory/69-edlerian-theory. 2 Aristotle, Physics 194b 17-20. See also, Posterior Analytics 71b911, 94-20. 3. Morney, Karen, Self-Analysis, New York, Morton Company Incorporated, 1942. 4 Reptilians, Wikipedia, en.wikipedia.org/wiki/reptilians. 5. Reptilians, Crystallinks Metaphysics and Science website, www.crystallinks.com/reptilians, HTML. 6 Reptilians, who are they really? Dreams of the Great Earth Changes website, www.greatdreams.com/reptilians/htm. 7. Alien Nation, The Watcher Files website, www.thewatcherfiles.com/exposing_reptilians.htm. 8 Rhodes, John, The Reptilian Human Connection, Reportoids.com, www.reportoids.com/fall/article classic/1994repagecon.htm. 9. The Reptilians, The Nibiruan Council website, www.nibiruancouncil.com/html/reptilians.html. 10 Reptilian Agenda, David Hicks website, www.davidhick.com/article/reptilian-agenda. Main menu 43. 11. The Occult Reptilian Sage, Bibliothèque Liat's website, www.bibliothèquePLiats.net/sumer_reptiles/reptiles.htm. 12 Reptilians, Whale website, www.whale.to/b/reptilian_h.html. 13. Rhodes, John, The Reptilian Human Connection. 14 Russell, D.A. Speculations on the Evolution of Intelligence in Multicellular Organisms. CP. 2156, Life in the Universe Conference. 15 Alex Collier, on Reptilians, the Draconians and the Batal, Bibliothèque Liat's website, www.bibliothèquePLiats.net/sumer_reptiles/reptiles33.htm. #the %20 Draconians %2t. 16 Heck, Jeff, Cosmos Magazine 315, June 2007. This article highlights the hypothesis of Dale. Russell's Dinosauroid. 17 Russell, Dale, and Wallace Tucker, Supernovae and the Extinction of the Dinosaurs, Nature. 229, February 1971, 553-554. Chapter 5. 1. Gibson, David J. The Land of Evil located, unpublished manuscript, available at Novative, net/Eden, HTML. 2. Taylor, Bernard A. Analytical Lexicon to the Septuagint, Peabody, Massachusetts, Hendrickson. Publishers, Expanded Edition, 2009. 3 Silva, Moises, and Karen H. Shows, Invitation to the Septuagint, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Baker. Academic, 2005. Chapter 6. 1 period, Patrick J. Before France and Germany, the creation and transformation of the Merovingian world, New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. 2 Knight, Charles, T. English Cyclopedia, Volume 4, London, Nebula Press, 2010, p. 733. 3 Rentina, Claudio, and Paul McCusker, The Popes, Histories and Secrets, New York, 7. Locks Press, 2002, p. 145. 4. Bacon, Michael, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, The Secret History of Jesus and the Shocking Legacy of the Grail, New York, Delport Press, 1982. 5 Burgess, Anthony, A Dublon's for Gentlemen Homage to Court and other. Writings, New York, Royal, 1986, pp. 33-35. 6 Gardner, Lawrence, Bloodline of the Holy Grail, The Hidden Lineage of Jesus Revealed, Lines. Bay, British Columbia, Canada, Fairwinds Press, 2002. 7 Gardner, Lawrence, Genesis of the Grail Kings, The Explosive Story of Genetic Cloning and The Ancient Bloodline of Jesus, Lions Bay, British Columbia, Canada, Fairwinds Press, 2002. 8. Hopkins, Maryland, Graham Savans, and Tim Wallace Murphy, Rex Davis, The True Mystery of Red Alley Chateau, Shaftesbury, Dorset, UK, Element Books, 2000. 9 Haskins, Susan, Mary Magdalene, The Essential History, London, Pimlico, 2003, p. 96. 10 Evans, Great Day, Fabricating Jesus, How Modern Scholars Distort the Gospels, Others. Grove, Hill, Ivy Books, 2008, p. 94. 11. Pseudobreaker, Historia and Monumenta Germania Historica, Script Wars We're On, Merovingian Farm, Thomas 2, Hanover Press, 1888. 12 Ellis, Peter Beresford, The Mammoth Book of Celtic Myths and Legends, London, Constable. Robinson, 2002, p. 28. 13 Dictionary of the Irish Language, Compact Edition, Dublin, Ireland, Royal Irish Academy, 1990, p. 612. 14 Macula, James, Dictionary of Celtic Mythology, New York, Oxford University Press, p. 366. 15 Ludwig Aaron, Book of the Taking of Ireland, Part 1-5. Edited and translated by R.A.S. McAllister. Dublin, Ireland, Irish Text Society, 1941. 16 of the 17 Gardner, Sir Lawrence, Realm of the Ring Lords, The Myth and Magic of the Grail Quest. Lions Bay, British Columbia, Canada, Fairwinds Press, 2003. 18 Aho, Barbara, The Merovingian Dynasty, Wash Underground website. Wash.care.com/Merovingian.html. 19 Van Buren, Elizabeth, The Sign of the Dove, Suffolk, UK, Neville Spearman, Limited, 1983, pp. 141-142.20. Image 21 Bronca, Sylvia, Tree of Life and the Holy Grail, Ancient and Modern Spiritual Paths Ended. Mystery of Renelli Chateau, Z. Sussex, UK, Temple Lodge Publishing, 2007, p. 127. 22 Padai, Raphael, The Hebrew Goddess, New York, Dab Publishing House, 1967. 23 Blood, John Henry, Dictionary of Sects, Heresies, Ecclesiastical Parties, and Schools of Religious Thought, Rivingtons, 1874, p. 95. 24 Mead, GRS, Fragments of a Faith Forgotten, Whitefish, Maud, Kessinger Publishing LLC, 1992, p. 225. 25. Blood, John Henry, Dictionary of Sects, Heresies, Ecclesiastical Parties, and Schools of Religious thought, Rivingtons, 1874, p95. 26 Biblia Sacra Vulgata, Exodus 34:29-35. 27 Phelps, Reginald H., Before Hitler Came, Holy Society and Germain Norden, Journal of Modern History, University of Chicago Press, 1963, pp. 245-261. 28 Goodrich Clark, Nicholas, The Occult Roots of Nazism, The Ariosophists of Austria and Germany 1890-1935, Wellingborough, England, The Aquarian Press, 1985, republished 1992. 29. Dime, Wilfried, Der Man, Der Hitler Die Ideen The Man Who Gave Hitler the Ideas, 1958. 30 Kershaw, Ian, Hitler, 1889-1936 Hubris, New York, W.W. Norton Company, 2000, pp. 138-139. 31 Brommer, Dietrich, Weber Hitler Cam, in Historisk Study, Mark Publishing, All Edition, 1933, 1972, p42. 32 Goodrich Clark, Nicholas, The Occult Roots of Nazism, The Ariosophists of Austria and Germany 1890-1935, Wellingborough, England, The Aquarian Press, 1985, republished 1992. pp 127-128. 33 Strom, Harold, Diagnosis and International Socialismus, Gnosis and National Socialism, Berlin, Germany, Surkamp, 1973. 34 Abrams, Kevin, and Scott Lovely, The Pink Swastiks, Homosexuality in the Nazi Party. Founders Publishing Corp., 1995. 35 Goodrich Clark, Nicholas, The Occult Roots of Nazism, pp. 131, 142. 36 American Infiltration of the Christian World Through Monasticism. www.angelfire.com/journal2/post/infiltration.html. 37 Blavatsky, H.B., The Secret Doctrine, abridged edited edition, New York, Tartar, Penguin, 2009. Chapter 7. 1 Asvaran, Egnath, The Glossary of Sanskrit from the Spiritual Tradition of India, Berkeley, California, Blue Mountain Center of Meditation, 1970, p5. 2 Header of David's website, www.david.com. 3. 4 Index on words at www.amazon.com/wiki/david_ntt_n_bio_bio_wiki. 5 David, list of famous Satanists, pedophiles, and mind controllers. The Forbidden Knowledge website, www.forbiddenknowledge.com/r//Satanist.htm. 6 David, Children of the Matrix, P29 IFF, and David Icke, The Biggest Secret, pp. 30 M0. 7 Reptilians, Reptilian Aliens. Arctheory.com, arctheory.com/reptilianarchives.html. 8 David, In the Light of Experience, Time Warner Paperbacks, 1993, pp. 190, 208. 9 David, P193. 10 David, Children of the Matrix, pp. 30 to the power of 40th. 11 David's website, www.david.com/article/reptilian-agenda-name-43. Afterward. 1 Feynman, Richard, The Pleasure of Finding Things Out. Index. Abel, 73, 77. Abrams, Kevin, 184-185. Absolutism, 43. Absolutism, The New, 128. Absolute, Mythical Region, 61, 64, 73, 93. Absolute, Concept, 61-62. Acts of the Apostles, 37. Adam and Eve, Story of, 26, 46-47, 64. Adler, Alfred, 122, 123-125. Adlerian Philosophy, 125. Akkad, 63. Akkadian. Culture, 51. Cylinder Seals, 94, 95. Religion, 57. Alien. Mythos, History of the, 141. Race, First Contact with, 29. Aliens, Psychology of Need for, 122-126. Meaning of, 41. Origin of the name of, 42. Luminary, 114. Ancient texts, considerations when reading, 51. Angels, 47, 48. Anunnaki, 33-64, 161. Anthro-archaeomythological record, 49. Anti-Semitism of medieval Europe, 178. Apophyse, 116. Similarity to Satan, 117. Archaeological evidence for biblical accounts, 35. Archaeology and myth, 34, 44-46. Union of, 45. Ari, 177. Aristotle, 125. Arthurian legends, 174. Aryan root race theory, 186-187. Arianism, Nazi, occultist origins of, 184-187. Ashraf, Messenger Jack, 41. Asmodeus, 176-177. Atlantean. Civilization, 75. Diaspora, 174. Atlantis, 168. Atrahasis epic, 49, 60. Aztec culture, religious beliefs of, 107-109. Mahalik and Ka, 84. Bamiparava, 39. Basilica, etymology of, 111. Basilisk, 110. Basilisk snake, 111. Behavior. Adler's view of, 124-125. See also final causality. Freud's view of, 124, 125. See also efficient causality. Bani Halloween 52, 82. See also Sons of God. Bible, historical accuracy of, 35-36. Biblical accounts, archaeological evidence for, 35. Christine Denise, 167-169. Blavatsky, Helena, 186-187. Bloodline of Jesus, 159-161, 165. Of Jesus Christ, 174. Of the Kinsman Redeemer, 146. Of the Serpent, 26, 149. Theory, Lucid Ryan, 177. Bloodline. Jesus, 159-161, 165. Pure Human, 26, 146. Bloodlines. Of Humanity, 139. Of European Royal Houses, 174. Book of Exodus, 39. Book of Genesis, 25, 34, 46. Book of Munster, 173. Book of Revelation, 153-154. Brown, Dan, 160. Caduceus, 28, 89. Cain, 60. Descendants of, 177. 2 alternate versions of the story of, 175-176. As progeny of Eve and the Serpent, 73, 77. As the first of the Nephilim, 8. Canaanites, 179-108. Canaan, 41. See also Canaanite region. Canaanite region, 63. Catholicism and Protestantism, conflict between 29. Thonic symbolism, 113. Cockatrice, 110 to 111. Confucius, 105. Conspiracy theory, 24. Constantine, Emperor, 42. Context psychology. See surface psychology. Creation account, Hebrew, 71 to 72. Encoded messaging, 73. Creation accounts. African, 70. Lakota, 71. Multiplicity of, 46. Native American, 70. Pan-cultural commonalities of, 46, 71. Creation story, Old Testament, 45 to 46. Crisis of faith, authors, 24. Cultural religious mythologies, 26. Cuneiform tablets, 52. Magical incantations in, 93. Cunningham, Graham, 92. Cylinder seals, Acadion, 94, 95. Jehovah, 28. Time, Wilfine, 185. David, King of Israel, 36. Deities, changing names of, 62. Dip psychology, 123. Devil, good, 47. Dinosauroid thought experiment, 133 to 134. Dinosauroids, 133. Dogmatic faiths, 43. Draco, 134. Draconian stories, authors of Algebra, 135 to 137. Draconians, 133. Yea, C&D/EA. Yea 10, 60, 64, 73, 83, 96. See also Garden of Eden. Enoch State, 83. Efficient causality, 125. Egyptian Book of the Dead, 115. Eliam, 41. Hillel, 41, 59. Elohim, as a plurality, 39. As a plurality and a singularity, 58, 59. Of the Old Testament, 39. Elohim. Etymology of the word, 177. Definition, 58. First occurrence of the word, 58. Plurality and singularity of the word, 59. Second use of the word, 59. El Shaddai, 41. Embedded messages, 27. Inky, translation of the Sumerian name, 64. Inky/EA. As bringer of forbidden knowledge, 73. As linguistic precursor to YWHW, 92. As prototype for the Hebrew Jehovah, 92. Inky/EA, 41, 51, 57, 60. Common translation of, 58. Earliest form of the god, 62. Evolution of the name of, 63. Enmerker and the Lord of Retah, 93. Enoch, Cain's son, 146. Enoch, city, 146 to 147. See also Europe. Aragud, 60 to 61, 95, 96. Evangelical Christians, 43, 58. Eve's temptation, different interpretation of, 77. Extraterrestrial. Encounters, 30. Live, human contact with, 140. Faith. Apostle Paul's definition of, 85. Author's crisis of, 24. Science's need for, 89. Faiths, dogmatic, 43. Fall of humanity, 146. Fertile Crescent, 41. Feynman, Richard, 85 to 86, 203. Final causality, 125. Flood of Noah, 109, 168. Flood mythology, Native American, 109. Frankfurt, Henry, 114. Franklin, Benjamin, 118. Freud, Sigmund, 122 to 123, 124, 125, 126. From, Eric, 138. Danson, Christopher, 118. Danson Black, 117 to 118. Gardner, Sir Lawrence, 160, 161, 167, 173. Garden of Eden, 25, 28. Garden of Eden, Story Hub, 64. Encoded message within, 73. Translation Hub, 74 to 76. Gap, 115. Genealogies, purpose Hub, 78 to 80, 146. Gilgamesh, 30. Fluic, Nelson, 36. Gnostic Canaanites, 179 to 108. Gnosticism, 121. God in the Old Testament, many names for, 62. God. Names for, 41. Identity of, 24. Psychology of the need for, 122 to 126. God names. Etymology of ancient, 41. Historical antecedents of, 42. Gods of mythology, 40. Gods, pagan, 42. Gospel of Judas, 108. Gospel of Luke, historical accuracy of, 37. Gospel of Philip, 164 to 165. Gospel of St. Thomas, 166. Grail. Mythos, 176. Quest, 174. Saga, 176. Grace, 141, 142. Hancock, Graham, 108. Hanks, Micah, 43 to 44. Hebrew. Bible, 44, 62. View of the Serpent, 98 to 103. Heiser, Michael S., 47. Herodotus, 37. Historical reliability BS. Universal truth, 38. Hitler, Adolf, 181 to 188. Hittites, 36. Hobbes, Thomas, 123. Holy Grail, 174 to 181. Location of, 176 to 177. Horny, Karen, 125 to 126. OTI, 30. Human nature. Freud's view of, 123. Edwards view of, 123 to 124. Huxley, August, 205. Dick, David, 126, 133, 190 to 197. Ictamai the Trickster, 71. Illuminati, 192, 197. Indiana Jones, character, 23. Ingersoll, Robert Greene, 87. Islam, creation of, 42. James, Peter, 54. Jehovah, 63. See also Noah and Noah. Correlation between Inky/EA and 95. Etymological link between Lucifer and 64. The paradoxical, 91. Orman Gondor, 28. Jesus. Bloodline of 159 to 161, 165. Bloodline period of 165 to 166. First recorded public miracle of 161 to 162. Lucifer and similarity of names for 106. Mythology surrounding ancestry and lineage of 159. Wedding of 163. Judeo-Christianity 44. Yule, Carl 125. Kappa 42. Kenites 147. Kinsman Redeemer concept of 80 to 82 146. Nev, 84. Knights Templar, 166. Source of name of 176. Compuse. C. Confucius. Kripal, Jeffrey J. 74. Krishna, 83. Kundalini, 98, 190. Lakota oral tradition, 71. Language as a gauge of authenticity, 57. Language, importance of, 56. Lilith, 175. Lively, Scott, 185. Lucifer is father of Cain, 175. Lucifer, 47, 48, 59, 74, 84, 153. And Elohim, etymological connection between 177. And Jehovah, etymological link between 64. And Jesus, similarities between names for 106. Luke, Saint, 37, 38. Lytton, Lord Edward Bulwer, 187. Malak, definition, 47. Martin, Riley, 132. Mary Magdalene, 160, 163 to 166. Mary of Magdala, see Mary Magdalene. Me, definition, 54. Mahan, 116. Merodew/Arabic, 158. Legend surrounding, 167 to 169. Meaning of name of, 168. Merovingian. Connection to serpent and Elohim, 157 to 188. Dynasty, 167. Empire, capital of, 181. Kings, 159. Race, true origins of, 169. Merovingians, 157 to 159. See also Salian Franks. Bloodlines of, 169. Christianization of, 159. Link of the Jesus bloodline to, 160. On Hitler, influence of, 181 to 188. Mesopotamia, Sargonic period in, 92 to 93. Mesopotamia. Civilization, 55. People, 63. Messianic prophecies, sole purpose of, 82. Messianic prophecy, first, 78. Midrash, 39. Misogyne, 109. Mixed blood lineage, R, 26. Monotheistic society, Egyptian, 114. See also Ugarit. Monotheist, Christian, 42. Moses. Medieval Western depiction of, 178 to 179. The historical, 41. Mu, definition, 54. Muhammad, 41 to 42. Myth, definition, 45. Mythology. Ancient Egyptian, 113. Current day, 132. Hindu, 111 to 113. Irish, 169. Nagash. And Jehovah, etymological link between, 64. As trickster, 47, 71. As bringer of knowledge, 59. As bringer of forbidden knowledge, 64, 73. As illuminator, 64. Nagash, 47, 48. Definition, 47, 58, 74. Basis for the certain character of, 64. Naga, 28, 111. Nagas, 84, 111. Nagpanchami, 113. Nagashtan, 84. Nazirarianism, occultist origins of, 184, 187. Negoshe, 90. Nehushtan, 100. Nephilim, 29, 35, 38, 49, 77. Sitchin's mistranslation of, 52, 54. Neptune, 40. New Age. Movement, 189. Philosophy, prevalent, 189 to 190. New World Order, 196 to 197. Needed Side, Earth. Not, 146. Etymology of, 147. Non-human. Beings, 26. Entities, 28, 142. Norm, questioning of, 67. Objective point of view, 35. Owens, 29. Old Testament, 36. See also Masoretic texts. As religious myth, 44. Ouroboros, 28. Pentateuch, 41, 90. Perception and reality, 25 to 26. Pink swastika, good, 185. Pliny the Elder, 110. Polytheism, 42. Pontius Pilate, 36. Priory of Zion, 166. Proto-religion, 44. Ptolemy, 37. Pure human bloodline, 26. Pyramid texts, 117. Page, 29. Korash, 42. Quetzalcoatl, 28, 84, 105 to 109. RAL 14. Similarity to God, 117. Ramsey, Sir William, 37 to 38. Religion, skepticism, and science as the new, 128. Religion. As identical to reptilian/alien subculture, 122. As a human construct, 88, 122. As a mode of control, 88. BS. Spirituality, 122. Reptilian. Agenda, 137. Beings, 44. Race, paucity of proof of, 129. Theory, 127. Proponents of, 134. Founders of contemporary thinking on, 139. Reptilian humanoids, 121 to 142. Paucity of proof for existence of, 133. Reptilian/alien. Mythos, 121. Subculture, 122. Reptilians. Author's dichotomous approach regarding, 141. Depictions in Hollywood of, 134. Descriptions of, 133. Explanation for our belief in, 126, 130 to 132. Modern European royal families and, 161. Multiplicity of stories and theories regarding, 138 to 139. Personal contact with, 129. Shape-shifting abilities of, 193. Red Ali Chateau, 176. Report Boys, 133. Rewriting History, 28. Rex Davis, Bloodline, 161. Rhodes, John, 132 to 133. Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, date, 24, 26, 34, 35, 58, 75, 157. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, 124. Russell, Dale, 133. Salient Franks, 157 to 158. Salients. See Salient Franks. Samuel. See Lucifer. Satan, 47, 64, 154. Surians, 133. Science. Figs Meat 4, 89. Elite Verses, 34. Scriptural Narratives. As historically accurate, 36. The Secular Historical Accounts, 37. Secular View, 43. Septuagint, 152. Serpent. As a bestower of knowledge, 84. As a mythological influence, 30. As a political force, 30. As a symbol of fertility and sexuality, 96 to 98. As agent of both harm and healing, 91. As deliverer of esoteric knowledge, 91. As emblem of Chinese culture, 105. As mythological symbol, 28. As religious symbol, 30. As representative of sexual desire, 97. As symbol of survival after death and resurrection, 115. Figure, God is the divine force behind, 92. Figures, 2 symbolic roles of, 89. Goddess, pre-dynastic Egyptian, 115. See also. Logic, in Hindu culture and religion, symbolism of, 112 to 113. In the ancient world, symbolism and presence of the, 89. Pervasive presence of, 44. Reptile and our historical folklore, 132. Worship in Jerusalem, 100 to 101. Worship, Palestinian, 101. Serpent, ancient Chinese view of the, 104 to 105. Association of strength and influence with, 118. Association of water with, 97. Civilizations that revere and worship, 96 118. Deifying of, 89. Dualism of, 89. Duality in nature and perception of, 118. Egyptian fear and worship of, 113. Hindu worship of, 111. Mesoamerican view of, 105. Native American reverence for, 109. Sleeping, 190. See also Kundalini. The Crooked, 102 to 103. The Multicultural, 87. Serpent, 25, 28, 47, 48. See also Nakash. The Sexual Encounter with, 73, 77. Identity of, 150 to 155. In the Garden, Biblical Story of, 68 to 69, 155. Chooses descendants of, 155. Moses Raisin, 84, 90, 93. New Age Movement and, 189 to 197. Similarity between He/He and, 58. Serpent God of Darkness, 116. See also Apophis. Serpent Mound, 109. Serpent Seed Doctrine, 148 to 155. Serpent Gods, Egyptian, 114. Serpent-headed Goddess, Egyptian, 114 to 115. See also Thermophiles. Serpents from Hindu mythology, list of, 112. Seth, 80, 161. Shakespeare, William, 87. Shamu, definition, 54. Shermer, Michael, 127. Sitchin, Zechariah, 52 to 57, 96, 126. Skepticism, 2 kinds of, 127 to 128. Sons of God, 29, 47, 52, 82. See also Elohim. VS Angels, 48. Snake Game, Egyptian, 117. Snake Marsh, 60, 73, 92 to 96. See also Eaden. Stina, 180 to 181. Sumer, 50, 63. Sumerians, 61. Sumerian. Ari, 177 to 178. Civilization, 41. Cuneiforms, 73. Hymns, 95. Language, 54. Mythology, 57. Pantheon, 41. Tablets, 59, 92, 96. Texts, 51, 60, 161. Surface psychology, 123. Symbolism, thought, 113. Theology as projections of humanity, 121. Thermophiles, 114 to 115. Thompson, William Irwin, 55 to 56. Holy Society, 181 to 186. Underlying occult theology of, 185. Underlying philosophy of, 183. Tigris and Euphrates rivers, 41. See also Fertile Crescent. Tower of Babel, Genesis account of, 93 to 95. Tree of knowledge of good and evil, 71, 75. Symbolism of, 83. Tree of life, 71. Trickster, beings, 25. Character, 47. Tridge, FJ, 33. Twatted 169 to 173. UFO visitations, 30. Urok, 60, 93. Meaning of, 147. Logic, 115. Watchers, good, 29, 52, 82. Wilson, RT, 36 to 37. Women in Scriptures, roll up, 163 to 164. Yahweh, 47. YWHW, 41. See also Yahweh and Jehovah. Early form of the name, 64. Original meaning of, 63. Zeus, 40. Sion Dynasty, 103, 104 to 105. About the author. Scott Allen Roberts is the founder and publisher of Intrepid Magazine, www.intrepidmag.com. A publication that boasts an eclectic focus on science, politics, culture, ancient civilizations, conspiracies, ancient aliens, and unexplained phenomena. Roberts is an accomplished illustrator and writer of fiction and nonfiction. He can be more or less defined by his roles as dad and husband, and is a parent to 5 exuberant children, 3 of whom are still young enough to live at home. These ingredients combined have made Roberts' life a paradoxical roller coaster of hellacious joy and insightful entitlement, and were it not for his acclaimed buoyant, easygoing nature, he insists he would most assuredly have lost his sanity a long time ago. Having spent the bulk of the last 25 years in advertising as a creative director, designer, and illustrator, Roberts' background is laced with varied and diverse skills and experience in publishing and marketing. He possesses an astute flair for the visually dramatic, demonstrated in his various ventures from theater to comic book art and publishing, as well as advertising campaigns and public speaking. After 2 years in a Christian Bible college, he entered seminary, pursuing his master's in divinity, and worked as a youth director alongside his advertising career. His religious studies intensified his natural interest in spirituality, and his research of the paranormal expanded through the following years, much to the chagrin of many of his former Bible school fellows. Shortly after his seminary years, Roberts began a small comic book publishing effort, writing and illustrating stories, which were also pitched as animated television series. He developed and published the Bloodborne Chronicles, as well as the highly successful Ancient Heroes trading card series, and began development on a series of chapter books. He authored and illustrated his first historical teen novel, The Rollicking Adventures of Tamo Hare, www.tamohare.com, which garnered success in the teen and college markets in 2008 and 2009. Roberts began his delve into paranormal investigation in 1999 by co-hosting and producing 3 Horizons Paranormal Radio airing in Oklahoma City and several affiliates. He simultaneously launched a fledgling paranormal investigative blog before the pop culture of paranormal investigation was all the rage. Roberts' current projects include Tamo Hare and the Banshee of Glenmorrow, the second in a series of Tamo Hare historical novels, and a more scholarly effort on the historical Moses, tentatively entitled The Grimoire of Moses, an historical exploration of the magic and mysticism behind the Great Exodus and its enigmatic leader, co-authored with archaeologist/anthropologist Dr. John Moore. He is also working on a joint authoring effort with Intrepid Magazine partner Micah Hanks, At Odds, the pervasive, perpetual conflict between Science and religion. Roberts is a stand-up philosopher and frequent guest speaker at many conferences and events around the country and abroad. He is the former editor-in-chief of Tax Bar magazine, the official publication of sci-fi Ghost Hunters. Roberts currently lives with his family not far from the Minneapolis/St. Paul metro area, where he grew up and lived most of his life. You can see more visiting his website, www.scottallenroberts.com.
During the summer, they were insanely expensive. So I had Sunbucks install a solar monthly energy cost dropped to zero. So now, fast forward, new house. Then I bought this downsized. No solar system. So early on, we were home. Sunbucks, they're putting in the system. Number two, they're putting in for, obviously, I trust the folks at Sunbucks. If you're a home or business owner, you're paying $175 a month for utility. Anything that's not being Sunbucks is going to save you money, and plenty of it. And that's from the moment a solar system from Sunbucks is installed. And energy costs are going to keep on rising. Your energy costs stay the same, either low or non-existent. And until April 30th, if you purchase or lease a Sunbucks solar system, Sunbucks will pay your next 3 months electricity bill up to $1,000 total. So, schedule a free consultation. Go to sunbucks.com, sunbucks.com.
Sunny skies, warm temperatures for the next couple of days, highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in South LA on the 110.
Yeah, but it's going to be the southbound side of the 110 right there at Florence. A motorcycle down in the roadway, unfortunately. And there are some big delays on that southbound drive getting away from the 10 out of downtown LA. We are over a problem right now, southbound 15 in Norco, right there before 2nd Street, past Lyman. I crashed, blocking the right lane, and it is slow from before Lyman on that southbound side. Also big problems for the eastbound 60 before Ramona. 4 vehicles involved in a wreck there. We have Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Now you'll save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile. So whether you're playing a game at home, school, or attending one live, you'll save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile at cox.com/internet. Other restrictions apply.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Skip into spring this year with affordable styles from Shoe Show and Shoe Department. Prepare for the marathon you've been dreaming of with top branded athletic shoes like New Balance, Adidas, and more. Look your best without spending the most. We have a large selection of dress and casual shoes that are under $30 and perfect for any occasion. Find your favorite brands this spring at Shoe Show and Shoe Department. We've got shoes for everyone and for every fresh beginning. Select styles under $30. Product availability varies by location.
Shady Rays is an independent sunglasses company offering premium polarized shades that won't break the bank. Plus, if your shades go MIA or take a tape, don't sweat it. Shady Rays has lost or broken protection, so you're covered from day one. Exclusively for our listeners, go to shadyrays.com and use code NOW50 for 50% off 2 or more pairs of sunglasses. It's NOW50 to get 50% off 2 or more pairs of sunglasses. Try for yourself for shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people.
Metastatic triple-negative breast cancer. It felt like my world stopped. But moments like this.
Read it again, Mom.
Okay, honey. Keep me going. This is why I choose Trodelvy. Trodelvy, sacituzumab govitecan HCI1, is prescription medicine for adults with triple-negative breast cancer and SLED or metastatic cancer, and who have received 2 or more prior treatments, at least 1 for metastatic disease. In a clinical trial, 1,000 patients receiving Trodelvy were alive at 12 months compared with 7 months for traditional chemo. Trodelvy can cause severe or life-threatening side effects, including low white blood cell count, which can lead to infections, diarrhea, and allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience any signs of infection while taking Trodelvy, if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have liver problems. Tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take and about all your medical conditions. There are other side effects of Trodelvy. Ask your doctor about Trodelvy and visit Trodelvy.com.
The new $2 Jaws Scratch Off from the Hoosier Lottery is here, and it's coming. Play for chances to win up to $10,000 instantly. Jaws is copyrighted by University of Studios LLC. Must be easy to play. It is possible.
Did you know electric vehicles put more strain on their tires because EVs are heavy and have more torque? At Discount Tire, we love to help match you to the perfect tire for your electric vehicle because we help you your EV. Buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Here comes the Almost Liaison Program Team to provide much-needed resources. Yes, we've been providing them for about 10 years now. Oh, another team is coming, a therapeutic transport team. Maybe they can help solve for you. John Kobo, put him in jail for the night. Keep doing that every day. They have to find somewhere else to go.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on command anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Next time you're at the checkout,
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel. This is a Wednesday morning April 10th. We look at what's going on around the world and the nation. Multiple corrections made to the Kobe Bryant statue outside of crypto. Misspelling words, misspelling numbers, putting in the wrong dates. You have to tell them that Kobe is not C-O-B-Y. It's K-O-B-E. They sort of missed the boat, didn't they? How do you put a statue up? All these wrong dates, spellings, numbers, just... Okay, I want to talk about, first of all, a little bit of history. Back in the 1880s and early 1900s, major food companies like Hormel, Swift, Food, these were meat companies, completely controlled them. And they produced utter crap. And I mean real crap. It was just crazy. Consumer had absolutely no say in anything. And now comes basically Teddy Roosevelt, antitrust, and he passed the Sherman Antitrust Act because there were so many companies or so many industries controlled by just a few companies. It was illegal. You couldn't do that. So now let's fast forward to the Reagan years, where all of the antitrust legislation is still in place. The federal government just left it alone. No fun. And today, it's as bad as it was at the turn of the last century. Why? Well, Neil, let's talk about there are four major supermarket chains. Kroger sells food under 12 different supermarket names.
Oh, yeah. And if they were to have merged with Albertsons, they add at least a dozen more or so. And what ends up happening is, although this is not a monopoly, you can get 4 groups that have control of more than 40%.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
And then you end up getting something that is very close and can flow, can squeeze, can move.
And that's precisely what happened. And the during this prior to the Reagan years, 40% controlled by 4 companies. The government would be reeling, saying, "You're not going to do that." Well, we want to buy another 2. No, you can't. That stifles competition.
And so it's another byproduct, though, from the consequence of the pandemic.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Like Walmart, that ended up seeing a big rate of boom during the pandemic, where a lot of smaller places were kind of shut out or had to shutter altogether.
Yeah, they couldn't compete. I mean, you have Walmart, the stolen supplier, so you have very limited supply. Because of the food chain, so the big boys got the goods, which, all right, that's the market system. I'll grant that. Welcome to capitalism. And the problem is that they have been able to raise prices. Now there's no supply chain problem. And what they've done is consolidated these companies to the point where you now have, we now have, these 4 companies. Let me give you a couple of percentages. 40 years ago, the U.S. had 3 large manufacturers of passenger aircraft. Today it's 1. Boeing. And there's only one, really only one like Airbus. That's it. That's the world market. Airbus and Boeing. 30 years ago, the U.S. had more than 50 prime defense contractors. 3 examples. Good. Today it has 5 prime defense contractors. Half of the nation's cattle ranchers have disappeared. 90% of the hog farms, major companies that bought out. 90% of the dairy farms, Centrated, are no longer in business. And you have major companies that are controlling, for example, 90% of the egg-laying hen population. 90% is controlled by one company. And this is, and we are suffering for it. Now, the companies, when they buy it, Kroger wants Albertsons and says, we're going to make it more efficient. We're going to eliminate a lot of levels of executives, and we're going to be able to streamline because it's all one happy organization. Therefore, you're going to save money. Neil, we've gone to the supermarket recently. Let's talk about how much money we're saving now.
On prices, although they've gone up and down and had some really good prices. If you remember, at the end of last year, chicken was more expensive than steak for a while. So we've had these weird bounces up and down, but it is still very expensive to get food in any form right now, let alone a grocery store, let alone going to a place like fast food or quick serve, which the prices in California have now gone up again.
I stopped off at Carl's Jr. A few days ago. I wanted a burger, and there was Carl's Jr. I'm driving by. So I went in there. I go, I'll take one of your Happy Meals. Burger, fries, drink. That's $16.90. I go, what the hell are you talking about? I only want one, not 2 meals. $16.90.
No, not so happy.
Not so happy. It's just, it is truly crazy. And, well, at least in fast food, you've got Carl's, you've got McDonald's, you've got Burger King. I mean, that's legitimate competition. But when it comes to the supermarkets, when it comes to hog farmers, when it comes to these big companies that control not only the supermarket, but the supplies, there's some real issue. And the Biden administration has done jack about that, by the way. Now, the feds have stopped certain acquisitions because they can come in and say, no, this is it's going to be a monopoly with too much power. By the way, when the Fed says no, it has to go to court. You know that? They can't just arbitrarily say that. You're welcome to our system. All right, coming up, movie theaters. It's what's happening in movie theaters. It's kind of weird. It really is. In many ways, it's kind of neat. In other ways, you sort of feel sorry for them. In many ways, they're selling buggy whips. So we'll come back to that. And then at 8 o'clock, the Arizona abortion ban. At 8:20, we have both Neil and Amy jump in about Disneyland, the story about that, and cheaters, Disneyland, and then Dr. Jim Keeney. So we have a lot to cover today for sure. Amy King, live from KFI 24-hour news.
The LA School District is looking into alleged inappropriate AI images at Fairfax High School. A notice was sent out to parents yesterday afternoon. The school district says so far it looks like the images were created and shared on a third-party messaging app. Officials say the images will result in appropriate disciplinary action if warranted. Last week, administrators at Laguna Beach High School said they were investigating inappropriate AI images. In January, 5 8th graders in Beverly Hills were expelled for creating and sharing fake nude photos of classmates. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. A federal grand jury in LA has indicted a man from Mexico, his sister, and his son in an alleged kidnapping scheme. Kidnap for ransom happened in 2022. Prosecutors say the indicted father posed as an intermediary between the hostages' family in LA and the hostage takers in Rosarito, while his son and sister crossed the border into the U.S. to collect the ransom money. The kidnapped person was found tied up in a trench. Thieves have been stealing pieces of history in Pasadena.
Thieves have stolen 11 bronze light posts dating back to the 1920s. Pasadena solicitor Darian says all the posts stolen since late last month were along Gorge Road.
This is an area of town where we really pride ourselves on the historic
light poles that we have there.
Investigators say the group has rammed cars into the poles. The thieves are also accused of wrapping chains around the poles to rip them out of the ground. Each pole will have to be replaced with a replica. In Pasadena, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A homeless man in Santa Monica has been arrested for allegedly attacking a lifeguard with a metal rod. Police say the guy jumped from the roof of Lifeguard Tower 12 on Monday and swung the rod around several times. They say the lifeguard was able to dodge the attack and was hurt. The homeless man was found a short time later, but refused to give up. He was arrested more than an hour later with the help of a police dog. The EPA is set to announce a new rule affecting drinking water. ABC's Harry Russell says they're setting a national standard for the presence of PFAs, also known as forever chemicals, in water.
It's the first ever national standard to limit PFAS in drinking water. The EPA says these forever chemicals are found in industrial and personal products, including fire-extinguishing foam and dental floss. They get into drinking water, let the chemicals spill into lakes or rivers.
The chemicals have been linked to cancer and liver damage. The judge overseeing the federal classified documents case against former President Trump has agreed to redact witness names. Prosecutors made the request to protect the identities of potential government witnesses. The judge yesterday refused to block witness statements from being disclosed, saying there was no basis for such a sweeping and blanket restriction. We'll check the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
All this rain recently has set up their home for potential issues with termites. And I've had termites. They're no fun. Termites come out after the rain and start doing their damage virtually immediately. And in places you can't even see most of the time. So call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite for a free home or business inspection, certain restrictions apply. And even if you don't think you have termites, it's worth the call. It's free. Now, if you do have termites, they'll treat your home without tenting. I've tented before. Oh, you don't want to be there. No bagging your food, pet sitting hotels, not the way to go. And the last time I've had termites, of course, it was Pacific Coast that took care of it. I was at home and they did their work. Try doing that with the tent over the house. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Southland weather from KFI. I think you're going to like it. Sunny skies and warm temperatures for the next couple of days. Highs will be in the 70s at the beaches and high desert. 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Low to mid-80s for the valleys and the Inland Empire. We'll cool down about 10 to 15 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see lots of clouds for the weekend with a slight chance of rain both Saturday and Sunday. It's 58 in La Habra, 54 in Anaheim. We've got Crash and Escalina on 10.
Westbound side of the 10 at Francis Keo Crash there. They're working on it. It is a bit slow as you head through the West Booking area, starting to about Azusa Avenue. Meanwhile, in City LA, we've got a new one that just popped up. We're going to go check this one out. 10 eastbound at La Brea. 3 vehicles involved in that one. In the left lane, and it is definitely slow as you head eastbound there towards downtown, right around La Brea. All the way back to La Cienega really is where the slowing starts. Southbound side of the 605, right there at the 22-405 interchange, crash on the right shoulder, causing some slowing out of Long Beach on that stretch. We did have some radiator problems on the eastbound 60 right around Lamona. 4 vehicles were involved in a wreck. They're all gone. Still some slowing on both sides of the freeway through that stretch, though. And the westbound side of the 105 at Crenshaw and Waterway. A stall there causing some slow traffic in the background. With Southern California's only airport traffic course with Pulse Rider KFI Scott.
With an auto loan from United Federal Credit Union, you can stop waiting for that new car and just drive. Whether you're taking the whole family on a road trip or just want to cruise around the block in style, we've got cool deals for your new wheels. Hurry! These limited time offers won't stay parked for long, so take a United Auto Loan for a spin. Visit UnitedXT.com/justdrive today. United Federal Credit Union. You can't beat it. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
In this week's marketers report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President of Supply Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, lays it on regional
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals from every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. York, you're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
All the good stuff, yeah. Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture.
They did it with Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Roy Orbison, Tupac, and even ABBA, but now it looks like Freddie Mercury may be next. Reports say that Mercury Songs Limited, which owns the Queen frontman SolarWorks, is looking to trademark immersive 3D, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality experiences for virtual environments relating to Freddie Mercury, which will clear the way for a Freddie Mercury hologram show. No word whether any hologram experience would be with or without his bandmates, although Brian May had said in the past that they had attempted to include virtual Freddie as part of their performances. And now that idea may become a reality.
And that's what's popping.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards.
Here's Big Sil
with the week in Hollywood history. April 9th, 1976.
Based on the 1974 book of the same name, All the President's Men is released, starring Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman as reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. It chronicles their efforts to expose the president's wrongdoing during the Watergate scandal. It would go on to earn 4 Academy Awards.
April 10th, 1953.
The film House of Wax, starring Vincent Price, has its premiere in New York City, becoming the first 3D color feature released by a major studio. It was a remake of Warner Brothers' own Mystery of the Wax Museum from 1933.
April 12th, 1926.
Legendary director Alfred Hitchcock's first film, the silent drama The Pleasure Garden, is released in his native United Kingdom.
April 13th, 1964.
Sidney Poitier wins the Oscar for Best Actor for his role in Lilies of the Field, becoming the first black actor to bring home the gold and second overall after Hattie McDaniel's Best Supporting Actress win for 1939's Gone with the Wind.
April 14th, 1980.
Actress Meryl Streep wins her first Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in Kramer vs. Kramer. The film won 4 other Oscars, including Best Actor for Dustin Hoffman, and Streep has since set a record for her nearly 24 nominations.
And that's the week in Hollywood history
on iHeartRadio.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, April 10th.
Hug your dog today because he probably knows it's National Hug Your Dog Day and he's a good boy. Hug your brother or sister, it's National Siblings Day. It's Encourage Your Young to Writer Day. Plus, it's World Homeopathic Day for alternative remedies like hugging. Happy birthday, Stranger Things sheriff actor David Harbour, NFL commentator John Mackey, and Steven Seagal. And that's your daily calendar from KFI AM 640.
Bill here with you on a Wednesday, hump day, April 10th. The Justice Department's COVID-19 Enforcement Task Force has charged more than 3,500 people with federal crimes, fraud, and have recovered more than $1.4 billion. And this was a lose-lose for the Biden administration, no matter which way it went. Either money had to start pouring out of the government to help people who were in dire straits, or there had to be a bureaucracy set up to eliminate fraud and try to deal with applications. You had to go one way or the other, and they went with the money being pulled out. And now they're, because people that are not particularly honest. Does that make sense? There were people in prison getting thousands and thousands of dollars of COVID money that had businesses that were getting so much money. Okay, movie theater story, Wall Street Journal that I looked at. I said, okay, that's kind of neat. U.S. movie theaters were really going towards obsolescence and closing down just a few years ago. Now look at the building themselves, the geography of these buildings. They're built with sloped concrete floors for stadium seating, large windowless rooms, big ones, and often they're out of view, like shopping centers or struggling malls next to them, which means that it's really challenging for landlords. Someone leaves, got a Bed Bath & Beyond on the road. Well, there are other stores that are going to come in. It's basically the same square footage, and you put another store in there. What happens when a movie theater goes up? What the hell you do with that building? You know, that is the problem. And to try to repurpose a theater is very hard and very expensive. This is the co-president of A&G Real Estate Partners. This is a group that does exactly this. And so what are they doing? Well, real easy. Big negatives, but the smart ones, the ones that want to keep going, are trying to make their spaces more appealing. A number of them are investing in the theater themselves, more exciting. Giant screens. I mean, giant screens. Unbelievable screens. Playgrounds for kids. Cocktail lounges for adults. Where almost the movie theater itself is ancillary to going out and just having a rip-roaring good time. And theater is one of the few areas of real estate that, frankly, the landlords don't have the upper hand right now. You know, when you think about this, you think of businesses failing, you think of stores being empty, shuttered. You know, the retail sector has recovered strongly from the pandemic. Those retail empty centers are quickly snapped up. You know, your Bed Bath & Beyond store that's empty, it's not going to be empty very long. Retail availability is falling to record lows. And you know what? It's easy to replace those businesses. Movie theaters, rents have come down. So, what's going on with movie theaters? Well, look at what just happened, right? Long closure during the pandemic, a Hollywood labor strikes, which means fewer films or no films are being put up, and at-home streaming services. And I am a prime example. I used to go to 2 movies a week. I mean, I was one of those people considered a prime movie goer. I love those. Now, I wouldn't pay for the Coke, you know, because those are so expensive. So here's a little bit of advice. You can actually put a catheter into one of those bags and fill it up with Coke and put it down your pants, and then you have the tube coming right up through your clothes, and you can suck on the giant straw and save yourself just buckets of money. That seemed to work, but it doesn't matter anymore because I'm not going to the movies. AMC Entertainment, largest theater operator, closed 169 theaters since the end of 2019. And you've got declining box office revenues across the board by the pandemic, in-home streaming, and I mean quality of the technology. I mean, in my new house, I have a vanity cave I'm putting in. And it's not a big room, but I've got a TV going wall to wall in front of me. And it's basically as big as a movie screen relative to how far my chair is from the wall. And the sound is insanely good. And I can pee with complete impunity and just put everything on pause. Because I drink a lot of that stuff. I have very big, those catheter bags, very big. Because I drink a lot. So what are they doing? Well, let me tell you what a couple of things are doing. The big movies, there's one that is in Red Oak, Texas. There's a 100-year-old chain of movies, and they just opened up a new movie complex. One of the theaters in the complex has a screen that's 7 stories wide, 4 stories tall. You've ever been to an IMAX theater? IMAX, thank you. It's 3 times the size. It's like sitting in the front row of an IMAX. Thank you very much. You've got the same theater chain. One screen wraps around 270-degree viewing. And then you have certain theaters, like in Pasadena, you go in and have the recliner seats, and you order up food, and I love the waiters, both female and male waiters, that are dancing around and serving up food, and they're crouching because they have to keep under the projection. And that's all of them. They don't last very long. And they are crouching and then moving up and giving you the food. I mean, those are kind of fun. But then again, you can't just go and pee because you're going to lose that time. So I'll take streaming at home any day. So what do I subscribe to? Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, Peacock, Acorn, British TV, and a few others. I mean, the amount of money I spend, but going to 2 movies a week, what would that cost you today? And there's only so many places you can hide a bucket of popcorn when you sneak it in. Okay, coming up, gambling addiction hotline. I'm going to give you some stats on this and talk about a real problem that's going on. And the answer is real easy. Here's the why. And I'll do that right up until the top of the hour, and then the Arizona abortion ban subject. That's pretty important stuff. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour news.
LAPD says a woman stabbed her boyfriend in Woodland Hills and possibly threw her 2 children out of a moving SUV, killing one of them before she crashed into a tree going more than 100 miles per hour. The 9-year-old thrown from the SUV was the only one who survived. President Biden is hosting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the White House. The world leaders are expected to announce new agreements today on chip making, strengthening supply chains, and other things during the official state visit. A state dinner featuring music by Paul Simon is this evening. There's a push to kick Lunchables off school menus. Consumer Reports issued a warning yesterday saying the school cafeteria version of the popular lunch snack released last year contains too much sodium. Consumer Reports says the turkey and cheddar school lunch versions contain nearly 200 more milligrams of sodium than the store-bought Lunchables. We'll check some trouble on the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
For well over 10 years, I've owned, recommended the Life Source Schoolhouse water filtration system. I've had one at my house for 10 years, my old house. New house, they're putting it in now. Actually, they put it in on Friday. I'm drinking water now, and this is highly filtered, absolutely delicious water from every single tap in the house. It's as good as bottled water. Can you imagine doing your clothes, your dishes, your clothes, drinking with water as good as bottled water? That's the Life Source Water System. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Sunny and warm, highs in the 70s to mid-80s. This report brought to you by LocalRoofs.com. Let's check that crash in downtown LA on the 10th.
Looks like it was here, but it's moved on. It was the 10 eastbound right around Alameda. Crash reported, but the westbound side is where it slowed, getting out of the East LA interchange over to that one. We got a little break before the 110 freeway. Then another breaks again, starting at about Western, making their way into the mid-city area. On the 10 eastbound at La Brea, we've got a crash there. 3 vehicles involved. It was in the left lane at the last check. Traffic jammed up for people in La Cienega on the eastbound side. So that 10 freeway from downtown to mid-city LA, kind of a rough one. Another rough one is the southbound side of the 110 freeway. This one's going to be right around Florence, where we had a motorcycle down in the road. Traffic stacked up all the way from Idle Heart, basically, South Pasadena on that 110 freeway. So that's a rough one as well. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, we're the Pulse Striker, KFI in the Sky.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
All the good stuff, yeah. Guinness keeps you on top of pop culture.
Fox is set to bring back Baywatch, but Pedro knows if it doesn't work out. The new project is described as an action-packed reboot focusing on a new generation of lifeguards, so we won't likely see David Hasselhoff, at least in his familiar Mitch Buchanan role. Reports say that so far a pilot script has been ordered, with Fox agreeing to what's described as a deep penalty if the show doesn't make it to the air. The original series ran from 1989 through 2001, with the 2003 reunion movie that aired on Fox. Baywatch had its first season on NBC before becoming a syndicated juggernaut and one of the 1990s most-watched series worldwide.
And that's what's poppin'.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In the 70s, as it was happening, a lot of us probably thought, gee, there's a lot going on. But looking back at a decade of violence, it was just crazy. It was a crazy time. Most serial killers don't make any effort to involve the media or investigate.
attention, they almost want their crimes to go unnoticed. But the idea of committing a crime, even calling up the police and bragging about it, it's a whole other level of terror.
The man who wore a medieval-style executioner's hood, who was bad with the police and bad with the media, he seems to crave publicity. He sent letters and cryptograms to newspapers and the police. Subject stated, I want to report a murder. No, a double murder. I did it.
Here we are, 50 years. Days more than forensics. Old cases being solved. We're talking about probably the most famous cold case of the last century or so. Trauma and being who doesn't want to know how it turns out? From iHeartRadio, House of Force, 1814 This is Monster. This is Zodiac Killer.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
To be cynical, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Homelessness is never going to go away. People make money off of homelessness. They'll give it lip service like they're trying to solve the problem. Politicians need homelessness to continue so they can raise money off.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
Sorry, that's the fact.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You got to know when to hold up, know when to walk away.
And this is KFI AM 640. Bill Gamble here on a Wednesday morning, hump day. And there is some news flying around. Yesterday, the parents of the teenager who killed 4 students in the 2021 school shooting, the parents were sentenced 10 to 15 years in prison. First time parents were held responsible for what their son or their child did in terms of shootings. It hasn't happened before. And convicted of manslaughter, 10 to 15 years in prison, max, absolute max. And what they did is so egregious. What they didn't do is so egregious. They just let him buy him a gun. They knew he was in trouble or should have known. There were all kinds of red flags. And now, people think this is precedent. It is not. This is a one-off. I mean, this is so crazy, so egregious that it really doesn't stand any precedence. Except maybe the parents could be charged, and prosecutors will look at manslaughter charges under these circumstances, but they don't happen that often. Now, there's serious gambling problems that are happening in the States. The uptick of gambling and people getting in trouble for gambling has almost doubled. You've got these centers, gambling centers, 1-800-GAMBLER, for example, reporting that the uptick of addicted gamblers has dramatically increased. And it's easy, the connection's easy. Legalize sports betting. That's it. That's it. Where people, usually young men, now it's young men, usually it's older men, are gambling on sports, and they can't help themselves. When you're addicted, you are addicted. In 2018, the Supreme Court struck down a law that banned sports betting. 38 states have legalized sports betting. We're talking about max. We're talking about the ability to transfer money directly from your account. It is so easy to do this. You don't have to go to a casino. You don't have to call a bookie to bet on an Eagles game. You do it right there on your app. How much you want to bet? $25. Boom! It goes from your account, your bank account, directly into the gambling center, into the app. And this has, you got the calls to the Council on Compulsive Gambling have doubled. Pennsylvania's Council on Compulsive Gambling saw call volume more than double from 2020 to 2023. I mean, all over the country. And now, here is the part that I find rather interesting, right? Please drink responsibly. Please game or gamble responsibly. See, that is right there. And we are helping people to gamble responsibly. Now, there are some things that they can do and do. The technology is there. For example, if you see a bet, a losing bet after losing bet, and then all of a sudden the amount of money bet increases dramatically to make up for losses, The technology that is there to stop it. And some of these app gambling sites will shut you off, but also shut yourself off. But that means you can bring yourself back on. So the bottom line here is sports betting has exploded. It's actually more addictive than traditional gambling because this is sports betting. And you're better at sports betting than you are just going and playing cards or you're doing the slots. Why? Because you follow the stats of the game. You know who the players are. You look at the previous games and who's running the best and which teams are the strongest. And therefore, you have a better grip. And you can gamble. And guess what? Well, I guess, but it's all a crapshoot anyway. So the calls to these gambling helplines have more than doubled, and the wait times have in fact more than doubled. You call 1-800-GAMBLER, for example, and I'm reading this. You're going to get a recording that says we're going to give you 2-to-1 odds that we can answer this call within 5 minutes. That's not true. I actually just made that up. But addiction of any kind is terrible. Here's what happens when someone is truly addicted. I mean, I know people that are addicted to drugs. As a lawyer, cocaine is a big thing in the 80s when I was practicing. And people lose their families, and they lose their fortunes, and they lose their homes. I mean, when you are addicted, it's like a heroin addiction. There's a gambling addiction. And it is bad news. And now, because of sports betting, it's wide open. It can be done anywhere. You wake up in the morning, and there it is, right there. Just go to your app, go to your phone, and do it. And as you can imagine, it has increased dramatically. And these sports betting apps, these companies are going, no, it's not our fault. No. The connection, well, there may be a connection, but we're doing everything we can to ameliorate the situation, to reduce the compulsion. Well, not so much reduce the compulsion, but to reduce the ability of a compulsion to gamble to this extent. All right, coming up, the Arizona abortion ban that happened yesterday, and the news exploded. But I'm going to tell you it's not a Supreme Court in the state of Arizona coming out and saying we're pro-abortion or anti-abortion. In this case, it would be anti-abortion. It is not that at all. There's a whole legal situation here I want to explain to you. And then Disneyland at 8:20. This is where Neil and Amy join me because they're these Disneyland fanatics. All right, let's check in. Well, no, this is KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We try to stimulating talk and recording. KFI.
KLST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A double murder-suicide. I'm Amy King. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the LAPD is investigating the death of a man in Woodland Hills, a baby on the 405, and a woman in Redondo Beach as a murder-suicide.
Danielle Johnson allegedly stabbed her boyfriend during an argument at her apartment in Woodland Hills. The LAPD says Johnson then took off in her Porsche SUV after the killing. Johnson is accused of ejecting her 2 children out onto the 405 freeway while her 9-year-old daughter held onto Johnson's 8-month-old baby. The 9-year-old lost grip of the baby, who was then hit by a car early Monday morning. Sometime later, Johnson crashed her SUV into a tree in Redondo Beach. Johnson's 9-year-old daughter, who survived the events, was taken to a hospital. Reporting live from the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. The defense has started its case in the trial of a former school cop in Long Beach who fired into a moving car, killing an 18-year-old woman. Mona Rodriguez died of a gunshot in the back of the head in 2021. She was leaving a fight with a girl at American High School when she was shot. The defense claims the former officer had less than 2 seconds to figure out if he was about to be run over or how to get out of the way and stop the threat. Jurors are expected to get the case later this week. The parents of a school shooter in Michigan who killed 4 students have been sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Brady Gun Control Group President Chris Brown says the outcome yesterday makes sense.
There are really egregious factors in this case. The father, her purchased the firearms on behalf of the son, which, by the way, is illegal. So I did took that into account.
James and Jennifer Crumpley are the first parents in the U.S. to be convicted of a school shooting committed by their child. The parents expressed remorse at the sentencing, but maintained they have no idea what their son was planning to do that day in 2021. Official Hamas media is reporting 3 sons of the Islamic militant group's supreme leader have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in the Gaza Strip. The report says they were killed with family members near a refugee camp in Gaza City. The supreme leader now lives in exile in Qatar. The deaths were confirmed by Hamas's Al-Aqsa TV station. The Arizona Supreme Court has ruled an anti-abortion law from the 1800s that bans almost all abortions can be enforced. Arizona Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs says it must be repealed immediately.
To the people across Arizona who are concerned about the future of abortion rights in our state, who are worried about their bodily autonomy, who don't want to see the freedom of their wives, sisters, and daughters restricted, you can make your concerns known at the ballot box, and I encourage you to do so.
The law that predates Arizona becoming a state offers no exceptions for rape or incest and only allows an abortion if the mother's life is in danger. That means doctors can be prosecuted for performing an abortion. Boeing has responded to claims made by a whistleblower about the structural integrity of its 787 Dreamliner.
Saying the issues raised have been subject to rigorous engineering examination under FAA oversight. This analysis has validated that these issues do not present any safety concerns and the aircraft will maintain its service life over several decades.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert says a quality engineer at Boeing claims parts of the 787's fuselage are fastened together improperly. The whistleblower also said yesterday shortcuts were taken by Boeing during the assembly of the plane. The FAA is investigating those allegations. Track and field in the Olympics is about to become a paid sport. ABC's Tom Rivers says World Athletics plans to pay $50,000 to gold medalists in Paris.
The group setting aside $2.4 million to pay the top medalists across the 48 events on the track and field program at this year's games.
Relay teams will split the $50,000 between members. Payments for silver and bronze medalists are planned to start during the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. We'll check the 134 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you're a business and you don't have an EV charging station for employees and or customers, you are Walters Wholesale Electric, Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging stations. Now, when I drive my EV, I'm always checking out where the charging stations are. Why? Because EV owners like me, we have range anxiety. How much juice do we have left? Where's the charging station? When I drive to a hotel, and I'm staying, the first thing I ask is, where's your charging station? That's sort of a mantra. And if you don't have one, you're on your way. Now, every charging station project is different. Walters Wholesale Electric offers both small and large EV charging stations. They're different because you're different cities, you have county ordinances, permitting is different, electrical and plumbing issues have to be addressed. A whole lot more. It takes a real expert with tons of experience to pull this off. And that is Walters Wholesale Electric. Dial pound 250 and say EV charging. Pound 250, say EV charging, or visit walterswholesale.com.
We'll have the option to see one-time auto valve text message, my heart meeting.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny skies, highs in the 70s at the beaches in Antelope Valley, upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Low to mid-80s in the valleys in the Inland Empire. Clear skies tonight, lows in the 50s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the 70s and 80s again. Then on Friday, look for some clouds in the morning, sunny in the afternoon, but a lot cooler. Highs just in the 60s to low 70s. It will be mostly cloudy for the weekend with a slight chance of rain. It's 56 in Los Alamitos, 49 in Santa Clarita, 55 in Seal Beach, 54 in Gardena. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Quantum ePay. The Dow is trading down 425 points. The Nasdaq is up 174. S&P 500 down 52.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Will, I think I hear you. You're buzzing above the studios on the 134.
We're literally right above your head, Amy. Yeah, this is going to be the 134. You know what? I'm noticing a disturbing trend with the warmer temperatures. We're seeing a lot more of these bad motorcycle wrecks, and that's what we've got here Westbound side of the 134 right there in Alameda. Crash involving a motorcycle. A couple of vehicles may be involved as well, other vehicles. Traffic backed up before the 5. Now, in fact, the traffic is backed up pretty much from the 2 freeway on the westbound side of the 134. What we have here is the carpool of 2 left lanes blocked as they work on that wreck. Eastbound side of the 91, right before Downing Road, they're working problem there as well. It's a big slowing on that eastbound 91 and some spectators slowing on the westbound side as you approach the 710 there. Some problems as well in the north end of the valley, northbound side of the 5 at Van Nuys Boulevard. Crash in the right lane, causing you lots of delays there on both sides of the freeway. It's also very slow in South LA because of another motorcycle crash. This one's on the 110 freeway, 110 southbound, right around Florence. We have the 2 left lanes blocked. And still a problem clearing in mid-city LA on the 10 freeway. 10 freeway, it's going to be the eastbound side right around Crenshaw. We had a couple lanes blocked. It's certainly slow from at least Robertson as you head eastbound. Westbound slowing starts about Western. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports with Pulse Driver KFI in the sky.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling Apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture.
Best wishes going out to Olivia Munn, who shared that she underwent a double mastectomy. 43-year-old actress shared the news on Instagram, explaining that her doctor made a deep dive into her breast cancer risk factors, finding out that she had a 37% lifetime risk, and, after a round of MRI, ultrasound, and biopsy testing, discovered cancer in both breasts. She since had full surgeries and is now cancer-free. Olivia Munn expressed gratitude to her doctor for thoroughly investigating the cancer risk, catching the already growing cancer early enough to effectively fight it. She also explained that she posted her story to help others in similar situations find comfort, inspiration, and support on their own journey.
I'm Gibbs
On iHeartRadio.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handel Show.
AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Wednesday morning, April 10th. Coming up at 8:30, we got Dr. Jim Keeney coming with us. A couple of stories that are breaking out. Was it yesterday I did the story about, yes, I did, about residency. And that is doctors doing resident programs, getting virtually no money and working 80 hours a week. Thank you. So they're unionizing at Kaiser. So we'll talk to Jim about his residency program and a few other medical issues. Now, yesterday, massive news broke in the world of abortion. And that has to do with Arizona's highest court upholding an 1864 law. What was that? 1864. Last year, the Civil War, that bans nearly all abortions. I mean, it's kind of crazy in this modern day and age. Even those people that are against abortions are going, this may be a little bit tough. And here's what it says. All abortions are banned, except to save the life of the mother. By the way, we don't know what that is. Does she have to be on death's door? How about contracting a syndrome or contracting an illness that could kill her? And the doctor says we have to abort the baby. Is it going to kill her? We really don't know. But there's a good chance. Not enough. We don't know. It hasn't been litigated. Now, this was 1864. Arizona became a state in 1912 and outlaws abortion from the moment of conception. Here we go again. They didn't even know when is conception. No one has any idea. Certainly not in 1864. No exceptions for rape or incest. Now, until now, the abortion has been legal in Arizona through 15 weeks of pregnancy. And since overturning Roe, supporters and opponents of the rights in Arizona have been fighting in court whether that 1864 law, which sat dormant for decades, could be enforced, or whether it effectively neutralized every other law that dealt with abortion. 2020, a law was passed. However, it was predicated on Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade's gone. So what the court said is that only leaves one law on the books. Granted, it's 1864. Granted, it's pretty punitive, but that's the law. And that is, it controls Arizona. They go, wait a minute. I mean, how can that be? Because there's no other law. This is one of those things where the law has not been removed from the books. Now, the reality is, first of all, the court said we're going to hold off for 14 days because we're going to move it down to the lower court to have them decide on the constitutionality of the law itself. That hasn't been determined. And it's going to be weeks before it goes into effect. And abortion providers, they're going to go through May still providing abortions. After that, it's a mandatory 2 to 5 year sentence for doctors. Mandatory. If it's going to be enforced. Now, the Attorney General, who's a Democrat, and the Governor, who's a Democrat, said that, the Governor said this is ridiculous. I mean, this is an affront to women's reproductive rights of any kind. And the Attorney General, Democrat, also said, no way. This is not going to be enforced. So that makes it easy, doesn't it? Depends. What if a Republican, conservative governor or AG comes in? I don't know the statute of limitations on this one, but if this is in place, that's going to be interesting. Now, in a majority opinion, the justices did say that a policy matter of this gravity has to be resolved by our citizens, either through the legislature or through the initiative process. So is this going to hold up? It won't. It won't. It won't be enforced by the Attorney General. The legislature is going to pass a more reasonable, if you will, anti-abortion law. That's a given. Because so far in every state in which the people voted on reproductive rights after Roe, they've upheld reproductive rights, moved towards reproductive rights. And this thing, and here's where the anti-abortion folks are missing the boat. They thought after Roe v. Wade, they won the battle. Well, they won that war. But the battle only started. Why? The majority of people in this country believe in abortion. Women believe in abortion in a big way. They like to determine what they want to do with their own bodies. Now, you have the evangelical Christians, for the most part, women who fall in line, not negatively, I'm just saying they fall in line with the concept that it's a killing of a human being, therefore you should have no right to determine whether you kill a person or not. So that's a legitimate stand. I mean, I disagree with it, but that's a legitimate stand. However, the backlash has been extraordinary. They weren't expecting it. The anti-abortion folks are not expecting, we're not expecting this, and that is going to be a big issue in the presidential in November. Joe Biden consistently in favor of reproductive rights. Consistently. It's never gone off of that. Donald Trump, early days, he was in favor of abortion. Then when he grabbed the evangelical vote, he was against abortion. A few weeks ago, he said, I will look at, I'm in favor of a federal ban. Then he turned around a few days ago and said, I'm not in favor of a federal ban. Every state should decide. That's exactly what Roe says. Is there a movement for a federal ban? Never. At least not with the makeup of politics today. So we're going to see what happens. It's a big deal. So keep in mind, it's not Supreme Court of Arizona saying abortion good. Or, abortion bad. It's saying that since the only law that is now on the books, this is what has to be enforced until there's a change. And there will be a change. All right, coming up, Disneyland. Going to Disneyland and a lifetime ban for disability cheese. And a personal story, even though this is something I've never asked to be a disabled person. I'll explain how that to you. Amy, what's going on in life?
2 women have been attacked and knocked unconscious in Venice. Police say both were attacked on Saturday. The first was hit with some sort of hard object near the Venice canals. Police say it appears the same person attacked another woman about an hour later as she walked near the Sherman Canal. Gas prices continue to rise in LA County. The average price for a gallon of regular unleaded is up for a 23rd straight day to $5.35. That's 41 cents higher than a month ago and 41 cents higher than a year ago. Orange County gas is also up to $31. Tiger Woods is getting ready to tee off at the Masters in Georgia. Says he thinks he can still win the green jacket again if everything comes together. He's been building back since that car winner he called the Hills Estates in 2021. Tiger has won the Masters 5 times. Jack Nicklaus holds the record. He's won 6 times. We'll check some problems on the 5 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Moving out of your house is always a very big decision. I mean, it's one of those most important decisions that you can make financially. So what do you do when you do want to move? Downsizing like Miami, Dodge, getting out of Dodge, inherit a home maybe. Well, typically what you do is hire a real estate broker. I've always done that. And you pay a commission, and then you're told you got to paint, clean, repair, you got to clean the place up. It has to be spotless. Like the buyers are going to come through. By the way, you can't be there. And then now let's hear an offer and a counter offer and contingencies and long escrows. So is there a better way of doing it? You've got directbuyers.com. There's an easy way to sell your house. Directbuyers.com. First of all, no one even walks there. They're going to give you a fair price for your house, even offering you a $15,000 cash advance before closing. They'll never lowball you. Visit directbuyers.com, directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
Sunny and warm for the next couple of days, highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Allstate from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We've got a crash in Mission Viejo on the 5.
Southward County, it's been 5 northbound El Toro Road, 3 vehicles involved. It is slow back to the 73. We were looking at this crash on the 134. It's kind of bad. It's been a motorcycle involved. 134. As you get westbound, this is right there in Alameda. Crash there in the carpool. 2 left lanes. Traffic slow from the 2 now on that westbound drive. Some problems if you're trying to get through mid-city LA. Big mess on the 10 freeway. This is the eastbound side. Right around Crenshaw crash is clearing. It's slow though. Can't worry for Robinson. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Ghostwriter, KFI in the Sky.
How powerful is Cox Internet? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Rhode Island jam like you're all in the same garage. Get gig speeds, powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet good for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Download speeds up to 1 gigabit per second. Cox Internet is connected to the fastest coaxial connection. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. 1 grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At Ball State University, we're always reaching higher. We're home to one of the top first-year experiences in the country, called one of the best in the Midwest, and regularly recognized for the talent and dedication of our amazing professors. No one invests in students the way we do. 7 academic colleges, more than 115 undergraduate majors, countless opportunities for life-changing, career-lifting experiences. When you fly, we fly. BSU.edu.
Ice cream roll.
Take me home.
There's nothing like escaping the city and slowing down in the uncrowded landscapes of West Virginia. Explore a West Virginia State Park where adventure comes complete with a cozy cabin stay. Visit wvstateparks.com.
Take me home. Country road.
iHeartRadio, Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite stations, podcasts, artist radio playlists, and more? Yep, free to download and free to use. But there's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access, where you can search and play any song, enjoy unlimited skips, and download all your music to your phone to listen offline with no connection, unlimited playlist creation, and so much more. You can try it out free for 30 days and see what the iHeartRadio All Access experience is like. Why not? Open the iHeartRadio app and in settings, tap to start your free 30-day trial. Everything you love about free iHeartRadio plus so much more with iHeartRadio All Access. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
Living in an apartment, not the most secure environment to park a car. There's one time I got jumped by 3 guys because I accidentally interrupted them breaking into my car. They were very offended at that. I admit it was rude on my part. No yelling. If you were breaking into someone's car and someone interrupted you, I think you would be mad as well. Well, you won't need to concentrate. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's okay, it's okay. You're welcome. I'm just an ordinary little guy. Hey, you're just fun.
And this is KFI AM 640 billion. It is a Wednesday morning, April the 10th. Okay. Want to go into a story about Disney and something called what is it? The
Disability access.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the reason I'm going to Amy on this is she has an annual pass. She, like me, Disneyland fanatic. So, lying about having this disability access pass, right? What Disney is saying, people who have ADHD say they have ADHD and get a pass. Irritable bowel syndrome. I don't know how you prove it, except the obvious. And you're not standing in line very long anymore as they ask you to leave. Other disorders?
It's also for things like autism and other neurotransmitted diseases. It's also if you are in a wheelchair.
Well, here is the problem. I said it's a personal story, that they're really clamping down on this. I have a little side business where I have a kiosk, and I sell those foldable canes, you know, the kind that you can fold up.
Like a hurricane?
Yeah, no, not like a hurricane. Those, little canes that, people who have to wear, have to walk around with a cane. You can buy some for about $12, and you go into Disneyland with them, you put in your purse, and you undo it. And then you go with the cane. You walk in, and it works well. And this is right outside of Disneyland, and it looks like I'm not going to be able to do that because they have video cameras all over the place, and it's unfortunate. But the easy way, what do you do if someone walks in, they rent a wheelchair? You know, what are they going to do? Or you walk in with a cane that someone's just bought for me outside of the park. It's a problem. However, this one is even more of a problem. So, Amy, I don't know if you're happy about the fact that these disability lanes are getting longer and longer, and people are able to go in front of you.
I'm not happy that people are cheating the system because
Okay.
Disneyland put it in place to help people who maybe, like if you have an autistic kid and they can't sit and wait in the line, it's too much stimulation for them to wait in the line for 45 minutes or an hour. So this basically gives them the ability to cut in the line like the Fast Pass people or the Genie Plus people do, which is a benefit that you pay for. You go, I don't want to do the lines, I'm going to pay an extra $25, $30. I can't remember the price.
So what stops you from telling your kid, look down at the ground, don't answer me, be a little bit nervous, and that's how we're going to go to Disneyland?
That's the problem, Bill. People are doing it.
Okay, with that in mind, how are they going to undo that? And they're saying if you cheat, by the way, if you catch you cheating, you're done. Lifetime ban at any Disney park. Any kind, the ticket is non-refundable. If you have a pass, we're canceling that, and we're not going to give you any money back. Okay, so they can do that. Fair enough. They have a right to do that because everyone is on the ticket. You can't cheat. Now, how do you deal with someone who a kid has ADHD? What do you say? No, he doesn't. Do they have a doctor on staff? Do they have a psychologist on staff?
No, but they have a series of questions, I believe, that they're going to be asking you. They're not going to have to provide proof of it. So we're trying to get complicated with this because other parts do require that. You have to have something from a doctor saying, yes, I've been diagnosed with this, or yes, I have a broken leg, or something like that. Disney doesn't require it because they did a really nice thing by making all of their services available to everybody, or at least trying to. The problem is that people are taking advantage.
Of course they are.
It sucks.
Of course it does. I stopped going to Disneyland years ago when you went to the Indiana Jones Temple of Doom little ride, great ride, and you wait an hour and a half for a 3-minute ride. I just don't get it. I really don't. And the new Autopia, no. I mean, I've never been on that because that line is completely crazy. And now I would go on there if I brought my kids and I hadn't pretended they were autistic. And we could cut the line.
And then you would get kicked out of the park.
Only if they can answer, and they won't say why or how. Video cameras. They're not asking for medical proof. Although that gets kind of interesting. Who is going to provide medical proof? I mean, that is, well, you can say if you don't, you're not going to be in line. Then there's a lawsuit there too. But I think.
Well, and you're fraudulently filling out and testifying and saying that you have something because you're filling out a form of some sort.
Yeah, but it's
to
not.
Get the access.
Yeah, but it's not in the first of all for that, so you're not going to get in trouble by Disney itself. But I just don't get it. Now, it has become this disability access service pass the most widely requested service in Disneyland and Disney World. The volume tripling over the last 5 years. And they're taking steps to preserve this program only because they understand that it's valuable for a lot of people. And they're dealing, like you said, various different ways. Videos where every single inch of the park is covered. There's no place you can go, maybe a toilet seat, where you're not being videoed. I don't know how that translates into your problem. So let's say irritable bowel syndrome. So you hit the bathroom every 5 minutes. Okay, that proves it, doesn't it?
I think it's more for like somebody who's got a wheelchair or crutches and they ditch them and start running around when they're not waiting in line or something.
Yeah, that I can see. But when I did go to Disney, I borrowed a friend of mine's wheelchair, and this was years ago. And I had no problem. I went to the front of the line, and I went right up there and got into the ride with some help, and got out, and there was a wheelchair waiting for me. And I gotta tell you, that one worked. And don't forget the canes that I sell people.
And this is why they're cracking down.
Bastards.
Go Disney, go.
Bastards.
No, Bill, it's great that they provide this for people.
How much is your in your pass? And I asked them to tell me, but I still don't ask.
More than 1,000.
Wow. You know, does that prove a disability right there?
Even my mental disability for spending that money? No.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
It's worth it.
Of course. Actually, okay. I talked to Neil. He was out there. He used to 3 times a week. Go out there, just have a meal, or just walk around, or sit on a park bench, and go there. Do you know what? I'm going to do a quick story. Years ago, when I used to go to Disneyland, like regularly, February, March, midweek, 5,000 people would be in the park. You did not wait for a ride. It's changed. Yeah. Matter of fact, the only thing you could stay on, but they don't let you. You have to get off and go around and get back on. Yeah, that's changed. Okay, we're done, guys. Coming up, Jim Key. We've got some medical news we want to share with you. I'm going to ask Jim. Story I did yesterday about residency with doctors. And that's a fun one. Not for us, but certainly for him. And I'll tell you This is KFI, and there's Amy, live in KFI 24-hour news.
Former Dodgers pitcher Julio Urias has been charged in LA with 5 misdemeanor domestic violence crimes. The charges were filed yesterday, about 3 months after the LA County DA's office decided not to file a felony case against Urias and referred it to the city attorney's office. Urias was arrested in September for allegedly shoving a woman and pulling her hair after a soccer match outside the Ammo Arena in Exposition Park. Police say 2 women knocked unconscious in Venice may have been attacked by the same person. They say the women were hit with unknown types of hard objects on Saturday. The first attack happened around 10:30 in the morning near the Venice canals. The second happened about an hour later. Police are looking for a guy who's between 5'10" and 6 feet tall, 180 to 200 pounds with short hair. LA has had the most vehicle thefts of any city in America.
The National Insurance Crime Bureau says last year, 72,460 vehicles were stolen in the LA, Long Beach, and Anaheim areas, a 0.5% increase from 2022. The Bureau says San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley areas came in second with 41,000. Overall, California had 209,000 vehicle thefts last year, also the highest in the nation. Texas and Florida came in second and third. Officials say criminals are using more sophisticated methods to steal vehicles, including advanced technology to bypass security systems. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Police are trying to find a man and woman accused of stealing nearly $1,500 worth of stuff from a trendy grocery store in Calabasas. The Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station says the pair entered Erewhon Market on Thursday afternoon and filled up 2 large tote bags with food and health and beauty items and left without paying. LA has decided to stop issuing permits for dog breeding.
Animal shelters in the city have 3 times as many dogs as they did 3 years ago. City council members say they hope the moratorium on breeding encourages folks to adopt these shelters instead. Councilwoman Mrs. Hernandez says the ban is temporary.
This is not permanent. This is just to get us to a place where our shelters are manageable.
The goal is to bring the shelter population back below 75% capacity. Councilman Bob Butterfield says it's also a cost-saving priority.
It costs money to house these animals, and it costs us even more to put them down.
The shelters have started a new ad campaign with these adoptions. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Breeze Airways is offering 40% off flights. The budget-friendly airline started service in 2021 and says the deal is to celebrate its first full month of operating profit. Customers can snag discounted flights for travel between April 28th and June 13th by using the promo code UNIQUE at checkout. Travelers have just until 11:59 tonight to book. We've got a motorcycle down on 134. We'll check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
Let me introduce you to Zelwyn's Minty Mouth. This is a tiny little capsule with a straw on the outside. This here on the inside. Despite everybody's cat, clinically tested against the toughest offenders, eating garlic and onions, and here's how it works. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, and you suck on the minty coating. It's a pretty strong mint, and that takes care of your mouth part. And then you swallow the capsule. Biting them also works. And they go down in your gut and really get to work, because so much of bad breath is caused by the foods that you eat. This is where the magic happens. Free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. I know you're going to want to order more. Money back guarantee, which I know you're never going to use. So go to Zelmins.com. That's ZELMINS.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI. 15% off KFI is the code Zelmins, ZELMINS, Zelmins.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny skies, warm temperatures for the next couple of days. Highs will be in the 70s at the beaches and high desert. 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Low to mid-80s in the valleys and Inland Empire. We're going to cool down about 10 to 15 degrees for Friday. And then for the weekend, lots of clouds with a slight chance of rain both Saturday and Sunday. It's 58 in Garden Grove, 60 in Huntington Beach. We've got trouble on the 134 in Burbank.
Yeah, right outside the studio door there in beautiful downtown Burbank. Unfortunately, it's a crash involving a motorcycle westbound 134 in Alameda. We were just over it. They opened one more lane for you, so it's just carpool and far left lanes that are closed. This may be cleared pretty quickly. It looked like just CHP cars left there. So traffic is slow all the way back from the 2 on that westbound 134. A rough one there through that stretch. If you are trying to head through mid-city LA, Mid-City LA, the 10th freeway is going to be the eastbound side, right around the print shop. 3 vehicles there in the left lane being cleared. They're still really slow on the eastbound side, getting away from the 405. Actually, it's backed up now. It's backed up all the way to Santa Monica on the eastbound side of the 10. So that looks like an afternoon commute, getting away from about 20th Street in Santa Monica. With Southern California's own airport traffic report, Sweet Porsche record KFI in Sky.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. Read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same.
Psychedelics are everywhere.
Could psychedelics soon be the new Prozac?
Investors want in
The most important IPO of the year:
because people believe in psychedelics.
depression, anxiety.
So many customers, fresh foods, coming to us for help.
As medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, Lily, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people could get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Iowa Lily, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive, and we are humans, and humans like being seduced.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Guinness keeps you on top of pop culture.
The Heart Keeps Beating is Ann and Nancy Wilson and Company have added 30 dates to their current tour. The Laura Flush Tour with fellow Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Cheap Trick had been set to end on September 20th, but the new stops will add close to 3 months, running from September 26th in San Francisco through December 15th in Las Vegas. Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin Evening and the revived Bachman Turner Overdrive serve as opening acts on select dates. On top of the tour, Heart, Def Leppard, and Journey are teaming up for a handful of stadium dates over the summer, including stops in Cleveland, Toronto, and Boston. The full list of dates and ticket info for Heart and Cheap Trick's 2024 tour or other Heart shows is at heart-music.com.
Alright. And that's what's poppin'.
I'm Cams on iHeartRadio. Taking your kids to their first baseball game. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
They watched Washington Swamp, so you don't have to. Swamp Watch with Gary and Shannon. Weekdays at 11 on KFI. KFI AM 640. Bill Hamble here on a Wednesday morning, April 10th. It's Wednesday, which means it's Hump Day. We had a lot of stories that were going on. Arizona yesterday about an 1864 law bans nearly all abortions. That's not to say that the Arizona Supreme Court is ruling that you can't do any abortions. It has to do with, since there are no laws or laws are being attacked, the only thing that is on the books now that can be enforced is this 1864 ban. It's really weird, but it's going to just engage all the pro-choice women, particularly. Also, parents of that teenager who killed 4 students in the 2021 school shooting yesterday sentenced 10 to 15 years in prison, the max, convicted of manslaughter. That has never happened before.
what they didn't do. They didn't stop it. They could have stopped it. All right, yesterday, and Jim Key is with this ER extraordinaire, specialist extraordinaire. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Bill. Yeah, thanks for taking the time. So here's what I did before yesterday. And that is, and I don't know if you've been looking at it, but Kaiser doctors up north, Kaiser Permanente, Northern California, are voting to whether to unionize and argue that one of their primary considerations, one of their primary points of unionizing is the residency program. You go to medical school, you apply for residency, so a couple years, 5 years, depending on specialty, and they're saying we work way too hard, we work way too many hours, we make way too little money. First of all, your views and a little bit of history, your history of residency.
Yeah, I mean, we all went through it. It was part of the rite of passage in a way, and I think it's something we all accepted when we embarked on our medical career. So it's not something that comes as a surprise when you arrive at that level, and you're expected to work 100-hour work weeks and get paid, essentially minimum wage when you look at the dollars per hour. So yeah, all my friends graduated from college. They were getting jobs, close to six figures just on graduation, especially if they graduated from good school. And I was making less than half that and working, double, sometimes triple the hours.
I mean, that's kind of, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a bit crazy, and so they've corrected since then. So the first correction was, we would do 36 hours on, 8 hours off every day for 6 weeks on certain rotations, and that works out to be over 100 hours a week. But they've now limited residencies to the famous Libby Dunham case, whose father was a New York senator, and she died from a residence mistake. Good enough for 36 or 48 hours. And so they changed it. Now you can only work 80 hours a week, which I think that may sound to some people like a lot, but I will tell you, 80 hours is pretty doable when you're used to 100.
Well, yeah, that's you're looking at anybody else working 80 hours a week in the real world, in that, not that it's not the real world, but in non-medical world, would say, are you out of your mind? And let me ask you about surgical residents, okay? You're doing 100 hours or 80 hours. And residents do a lot of surgery, a lot of it. Who's going to grab someone in their 79th hour and allow them to operate on you?
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy, right? So, but the crazier thing is that your fine motor skills don't deteriorate when you're tired anywhere, to any extent that you would think. It's more judgment and kind of large motor skills. I mean, driving the car home is probably the most dangerous thing you do after working that many hours for anyone. Like, not just for yourself in the car, but for the other people on the road. That's probably more dangerous than you operating at that point. But no, it's hard because I'll tell you, since they drop the hours, you can kind of see the difference in experience. You're getting a third less experience now when you finish residency compared to when we could work over 100 hours a week especially a surgical residency where experience, doing procedures and getting enough time and enough procedures under your belt by the time you graduate, it makes it a lot harder. And so you either then have to extend residency programs to some insane length of time, or you have to accept that when people come out of residency, they're not fully ready to do every procedure in the book.
Okay, that's the other side of it. I'll bring you that. You're a board certified ER doctor. How long did you did residency in ER, if I'm not mistaken? Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. So at the time, my residency was 3 years. There were some that were 4 years, and I think a lot of them now come to 4 years.
And were there any long? Well, there's also fellows after that, and sort of you start working when you're 46. And then you realize that when you call the plumber to fix your toilet, that guy makes more money than you do as a cardiovascular surgeon. And you go, what am I doing? How do you feel about unionization?
I probably haven't researched this enough to have a really good opinion, but I feel like nobody was surprised by this. They all signed up for it. This
So how many times do you wake up in the morning saying I should have been a plumber?
Yeah.
All right. Coming back and talk about salt and how dangerous it is, and if we have time, the aging linked to cancer in young people. I mean, that just came out. So we'll be back with Dr. Jim Keating to finish today on Wednesday. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A burned body has been found on the side of the road in Anaheim Hills. Anaheim police got reports of the body along Santa Ana Canyon Road yesterday morning. Investigators have not determined when and how the person died. The LA County Board of Supervisors have approved a $25 million settlement for a man who's paralyzed after being shot by a deputy at his home in Cudahy. Parents of the man, who has autism, had called 911 for help in 2021. Deputies apparently shot the guy when they thought he went for one of their guns. Jay Leno has been granted a conservatorship over the estate of his 77-year-old wife who has advanced Alzheimer's disease. Leno filed for the conservatorship in January. The judge says Mavis Leno is in good care, and Leno was doing the right thing. Jay and Mavis Leno have been married since 1980. We'll check some problems on the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
My new water filter, my Life Source water filter, came into my new house last Friday, and I tested it. Yep, absolutely delicious, terrific tasting water right from every faucet, every tap in the house. I did it in the kitchen sink. And for over 10 years, I have owned one of these in my old house. I have one and put one in my new house. And why? Well, because I think it's the best filter out there, certainly the best I've ever seen. I've tried tons of them. The Life Source system delivers very highly filtered, obviously insanely safe, delicious water from every tap in the house. Now imagine, well, it's as good as bottled water. And imagine cooking, cleaning, doing your dishes, but it's effectively bottled water with first drinking. No salt, no maintenance, warranty limitations do apply. So call the folks at Life Source at 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99, or you can visit lifesourcewater.com. Lifesourcewater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Sunny and warm with highs in the 70s and 80s today and tomorrow. This report brought to you by Allstate. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to Mid-City. We've got a crash on the 10.
It's really messing up your drive, headed eastbound this time. Eastbound side of the 10, right there at Crenshaw. We still got the left lane blocked with a wreck, and that's causing big delays all the way up to Santa Monica, starting from before 20th Street on that eastbound 10. If you have a chance, if you're still at home, maybe getting ready for a drive towards downtown LA and you're in Santa Monica, you might want to think about doing that. There is a train that actually goes, the Expo line goes into downtown Union Station, so that might be the way to go. Again, a lot faster than that 10 freeway out of Santa Monica for sure. If you're going down the 15, this is in Inland Empire right before Temesco Canyon. Crash there caused delays of about a half a mile. Seeing a lot of red there on the back from that one. Now the 210 in Azusa, as you head eastbound right there at Azusa Avenue, looks like an injury crash. There's traffic backed up from the 57 on the eastbound side, on the westbound side, I should say. Both sides very slow in that area because of that wreck. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, the Police driver KFI in Scott.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
You like your community to be recognized as a beautiful and clean place to live? Help the place you love become a designated Clean California community. Take the pledge today at cleanca.com. 0 litter is the goal. Got a stubborn clogged drain that keeps coming back? It's time to call it professional. Service champions. Cleveland Smith here. Did you know we clean clogged drains for just $88? And we guarantee the drain will stay clear for 88 days. Forget about liquid drain cleaners and the hardware store spanks. They're gross. They're harmful to the environment and they just don't work very well. Service Champion's $88 professional grade drain cleaner will fix your drain pipes and it will stay clear for 88 days. Or we'll clear it again for free. That's our 88 drain cleaning special. A great price and a great guarantee. Call or go online to schedule right now. Our number is 833-777-7777.
find us online at servicechampions.com. Again, that's 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com. Service Champions Loading, heating, AC, and good fees for free.
Hey, Conway, if you're thinking about selling your home, stop. If it's not in tip-top shape, you might lose 20 to 50% of your home's value. Before you sell, call my friends at Revive Real Estate to see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I've ever seen. It starts with Revive Real Estate purchasing your home just like any other buyer. Simple. But here comes the game changer. Revive renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit from the renovation. You heard it right. You get a second check. Revive Real Estate has many different programs for every homeowner, and right now, the average homeowner who works with Revive receives an additional $188,000 they would have otherwise left on the table. That's a fact. Revive Real Estate can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. Now, of course, every home's potential is different, and not every home qualifies. So, to find out if your home is accepted, go to kfirevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's kfirevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive.
For strategic and online consultation, the healthcare provider will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription type.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, and up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Today in the women's restroom, we don't know what's going on, but it is locked.
We will all gladly guard the door if you guys want to use the
I am not, absolutely not. You couldn't pay me enough.
Gary Shannon.
Something.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Also, LB, wanna be LB, I like to be LB, my physical mental health, I take care of myself. I'm so LB, wanna be LB, I like to.
And this is KFI. Good handle here. It is a Wednesday morning, April 10th, last segment of the show. Big news yesterday, Arizona's highest court upheld an 1864 anti-abortion law, which mandates 2 to 5 years prison for a doctor performing an abortion and no exception except for saving the life of a mother. We don't even know what that is. Is that a mother about to die? Is that getting a syndrome that might kill her? Who the hell knows? It's not going to go. It's going to go away anyway. It's so crazy. All right, back we go. Dr. Jim Keeney, who is an ER doctor, just told us about his crazy residency, 100 hours a week. Boy, that's fun. That was a story we did yesterday about unionization, doctors, residents unionizing up in Northern California. All right, Jim, a couple of other stories. And one, this is linked to aging and cancer among young people. And now, is this something that is happening more and more, or you're simply discovering a connection that's always been there?
There's a little bit of both, Bill, because there's always been a connection with biological aging and cancer as people started to look into it. But we're recognizing also that biological age is advancing faster in some young people. Don't know exactly why. Kind of the key of this article is that they are able to now look at certain markers for biological versus chronological age, right? So it's interesting because your teaser, right, that those are very long at birth and they get shorter as we age. So you can look at telomere length, for example, as a biological aging thing. We know that DNA methylates where they get extra chemicals into it that make it not function normally. We can measure that. So there's objective ways to measure your biological age, and when we look at those, we see that people with advanced biological age are at a much higher risk for cancer.
Okay, so lifestyle versus or connected to genetics in terms of aging.
Yeah, and both play a factor. You can't really separate them out. People with good genes, do tend to get away with certain things that maybe other people can't. But still, it's both together. If you want to avoid unnecessary cancers, you really have to live a good lifestyle as far as avoiding all those things we know would cause cancer. Eating well, getting enough exercise, getting enough sleep. People ignore that quite often, and avoiding alcohol, tobacco, all those.
Yeah, and I know you're pretty careful what you eat. Except last time we went to dinner and you had a steak and you ate it like a rabid dog. Right through the steak on the floor. I was there, Jim. All right. That's true, by the way. I'm making that up. Jim, we'll catch you next Wednesday. Thank you, as always.
All right, take care.
Take care. All right. I love you. And I always harass you. All right, guys, we're done. Coming back again tomorrow. Wake up call with Amy King at 5. The rest of us come at 6. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The flames make way for something more sinister. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A fatal crash in Bell has become a murder investigation. A car crashed on Florence Avenue near Atlantic early this morning and caught fire. Police officers who were nearby heard the crash and pulled the driver out. They tried to save him, but he died at the scene. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Steve DeJong says officers investigating the crash noticed bullet holes in the car.
Brought to you by Quad on the passenger side, and when they examined the victim, they noticed a bullet hole in his a possible gunshot wound to his upper torso.
It's not clear what led up to the shooting or if the shooter was in another car. The deaths of a man in Woodland Hills, a baby on the 405, and a woman in Redondo Beach are being investigated as a murder-suicide.
Danielle Johnson allegedly stabbed her boyfriend during an argument at their apartment in Woodland Hills. LAPD officer Kevin Terrace says Johnson took off in her Porsche SUV after the killing.
Around 4:30 a.m., the dark-colored SUV was observed driving on the 405 freeway when the two children were expelled from the vehicle while it was moving.
The 9-year-old girl lost grip of her baby sister, who was then fatally struck by a car. Johnson was then killed Monday when she crashed her car into a tree in Redondo Beach. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Some LA City Council members say they want damaged RVs moved off streets more quickly.
The City Council's Public Works Committee voted to tell the Sanitation Department 2 weeks is too long to respond to the growing number of burnt-out vehicles in neighborhoods. The city has a contract with a recycling firm that tows the RVs away, but the city has to clean up any excess debris first. RVs are commonly used in homeless camps across the city, and the committee's motion yesterday said LA is seeing a growing number of residential complaints about the vehicles catching on fire in the public right-of-way, and they're just sitting there. The sanitation department was instructed to come up with a more efficient plan. Michael Mullins, KFI News.
Disneyland says visitors who lie to take advantage of the park's disability access program will be permanently banned from the resort in Anaheim and the park in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and annual passes will be forfeited under the new policy without getting a refund. Officials say changes to the disability program rules aim to curb misuse that has led to longer lines and backed up Genie Plus lanes. Changes are going to affect June 18th at Disneyland, May 20th at Walt Disney World. Israel's foreign minister has threatened his country's forces would strike Iran directly if the Islamic Republic attacked. His comments come after Iran blamed Israel for the killings of Iranian generals in a blast at the Iranian consulate in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader has also reiterated a promise to retaliate against Israel for that attack. Israel has not acknowledged its involvement in the strike. Inflation in the U.S. has remained high over the last month. The government says prices rose 0.4% from February to March, boosted by gas, rent, and car insurance. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze says there's some good news in the report.
When you look at car prices, both used and new cars, those prices were down over the past month on a monthly basis. Airfare was also down.
Schulze says the Fed's target is to get back to 2% inflation. Measured from a year earlier, the core prices were up 3.8%, unchanged from year-over-year rises in February. Mattel has introduced a new double-sided Scrabble board. It features the original word-building game and then a newer version on the other side. ABC's Jim Ryan says the change comes as Mattel realized some people are intimidated by Scrabble.
So it's introduced a version called Scrabble Together, which encourages team play and relies on challenge cards instead of point totals to pick a winner.
Ryan says so far it's only available in Europe. Mattel said yesterday the update marks the first significant change to Scrabble's board in more than 75 years. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warm for the next couple of days. Highs in the 70s at the beaches in Antelope Valley. Upper 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA, Inland OC, the Valleys, and Inland Empire. Clear tonight. And then tomorrow, as I mentioned, sunny. The highs will be about the same, 70s and 80s. It's going to cool down on Friday with highs up and out in the 60s to low 70s. And then we've got a mostly cloudy weekend on the way with a slight chance of rain both Saturday and Sunday. It's 63 in Orange, 63 in Manhattan Beach, 64 in Cerritos, 57 in Canyon Country. In my market report brought to you by Quantum ePay. Not a great day for the Dow. It's down 512 points. The NASDAQ off 186, and the S&P 500 is trading down 60.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just pound $250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. Will's got a problem for us in Azusa.
That's what we do. The 210 eastbound at Azusa Avenue. We've got a crash in the carpool in two left lanes. They're all blocked. And it looks like actually at the moment CHP is running a brake on all lanes as I look out the window here. So the eastbound side is stopped completely just for now. They're going to clear this, looks like, to the right shoulder. Traffic jam from the 605 on the eastbound side. And it's a lot to look at apparently on the westbound side because that traffic starts slowing at the 57. Bad traffic in Mid-City LA as well. We had a long lane crash there on the 10 freeway right around Crenshaw. Everything, they're still trying to clear that, but it's slow all the way out of San Francisco before 20th Street, westbound side of the on Hoover all the way out to the 405. And if you are in northbound in the Inland Empire on the 15, just past Mescal Canyon, crash clearing there caused you some slowing as well. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, really close right now. KFI in the sky.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a line this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Hey, it's Joey. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Rev up the savings at JCPenney's Power Penny Days. Starting Wednesday, rev up huge deals like Co Expressions Quick Dry Bath Towels, only $5. Stock up on fresh lineups of tees and tanks. Women's styles start at $9, and kids' thereabouts tees start at $7. Plus, Rainbow Extra Lane. Yes, please, black created gemstones, only $13 while they last. JCPenney, make everybody count. Offers valid on select styles, 14 party, US excluded for one time. Exclusions apply. See store, JCP.com for details.
Nice, baby.
Home to more than 10,000 boats and rivers and streams, Minnesota offers some of the best freshwater fishing in the country. Discover what else makes Minnesota the star of the north at ExploreMinnesota.com.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the lounge. We got
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonus is waiting. And for necessary or you can get it by 18 months and conditions. Website for details. That's right, guys. Killer shrimp. That's not in there.
Well, great. Would you like us to reintroduce ourselves?
Yeah, I love that.
Gary Hoffman.
You know those little Irish boys, and skinny things, fixing up their killers with the whole
Shannon Farron. She'd be a great first lady.
What the hell is the Jerry and Shannon?
I will tell you, this is going to be something special.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. CNN had a big article this morning about what to do with your solar eclipse glasses. And it went on, and it says, you don't have to throw them out. No need. There's going to be another one in a few years. It's going to be seen in Greenland. And then the next one, years in 20 years. And all I could think of is throw damn glasses out. Don't be a hoarder with something. You're not going to keep them for 20 years. They may not even be good in 20 years.
Well, I don't think they're going to deteriorate.
They might.
Where are you going? That's
Don't be a hoarder. Throw out the glasses.
not enough trash anymore.
Did you learn a lesson from cleaning out your parents' place? Like a personal lesson of maybe not hanging on to as much stuff?
Yes, very much. That is funny because the day after I got back from the most recent trip, when we figured out we had all 10 literal tons of stuff out of their house and property, I got rid of it. I went through my closet and I just was like, I don't wear some of these clothes and I haven't worn them for years. What am I keeping them?
Yeah. Give them to the veterans.
I mean, my
We'll come pick it up for free.
Oshkosh Bagosh overalls.
Oh, you let those go.
Oh, I had to.
What size were those? A 6?
You know what that means, whatever you just said.
Like
Like
you're
a
a
lady
6-year-old?
size?
No, like you're a 6-year-old, because that's how young
that's-
you should be in your Oshkoshes.
President Biden hosting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida from Japan for a state visit to D.C. today. Also in D.C., we're going to see the National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy facing questions on Capitol Hill about the ship that knocked into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. One of Trump Organization's longtime chief financial officers, Alan Weisselberg, has been sentenced again, and I don't think he gets his old room at Rikers, but he's going to go back to Rikers probably for, it's a 5-month sentence. They say he'll probably only have to serve about 3 months for good behavior.
Well, this came down yesterday, and Democrats started getting the papers. They were probably so excited about it because it would be good for them going into the election, right? The Arizona Supreme Court delivering a landmark decision giving the go-ahead to enforce this long-dormant law that bans nearly all abortions, predating Arizona's statehood even. It was an 1864 law, and the high court judges suggested doctors could be prosecuted under this. Now, the root of the matter here is that this law was put into effect in 1864 in Arizona. Then came Roe v. Wade, which basically deleted it. Now that Roe v. Wade was overturned, this thing goes back into action. However, it's going to die very quickly.
The key word in the ruling is it's enforceable. But the decision also said that they're putting it off for at least 2 weeks to go back to the lower courts to get some of these other arguments figured out. This has become a massive issue for Democrats as a fundraising issue. To be cynical, this is a fundraising issue because I know here's the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs.
To the people across Arizona who are concerned about the future of abortion rights in our state, who are worried about their bodily autonomy, who don't want to see the freedom of their wives, sisters, and daughters restricted, You can make your concerns known at the ballot box, and I encourage you to do so.
Now, that's an important point because in other states, more purple states or sort of those battleground states that have had to deal with this, a lot of them, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, a lot of them did put in protections for abortion up to a certain week, depending on which state you're in. And that's exactly what it sounds like Arizona's legislature, even though it's Republican controlled, is willing to do. That this is not something that goes into effect or went into effect yesterday.
As soon as the Democrats were taking a victory lap and trying to corral all the campaign cash, Republicans, specifically in Arizona, jumped to and said this cannot stand. They know it's bad for them, and they know that they need to get rid of it immediately.
Matt Gretz, Republican state representative, he said, I categorically reject rolling back the clock to a time when slavery was still legal and we could lock up women and doctors because of an abortion. T.J. Shope, a Republican state senator, today's Arizona Supreme Court decision reinstating Arizona's territorial era ban on all abortions from more than 150 years ago is disappointing, to say the least. And Kari Lake, a huge Trump supporter, she's trying to get back into politics after she lost a couple of different races after a career as a TV anchor, said, I oppose today's ruling. She calls on the state legislature to come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonans can support. Here's an issue. Arizona has a temporary state legislature, or part-time, I think they call it, and they only meet during the springtime. They're meeting right now, but they've only got about 10 days left in their session to come up with a plan if they're going to do it legislatively. That's just what the law is. There are plenty of legal challenges that could come because of the different groups that are going to be involved with this going forward. And like I said, there's already a plan for a proposition on their ballot, I think we call them propositions, on the Arizona state ballot coming up in November to instate and instill in the state's constitution there in Arizona certain protections for abortion providers and abortion rights, whatever term you want to use. It's a awful headline, right? Because it makes you think that we're going back to some barbarian days, but it is only ruled as enforceable. It's not in place right now. The state Supreme Court just said because of the technicality that it was never actually wiped off the books in the 1970s, that it is technically enforceable. I don't think it ever gets enforced in the state of Arizona.
Absolutely not. All right, coming up next, you know it if you go to the grocery store. It has not crossed my mind once in the past 3 years or so, 3 or 4 years, that grocery prices are ridiculous. You don't go to the grocery store, you get food delivered, ridiculous. You go anywhere to pay for anything, prices are through the roof. And this, I think, is going to become a major issue. New evidence that inflation grew yet again last month. We'll get into it when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is live on the KMI 24-hour newsroom.
The LA City Council has unanimously approved a temporary moratorium on dog breeding permits in an attempt to address overpopulation at the 6 city-run animal shelters. Shelter operators say they've seen an increasing number of purebred dogs being dropped off. A bill to crack down on porch pirates is advancing in the California legislature. The bill that would make it a crime to enter the vicinity of a home with intent to steal shipped packages has passed in committee. Stealing packages is already a crime, but there's currently nothing in the law that prevents people from entering the area with an intent to steal. The Lakers have fixed the spelling errors on the Kobe Bryant statue outside Crypto.com Arena. The 19-foot-tall bronze statue, unveiled back in February, had misspelled words and names on its marble base. A crew also fixed his replica signature that read Kobe 24. The 24 was removed because on the statue, he's wearing his number 8 jersey. We'll check the 10 with the KI in the Sky next.
American Vision Windows is a company that I trust wholeheartedly. I'm a repeat customer. When Bill and Kathleen built American Vision Windows, they focused on the people and the employees. They wanted people that take great pride in what they do. They take pride in the quality of the product, the design, and in saving you money. If you have those old windows like I did, the old aluminum, wood, or vinyl windows, The dual pane energy efficient windows make such a difference. They're going to save you so much money because these windows keep the heat in during the winter. They keep the heat out during the summer. American Vision windows are custom made to fit your needs and the style of your home. Right now, the deal on the table is this. American Vision windows will pay the tax and you get free expert installation. Energy costs only going up. So if you like the idea of saving money, American Vision windows can help you with that. Call or see the website for details on approved credit. Offer expires 4/15/24. CSLB number 778326.
Sunny and warm with highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by E. coli, termite, and pest control. We've got a crash in Mid-City on the 10.
This one's been here for a while. It's taken a long time to clear. Looks like lanes are clear now, but the damage is done. Eastbound side of the 10, right around Crenshaw. A couple of cars were tangled up there for a while. Slow out of Santa Monica, starting from before 20th Street on that eastbound drive. The westbound side, slowing there from Vermont, pretty much over to the 405, even a little bit past the 405. The 10, extremely busy today. Also busy, we just left this one, eastbound side of the 210 freeway at Azusa Avenue. Crash involving 3 vehicles there. Everything's off on the right shoulder now. Traffic jam from the 605 on the eastbound side and the westbound side. A lot of spectators slowing back in the 57. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Colstrand, KFI in the sky.
This metastatic triple-negative breast cancer, it felt like my world stopped. But moments like this...
Read it again, Mom.
Okay, honey. Keep me going. This is why I choose Trodelvy. Trodelvy, sacituzumab govitecan HCI1, is prescription medicine for adults with triple-negative breast cancer that spread or metastatic cancer, and who have received 2 or more prior treatments, at least one for metastatic disease. In the clinical trial, half of patients receiving Trodelvy were alive at 12 months compared with 7 months for traditional chemo. Trodelvy can cause severe or life-threatening side effects, including low white blood cell count, which can lead to infections, diarrhea, and allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic to it. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience any signs of infection while taking Trodelvy. If you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have liver problems, tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take and about all your medical conditions. There are other side effects of Trodelvy. Ask your doctor about Trodelvy and visit Trodelvy.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO of Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
At the Clock Center, Diego attends music lessons to practice his favorite instrument. Afterward, he always takes Winnesley for a swim. That's why he's known as the community's first swimming musician. The Clock is more than a fitness center. Click on the link. Get into it.
Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What's happening, fellow sports fans in David West? Let's take a look back on this day in sports history, April 10th. We'll start off back in 1961. The Washington Senators played the first game in franchise history with President John F. Kennedy in attendance. They lose 4-3 with the Chicago White Sox. Baseball didn't stay long in D.C., but returned in 2005. And in 2019, they won their first World Series. Today in 1977, at the 41st Masters Tournament, Tom Watson wins the first of his 2 green jackets, 2 strokes ahead of runner-up Jack Nicklaus. And today in 1990, Dave Taylor, Thomas Sandstrom, and Tony Granato scored 3 goals apiece as the LA Kings pound the Calgary Flames 12-4, marking the first time in NHL playoff history that 3 hat tricks are recorded in one game.
Now you know. Today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
She's waiting in line to buy Mega Million, and then she's going to wait in line tomorrow for an hour to buy the Super Lotto.
It's different luck.
Yes, I'll do that tomorrow.
Different luck, same result, though. Wonder what a house looks like.
I can't see through any of these windows. They're filthy.
I'll do that tomorrow.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Did you pay the phone bill?
I'll do that tomorrow.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, Diane. 9:20. It's Wednesday, April 10th. The 80-degree temperatures we're going to see today. It's arguably 50 degrees cooler in here than it is outside. The 80-degree temperatures we'll see outside today are going to go by the wayside pretty quickly. We do expect to see some rain Friday, Saturday. Cooler temperatures are going to stay through probably Monday before they heat back up into the 70s and 80s again next week.
There is a whistleblower that claims the Boeing Dreamliners, and not a literal whistleblower, it's what they call somebody who blows a whistle about an unfair or unsafe practice. There's a whistleblower that claims the Boeing Dreamliner is not a safe aircraft, that in fact the fuselage, after so much wear and tear, will just fall from the sky. We'll get into that coming up later.
And today's Moron Award goes to all of those Apple Vision Pro users who are wearing these headsets so long that they're getting sore necks, pain in their lower head,
right,
and black eyes from wearing these headsets too long.
Darwinism. You just Apple Pro VR your way into the grave so that the stronger species can survive.
The ones without black eyes.
Yeah. All right. So inflation remained elevated once again in March. And here's the problem with inflation. Once the prices went up, this is still pandemic hangover here. Once the prices went up and the shrinkflation began, we're not seeing any movement in the other direction.
No.
Prices remain elevated, products remain smaller, and why would they reduce prices, the companies?
Why would they?
You have to get involved somehow, government, to reverse this course.
Well,
I mean, I go to the market and I'm like, thankfully I've been blessed enough to where I can afford to grocery shop for the week, but I'm thinking to myself, who can afford this? This is insane.
There was also an article about a viral image going around of McDonald's. I think it was McDonald's, like a 40-piece McNugget meal with 2 orders of fries going for $25 at McDonald's. Now, 40 pieces of McNugget, that's a lot. It's a family size thing, but still, $25 on a menu at McDonald's. Now, granted, they're also dealing with the $20 minimum wage increase that we saw here in California. But all of that, I mean, we just talked about abortion in Arizona and how people's heads went nuclear yesterday when that decision came down. The more common issue that people talk about is the everyday cost of life.
Right.
Gas prices are still near, I mean, I passed a gas station last weekend. It was $6.49 for regular unleaded gasoline.
It's just
$6.49.
Insanely expensive everywhere. I picked up a turkey sandwich. It was $16. What? When I first started,
how big was that sandwich?
When I first started, normal size. When I first started, that was with the 15% tip that they flip around, and you have like 3 options. And I was just going quickly, and I clicked that. So it was like a $3 tip on a $12 or $13 sandwich.
You're making somebody's.
It was ridiculous. But anyway, when I first started making sandwiches, they were $4.
Yeah, and you're lucky if you got a quarter as a tip.
Right.
In the old days, God darn it.
But it's just that everything is punitively expensive.
Right.
It makes you not want to do anything, and then that adds to your loneliness and depression. It's all a bad cycle.
The specifics of this new report that came out from the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that 12 months price growth accelerated from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. That did match the consensus forecast among some economists, and when you take out food and energy, the core 12-month reading was unchanged, still at 3.8%. Some of the items we saw the largest leap in terms of inflation. Auto insurance went up 22%. Domestic services, home cleaning, for example, up almost 11%. Baby food and formula. Now, who do you think is going to vote? I mean, baby food and formula. If you're in that market, that's a pretty specific market. You are hyper aware of how much that stuff costs. Now, if you ask me how much a jug of laundry detergent costs, I don't know,
$20, I have no idea. But if I'm buying baby formula on the regular, trust me, I know how much that's going to cost and how much it goes up.
And you can't do without it, right? Unlike home cleaning services or whatever. But even home cleaning services, if you're going to be priced out of that, then where does that put your home cleaner? Out of a job or out of some sort of income. I don't know what happens. I don't know how you can force businesses and distributors to lower their costs back to a tenable level.
And a lot of times it's not even the market that dictates. Well, it's the market. It's not the businesses within the market. The market itself will dictate it. But it takes something to jar it loose to kind of break the cycle. And sometimes the unfortunate part about it is it's some sort of major economic crisis for that to happen, to kind of reset itself before it comes back. We've seen the Dow, by the way, not happy. If the Dow was a person, the Dow Jones Industrial Average not happy with the news today. It's down more
488 right now.
More than 500 at some points, but 488 right now. S&P 500 and NASDAQ also down about a percentage point on this news today.
Well, there was an article about eclipse sickness claims. People saying, I feel weird, I feel sick, my rhythms are off. And all the experts are saying that's not a thing. It's not a real thing.
Unless you're a gorilla at the Dallas Zoo who tried to go back in the enclosure during total darkness. Then I can understand your sleep patterns are a little messed up.
Also, a teacher in New York promised his students an eclipse party in 1978. Finally delivered.
Oh, that's amazing.
And the idiots on the Delta flight, the Eclipse flight, that paid $1,000 for this, didn't see it. All of your eclipse detritus news, the things that are left over from the eclipse.
Picking up the scraps.
Yes.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Investigators are looking for the people who stole almost a dozen historic bronze light posts in Pasadena. The city's Lisa Derdarian says the thieves rammed the posts with a car to lift them out of the ground or wrap chains around them and drive away.
It will create loud noise. That's what prompted a resident recently to call 911. But we want the public to be alert.
11 light posts dating back to the 1920s have been stolen since last month. Each post will have to be replaced with a replica. News brought to you by Service Champions. Prosecutors in Orange County say the guy who stabbed a Jewish man 28 times in Lake Forest did it because of extreme neo-Nazi beliefs.
The prey the defendant had chosen was gay people.
OC Senior Deputy DA Jennifer Walker says Sam Woodward admitted his hate in writings filled with gay slurs.
All you and fakers are in for it. Get ready to die.
OC Assistant Public Defender Kenneth Morrison told jurors up front yesterday Woodward did kill Bernstein in 2018, but why is critical.
The autism spectrum disorder explains the depth of Sam's persistent search for acceptance and validation.
The trial is expected to take 3 months, and OC Superior Court Corbin Carson, KFI News.
LA County supervisors have voted to develop a plan to help 99 cents only store employees who are losing their jobs. The discount chain announced last week that it's shutting down all of its stores, and Supervisor Hilda Solis says the need is urgent.
These employees are frontline workers, mainly comprised of people of color, including Latinos, women, African Americans, Asians, and they are in many ways ahead of their households.
2 county departments have been instructed to report back within 60 days with a plan that may include connecting workers to benefits and job training. Inflation in the U.S. was up again in March, as you just heard Gary and Shannon talking about. Prices rose 4.4% from February to 3.5%. The Labor Department says they were boosted by gas, rent, and car insurance. It was the 3rd straight month of inflation readings above the Fed's 2% target, which could kill the prospect of multiple interest rate cuts this year. President Biden has welcomed Japan's Prime Minister to the White House for his first official state visit as Prime Minister. Biden says a bond was formed between the U.S. and Japan after World War II.
Would have been easy to say we're the main adversary. Instead, we made a far better choice. We became the closest of friends.
Biden says the partnership is unbreakable. He also thanked the Prime Minister for his leadership on a number of issues, including support for Ukraine in its war against Russia. Southland weather from KFI, sunny skies, warm temperatures today and tomorrow, highs in the 70s at the beaches and high desert, 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and inland Orange County,
Low to mid-80s for the valleys and Inland Empire. We'll cool down about 10 to 15 degrees for Friday and then look for more clouds for the weekend and a slight chance of rain. It's 64 in Irvine, 66 Fountain Valley. We've got a stall in Tustin on the 55. Let's check in one more time with our KFI in the sky.
Right there, manager, stall in carpool lane. You're on the bridge back from Chapman Avenue, headed southbound. A really tough drive right now on the southbound side of the 710. Seeing a whole lot of slowing starting from right around Imperial Highway all the way down to Del Amo as you make your way to Long Beach. I don't see what's in lanes there, but if you spot something, please let us know. Pound 250 on the cell phone, keyword KFI traffic. We will spread the word. You know, we just flew over the 10 freeway one more time, and this thing is still here. Eastbound side of the 10 at Crenshaw, we've got a crash in the left lane. It is slow all the way from 20th Street in Santa Monica. The westbound side of the 10 is still really slow from Western all the way out to the 405. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, Will Bolsheimer, KFI in the sky.
Varicose veins can be uncomfortable and clean up the heart. You can get rid of those veins like it makes just trying the vein experts at West Memphis utilize the latest state-of-the-art minimally invasive varicose vein procedure, Venus. Venus Seal is a fast, in-office 20-minute procedure that will have you back on your feet immediately and be able to return to normal activities the same day. Plus, it's covered by most private health insurance plans. West Memphis vein specialists are leaders in medical innovation and have helped thousands of people say goodbye to those empty veins in their legs. So call the folks at West Med at 800-WEST-MED for a free consultation. Call 800-WEST-MED or 800-561-9000. Visit westmedical.com, westmedical.com, call 800-561-9000.
I feel incredible because I call 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL. Time to get rid of old appliances? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. They'll make it disappear. Water damage, fire damage, burglary? Call Public Adjuster after gas.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time. And give me the VIN.com. I'm overpaying for cars because I think they're going to go up even higher from where they are right now. We'll pay off your payoff. We'll pick your stuff up. We'll quote you quick and easy at GiveMeTheVIN.com. America's best car buyer. Go there right now, and if I don't pay a CarMax offer, I'll send you a check for $100.
Sell us your car. Give me the VIN.com. So easy you can give it in your mind.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Vickery, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. Anywhere from when we have a live event, there's the customer events ahead of that. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One card holders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without the relationship iHeart has with the artists, with venues to create these really exclusive events, festivals that iHeart gives Capital One the ability to create those moments. People are passionate about their favorite artists, and so we try to tap into that together.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Most borrowers like home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate on their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise your rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Not at the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to get our home equity line that protects you. We make the start rate of our equity line equal to lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The Loan Exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate back into one loan. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Regulation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its year sale. Find the best best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big sale by dialing 310-KITCHEN, 310-KITCHEN, and on the web at 310kitchen.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The average home in Venice, California is $2 million. One of the hidden gems of the greater Southern California area is the Venice canals, the pedestrian walkways, the beautiful bridges, the craftsman homes, and now people there are being attacked. Police continuing their search for the person who assaulted two women, enough to leave them unconscious in separate attacks near the Venice canals. They occurred on Saturday, about 10 o'clock at night. A woman was approached from behind, struck with a blunt object. She was left unconscious. Suspect similarly attacked another woman about an hour later as she was walking towards one of the canals. And people are out there walking their dogs and everything all the time. They said the guy is 5'10", between 5'10" and 6 feet, 180 to 200 pounds, short hair, but they have no idea what he was wearing or anything like that.
President Biden used an interview with Univision to send a signal that he's planning to issue an executive order to try to limit the number of asylum seekers who can cross the southern border. The provision that Biden would be eyeing would restrict the ability of immigrants to claim asylum that does not require congressional approval. He would use the authority in something called Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Do you know who else used that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump repeatedly leaned on that section to try to curb people coming into the country. The federal government is requiring municipal water systems to remove 6 synthetic chemicals linked to cancer and some other health problems present in tap water of hundreds of millions of people. The move from the EPA mandates that water providers produce perfluoroalkyl and perfluoroalkyl substances, known as PFAS, to near zero levels. They said they're found in everything from dental floss to firefighting foam to kids' toys, and these chemicals are so ubiquitous they can be found in the blood of you, and me, and them, and almost every person in the United States.
Some people have claimed that the eclipse had made them feel off health-wise. It's now being called eclipse sickness. Somebody wrote on X, any of you also experiencing headache because of solar eclipse? And people responded, a lot of them. Honestly, same. I just realized it's so bad and painkillers won't even work. OMG. Somebody else chimed in, this has left me wiped out, feeling weird. Did anyone else get their period today? I'm 2 weeks early. And
Hold on a second. What?
Yeah, they're claiming that the eclipse brought on the cycle. They say people are linking headaches, nausea, irregular periods, a slew of other side effects to the eclipse. Doctors say you are off your ass. True illness from experiencing the eclipse is unlikely, according to an ER physician at The Ohio State University, Nicholas Kaman. Said it's possible that body might be affected by travel, anticipation, or adrenaline from the experience, but true illness is unrelated. There is no data or reason to think this is real.
Well, I can see how it would manifest itself funny, but remember, we were pretty jazzed by seeing people in the building.
Yeah.
That was our excitement.
It was an adrenaline spike.
We were outside, and we didn't expect there to be that many people at work, and they were all outside on the balcony to watch it.
We had vitamin D. We were warm for the first time in years at work, where they keep this in Arctic temperature.
There's not enough equipment in here to stay cool.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. Nobody cares because we're the only 2 people in this room at this time. But there used to be a thing about radio stations where the equipment runs hot, so you keep it cooler to offset that. The problem with that way of thinking in the studio that you and I are in right now is we don't have any equipment in here to make it hot, so we're just left in the Arctic Circle.
Very minimal amounts of heat generating equipment.
But enough about us.
Yes, the path of totality. There were Delta flights was basically launched from Austin to Dallas and Detroit to take the eclipse seekers along the totality on Monday during the eclipse. But many passengers on board these sellout flights got a worse view than everybody on the ground. Do you know why? Yes, I do. They don't have a sunroof on an airplane. So if the sun is, up there, I mean, it was middle of the day.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up there, not through the side windows.
So people are all trying to crane their necks, laying down in weird angles.
Ma'am, do you mind if I put my head in your lap?
Patrick Moriarty began teaching earth science in 1978. He was 22 at the time, and he was teaching his students about the eclipse. And he said, look at this one. There's going to be one on April 8th, 2024. Circle that one. We're going to meet that day. He had just given the students a worksheet about eclipses and kind of 22. And he invited all of the earth science classes he taught over the next 16 years, telling the students to circle their date. They keep their eyes peeled for a message from him in the future, likely in the local paper, the Democrat or the Chronicle. He ended up making an event on Facebook a couple of years ago to begin planning.
I love this. He was smart enough to say, keep an eye on the newspaper. Unless there's any other way in 2024 you can get a hold of people easier than that.
Wow, how prescient.
Good for him.
About 100 former students showed up at his home in Brighton in the driveway to gather as they watched the sky grow darker, the moon journeying over the sun. Right? His wife bought drinks and pizzas, set up chairs in their driveway, borrowed the daughter's karaoke machine so he could use the microphone to provide educational commentary. I love
That
this.
would have been a party.
I love this, yeah.
Facebook helped him recognize some of the students, though. He says teachers do have a way of locking in and remembering faces even decades later, some of their students.
He said that Facebook helped him recognize some students, yes, like you said. But that would be a trick, to see a teacher that you had in 45 years ago.
I had weird interactions with teachers because my mom was a teacher. So she eventually became the principal at the elementary school that I went to. So she knew all of my teachers for decades. And when I would go to college or after college, I would, every once in a while see at some, common event, I would see them.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, when I'm in the first grade, Mrs. Yeager was old. Like she was probably like 32.
Yeah.
And then when I see her later and she's 62, it's...
I saw my principal from high school at a 49er Charger game last year. And I kept in touch with her daughter who I worked with at the deli, but I wasn't a great kid in high school. I was in her office a few times. I got in trouble a few times.
So like Mr. Moriarty, she locked in on your face?
She sees me with a legit job working the sideline at the football game. And when I went to the stands to say hi to her all these years later, she started crying. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? Come on. Like, oh, look at her. She's got gainful employment. Tear. I really thought she was going to end up in a gutter.
But she was stressed that you were going to cause more emotional issues like you did when you were a teen.
No, but she looked the same to me. It was very funny all these years later.
Speaking of school, yesterday we told you Jennifer and James Crumbley, the parents of a school shooter in Michigan, were sentenced to at least 10 years. A former assistant principal in a school in Virginia, if you remember, the 6-year-old shot his teacher. Now the former assistant principal has been charged with child abuse. We'll talk about that.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy Kim is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Wall Street has been tanking today because of a report showing inflation showing no signs of slowing. The consumer price index was up 3.5% year over year in March. Continued inflation means the Federal Reserve could continue to hold off on any interest rate cuts. The Dow's been trading down more than 500 points at times today. President Biden is hosting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the White House. The world leaders are expected to announce new agreements on chip making, strengthening supply chains, and other things during the official state visit. A state dinner featuring music by Paul Simon is this evening. There's a push to kick Lunchables off school menus. Consumer Reports has issued a warning saying the school cafeteria version of the popular lunch snack released last year contains too much sodium. It says the turkey and cheddar school lunch versions have nearly 200 more milligrams of sodium than the store-bought Lunchables. Sunny and warm, highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in Mid-City on the 10.
Right around example, by London Lane is taking away that's be a rough go for your driver. West LA, single lanes coming away from St. Monica. Destination Midway for the eastbound on the 10 through downtown. Not too bad continuing to the 60 westbound side of the 10, though, coming off the 60 leaving Lorena. That'll be a rough go for your driver as you make way pretty much solidly straight out through back toward West LA. Heading toward the 405 and even a few delays beyond that toward St. Monica on the coast once again. Northbound side of the 405. Out of Long Beach from before the 605 actually leaving Seal Beach stretches and slowing for you through West LA as you make way towards Santa Monica Boulevard. For Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Nick Pauly of TV.
This week's Marketers Report. Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on our media, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Seriously, Mike? Dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AAA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions at AMCO.com.
Bursting citrus into a tangy mocktail for your spring swirl. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have a support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 31,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in the basement or expanding across the country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com.
They're modern-day con artists, and they're the focus of Creating a Con, a true crime anthology podcast. Season 1 spotlights Ray Trapani and his tech startup stand, endorsed by Jake Holland and millions from built investors.
If someone's like, oh, the best way of making money, I don't think start a business. I'm like, oh, you should start some sort of scheme. I can't help it.
Listen to Creating a Con on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Creating a Con.
I am blown away. A listener in Manhattan Beach recently gained $470,000 in additional profit on the sale of their home using our friends at Revive Real Estate. Revive Real Estate is on a mission to help homeowners maximize the value of your home. Because in today's market, many homeowners are missing out on 15 to 20% of their home's value simply because it's not in tip-top shape. Revive Real Estate knows exactly which renovations to do. They oversee the entire renovation process. They work extremely fast. Most renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the renovation cost. That's right, Revive fronts the money for the renovation. On average, homeowners are gaining an additional $150,000 in profit on their home sale by working with Revive Real Estate. If you're thinking of selling, don't settle. Call Revive Real Estate to see what your home could really be worth. Find out if your home qualifies by going to KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home, maximize its value. KFIRevive.com. Another happy Save Light customer.
Save Light Repair, Save Light Replace. There I was, driving down the highway, and a rock flies up and cracks my windshield. Are you kidding me? I asked for recommendations, and everyone was saying the same thing. Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. I booked an appointment at SafeLight.com, and they came to me for free. It was that easy.
Cracked windshield? Go to SafeLight.com now to schedule your free mobile service and let Safe Light come to you. Conditions may apply.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
They claim they put 2,100 into interim housing and 402 into permanent housing. Now, I'm pretty good at that, and I get 2,500 people. Where is this 21,000 people were brought in off the street if you only put 2,500 people into interim or permanent housing? John, what happened to the other 19,000? Live 1 to 4.
Yan bay herkese.
Anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It is What to Watch on Wednesday. We'll get into what you're watching coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Make sure to let us know at Gary and Shannon.
And one of the other things we'll talk about a little bit later in the show is airline etiquette. We've done the stories before of people who ask the most dangerous 4 words in an airplane cabin, which is, do you want to switch? Like, switch seats? And there's a whole hierarchical, like, chain of, if you were sitting in the aisle seat, the middle seat, or the window seat, which ones, which are you most likely to give up, or would you ask if you were separated, even though everybody gets assigned seats now almost all the time? So if that's ever happened to you, you've either asked to switch seats with someone because you want to sit next to a family member, or been asked to switch seats so someone else can sit there.
Or, yeah.
What's your response?
Well, and that's the thing. I had a friend who had a window seat, likes the windows. A woman asked him to switch because she gets nauseous unless she has a window seat. He said yes, and then sat there berating himself in his head the entire time. Why did I say yes? I like the window seat. I was here first. That's why I got the window seat.
Was it a Southwest flight?
I don't.
I mean, if you got there first, I assume it would be something really.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a Southwest flight.
We were talking about the Eclipse flight from Delta.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they saw the eclipse on the plane or not on the Delta flight. What matters is, did they have sex in the bathroom with more than one other person? Because if they had, they would have been in a very exclusive group. Of the sun, of totality, mile high, group out.
That's what people think about when we do this. All right.
The former assistant principal of that Virginia elementary school where the 6-year-old shot his teacher last year has been indicted. Indictment came down yesterday. Her name is Ebony Parker, faces 8 counts related to the day of the shooting. Each count carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison, and a warrant has been issued for her arrest.
This is a crazy version of it because the teacher who was shot, Abby Werner, she filed a $40 million lawsuit. She was hitting her hand. She held her hand up, as I think everybody would in that situation. The bullet went through her hand and lodged in her chest. The allegation is that the assistant principal here should have called police after multiple warnings that the kid had a gun. that student saw the boy take the gun out of his pocket on the playground and then told the teacher. When the teacher requested to search the kid, the assistant principal said, no. That and other things. I mean, it translates to, like you said, the 8 counts related to the day of the shooting, each of which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison.
The charges are representing a new frontier, shall we say, in school gun violence-related prosecutions, with the convictions and the sentencing yesterday of the man and the woman who had the son who shot up the school in Michigan, north of Detroit. And NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos looks at this and says, yep, we're plowing new ground. That cases like this are about sending a very clear message that school shootings are so horrible, we are willing to depart from the traditional rules and hold people responsible that really historically have not been held responsible before.
But we've seen, and I know this is new ground, but we've seen repeatedly in these instances where the simple red flags get ignored. And in a situation like this, if you worked in elementary school and there was a story going around that Bobby had a gun in his backpack, why wouldn't you pull that kid's side and search them? And if you were a parent, if you were Bobby's parent and it was a wrong story or a misunderstanding or something like that, I'm not going to complain that the assistant principal went through my kid's backpack to look for a gun.
Right.
I mean, it would be different if, like, Bobby had an aspirin or something.
Well, my question is this. This woman, Emily Parker, apparently was warned multiple times that this 6-year-old may have a gun, and they say she should have called the police. Why aren't the other people taking matters into their own hands? The people that are going to the principal and saying, hey, there's a 6-year-old with a gun. Why does it even get so far as the principal's office? Right. Why don't they go see the kid right away? If you're a teacher or anybody, and say, let me see your backpack right now. Why does it have to go up the chain of command?
I just assume it's because they're so afraid.
Well,
and schools are afraid to infringe on a 6-year-old's civil rights.
Give me a break. The doctors take on the Twins in Minnesota this morning. First pitch in just about 10 minutes, 10:10. Listen to the action on AM 570 LA Sports live from the Gallup Motors broadcast booth, and stream the game in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Keyword AM 570 LA Sports.
You had a good story about seeing your old principal.
Yeah.
We've got another story when we come back about somebody who in a weird place ran into an old teacher.
Love it.
Very interesting. We'll continue right after.
We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest.
KFI
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere. In video app.
A double murder-suicide. I'm Amy King, live in the 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD is investigating the death of a man in Woodland Hills, a baby on the 405, and a woman in Redondo Beach as a murder-suicide. Officer Kevin Tarzan says it all started when Danielle Johnson fatally stabbed her boyfriend at an apartment in Woodland Hills.
Biological evidence was later recovered from the scene. Johnson then fled with her 2 children in a dark-colored Porsche SUV.
Johnson then pushed her 2 kids out of the 405 as her 9-year-old daughter was holding the 8-month-old baby. The 9-year-old lost grip of the baby, who was then hit by a car on Monday morning. Johnson later crashed her SUV into a tree in Redondo Beach. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. A federal grand jury in LA has indicted men from Mexico, his sister, and his son in an alleged kidnapping scheme. The kidnap for ransom happened in 2022. Prosecutors say the indicted father posed as an intermediary between the hostages' family in LA and the hostage takers in Rosarito, while his son and sister crossed the border into the U.S. to collect the ransom money. The kidnapped person was found tied up in a trench. Rite Aid is closing more stores in California. The company has already closed about 200 nationwide since filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection last year. It says 53 more stores are going to be closed across the country, including at least 18 in state. That includes locations in Gardena, Bellflower, LA, Sacramento, Palmdale, and Venice. Pasadena has had some history stolen.
Thieves have stolen 11 bronze light posts dating back to the 1920s. Pasadena solicitor Darian says all of the poles stolen since late last month were along Orange Grove.
This is an area of town where we really pride ourselves on the historic light poles that we have there.
Investigators say the group has rammed cars into the poles. The thieves are also accused of wrapping chains around the poles to rip them out of the ground. Each pole will have to be replaced with a replica. In Pasadena, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The FAA is looking into Boeing's engineers' claims that assembly defects in the company's 787 Dreamliner raise safety concerns. Sam Salapour says parts of the plane's fuselage are being fashioned together improperly.
I'm doing this not because I want Boeing to fail, but because I want it to succeed.
Salapour hasn't provided any documented evidence yet. He's expected to testify on Capitol Hill next week. Boeing says the claims are inaccurate. 3 critically endangered Mexican gray wolves have been transferred from California to the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago. California Wolf Center said is about to become a paid sport. ABC's Tom Rivers has athletics plans to pay $50,000 to gold medalists in Paris.
The group said he assigned $2.4 million to pay the top medalists across the 48 events on the track and field program at this year's game.
Relay teams will split the $50,000 between members. Payments for silver and bronze medalists are planned to start during the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. We will check some problems on the 101 next.
Well, if we're ever hurt in an accident, we know we will call Sweet James.
That's right. We already know the team that we want on our side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most.
For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. Insurance company offered him $60,000. Now, that might sound like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead.
Yeah, they can't guarantee the outcome of the case, but listen, it could be a car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident, whatever. The attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win.
So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-million for a free consultation.
Easy number to remember during what could be an uneasy time. And don't wait, because waiting could be the result of you waiting.
You know what? Why are you standing?
Because wait.
Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call Sweet James, the firm that wins the most.
809-million. 809-million. It's 800-900-0000 or go to sweetjames.com.
South Atlantic from KFI, sunny and warm again. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, San Antonio Valley. Upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Low to mid-80s for the valleys and Inland Empire. It's going to be sunny again tomorrow. Highs in the 70s and 80s again. And then we're going to cool down on Friday with some clouds in the morning, sun in the afternoon. Highs just in the 60s to low 70s. It's going to be mostly cloudy with highs in the 60s for the weekend, and you have a chance of rain. It's 68 in Navarre, 67 in Newport Beach, 62 in Palmdale, 69 in Torrance. Get a market report brought to you by Quantum ePay. Dow is now trading down 523 points. The NASDAQ is down 185. S&P 500 down 65.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just pound $250 on your salary.
With that slowing in Woodland Hills on 101.
As you're coming away from about, let's say, before Santa Monica, leaving Hollywood to meet right toward downtown and the 110. And then there's something slowing you down to 15 yourself. The key word is K-Rock traffic.
Head to the Orange County area, got an early rain in South Orange County, cleared from lanes on the roadbound side of line, and as you make way toward El Toro Road, so in the Lake Forest area. That early rain is cleared from lanes, but still seeing a busy one for you on the 5 northbound. Actually, no, updating down. Looks like the lanes are all gone. Good news for you there. And down to the Inland Empire, Riverside through Corona, and as you make way toward East St. Canyon, you'll be heavy sections of slumber overall from as far back as Urine. That remains the case past the 15 and the 71 as you make way toward the 241 Toll Road, with delays further westbound coming through the Santana Canyon out of Yorba Linda through Anaheim Hills, and before it cleared up to the 55. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Nick Collin with TV.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
You're waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan to lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
The savings at JCPenney's Power Penny Days. Starting Wednesday, roll up huge deals like Home Expressions quick dry bath towels, only $5. Stock up on fresh lineups of tees and tanks. Women's styles start at $9, and kids' thereabouts tees start at $7. Plus, bring home extra bling. Guest Boys Black Cream and Gemstones, only $13 while they last. JCPenney, make everybody count. Offers valid select styles 14 to 115 parties, necessary for other exclusions and prices. Go to JCPenney for 15.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories we are following for you today. The inflation numbers are bad. They are not good for the Biden administration that continues to try to take a victory lap around the economy. It's just the proof is not in the pudding when you go to the grocery store, is it? Wall Street tanking today after that new report that shows inflation shows no signs of slowing anytime soon.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average down again below the 500 mark. It's down 557 points as of right now. One of the stories that we also saw was that retired Trump Organization executive Alan Weisselberg has received a 5-month jail sentence for lying under oath. In the lawsuit that was brought against Donald Trump by the Attorney General there in New York, Weisselberg had previously been the chief financial officer of the real estate company, but he pleaded guilty last month to perjury and was sentenced to led away in handcuffs. It will be his second time at Rikers. He served 100 days in jail last year for dodging taxes on his own company perks. Trump's lawyers have accused the DA, of course, of deploying strong-arm tactics against an innocent man. Weisselberg admitted that he lied about how big the Manhattan penthouse was.
Before we get to the bad things going on school campuses,
The good things, you're talking about having a moment of recognition between yourself and a former principal.
I was working in a public group, and I took a lady in the city room and told her that you didn't even help, and I gave her my name, and she said, wow, that's a unique name. I've never had anybody with that name except for one of my students years ago. Anyway, what a great teacher. That was pretty cool. Shout out to Mrs. Russell if you're listening.
Mrs. Russell, that's very cool that your fourth grade teacher would remember your name like that.
Okay, so we've talked about this before. Parents, look at your kids' phones. Stop pretending that they have autonomy. Stop giving them all the room to make all the stupid mistakes. They are literally going to put themselves in trouble that they cannot get out of. In this case, the LA Unified School District is once again investing allegations that inappropriate images were created and shared by students at a high school, in this case, Fairfax High School.
They said that the inappropriate images were allegedly circulated on a third-party messaging app unaffiliated with the district.
And who cares? That part I didn't understand. Why does it matter?
It does not matter where they were distributed. It was not revealed if the images were created using AI. The rash of instances we've seen of that at local schools, including middle schools.
Beverly Vista Middle School in Beverly Hills, 8 students were expelled this year. Again, we're not talking about little consequences here. This is not a slap on the wrist. And there are chances that your kid, depending on where they are, could literally be charged with distribution of child pornography.
There is a bill in Sacramento that is trying to crack down on AI-generated child porn. It made it past an early hurdle in Sacramento yesterday. It's going to go for another committee next week. It's designed to close a loophole in California's current child porn laws that ban making, distributing, or possessing child sexual abuse material as long as it is an actual child, overlooking the fact that computer-generated images may look like a specific child.
Yeah, and I don't think they wrote it, the original law, to carve it out so that you could make it. Just
they didn't see this coming.
They didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
Supporters of the bill said that AI-generated material often uses the faces of actual children. That's the problem. And obviously victimizes them when those images are then distributed. I am not kidding when I tell you that simple distribution of this stuff could land your kid in a lot of trouble. A 16-year-old Calabasas high school student has been charged with possession of child pornography after distributing naked photos of a classmate that she secretly took.
This looks like Mean Girl stuff to the nth degree. The girl, who was a former friend of the girl in question in the shower, took the photos of her friend while she was showering and then aired
Metro Police Department, come over, change in the air.
Mom of the victim in this case, and even though the girl's been charged and all of that has happened, this is never going to go away from my daughter because these images are going to be circulating forever.
Terrible.
She said that her daughter is relieved, said that it feels like the student is finally being reprimanded, but the whole thing started 7 months ago when this happened.
You know, one of the tips from the author of the book about rewiring childhood, or how childhood has been rewired, whose name I can never remember.
Jonathan Haidt.
Thank you. He says, you know what?
Hello?
If you want to fall for that argument that
Hello? God? Is that you?
Flip phones. Flip phones are great.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah. The whole, I deserve a smartphone because everybody else...
Not much, man. Dealing with that bullshit y'all seen from the race last night. Still, this morning.
It's not no other reason.
I don't know, did I lose you?
Phone is going to expose kids to...
No, I'm still here.
Not even mature enough to understand or get.
Damn, y'all went on a spree this morning, didn't you? God, Showtime. Show looks like a fucking fucked up Michael Jackson.
Right here.
Oh, Mando.
Yeah. You're a shoebox. Oh, okay. It's fine. You know, it's okay. It's okay. I don't know. I never said that. Don't make shit up. You don't do it again. That would be funny. You fuck with that. We do. And next, you don't think America would care. America's, we got so many fucking. Biden would be like, Judge, please.
Whose house is that? Is he at that girl's house still?
He probably asked for another shower with his daughter. He showered with his daughter. Yeah, but she was really good.
Yeah, that lady that leaked the thing, they just put her in 2 years in prison.
It basically leaked the, like...
For that Joe Biden's daughter's diary, that lady got put in prison. For admitting it. But the courts admitted that it was true that he did molest his daughter. So the President of the United States has been found that he did molest his children.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah.
Would you ever do OnlyFans? Are you interested? Like, no, if she's on, like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. What is he talking about? I don't know if I could get hard if it was recorded. I never tried it. You'd be like the Italian part 2. What else? What is this? Yeah, I mean, you ever tried recording? I was dating this girl. She would ask me to record. She asked to record. She wanted me to record. Oh, you fuck. Yeah, that's different. We just faced it like this. Yeah, I didn't do it. You should have. Yeah, whose house are they at? Is it further? I forgot whose house. Is this fucking like Neil Mike? I mean, at that time, I would still do that. Do the second. I would do it, honestly. I'm interested. I
think that's that Christina girl's house, bro.
Who?
That Christina girl's house that they were at last night when Heel Mike and them showed up.
Oh, okay, I don't know who that is. Oh,
yeah, they were dancing with that girl. Remember with fucking Michael Bolton's daughter?
She owns that house. Yeah. I don't think I want to do it. But it's gonna. So if you get shooting, you would say you are a big deal. You'll sub to me. You never sub to me. I believe. My chat for like months. This is funny as shit, dude. Slightly homeless and show with Matt Mondo. This is funny. Fucking Slightly Homeless just asked Mando how big his dick was. Then goes, hey, if you lost weight, you have a really big dick. That's what he said to Mondo, dude. That's fucking hilarious. No, he never does. You never did it, you never tried to do it, you never saw yeah, now you can do that next. Well, thing is, I got in a hospital. Yeah. And he's trying.
Oh, God.
What's up? Miami, these girls
oh my God.
North Korea. On the Chinese food. Basically, I want to go to third gas street shooting. I want to fuck a female street shooter. I've already done that. You know what a street shooter is? It's snipe for Indians. They shoot in the streets. Isn't that rated?
Oh my God.
So good. The girl I got put there. I got. You know what I also want to do? I want to go to the mall and I want to find the girl that's working at that store and ask, hey, you want to fuck? I'm going to get fucked when I find out that she's a dude, but you never mind. You said no and ask me, you should go find that job and ask for her ID. That would be funny. I'm not going to fuck everybody. No. Fuck that place. I'm telling you, there was no.
Yeah, they threw him under the bus.
Like, there's never, we didn't know what you're in from. Yeah, where's that bullet? I don't think you believe me. I'm legit. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, but like, legit. No.
Damn, what's that slightly chomo? Damn. just said in Slightly Homeless's chat, slightly chomo.
It's like caramel cappuccino. Yes, it's right. I wanted to just really warn me about that. They're showing. Yeah, he's got AIDS. Was it only that girl that lived here? Right now, it's pretty much. You guys have a business. Where you from? I definitely know some fun. I know that sweet show now. No, that's not what I think. That's not me. That's not what I think. You know what my thoughts are on one chef? I should pretty good. You asked me if you want to say this. I think Moxie could get
GM.
And she got rid of her glasses and her 3/4 size of her head. She got something smaller than the normal size. I think she would better. What's up? Turn your page to the desk. Come on. Well, all right, Christina.
Stab him, Christina! Do justice, and Michael Bolton will favor you.
Nice to meet you. So, Christina, from the club, I brought the news to China about that. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, you just broke that down. But it's not the chat. He broke the news to me, so now let's go. Wait, didn't he not actually? I don't know if you're saying she got but did he not, like, did he actually do it? Yes. Alright. I think you're really what's talking about. Yeah, no, he lost some wrong digits. Yeah. How many have you done last 3 days? Don't listen up here. Don't say anything.
Apparently, mind those fucking bitches at the OnlyFans house.
Yes. Okay, English the one that we're publishing was but I fuck that one because I don't want to publish it. Okay. I would. Yeah, no, as long as it's not published. Yeah. You do want to pay the bit? Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. No. My friend showed like there's 1%, like 10% here, and like 12%. I'm like, what percent? So if it's like the actual stuff. Yeah. My friend showed it to this guy, but he would love it. Is that on that? No, I'm like he wants to be on Euro. Really? Yeah.
He wants to be on Euro. Show is about to be at OnlyFans.
You know it's crazy? These motherfuckers are just ruining themselves because now, when he goes back to Asia, they're going to be like, so what was that shit you were talking?
True.
Yeah, wait, it's a she thing.
Wow.
She's gonna do gets on and then you guys do stats. Okay, this is great. And then you stop moving. You should fucking put a whole new. That honestly would get a whole new. Then I have to keep up on the stats. I don't actually can't shit on them. Correction. Shit's kind of better.
Oh my God.
He's not going to care.
He's not going to care.
Those are probably big money.
Big money makers.
Big money makers. I almost said big money makers.
I kind of stand by my
your long hair,
The fuck?
health.
Instruction, which is
Stay away from the boner pills at the 7-Eleven. Those may sound like they're a good time. Boner, 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 XXX. But I think that they are not good for you. I think you should go to your doctor and go that route. I don't know what chemicals they put in these things.
not everybody makes all the money that you do and can afford a medical professional to advise them on sexual health issues.
Right. I mean, that's the thing.
The rabbi must be up and cleaning and changing his clothes.
See that to the Motel 6.
Exactly. Now you see the problem.
And then they stop at the 7-Eleven on the way home and they pick up the boner.
Morning, Hellcat. How are you, baby?
I'm all right, buddy.
Excellent. Any early morning driving you're gonna do?
Oh man, I've got so much to do. My daughter's got to go probably into surgery today. Doctor lied to my wife last night, so.
Oh, that's very serious. I'm very sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, she got her door slammed last night in the thing and the door, her finger, and they said it wasn't broke or fractured, and now they're. My wife found out this morning she got lied to.
Oh wow. How's your daughter doing?
Yeah, she's all right. She's here. She's all right. So I said to cancel some things around today. I don't know yet. If I do it, it'll be through Discord, though.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Best wishes to your daughter.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything you need.
Oh, I'm good, man.
All right.
I'm good. Yeah. She's going back to bed.
The news is brought to you by 1-800-FACT-JOKE. The LA City School District is looking into letting images at Fairfax High School. A notice went out to parents yesterday afternoon. The district says so far it looks like the images were created and shared on a third-party messaging app. Officials say the images will result in appropriate disciplinary action warranted. The Arizona Supreme Court has ruled an anti-abortion law from the 1800s that bans almost all abortions can be enforced. Arizona Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs says it must be repealed immediately.
To the people across Arizona who are concerned about the future of abortion rights in our state, who worry about their bodily autonomy, who don't want to see the freedom of their wives, sisters, and daughters restricted, you can make your concerns known at the House, and I encourage you to do so.
Offers no exceptions for rape or incest and
What the hell for everybody?
Yo, good afternoon, people. Or at least people who are
Put OG Geezer jerked Mando off a long time ago.
He's over in the house, LA.
Hey, Wop, you there? Oh, he went to go smoke.
Do you not get attached to your girlfriend? No. I get attached. I got a little girl, look at that. I got a little girl last night. I get attached. Maybe that's the marketing attached. Yeah. No, I've heard that before. I don't know that. No, it's that's the truth. You want Joe? You got a headache?
Maar zonder grappen, ik ben net of ik zin heb om met haar een week naar Spanje.
God, him doing gay shit nonstop.
I might have hard on me. What? We might have hard. Now it's fucking doesn't.
Oh, where's?
We fucking have we have fucking. I can't do you. Well, hello. Stop. Oh, how about you can do another day? I'm gonna film you guys so I can get a picture of guys. Yeah, I'm not doing it. I don't want to give you a game. What the fuck? Let's tell a game. Okay. I'm not doing that shit. He did. He did that. I could question. I could have done good. But you definitely have to. But after go to it's probably been too long. Been too long. It is. Leave the song. How did that not go viral, actually? That's not good. It's at his mic. He's got to fuck up having that thing. What are you doing there? I'm not kidding. I don't care. Yeah. You're not listening to that thing. I like how you played this. I already got fans. I mean, do I get fans? Probably not. Why are you going to I can't do that. Scan cover. That's what I'm up there. Ik hoop dat je dat aan helemaal aan. Is het option? Is het I'm wearing a lot of curio. Feel like little boy booty up. You know, like this never gets droopy up. Feel great like you in the movie up. You like that? Oh, look at the best approach. You better report it. Yeah.
Dat was nou over de apel, of niet? De rode apel zit.
What are you talking about? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I never said that. Why don't you tell him? I didn't say I didn't tell her to talk. Your sister was trying to listen. His name was I Why don't you tell her? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you gonna buy it for her?
Maar ik vind het wel heel mysterieus. Ik vind het raar. Nou, ik hoop het niet. Dus we moeten tegen elkaar. Maar dat zit.
We only have cold water. I didn't really. I might actually smell it.
They stole our
I might actually go up. I might actually. I might love to get to fucking city.
celebrate.
Oh, I got to be careful.
But I also
Yeah, but you never want to go
Germany.
Let's look at the Shark Dogs. I've been in Florida, but I worked in the exception for one I can kiss the fucking menu. I don't care about that. They accept me for one, or else it's not rich. They said me for the kid who was on Superman. Not
Heard on the radio there was a refugee that signed a house, and they denied it. They didn't want to live there.
Oh, where's the smells good? Incest.
Kind of like the Dutch people because
you got cream bud?
they were waiting for a house.
Yeah. Oh shit!
In an emergency situation, I'll take your shit. You know.
No, just yeah, with him. Yeah. We can think about it. Yeah. More like a towel. Oh, you just mean, oh, that's, yeah, I'm just saying social sense. Yeah, too. I don't think you can get pregnant or babies by doing this thing.
Oh shit! Rob! Sonic and them, their fucking RV's getting towed!
I mean, that would happen eventually, yeah. Only thing that I mean, it's chance, but you know, but this will get down and what's the point? We do it and success.
So wait, the RV is getting towed?
Do some gel in your hair.
Oh, is this like Heel Mike's house? I feel like this is Heel Mike's house. Or maybe it's all these OnlyFans girls. They have like they have their slide out and it's blocking the trucks from getting in. I better check it out.
You remember that? Yeah. If you use gel and the wind is coming, your hair will not go up, you know. You can stand there. Yes. And 10 seconds while you follow your shoes, you will not roll away. Okay?
Oh, you remind me of a song, Tommy. Taking it with you are the wind beneath my wings.
Hey, Hookie Bear, hoe is het nou, jongen? Hey, Sandy is in jouw buurt, geloof ik. Jij zat toch ook in Nijmegen?
Hey, Christina, are there any blue lions in the messages that you feel like haven't ran through? Asking their rich, more successful, and more handsome friend that homeless is scared of.
I'm good, man. Took care of what I needed to on mine earlier. Just chilling. I'm going out later.
You like it? I actually like it. Yeah, or you listen to it. Listen to the words. Good. Yeah. But you did like it when you were with them. Yeah, you would say, yeah. He said then you your favorites in the car.
I guess they got to move the RV or the city's going to tow it tomorrow.
No, yeah.
Oh, I see Rabbi Rothschild in there.
Where?
In the RV chat.
Is he?
Yeah.
RV chat. In the YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even see him in there.
That's because the man keeps shadow banning me, baby. But I'm trying to keep my life out there, trying to keep it shaken up in this RV with people.
Hell yeah. It's just a Japanese song.
God, homeless is just so fucking boring. Him and Show, like, their streams have gone to shit.
You know the fight? What's up? The Thai girls out. Wait, can I get down? Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. I don't know how. Do you know how to tie the rope? Yeah, that's right. I don't know how to get the rope through it. Like that. You want to tie him? Yeah. He doesn't. Yeah. Thank you. Want to tie me? Yeah. What? Why don't we touch? No. I'll tie you so hard you have the marks on your chest. No, don't. No, the marks on. I'll tie so hard it's got red marks on. So I'm facing a wall. Yeah. No, actually, bring out the red. She's gonna attack you. You want to tie down. And we're gonna get her in the phone. Bring the ball back. Bring the camera. The GH5. Actually, we stop and rotate. You feel like goes on the drill. I don't mind getting time. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God. She's got a handcuff too. Oh, wait, we need that too. Oh, well, so. Yeah. Wait, maybe they'll offer a higher price right now. You actually never heard of this tickles. Sure, my friends. It does. It does. Well, I guess that's it. Now you know. On the shoulders. Oh my God, that hurts so much, bro. That hurts. I'm gonna do it on you. I'm gonna do it on you. What's up? Wait, no, he's got that. But you're at the show. Oh, he's done. Okay, we did the chorus. I turned
Wel een leuke soort gaai. Hotspotje. Of stil niet.
Take off your shoes and come eat. Yeah, you can sit down.
De Nijmegen Vierdaagse.
That's what you'd like to turn after. I don't know how to tell you. But you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me, no?
You should do gelijk bij elkaar zitten.
Nee, ik kan niet meer verder. Mijn benen zijn verzuurd.
On the couch.
Oh, daylight time, fool.
Bel nu en je krijgt gratis de paddenset. Dan heb je niet een afdelige paddenset, maar een 10-delige paddenset voor maar €222 in plaats van de adviesprijs van €575.
Yo, Sammy Andy's the pimp, dude. He's that girl's Sammy Andy's having sex with girls in the house. That's the word. The word is Sammy Andy's been having sex. In that house.
Jurupa Valley City Council had a meeting today about the RV.
Access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Come to go.
There's nothing like escaping the city and finding out.
And they're gonna charge big, huh? Like you're gonna pay for that tow truck.
Nana was a wide load and is allowed on the street, so the RV should be as well. No, because you're only allowed 8 feet. They have that awning, that side out that slides out, and it goes over 10 feet. No. I guarantee you the truck drivers were tired of it, and they're telling them to move. They want them gone.
Yeah.
70 jaar. Met verhuurkaart op de stroom. En we zaten op de Biamieke. We hadden geen reclame.
Twins and their whale friends ruined everything.
Dus toen sprak die...
Sam has been throwing loads all over that house. Real. Tammons fucking all those heel Mike girls. It's crazy.
What are they doing to show?
They're gonna rape them.
The fact that he's allowing this as a Japanese man, like, I hate to say it, they're, man. Like, that kid's not even IP2 level. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, he's the other side of where, he's just like one of those kids that I just don't, man.
Show is like a normie. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not rape if he wants it. Look at Sam and Andy's doing bondage on Show. Show's got his booty doggy style right now. What's going on?
Yeah, saying, man. What's wrong with that dude? Why is he in a wheelchair?
He got a car accident.
You know you can stretch it out to a minute. You're at 30. He got in a car accident.
Yeah, he did. He got fucked up.
Yeah, and then post it in the chat. I used to hit the chat button and post it. I don't know about that little thing when you hit share clip.
Hey, Boker Toe.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I need you to rip it up in the comments with me.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Okay, so no. Okay. So
He's saying his whisper.
No, I'm just kidding.
here
But if he's
is
saying
the
this,
thing. Firstly, how are you?
bro,
You've been gone for some time.
Give me over here, I'm gonna kill you. And he punched him in the private.
Okay.
Now he's George Floyding him.
All right. Well, shout out to you. Oh yeah, this is your super old animal. That's right. I'm
gonna laugh my ass off if somebody were to dox him right
this
now.
This is like a world record cat.
The cops showed up.
I completely understand how you're so close to it. So.
And he
no issue.
was tied up like that.
So,
oh
do you know
my
what
god.
IP2.network is?
Sam Pepper can see you like this.
It's this thing on which I need to get featured. And I can't get my channel on there because it has 0 fucking viewers. Not 1 viewer. Not 2 viewers.
Show Floyd
but
now.
0. Not 4 viewers.
Caller,
not
send the
5
cops,
viewers.
someone say.
0. And why is that? Well, it's complicated. You really want to know? Well,
I can't breathe.
No. My channel gets 0 viewers. Their channel gets a ton. So let me explain why I don't get a lot of viewers. When I first started this, I started living my life completely natural. Like, I don't want to say I was naked all the time, but I would change it from the camera.
You want to hide anything. You didn't want to hold anything back. I got you.
Exactly. And so I'd shower like on my YouTube. And so immediately YouTube realized that my IP address was persona non grata. So, yeah. And so, I mean, I don't want to say I'm blaming it on that. No. So then what happened? Well, then I would be like, okay, no nudity.
So we're saying,
fine.
who did lawyer school for this?
I'm going to just
Showtime or?
show television on YouTube.
Yeah, it must be Showtime.
And I'm going to comment on it. And to some people, that's a feedback video or reaction video. And to other people, that's just straight up pirating and copywriting. So I would lose. Yeah. To be honest with you, no one does. It's an algorithm thing, but I think I know it better than anyone else. And I get away with it, or I've gotten away with it. But that's a very easy way to get a strike and also lose your account. Then there are other things why I would lose accounts. I would lose accounts because I would just spam.
Oh my god.
And just because everyone fucking spams on YouTube. And so in order to get your voice out there, you have to outdo the competition. And
oh my god.
Then I would do these other things. I haven't really done too much to manipulate YouTube like I have Twitter and things, but I built this robot a long time ago. And it would, funny. It would take big YouTubers' names and put it in like a random video that I would create. It would put it in the comments of the video. So
and then it'll generate more viewers from those people.
That's correct. And then also it would tag the real user or the real YouTuber. It would be like, who's that? And then you would get like a notification. Rabbi Rothschild tagged you in the video. And that's a good way to get big YouTubers to find out about you. But I did that. That was like 2 years ago. And that generated over the course of like a month of doing this, it generated 1 comment back to me that just said, someone just asked me to stop.
Mondo's getting a boner.
And they were kind of mean about it, but that's fine. Okay. So then what have I done?
That's YouTube.
YouTube has this Very tricky system. When it bans one of your accounts, if you use that account, like you can use that account for other things, so like Gmail and other things. However, if it bans your account, you are, well, they ban any account that connects with that account.
Even associated with that account, like emails or Gmails or anything like that.
Yeah.
You have a different phone and a different email.
So anything that is connected to that account, and so it can make it really, you can lose a bunch of accounts at once. So it's really hard to get around that. And anyway, okay, so what did I do? Like 6 months ago, do you know who Yo-Yo is?
No.
Okay, Yo-Yo is in Harry Potter Bomber Sonic 10. You know, he's an OG in there. He's the one who sends me any kind of merch. He sent me the shirt. He'll send,
Oh my God.
like, he's just a really nice person. And he's always done what he can to promote me. And he submitted me to this platform like 6 months ago. And I've submitted myself to this platform a bunch. So it's not like I've never done it before. And
well, we've got 12,000 members here. You should think you'd be able to utilize that.
right.
Like
Well, you would think Yo-Yo. You would think Yo-Yo would have been able to. And what do I mean by that? Yo-Yo is really influential in this community. I'm not saying he had to like tell everybody to go do it, but he knows a lot of people. And so with him submitting, I would think that would perhaps have some weight to it. But at a certain point, then they just don't want you. And here's why. They don't want to use resources on someone who has 0 views. What they don't understand is that I have a lot of views. I mean, you're one. I've got another 2 here. I've got whatever's watching on the cameras. I can give a shit about that. And I've got 150 on camera. Okay, I've got people on Instagram. They're just not all on one stream. Everybody else just generally has one stream. So it looks like they've got like 13 views or 15 views. At least it's something.
Did someone bring that up to you previously, where you just kind of focus on more like one stream content and kind of condense all your viewers there? That way you have a bigger base.
People have suggested that to me for 3 years, and I've done it. I've tried it just on one stream. I have focused months of my life just on one stream, and I do get some people. And so how many do I get? When I did that, I would get like, the most I'd get is like 4 people at once, and that we kind of became friends. However, it never grew from that. And that was, I mean, there are other issues with that. Sometimes the platform tells you you're streaming. Sometimes YouTube tells you you're streaming.
He just copies exactly what.
And that's always a worry of mine, because I always want to make sure I have as much footage as I can. And so if I just have one stream, it's like, okay. So what I'm going to show you is like basic, I don't want to say the setup that I want, but I'll explain. So Yo-Yo suggested, dude, I tried to get you on IP2. And I had tried to do that, and some other people had suggested it for me. So it's ip2.network is the website. All right. So there's this list.
Well, I mean, it's also the content you're creating too. Like not to be rude or anything, but people want to be entertained, and also they want to see you entertained. You know what I mean? And that in itself is entertainment.
I understand. You have to understand. You have to understand. The first year I did this, and you can see on Instagram, it's all outside. It's all me in places, at the beach, at Disneyland, in Beverly Hills, doing things. That's what they want. I understand that. But if literally zero people are on your feed, never gonna happen. And then whenever you get right, and then whenever you get any traction, you get banned. I mean, that's what happens to me. I've got like 4 or 5 people on each channel, but then either I get banned or I do it myself on purpose. What do? I totally change accounts. Like you said the other day, hey, Rabbi, you haven't been streaming for like 5 days. I'm like, no, I have. I just changed accounts. Like, well, why would you change accounts all of a sudden?
Yeah, I asked that previously too by YouTube, because you change accounts on it.
Well, and the thing is, if I keep it all on one, then I lose all my content. If I do it on different accounts, and break it up every 6 months or so. Then I keep archives of it that are placed on YouTube indefinitely. Sneedful, how are you? Sneedful, we were waiting for you. And they're gone. So,
Sam and Andy said he's doing OnlyFans.
So what did I do recently? I don't know, something just triggered me to go on IP2. And I see, this is exactly what I need to be on. It's literally just people sitting in an RV who are homeless and them streaming 24 hours a day. I mean, fortunately, I'm not in that position, but it's very similar. And they get a lot of viewers on a bunch of different streams. So you will need a YouTube account, a Rumble account, a Kick account, a DLive, a Twitch account. You're like, hey, I don't have all those. Well, it's fine. Whatever ones you have. The big ones, I think you already do have. Maybe you don't. Well, it's a YouTube account, and then there's also either the big one would be a Kick account. If you don't have it, it's really easy to make. Okay, so what did I do?
I used to have one of those. I stopped using it because there was some I got on there. I got like 2 million hoes trying to jerk me off on cam. Okay, this is a little bit too much.
Just the overwhelming bandwidth. I know the feeling. All right, so 2 nights ago, this was really cool. I just was like, I'm gonna fucking troll this. I didn't really start thinking this, but there's this list. If you go to ip2.network, you'll see it's a list of different streamers. And it'll say like so-and-so's on YouTube, so-and-so's on YouTube, so-and-so's on YouTube, so-and-so's on Twitch, so-and-so's on Kick, so-and-so's on Rumble, so-and-so's on DLive, so-and-so's on YouTube. Okay. So I thought, you know what, if I just fucking dominate the comment sections of these, somebody on here is going to know someone associated with IP2. Exactly. And okay, so what did I do? Also, so I get on there and I find one and I start chatting and they're like, oh, this person's a troll, this person sucks, this person sucks, get them out of here, this person sucks. Oh wait, they're really interesting. Hey, do you want to be on our Discord? And I'm like, yeah, I'll join you. Actually, I asked them, do you want to join Harry Potter Obama Senate dinner? And they're like, well, we're actually live in the Discord right now. They're like, we'll join it though. I'm like, no, that's fine. I'll join when you're joining. So I get in their Discord. Okay. And I see this guy's got 50 people watching him on Kick. Do you know how many 50 people on Kick is? It's literally, it's 50 more than I have ever had on Kick. Okay? I mean, the only time I've ever had anybody see me on Kick is when my own accounts are watching my account to make sure that my stream is running. I mean, literally, I get no views. And I get into the Discord and I introduced myself, and I have been living in this guy's Discord for the last 48 hours. And last night, well, here's the thing, this guy streams all the time, and he's got a lot of viewers. So his viewers kind of know who I am, that's what I need. You know what I mean? Like dedicated motherfuckers who have absolutely nothing to do but watch a motherfucker try to get viral online. That's what I need. I've had that before. I had this one girl who watched me for like 9 months straight every single day. I don't want to say that long, but a long time. I would say probably my longest watcher. She had some kind of medical condition where she couldn't like breathe normal air or something. I know that sounds funny, but like too much. Exactly. That's absolutely right. And there are some people like that on here, but honestly, there's just a lot of people who are really interesting. So what do? I get to know this person. His name is Rothschild Flanker. He's out of Las Vegas, and his friend is Hellcat. He's also out of Las Vegas, and we've just been living in this Discord. Now, they don't stream 24/7. They stream like 18 hours a day. I really don't understand why they don't stream 24/7. Anyway, I'm starting to get known by every channel on IP2. And what do I mean by that? Like, little by little, these channels, or like the people, like the moderators know about me first, because they're gonna be the ones who are gonna ban me. And you know, like I spam, but I've gotten smart about it. I'm not just going in there being like, follow me, follow me, follow me. No, I'll be like, hey, do you guys know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And a bunch of people are like, huh? And actually, I'm telling you, who's that? Some people are like, yeah, I know who that is. They're really cool. They're live streaming their life. I think that's great. There was this guy yesterday who I said that. He was the actual streamer. Yeah, and he had like 35 people watching him at the time on YouTube. I'm like, hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Just thinking like, I wonder if any of the commenters might know who I am. And not because they've seen my...
I received a Be Real the other day.
But that tourniquet on.
Be Real is the site for sale.
Yeah.
They were quick to get to.
Oh, good. You got a tourniquet. Good. Hell yeah.
You let aliens a lot, and you kind of not meant to be taken seriously.
His hand's broken from being shot. It's
dude, they know who I am? They know who I am? Wait. Yeah, I do like aliens a lot, dude. Last night...
They broadcast from LA, so they're not that hard.
That's amazing. I listened to last night this book, actually 2 books. This was fascinating to me. I can read books very quickly when I use an auto reader, and I was listening so I can listen to it, and I listened to 2 books before I went to bed, and they were, the first one was, I used to be, but my vision has just gotten to a point that I really struggle to see.
Put that tourniquet on. He's probably like freaking out.
Went and I listened to the first one, which is this KGB manual on alien species. So the guys from Cyprus have Be Real. It's like, hey, rabbis too into aliens. Who's that? That is the highest compliment I could.
There was a lot of referencing towards something that would describe your personification more or less than anyone else's.
Perfect. I don't care. Just that I'm trying to bring awareness to that subject. Exactly. They could have referenced me for anything. They could reference me for a lot of things that I do, or perhaps things that I haven't done. Perfect. That's wonderful. Honestly, that's like the coolest thing in the world to me. So I love it. Well, what I listened to last night is just coincides with that. I listened to this KGB manual, allegedly. Like, I don't fucking know. But it was a translated KGB manual that was basically on over 100 different alien species that supposedly exist on Earth. And the way that this manual was found, it's kind of fascinating. Basically, it was found in some Russian person, Russian military leaders stuff, and their kids were like, hey, what is this? And he told them, he's like, look, we don't like talk about it, we weren't supposed to talk about that, but basically every high level Russian commander or whatever would add to a manual if they ever learned about anything about these alien species, and that would be vetted, and it became a book, it became a manual. And they so what is the manual? Yeah. And because that's a fascination of mine. I was really thinking about that. I'm very much
Well, I'm curious if you're recording that you might like.
Okay, go for it.
The Knights Templar went to Jerusalem not to find holy relics, but to find ancient Atlantean technology. That's kind of what comes up.
That's certainly a thought. Well, certainly. Well, at least back to the aliens. It was fascinating to me that these things had lifespans and that these things had some abilities that we didn't really recognize. And then the one thing that has always, I think the biggest question to your normal person who has a peak interest in this is, what is the truth about the idea that we can have reptilian shape-shifting leaders who are extraterrestrial. Like if you've ever heard that theory, and it's a very common theory, particularly with the British royal family. And
I think, my theory on all those, I think that we are the aliens. Like, we are part of the reptiles. We are part of the mammals. We're everything.
Sniff it,
We're made up of the universe.
Doomsday called profit murder going on too.
We're all mixed together, There's no really big separation.
Sniff them, show.
Chad Daybell, Jesus.
Bird and all that. Reptile skin. For God's sakes, were you even born with what was it after? A couple weeks in the womb that we have a tail.
Showtime's gonna smell that girl's like bikini.
that's correct. That's what our toxic is.
But he said he's not gonna do it.
All right. Well, essentially, what I'm just doing is living in this person's Discord, and they're pretty influential. So I'm giving them a lot of attention that I normally wouldn't give people. Because like last night, what did we do? He lives in Henderson, Nevada, and he went to a couple places and allowed me to narrate his life for his entire stream, which was like 55 people or something like that. So they all got to know me. No, this person's not homeless. This is a person in Las Vegas. So basically, this website has like random people on it. It has like people in like Korea who have a lot of money, who live stream their life. It has people who are like just like huge gamers. It has homeless people, and then it's got Wappy Flanker. And you meet Wappy Flanker. Wappy Flanker is I would say
He didn't say anything to me.
well,
He
he's
didn't
really
make any comment
nice.
from my video, so I was like, whatever.
He's a kind
Thanks for
person.
subscribing to me. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
All love.
What else
Appreciate
am I gonna
that.
say about him? So last night he's a good skateboarder, and so he skateboarded while I narrated him on Kick, and that was very successful. We had one person who did not like that I was talking, and 50 people who did. And then like the other ones, I don't know what they wanted, but like a bunch of people did. And so what would I say? I would just be like, I would just comment on the things that we were seeing in the video, but then also commenting on the people in the chat and just keeping it lively. He skated all over he skated all over Henderson, and then went to this haunted park later on. He went on 2 different trips, and also something that happened on this. There's this like influencer who all these people know, who recently her video went viral. It really did. I mean, it was all over Twitter and it was all over TMZ. Basically, she used to work at the Howard Stern show. All these people know her from. She used to work at the Howard Stern show, and she would be, I think, like a dominatrix to a guy. And basically, their relationship kind of got out of hand in a recent video while they were in the car, and she starts hitting him, and then he starts hitting her, and she got arrested. So there's all this stuff that's going on with that. Anyway, long story short, I am now going to this RV.
Oh my god!
If you are bored, go to this RV stream on IP2 network. If you're like, which one is it? It's the Sonic one. So you know how we're Obama Sonic
like
thing?
No,
you just go to IP2 network.
Oh god.
Okay, I should say IP2.network. It's this website. It looks like this.
Yeah, exactly.
IP2?
Yeah, so the letter I, the letter P, the number 2. IP2.network.
Showing the ladyboy.
And then you correct, yeah, IP2.network.
It's getting hard.
It just says IP tools.
No, IP.
I'm not buying the Play Store.
It's not the Play Store. No. It's just a website. IP2.network. Like go to a browser. You know how you would type in Google.com?
Got it.
You're funny. It's like it's like a tool website. No, or a tool app. No, it's not that. Okay, IP2.network. It's like a purple. It's like a purple website.
Series tonight.
Oh hell yeah!
Yep, it comes out early today, so I'm going to be doing that at about 6 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, that's how it goes. But the thing is, yeah. So there are a couple of those. No, I wish. No, I'm not on here. I'm trying to get on here. Once I get on here, it's game over. Because then I have constant people who are watching me and I can bond with them just like I bonded with all these communities. All right. In the upper right corner, you should see what's like a hamburger menu that says add streamer request, contact, and close.
I need to get stoned.
Okay. You don't have to do it now, but at a certain point, like once each day, I would really appreciate if you would just do that add streamer request for me. It's really easy to do. It's like 5 questions and they're like multiple choice. The one thing you have to type in is my channel on YouTube, which is youtube.com/ yeah, it's just at Rabbi Rothschild.
What's your URL?
I'm at Rabbi Rothschild, so that's youtube.com/ at Rabbi Rothschild. It's as simple as I can get it. And I've had a lot of people apply for me. And I have people who are doing it every day, as am I, multiple times a day. And it's like, look, we tried to do it the nice way where you guys, I just did it once and I had somebody else did it and you guys didn't respond. And, I'm trying to make you fuckers aware. I want to be on this thing. And so that's what we're going to do. All right. So if you have this opportunity, you're going to see a one Sonic that says IRL 24/7, day 45, last day in LA. It's a YouTube stream.
You will need the bikini for your OnlyFans.
I don't know if you see it, but it's literally.
I didn't hear you, Mike. I clicked off.
Oh, you're okay. There's a one Sonic YouTube stream, IRL 24/7, day 45, last day in LA homeless shelter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a YouTube sign next to it.
Exactly. So
Everyone else has a kick.
exactly. I'm trying to dominate the YouTube comments. Now, if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't have time for this shit, that's totally fine. But if you're like, exactly, I figured you would be. So here's the thing. This is our list of people who we are targeting. Let me show you my friend, Wappy Flanker. He has he's on Kick right now. He has 35. He's just doing a desktop stream. But anyway, he's a really nice guy. I mean, extremely nice. And what do I want to say about him? He keeps saying, like, wow, these random streamers keep talking about you. So whatever you're doing, keep it up. Because we didn't know who you were. A lot of us didn't know who you were 48 hours ago, and you're all over. I've gotten the biggest streams to talk about me a little bit, and I'm just going to continue. And
She's a lesbian.
No, dude.
Well,
Mondo
you
fucked her,
would,
dude.
but again, the proof is in the pudding, and I understand. These guys don't want to put out somebody who has 0 views. And what they normally want is somebody with a little bit of a following to bring their viewers to the platform, not the other way around. But what they don't understand is I stream literally more than all these motherfuckers, even the guys in the RV. I'm in there more. I see these guys in the RV, and they're like, I don't know. I mean, they do exactly what I do, and they get 54 people.
I mean, they got an RV, they're not homeless. I mean, that sounds great. People sitting on the street.
Yeah, exactly. And there are people who are homeless, but I understand they are unhoused, basically is what it's called.
That chick that Showtime was hanging out with, that girl gave him a hickey, the one in your city. Okay.
So
I see now.
I am doing my best to get known on these. So if you're ever bored, get on here. And what I suggest is don't be like, hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Why? Because I do that. And they're going to be like, oh, it's another Rabbi Rothschild account. Get to know some of the people on there. So the way you do it is you see somebody post something, and then you say hi, and whatever their username is, and they'll be like, hey, what's going on? And you'll be like, oh, just checking out the stream. Have you been watching long? They'll be like, yeah, a while. And then you can be like, hey, this reminds me of Rabbi Rothschild. Do you know who that is? Then you can say it like that, because I don't want you to get, banned or whatever. And if you just go in there and mention Rabbi Rothschild, and I have just been in there firing off a bunch of comments, you'll get banned right away. I don't like that.
He doesn't really promote the Jaguars. That would be an awesome experience, but they probably, since they are on YouTube, that you probably wouldn't be able to promote your channel, but that probably would be something you'd have to talk with a lot.
That's amazing. And that's the thing, too. That's what I'm trying to do. Well, that is an excellent idea. I'm trying to make those kind of connections with these guys. Because, like, last night we did this collaboration with the person from Kick, with Wally, not Wally, Wappy Flanker. And, that's how I very easily can get a dozen viewers immediately. Instead of this, like, trying to find one on Twitter. You know what I mean? Very difficult to do. So, anyway, I'm going to check on Wappy Flanker. You do what you need to do. I did want to update you on that, and glad to have you back. I know. I mean, but it's good to see is what I really need to say. Thank you.
Joe's trying to speak Spanish. He's like reading Spanish from the chat.
Excellent. If you can, download a Kick and like make a Kick account. And the reason why I say make a Kick account is because if you see how many people are on Kick, it's a ton of them. Exactly. But that's not how it always. But it's not how it always is. Sometimes the whole thing is YouTube, and I've even seen. I couldn't believe this. I saw D Live on there. I've seen Rumble on there, and then Twitch.
Black cock inside the chat.
Excellent. Thank you.
What? Happy Flanker likes black cock inside of him?
No. Oh, God.
I got to write it, but you got to help me. Their future over their principles would be what the Republican Party principles are. Which is why, okay, so the New York Times actually came out with an article today that says on abortion, Trump chose politics.
And jump my head. It doesn't look like that. Yeah, or go like that. So, not like that.
Whether or not he supports abortion or pro-choice or pro-life. United principles person. He's not the guy.
What's mine?
Politically smarter version. That's the only context with which you look for.
I don't know, show.
In which you're looking at
I don't know,
politically smart.
maybe you want for him. You like that show, too, and show me the show. I don't even know how to write it. Like this.
Japanese.
Show. I think. This is not the right time.
He said, many people ask me what my position is on abortion rights. My view is that now we have.
How do I? It's like this. How do you do first? I don't think he's like this. You want to write?
Let me show you my verse.
It is an issue, definitely. I'm not sure.
I was looking Is it S like that?
2024 election. For example, Jonathan.
Okay.
What? Going to show.
He was on MSNBC. Even he had.
Isn't it like that? I think isn't that key?
Supreme Court.
Do you think we have lost it?
At least in the short term.
Why?
If this goes into effect in a short-term way.
Okay. That's the key right there. Now, it's not to fact, hyperbolic.
F.
You know, this is costing lives, etc. But
if this goes into effect.
If this goes into effect, and you and I said earlier, we agreed. I don't know if this ever gets enforced.
The legislature can act right now.
They could.
Former President Trump
Blackface, and she's showing them doing blackface on video.
Yeah, you might get there.
Oh, it's JJ.
He said he had far less money than Hillary Clinton in 2016, but still he said President Biden is the worst president in history, claimed Biden will exit the office after 6 months.
Yeah, they added JJ's face into like blackface, right?
Georgia, which has, as you know, emerged as a critical swing state. I saw an article in the LA Times this morning that said
That girl's creeped out by homeless. The Mexican girl.
Yeah.
She looked creeped out by him. She looked back at him like, "What are you doing?"
It's the biggest campaign event he could have. All of these legal issues that he has, they're all campaign events.
That's why I don't understand where, you know, there are people who cheer. Oh, he's going to get in jail. He thinks he's a martyr. He told me he'd love to go to
Damn. Jay-Z paid more than $20 million to country radio stations to play Beyonce songs, so she topped the Billboard charts.
They played her music on country radio station. That's lame, bro. If I was listening to a country station and Beyonce came on, I'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yes, because she's got a fucking
She's a literal Playboy model, and Mondo is staying with her. This is crazy. That is kind of interesting. Mondo, bro. How does Mondo have this kind of clout? It's legendary. I know, bro. What's going on? Mondo is taking over the planet, bro.
But a Boeing Dreamliner whistleblower and then terror. Also, have you ever been asked to change seats? The four most explicit words on a flight. Will you swap seats?
How do you respond
Here you
to this?
Operation Push Cowboy Carter has been going on for months, with Jay-Z reaching out to stations across the country with offers of cash and other glam gifts. Hank Snapton from KADH in upstate Washington got a Rolex, said Barron, which wasn't even the most expensive gift thrown around. We estimate that Jay-Z spent at least $20 million to make the album a success, whether it is or not.
Police officers who were nearby quickly crashed. The driver tried to save it.
I'll be real. Most guys try so hard to make themselves in front of
Examine the victim, they noticed a bullet hole. Is a possible gunshot wound to the torso.
the screen for a second. Yeah. Oh, it's from his mouth.
In the first phase of a ceasefire deal with Israel. Proposed deal says
It feels good.
40 of the remaining Israeli
I can do that.
including all women, sick or elderly men.
Eat some pussy.
I can't.
Majority of the almost 100 hostages who are still alive.
It's like a vibrant. Yeah.
Inflation
Yeah, Charlotte. Slightly Homeless is going to be eating pussy tonight.
rose 0.4% from February to March, boosted by gas and car insurance.
Wait, Slightly Homeless is a virgin?
There's some good news in the report.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I think he's got sex. What's the thing he has?
Schultz says the feds are
Bullshit. Yeah. Maybe I could have my first kid. You know what? You're lying. No, I don't think you're lying. I'm not. You don't have to. Are you straight? What's the point of lying?
Dinner tonight will celebrate as President Biden hosts Japan's Prime Minister on an official visit. The White House
These girls will eat crusty anus for $100. Someone's chat. Oh man. Hey, what's up, Rabbi? Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, he's awake.
Living the dream. I just had some people in my Telegram I was talking to, and I am just chatting with some people in the YouTube comments. How are you doing?
Good. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you as well.
We've had this for like 48 hours almost now.
I know, that's what I was telling them. I was telling them to check out your stream, so they're going to. I've got a community that's slowly going to be checking you out, little by little. They come in throughout the world, so we get people in Armenia and Australia and Greece, and so as the hours hit, they'll check you out.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much, man.
Most certainly.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so if you're ever wondering what I'm doing, I may be talking. I don't know if you can see my setup here. Do you see it?
Oh my God, I just realized your devices.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so
That's a really good setup right there.
I appreciate it. So if you're ever like, wow, Rabbi. Oh, go ahead.
It's in a nice central location too.
Definitely. So if you're ever like, Rabbi, why aren't you talking to me? It's because each one of those devices, a lot of times, or I could be sleeping, but each one of those devices is connected to a different Telegram. And so people come into the Telegram, and I really like the ability to just talk with someone as opposed to type to them. I think it's in a lot of ways, a lot easier. So I will be talking with them. And then I even have some people, I think I told you last night, they don't speak English very well, and they're just learning it. So I use a translator with them. They're in Vietnam. That's a little bit more work intense, but yeah. How about you? What are you doing?
I'm chilling right now.
Excellent. Did you eat breakfast?
Yeah. No, not yet.
Do you drink coffee?
I have coffee. I haven't drank it in days, but I thought about having some.
You should.
Usually I drink tea, but it's nice to switch it up and have some coffee.
All right. Tea works too. I have this guy. He's in Armenia. I have this friend who's in Armenia who comes in it's night for us, but morning for him. And he has the same routine where he drinks coffee and has a cigarette, and he's starting a business there, a restaurant. And every single day we work on something for his restaurant, and it's very fun. And he's gotten me into drinking more and more coffee. So it looks like I'm spreading it. What kind of coffee do you like, Wappy Flanker?
I have regular coffee. I like to get coffee beans. Usually doesn't matter as long as they're like fresh beans that you grind up.
I gotcha. Definitely. Do you drink it